Chapter 1 A Lifelong Imprisonment of a Serpent. Over 2 meters in length, with a girth comparable to that of a human's middle finger, the serpent coiled languid lianocker narrow of the cavern. Its diminutive edge rested comfortably atop its serpentine body, indulgent in a brief respite. Occasionally, it flicked its forked, crimson tongue, discerning the myriad scents wafting through the air. Indeed, Zhu Jianhud transcended into the form of a serpent. More precisely, it was a serpent capable of evolving into the legendary Zhulong from ancient lore. Suddenly, a faint trustling sound from outside the cave. Zhu Juyin slowly opened its eyes. Within the orbs, a pair of inverted, blood-red slit pupils glimmered. Through the collection and analysis of since viet stungui, Zhu Juyin discerned the identity of the intruder. It seems it's time for Amiel. The densely packed, crimson scale soft he serpent tundulate das powerful muscles propelled its elongated body across the cold, rough ground, weaving through the dense veins to tatter ned the cavern walls. Thousands of ancient vines, thick and gnarled, bore clusters saw through with the size of a baby's fist. Thefru exuded a faint, sweet aroma, casting a soft, reddish glow that flickered, reminiscent of a multitude of blood-red eyes. Before long, a white furred mouse stealthily entered the cave, cautiously approaching an ancient vine. Its shiny, black eyes greed a fixate that for the thing tantalizingly close. After a moment's hesitation, it launched itself into the air, its slender legs propelling towards the fruit. In an instant, from the depths of the vinous crevices, a crimson shadow shot forth. It was Zhu Juyin. As the serpent soared through the air, it opened its cavernous maw, revealing sharp fangs. In a swift motion, it clamped down upon Themau's shed, immediately injecting Gator Ron toff venom. Themau's vitality was tenacious, Antoine Shu right smeel remained intact with Heinet's belly, Zhu Jian opted for gradual approach. As venom flooded in toth unfortunate tech creature, the serpent's 2-meter-long body coiled around Themau's, gradually exerting pressure. As time passed, the sound of cracking bones echoed throughout the cave, a cacophony of destruction. After what felt like eternity, the mouse, akin to Plesketon, was ultimately suffocated, or perhaps poisoned. Zhu Jian swallowed it whole, feeling the sensation of its throat-straining capacity. Themau's lifeless form was drawn slowly down its gullet, making it sway to it. The feeling of satiation is exquisite. With its midsection bulging, Zhu Jian gradually lifted its shed, its crimson-slit pupils fixate upon the fruit hanging from the veins. Zhu Jian was uncertain whether the fruits were toxic nevertheless. Each day, numerous mice risked here live estopel for them. Zhu Jian had little desire for fruit, as it was no a carnivorous being that feasted on flesh and blood. This satisfaction of a fool belly brought in a wave of lethargy, prompting Jian to meander toward the cave entrance. As it drew nearer, the veins that sprawled throughout he cavern began tories, as if animated by ally fof thyrone. Thousands soft vines undulated like a canes, clawing the air. When Zhu Jian was more few dozen centimeters from the cab's mouth, a sudden crack echo at a vein shot forth like a hip, slicing through her air tower Zhu Juyin. Sensing the rush of air behind it, Zhu Juyin halted. Thesher tip off he venu a samer centimeter from the back of its shed. Shoot it had been see another inch, its shed would surely be pierced. However, Zhu Juyin exhibited no fear instead. I tuned for let its body beneath thimmerning soon, lying a own wold. It slight as narrow a discontentment, while it heaven a behind he retreated without a sound. Basking in Thurm embrace of spring sunlight, Zhu Jiao and smine stirred. Thesis stempainel materialized before Itses. Host Zhu Juyin. Lifespan eternally mortal and indestructible. True form Zhu Longjuvin a lesser pint face. Cultivation 2. 1 meter juvenile leaser pintadvan cestifericious Jiaowit, 1000 meters. Master-disciple return system noti it activated. Note 1 The host may enhance sea cultivation through the consumption of life essence, solar and lunar energy, and thesperitov the earth. Note 2 Upon encountering a fate individual, the system will autonomously activate master-disciple return system, tailoring technique as for the disciple. Note 3 The system detects that the host is eternally suppressed as an exception. It grants the host stone day of freedom for each year, which can be accumulated. With narrowed slit pupils, Zhu Jian gazed beyond the cave's entrance, reflecting upon the early spring day. That day, on his way home from work, Zhuji and Hayden countered a drunken brute harassing an innocent girl. Kuda, having reached the pinnacle of his former strength, toleratesic injustice, Zhuji in Hadror reddened defiance, and the moment he transformed into serpent. As the true form of Shulong, he was ageless, immortal, and indestructible Ejinu in being go federalif. Yet, he was imprisoned beneath his mountain in being unknown to Tin, devoid of any memory as sophist past self, original master, or former serpent form. The only remnant twaist nine swallowing heaven cultivation technique. Eventually, the system activated, awakening the master-disciple return system. In simple terms, it meant the could taken disciples. When a disciple perished, their cultivation would be returned to Jujuyan Bitha system. Most importantly, the system granted Jujuyan Nedea for spite and welfores. A softno, have eto receive a single holiday. Jujuyan sighed softly. Noon, not even an other serpent, knew how much he longed to see the world beyond. A stime flowed ceasely, Jujuyan's sexistence serpentways anything but dies rather, it was marked by monotony. During the day, Hebser bed thesis yoft te blazing soon. By night, Hekon sumid thesan seoft her radiant moon. Each day, he devoured sevenerite white fered mice, refining the solaran lunarescent salong, sidli thesan to enhance his cultivation. In moments of leisure, huge reclini the caves in trance, basking in the soon while pondering the nature of his serpent existence. Unbeknownst to him, Thepia Kofsumer had arrived. Onadi, Jujuyan lay coiled deep within the cavern, digesting the meal had just consumed from yoft 3 white fered mice at the thadventuren to the cave, intent in pilfering thefrut. Heffel tutterly stuffed, occasionally opening his jost or lissia loud belch, thick with the metallic scent of blood. Suddenly, his flickering tongue detected denunaju for grants. Theorem permeate Devrian Kofis being, igniting in an expected, almost unbearable warmth within the cold-blooded Jujuyan. Is this a fellow? Or perhaps safe Malizer Pinton heat? With his crimson-slit pupils fixed intently on the cavey entrance, it wasn't long before his lender, emerald serpent glide into view. Thegreen serpent initially failed tonatus Jujuyan, instead making jit suedo ordanencient vine. Like the white fered misabephorite, itu was drawn bethela reef tefruts for grants. Jujuyan and narrow diseases, observing quietly. Huachadast he green serpent opened its mouth wide, ensnaring thefruit hand biting down voraciously, swallowing a twole. In the next thirpiet, Thegreen serpent's body aptita, na dazzling gradients, blinding Jujuyan momentarily. Chapter 2 The Daily Life Yofa Serpent. After a brief moment, the radiant light dissipated. Jujuyan's crimson-slit pupils contracted slightly. A few paces away, Thegreen serpent had vanished without a trace, replaced by a Girlo approximately 17 years. Thegirl stood gracefully, her skin as muthashjade, completely unclothed. Her lustrous, dark tresses cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Her face, reminiscent of Fadelakit framed a pair of captivating autumnal eyes. Is this the transformation fruit? A flicker of astonishment crossed Jujuyan's crimson pupils. Then Ali transformed Edgeril, no in human form, had her perspective elevated, and sheezily spotted Jujuyan. After scrutinizing him for a considerable time, she slowly extended Oslander, delicate term to pluck a transformation fruit. Then, with feet as soft as jade, she approached Jujuyan. Her steps immuated the ground. Extending her palm, she offered the fruit of Jujuyan. Her lips spartedly, and she spoke kinda hesitant, melodic voice. Here, eat this and bear of spring. Thagirl possessed an exquisite beauty one of Themis' stunning faces, Jujuyan hate a verba held in both his boss life and this serpentine existence. Her figure was mesmerizing. Her voice was delightful, akin to the sound of clear springs cascading over stones, resonating like pearls drop a donati plate. These was soon doubted lie a serendipity encounter, akin to AP falling from Thesky. Yet, Jujuyan remained unmoved, his inverted pupils burning like fierce flames. With a coldest, cuter day single word. Leave. The transformed green serpent, clear liposessing, spark of intelligence, displayed a flicker of woman-like stonish mint in her flawless face. After a moment of hesitation, she withdrew her hand and turned towards the cave. Freething serio fenthimos expensive. Jujuyan murmured softly. Ever gift bestowed befit hadel ready been marked with thapper saint has shadows. Regaining his composure, Zhu Juyin slithered toward nearby fruit. Without hesitation, he appeared discavernous mouth hand swallow a dite hole. The crimson fruit dissolved instantly, releasing a warm, viscous liquid that slid down his throat and belly. In his mind, the system scold, mechanical voice echoed. Ding, detecteth that the host has consumed aspirate fruit, absorbing a vast amount of spiritual energy serpent body length crispy 0.3 meters. Detecteth that thespirit fruit possesses transformation, property is does the host twishto transform immediately? Refuse. Zhu Juyin had grown accustomed to the de la lifophaser pint. Knowing thefruit wash beneficial, Zhu Juyin resolved to monopolize it. For the next several hours, Zhu Jiaoyin busied himself. Hebitinto and a thirfruit, not swallowing it, but instead, transporting it deep within Thicavito conceal it. Back and forth, Harapita this process shundred soft times. Zhu Juyin finally finished bidding gond plucking the transformation fruits tat filled the cave. 7 to 800 fruits spiled in Toa's Mall Mountain in Onikarnero of the cave. Zhu Juyin left tone fruitat the entrance. It ways intended to continuous lie lurithos white-haired mice. After all, a thismament, he weighs a predator hat feasted on flesh and blood. With a thought, the system pain l'immediate materialized before his eyes. Host Zhu Juyin. Lifespan eternally mortal and indestructible. True form Zhulongyoung serpent phase. Cultivation 2. 5 Meteoriung serpent advancing to fear said dragon phase after 1000 meters. Excluding the 0.3 meters gained from consuming the transformation fruits, after 12 months so far was cultivation, measure pint body Hassan grown by 0.1 meters. Thut amount stomeriten centimeters. During thessa past 12 months, Zhu Juyin had Tyrilla slyer finet hesan seof te blazing sunan thebrite munisingth 9 devouring heaven technique, consuming 6,700 oftos white-haired mice sethet were even larger thankatons. He was on the verge of exterminating them. Yet, despite a refining such vast amount of solar and lunar essence and life force, his serpent body had online crispy 10 centimeters. The fire said dragon phase seems so distant. With Asai, Zhu Juyin, coiled atop the mountain of fruits, lower a serpent head and bithered into the fruit flesh. Ding, detecteth that the host has consumed half aspirate fruit, absorbing a vast amount of spiritual energy, serpent body growth 0.14 meters. Ding, detected. Ding. Ding, detecteth that the host has consumed in spirit fruit, absorbing gatre suf spiritual energy, serpent body growth 0.01 meters. Is Thizak to developing resistance? The fierce transformation fruit resulted dina growth of 0.3 meters. Bethet wo hundredths of any ninth fruit, ithid plummeted to 0.01 meters. Just like elixirs, excessive consumption of spirit fruits leads towards a stance. Cultivation 3. 7 Meteoriung serpent advancing to fear said dragon phase after 1000 meters. From this momentum, Thefruthelden Lithific Toff transformation, for Zhu Juyin, and further enhancement Toff cultivation would be exceeding difficult. What appetite! Zhu Juyin, whose serpent body had surged from 2.5 meters to 3.7 meters, could distinctly feel the power coursing through him. There was sa strong confidence setheth the cootie fortless like constrictans fuck at a large water buffalo. Hisden celipact crimson scale shade expended significantly, and serpent body had thickened slightly, from the size of an adult's middle finger to that of an infant's wrist. A thismament, themu nung lao over thuolo tree tops. Moonlight poured in like silver water, blanketing the cavey entrance as if cover red in a layer of salt. It was the perfect opportunity to absorb the sensi of tebrite moon. Muscles rippling, Zhu Juyin lighted down from the mountain of fruits. The tightly interlocking crimson scales were speed against the cold ground, producing gas-off trustling sound. Zhu Juyin swamped a the cavey entrance, ready torfinitis and seof temunisingth 9 devouring heaven technique. However, a neng-conting scene suddenly caught his eye. Outside the cave, on the lush and soft grass, tuberabadius were entwined together, engaged in a fierce struggle. Zhu Juyin focused it intent and found it wasemin and a woman. Thagirl waste the azure reser pint from earlier hat day. The young man, whose face resembled a jady crown, was at her lion familiar. Through Heflicofa serpenting, Zhujiao Yin discerned the truth. The young man was, in fact, a serpent. A black serpent. During the day, the Azure Pinthad transformed into human form, seeking to engage Zhujian in a battle leave Tunderan fire. Unfortunately, Zhujian had firmly rejected her. The Azure Pinthad left with the transformation fruit in her possession. It seemed she had subsequently sought out the black serpent. The black serpent consumed the fruitan transformed into human form, and thus the Kamatagather to procreate. After a moment's contemplation, Zhujian understood the sequence of events. Observing the black and Azure Pint send twined a mirror in me. Tersaway, Helisanto Theazuri serpent's melodious voice, which echoed with a human-like allure. A killing glint flashed in Zhujian's crimson vertical pupils. Had not being suppressed be this crumbling mountain, unoblito exith a cave, hued havshir lid of red thesa twaloth semi serpents as if there were strips. How utterly disgusting! Cursing gundrous breath, Zhujian turned and swam back to the depths of the cave, returning to the mountain of fruits. He appeared this gaping mawand bit down forceful line to the fruit flesh. The sound of crunch and echoed loud lion the stillness. The following day, Thezan Hadrasan high, yet Zhujian remained in a deep slumber. Tap, tap, tap. With measured foots, a robust youngman transformed from the black serpent tintered the cave with inexpressionless demeanor. A swarthier serpent, furious and sunk known, she had reverted her original form. Her emerald serpent body, over amateur long, coiled several to around them and two pitch black, round, and gleaming serpenti as fiquet intently upon the last transformation fruit dangling, from the venifima terse away. The Azure Pint flicked her scarletting, licking the youngman's cheek. Understanding the cue, the black serpent immediately approached and plucked the last fruit from its birch. Then, Thepper made the thire way directly into the depths of teeth. Wakarita thyris weighs a small mountain of 5 to 100 transformation fruits. And atop the mountain of fruits lay the slumbering crimson serpent. In thigh soft Azure Pintan on the face of the black serpent, human-like joy and greed were unmistakably evident. Humans, asthepic sophalbings, possess unparalleled advantages in terms of longevity, cultivation, and energy refinement. Thus, throughout history, whether birds or beasts, even thesperate soft mountains, stones, flowers, and trees shall aspire to take human form. For the Azuri and block serpents, the 100 soft transformation fruits were akin to a beggar's stumble of gold. Unconsciously, that woe serpent shadden went intention off stealing them out of fruits. Instead, their gazes were affixate upon the slumbering crimson serpent. In their eyes, ackling murderous intent shimmered. Chapter 3. The holiday of a serpent. The black serpent extended its palm towards the green serpent. The green serpent gaped its jaws and swallowed the transformative fruit. A brilliant radiance erupted. And after a brief interval, the green serpent reverted to the form of a young maiden. She extended a delicate, white finger towards the black serpent, first indicating the slumbering red serpent atop the fruit mountain. Then gesturing to her own rosy lips, the black serpent comprehended the unspoken message. Taking 2 steps forward, it reached out its arms and cradled the nearly 4-meter-long, robust red serpent in its embrace. Subsequently, it brought the drooping head of the red serpent to the lips of the green maiden. A flicker of annoyance graced her porcelain-like visage as she pointed again at her mouth and then at the black serpent. Uttering in human speech, "You eat." The black serpent replied in kind, "Very well," and slowly opened its cavernous maw, revealing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. With precision, the black serpent targeted the head of the red serpent and bit down forcefully. In the next heartbeat, a melodious clang resonated as sparks flew between the black serpent's teeth and the red serpent's scales. With a muffled thud, the red serpent fell to the ground. Amidst a wretched howl, the black serpent staggered backward, collapsing onto the ground, its mouth a ruin of shattered teeth, blood oozing profusely. "Are you all right?" The green serpent rushed to the black serpent's side, her voice laced with concern. "It has awakened." The black serpent's expression shifted dramatically as it trembled and pointed at something behind the green serpent. The breath it exhaled brushed against her back, visible as a chilling mist. The soft, downy hairs on her skin stood on end as she turned stiffly to behold the reflection in the black serpent's eyes. A red serpent, upright like a human, Its imposing form glistened with metallic sheen, and its crimson vertical pupils seemed to burn with an icy intensity. In the next moment, the red serpent opened its gaping maw. With a sharp snap, it severed the maiden's head from her body. The muscles in the serpent's head tensed as her head exploded like a ripe watermelon, blood spraying forth and flesh scattering in all directions, drenching the black serpent in a gruesome spectacle. The headless corpse of the maiden swayed twice before crashing to the ground, revealing its true form, a headless emerald serpent. "Spare me. I am willing to serve as a slave." Before the black serpent could finish speaking, Zhu Juyin bit down on its head. With a crunch, blood, flesh, and bone were consumed entirely. The brilliance flickered once more, and the black serpent revealed its true form. A headless serpent, slightly over 2 meters in length. A self-inflicted curse, deserving of death, Zhu Juyin declared, opening its maw to swallow both the green and black serpents as if they were mere snacks. Ding! The system detected the host consuming 2 ninth-grade ascendant beings, granting a substantial influx of life energy and an increase in size by 1.5 meters. Current cultivation: 5.2-meter juvenile serpent, advancing to fierce flood dragon stage after 1,000 meters. In an instant, a warm surge coursed through every part of the serpent's body, akin to soaking in a hot spring, bringing immense comfort. The serpent's form visibly thickened and lengthened. Ninth-grade ascendant beings. Does this signify the awakening of intelligence and the commencement of a cultivation journey for various creatures? I wonder what grade I am now. Zhu Juyin let out a belch, pungent with the taste of blood. After vanquishing and consuming the black and green serpents, Zhu Juyin's life returned to tranquility. Day and night, it absorbed the essence of the sun and moon. As the serpent matured, so too did its appetite, now requiring the consumption of 20 to 30 white-furred mice daily. Time passed in the cave. Oblivious to the outside world, during the day, it basked in the sun. At night, it gazed upon the stars, observing the mountains, trees, and grass. The serpent felt the need to occupy itself. At the cliff's edge outside the cave stood 2 trees, one a peach tree and the other also a peach tree. Zhu Juyin watched as the fuzzy peaches grew day by day, naming the left tree Peach Da and the right Xiao San. Peach Da bore a total of 379 peaches, while Xiao San produced 291. As autumn deepened, the weather had turned cool. Zhu Juyin gazed longingly at the plump, luscious peaches, each one dropping from the branches, yearning for a taste. Unbeknownst to it, winter arrived. Zhu Juyin grew excessively drowsy, often sleeping for 3 to 5 days straight. Was this the hibernation period for serpents? Coiled atop the fruit mountain, Zhu Juyin surveyed the dwindling transformative fruits and could not help but curse. Those damned white-furred mice, taking advantage of the situation. After venting its frustration, the drowsy Zhu Juyin slowly closed its red vertical pupils. One day, a sudden notification echoed in its mind. Ding! The host has been suppressed for 1 year. 1 day of freedom is granted, which can be accumulated. Free days. 1, 12 hours. The hibernating Zhu Juyin jolted awake, its cold-blooded nature igniting with fervor. Finally, a holiday, though it was merely a single day. The overwhelming emotions surged within. Composing itself, Zhu Juyin descended the fruit mountain, swiftly navigating to the cave entrance. Snow had begun to fall. Outside, the vast expanse of mountains was draped in a silvery blanket. Taking a deep breath of the frigid air, Zhu Juyin cautiously ventured forth. Within the cave, the myriad ancient vines, evergreen even in winter, remained unnaturally still, resembling lifeless entities. At the onset of its journey, Zhu Juyin had recklessly attempted to escape the cave, only to be lashed by the ancient vines, leaving it bloodied and bruised, ultimately ensnared and dragged back into the depths. The suffocating sensation of nearly being strangled was an experience Zhu Juyin had no desire to relive. 1 inch, and yet another inch. Behind it, the countless ancient vines remained silent. Ultimately, after enduring an entire cycle of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, Zhu Juyin finally emerged from the cave. The layers of interlocking, crimson scales glided over the thick, soft snow. Its 5-meter-long, robust body resembled a blazing inferno. Zhu Juyin reached the cliff's edge, lifting its head high. The foreign landscape was a breathtaking sight. with 1,000 miles encased in ice and snow. Gazing upon the mountains inside and out, the world appeared desolate. The mighty river lost its tumultuous flow. Feathery snowflakes settled upon the red serpent's head and body. Its eyes were frigid, and its heart even colder. It was a cold-blooded serpent. Turning around in place, Zhu Juyin gazed upon the towering mountain that had eternally suppressed it. The mountain loomed with an overwhelming presence, resembling a colossal primordial beast, instilling a profound sense of oppression within Zhu Juyin. At the peak, shrouded in mist, it seemed to pierce the very cosmos, the candle dragon. Zhu Juin's crimson vertical pupils, akin to torches, discerned 6 large characters engraved upon the sheer cliff face that dropped hundreds of feet. The characters, partially obscured by the wind and snow, read, "Morality, primordial, spiritual treasure." These 6 characters were not written in the human script, yet the profound power hidden within Zhu Juin's bloodline allowed it to understand. Were these the 3 supreme deities of Taoism? Suddenly, Zhu Juin's expression hardened. Its reversed crimson pupils glimmered with an otherworldly light, as if capable of piercing through the annals of time. There stood a figure atop the mountain. Through the swirling snow and mist, Zhu Juin glimpsed a majestic silhouette at the summit. Chapter 4. The Taoist deity and the Jade Emperor. The densely packed crimson scales glided over the snow. Leaving a deep trench in the white expanse, Zhu Juin ascended the mountain, intent on drawing closer to the figure that towered above. Its eternal suppression may well be linked to this individual. An hour later, Zhu Juin reached the mountainside. Surrounding it were rugged rocks, devoid of any vegetation. The northern winds howled, whipping the snow like daggers against its form. A cacophony of clicks erupted as the red scales scraped against the stones, sending sparks flying. Nearly 3 hours later, Zhu Juin finally reached the mountain's summit. A flicker of astonishment danced in its crimson vertical pupils as it beheld a statue standing a mere yard away. The weathered stone figure, over 2 meters tall, depicted a youth. With sharp brows framing a handsome face, the young man slightly bowed his head, as if surveying the mortal realm while simultaneously locking eyes with Zhu Juin. In his right hand, he held a sword sheath, which was entirely empty. An inexplicable sense of familiarity and intense aversion surged within Zhu Juin. Could this youth be the one responsible for its eternal suppression? Zhu Juin murmured, its gaze sweeping past the youth to the massive tree standing at the cliff's edge behind the statue. The ancient tree, soaring dozens of feet into the sky, bore a grayish hue, reminiscent of a pencil sketch, emanating a sense of desolation and despair. Its bark was cracked, and the crown obscured the sun in the roaring northern wind. The gray leaves rustled violently, producing a resonant sound akin to clashing metal. Was this a tree of iron? The leaves rustled with a crisp sound, their surfaces gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. In that moment, Zhu Juin could hardly believe his own eyes, questioning whether he had misperceived the scene before him. With every muscle in his body tensed, his serpentine form coiled around the youthful statue, gliding gracefully to the base of the iron tree. Zhu Juin extended his tail, delicately stirring the leaves. The gray foliage clinked like blades, slicing through the crimson scales of the serpent, emitting scintillating sparks of fiery brilliance. A tree that never shed its leaves. Zhu Juin was taken aback. His vertical pupils widened, scrutinizing the iron tree inch by inch. Suddenly, Zhu Juin found himself momentarily stunned. Through the densely packed leaves, he discerned 4 objects: an ancient stone sword, a crimson heavenly blade, a mottled black bell, and a 9-tiered small pagoda. The sword, blade, bell, and pagoda were suspended by the iron tree's 4 branches. Obscured among millions of leaves, the words morality, primordial, and spiritual treasure echoed in his mind. And there was the youthful statue, alongside this iron tree. Could it be that all these artifacts were meant to eternally suppress me? Zhu Juin's vertical pupils narrowed slightly. Before his transcendence, what heinous acts had the candle dragon committed to provoke such wrath? The robust serpent body coiled around the iron tree's trunk, and Zhu Juin first approached the ancient sword. The stone sword, approximately 3 feet in length, was marred with intricate cracks, appearing as if it would disintegrate with the slightest touch. It seemed as ordinary as the mountains and vegetation, devoid of any extraordinary qualities. There were 2 characters inscribed. Zhu Juyin leaned forward slightly, noticing at the junction of the sword's hilt and blade were engraved 2 ancient characters. Bairan, 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 Zhang Bairan. Zhu Juyin abruptly turned his head, fixating his crimson pupils on the nearby youthful statue. The stone sword belonged to the youth, and the youth was most likely named Zhang Bairan. According to ancient legends, he was the sovereign of the 3 realms, the leader of the gods, the Jade Emperor. One of the 3 supreme deities of Taoism. Why would these exalted beings seek to suppress me for eternity? Zhu Juyin pondered for quite some time, yet could not unravel the reasoning behind it. His serpent eyes narrowed. Slowly, he extended his tail, inching closer to the stone sword, eager to test whether the sword, unbidden by its master, could unleash its power. Clink! The serpent's tail made contact, producing a crisp sound. Before Zhu Juyin could react, a thunderous roar erupted, as if the heavens and earth were about to shatter. The sword trembled slightly, and in an instant, a murderous intent emanated from the sky. It was as if a nuclear bomb had been detonated. A torrent of sword energy surged forth, overwhelming and fierce. The terrifying sword aura instantly sent Zhu Juyin hurtling away. His indomitable crimson scales were peeled away layer by layer amidst the resonating clang, sparks flying in every direction. Flesh and bone dissolved rapidly within the sword's energy. Zhu Juyin was severed into several pieces, his bloodied head flying off to an unknown distance. After what felt like an eternity of spinning, he finally crashed down into the snow. Days of freedom. Countdown 3:25, 47. Only a little more than 1.5 hours remain in the holiday. Zhu Juyin awoke languidly. At that moment, the wind and snow had ceased. The world was enveloped in tranquility. The moon hung high, casting a velvet black canvas adorned with brilliant stars. I actually fainted for over 6 hours. Zhu Juyin slightly moved his still bloodied head. A sharp pain made him involuntarily gasp. With only a tattered head remaining, how could I return? Fortunately, the Candle Dragon's true form is neither aging nor perishable. Otherwise, Zhu Juyin would have already been slain by the sword's energy. Truly, it is the imperial sword, and even without its master's command, it is fearsome. One can only assume that the other 3 divine artifacts, the Heavenly Blade, Black Bell, and Small Pagoda, are equally terrifying. Am I destined to be eternally suppressed? Zhu Juyin, with his crimson vertical pupils, gazed at the resplendent galaxy that spanned the night. With a barely audible sigh, he exhaled softly. Days of freedom. Countdown 0:01, 51. Only the final 2 minutes of the holiday remain. Soon. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. At the very moment the countdown concluded, Zhu Juyin suddenly felt an unparalleled force of terrifying suction pulling him from behind. His bloodied head was swiftly drawn back as if by a fleeting light. Everything in the universe, even the stars in the night sky, was stretched into slender lines. After a few breaths, a muffled thud echoed as the head hit the ground. Zhu Juyin felt as if the world was spinning. The dizziness was unlike anything he had ever experienced. After a considerable time, he finally surveyed his surroundings. Familiar ancient vines, the same cave. Time flows easily, casting people aside. The cherries have turned red, and the bananas have turned green. Unbeknownst to him, spring had arrived, awakening all things. Zhu Juyin, whose serpent body had returned to a length of about 1 meter, lay languidly at the cave's mouth, basking in the sun. The transformation fruits that had been stripped bare by him last year once again sprouted tender shoots on the ancient vines. Days passed by. Summer arrived. Zhu Juyin continued to lie at the cave's entrance, counting the leaves of the peach tree. 2 months later, Zhu Juyin counted and found that the peach tree had a total of 691 leaves. Next, he began to count the leaves of the small third tree. Zhu Juyin did not manage to count how many leaves the small third tree had. It wasn't due to a lack of patience, but rather because autumn had arrived, and the leaves began to fall. This year, Zhu Juyin still could not taste the fuzzy peaches produced by the peach tree and the small third tree. In a daze, winter arrived. Zhu Juyin devoured the transformation fruits in the cave until nothing remained. The bountiful fruits had piled up like a mountain. With his serpent body restored to over 3 meters in length, he coiled atop the fruit mountain, succumbing to slumber, in a hazy state. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! It has been detected that the host has been suppressed for a year. Granting 1 day of freedom, which can be accumulated, days of freedom. 1 day, 12 hours. Zhu Juyin felt no joy akin to the first holiday. His heart was like a dead sea, devoid of any ripples. He chose to continue his winter slumber in the 3rd year of his crossing into this realm. Zhu Juyin's daily routine remained as monotonous and tedious as ever. His body, once gravely injured by the stone sword, had long since returned to its original state in the 4th year. Zhu Juyin continued to gaze at the mountains by day and count the stars by night. That year, his serpent body grew to 6 meters. In the 8th year, his serpent body reached 8 meters. The crimson scales shimmered like raging flames. At its thickest point, the serpent was as wide as a bowl. It could be called a python. In the 9th year, having cleared a batch each year, the transformation fruits had now piled up into a mountain. Zhu Juyin remained vigilant, determined not to allow even a single white-furred mouse to steal one. In the 10th year, during winter, one day, while Zhu Juyin was in hibernation, the system's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! It has been detected that a fated individual is approaching, and the master-disciple return system has been activated. Ding! A fated individual is now near the host. Please wait patiently. The fated individual has arrived. Please, host, proceed to accept the disciple. Chapter 5. The Youth Who Slays Dragons. Another year of snow had fallen. The world was blanketed in white. A young man trudged through the snow, his steps uneven. He gazed up at the distant towering mountains, resembling colossal giants standing tall. He exhaled, releasing a puff of white mist that quickly vanished in the northern winds. It had been half a month. The young man muttered to himself. Beneath the cotton hat, his sharply defined face was reddened by the flurries. The youth was named Chen Yinshi. He ventured into the mountains for the sake of hunting. This year's harvest had been decent, allowing him to tighten his belt and barely survive the harsh winter. However, earlier this year, Chen Yinshi had wed a wife. After autumn, his wife became pregnant. The scarcity of food was one issue. The other was that Chen Yinshi could endure a year without meat, but he could not bear to see his wife and unborn child suffer. Regrettably, he had been in the mountains for over 10 days. Not only had he failed to yield a catch, but he had not even seen a mountain hare or a wild chicken. Returning empty-handed, how could he face his wife? Tightening his tattered cotton jacket, Chen Yinshi trudged toward the distant mountains. 2 hours later, Chen Yinshi arrived at the foot of the great mountain. With a single glance, he spotted a cave on the cliffside. The entrance to the cave was enormous, resembling the gaping maw of a primordial beast. There might be some gains within. Even if not, it would serve as an excellent temporary shelter from the wind and snow. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yinshi cautiously entered the cave. After unloading his axe, cowhorn bow, and quiver, Chen Yinshi sat cross-legged facing the entrance, retrieving a hard, stone-like flatbread and a golden gourd of water from his pack. Having not eaten for an entire day, Chen Yinshi did not immediately devour his meal. Instead, he placed the flatbread, made by his wife, against his chest inside his jacket. With gentle eyes, he spoke. Linger, I will surely return with many mountain hares and wild chickens. Once the flatbread had warmed, Chen Yinshi began to tear into it voraciously. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he prepared to venture outside in search of firewood. Suddenly, a waft of enticing aroma drifted past his nose, leading him toward the cave's entrance. What is it? How fragrant! Chen Yinshi could not help but turn around, gazing into the depths of the cave. His eyes flickered for a moment. He slung the quiver over his shoulder, grasped the horned bow in his left hand, and held the axe in his right, moving cautiously deeper into the cavern. Jagged rocks and dense vines surrounded him. Chen Yinshi focused intently, daring not to let down his guard. The cave was immense and unfathomably deep. After traversing for a considerable distance, he still saw no end in sight in the gloomy, eerie environment. The only sounds he could hear were the rapid beating of his heart and his unusually heavy breathing. Suddenly, Chen Yinshi halted in his tracks. Before him, a faint crimson glow emanated from the path ahead. What could be emitting such light? Driven by curiosity, he quickened his pace. Rounding a corner, the path opened up before him. He was taken aback by the sight of a mountain of fruit, countless in number, each the size of a baby's fist, radiating a strong fragrance and shimmering with a red glow. Could this be celestial fruit? Chen Yinshi stood in a daze for a while. Once he regained his senses, he lunged towards the fruit mountain, seizing one and stuffing it into his mouth. The crunching sound echoed loudly. How fragrant! How delicious! How exquisite! Juice splattered everywhere as Chen Yinshi devoured the fruit with great delight. As the fruit flesh slid down his throat, his previously stiff, cold body suddenly felt warm. One after another, he consumed the fruit. Seemingly oblivious to hunger, Mr. Qi's words rang true. There truly were traces of immortals and fateful encounters in this world. This was the celestial fate belonging to me, Chen Yinshi. With his cheeks bulging, Chen Yinshi abruptly gathered dozens of fruits into his embrace. However, this very action destabilized the foundation of the fruit mountain. On one side, countless fruits tumbled down like a mountain torrent, revealing a massive snake head buried beneath. With a gasp, Chen Yinshi instantly felt like a startled bird, rolling and scrambling away from the fruit mountain. After escaping a considerable distance, he finally collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. His arms, propped on the ground, trembled uncontrollably. He felt a slight warmth in his pants. A loss of control. After a prolonged moment, Chen Yinshi managed to regain his composure. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he muttered, "What a gigantic python!" After pondering for a while, Chen Yinshi did not flee but instead turned back. Returning to the front of the fruit mountain, the collapse of the fruit mountain revealed the complete head of the gigantic python. Every inch of it was covered in dense, red scales, resembling a sea of flames from a distance. How enormous! Observing the snake head, Chen Yinshi estimated that the python must be at least 8 or 9 meters long. Every part of its body, in his eyes, was a great supplement. If he were to slay it, his family would no longer fear the harsh winter winds and snows. Even with a daily diet of meat, it would take more than 2 or 3 months to consume it all. Chen Yinshi's heart raced. This python was likely in a state of hibernation, significantly reducing its threat level. Rather than aimlessly chasing after mountain hares and wild chickens like a headless fly, it would be wiser to take the risk and pursue a grand venture. Without courage, there can be no gain. Swallowing hard, Chen Yinshi picked up the axe from the ground. Stealthily, he approached the python's head. After a moment of searching, he raised his arm high, aiming for the python's vulnerable spot. With a fierce swing, he brought the axe down. The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out as the axe blade struck the scales, scattering fiery sparks. With a swift whoosh, the axe blade shattered. A piece flying through the air with a sharp sound, embedding itself in the cave wall. The axe slipped from his grasp. Chen Yinshi, shaken to his core, stumbled and rolled down the fruit mountain. Struggling to rise, he rubbed his painfully throbbing wrist. It was indeed incredibly hard. Raising his eyes, Chen Yinshi's pupils suddenly dilated in shock. The python, which had been in hibernation, had somehow awakened. Its blood-red, vertically slit pupils loomed over the young man. Yet, it merely stared, making no aggressive moves. Chen Yinshi had encountered the python immortal. The python immortal, perhaps? Foolish snake. Observing the motionless crimson python, Chen Yinshi let out a sigh of relief. It seemed the python was still in a state of slumber. To put it simply, it was still in a deep sleep. The scales were impenetrable. However, the eyes must surely be its weak point. Chen Yinshi retrieved his horned bow and drew an arrow from his quiver. In the next moment, he drew the bowstring taut, aiming for the python's blood-red eye. With a swift release, the arrow shot forth, slicing through the air like lightning across the night sky. The iron-tipped arrow, forged and tempered, collided violently with the python's Eye-da. To Chen Yinshi's disbelief, the arrowhead shattered upon impact. In the next instant, the fruit mountain trembled as if a volcano had erupted. Countless fruits, glowing crimson, scattered in all directions like fireworks blooming in the night sky. Beneath the fruit mountain, a thick snake tail swept out. The tail struck Chen Yinshi, propelling him like a cannonball. With a sickening thud, he slammed into the cave wall, akin to a fly being swatted. Every internal organ and bone in his body shattered completely. His entire form became a bloody pulp, Slowly sliding down from the cave wall to the ground, a notification chimed. Detected that a fated one has been slain by the host. The master-disciple return system is now closed. Please wait for the next fated one. A wave of fatigue washed over him. Zhu Juyin inserted the snake head into the fruit mountain, resuming its hibernation. Time passed, though Zhu Juyin could not tell how long die in a hazy state. He faintly heard a series of hurried footsteps approaching from outside the cave. Today, he was determined to sever the head of that foul snake. Skin it, remove its tendons, consume its flesh, drink its blood, and gnaw its bones. Chapter 6. A wave of transformed white-furred mice. The footsteps grew closer. Zhu Juyin slowly opened his crimson, vertical pupils and flicked out his scarlet tongue. Through the collection and discernment of scents, he deduced the identities of the intruders. A robust snake body, measuring nearly 10 meters, slithered out from the fruit mountain, immediately positioning itself like a blazing flame in front of it. Having completed this, Zhu Juyin lay down on the ground, slowly closing his eyes. Moments later, a dozen figures arrived before the crimson python, halting 3 zhang away. Among them were men and women, old and young. All bare, completely unclothed. These individuals were all transformed white-furred mice who had consumed the fruit of transformation, gaining wisdom and taking on human forms. They belonged to the lineage of mice spirits. Each white-furred mouse spirit held tools that could only be crafted by humans. There were hefty mountain-cutting knives, gleaming swords, kitchen knives, sickles, and axes. Some even had white-furred mouse spirits hoisting hoes and shovels over their shoulders. Leading them were 2 figures, an elderly man with white hair and a young man with a sharp nose and chin. The elder pointed at the slumbering crimson python and addressed the younger ones behind him. This foul snake devoured my wife, your great-grandmother. When the time comes to fight, grandsons, strike with all your might. The young man mimicked him, also directing his words at the younger ones. This foul snake devoured my grandmother, your mother. When the time comes to fight, children, do not relent until there is bloodshed. Zhu Juyin, feigning sleep, listened intently, his mind swirling in confusion as he struggled to comprehend the family relations among this group of white-furred mouse spirits. The younger ones were equally bewildered. One small boy, around 6 or 7 years old and exquisitely delicate, looked at the young man curiously, asking, "Father, why do you call mother grandmother? And why is mother the wife of great-grandfather?" Coughing lightly, the young man replied, "I once loved your mother, who is also your great-grandfather's wife. Your great-grandmother and my grandmother, I gave birth to you with her. As for your great-grandfather, he is my grandfather, and we each have our own stories. At this point, the young man turned to the elder, speaking affectionately, "Grandfather." The elder's face softened, replying, "Good brother." The young man responded, "Elder brother." The elder replied, "Good grandson." A wave of young white-furred mouse spirits echoed, "Zhu Juyin. Grandsons, mourn for your mother's remains. Children, avenge your great-grandmother. Kill." A throng of white-furred mouse spirits surged forward, surrounding the crimson python. They brandished knives and swords, swinging hoes and axes, creating a cacophony of clanging sounds. Zhu Juyin, feeling languid, was filled with a sense of contentment. The techniques of these white-furred mouse spirits were rather impressive. With a relaxed expression, Zhu Juyin could not help but yawn widely. "Alas, the foul snake has awakened. Grandsons, retreat swiftly." The elder called out to his good brothers, obedient grandsons, and a throng of grandsons as they scrambled towards the cave entrance. "Hee." Zhu Juyin chuckled softly in one swift motion. He opened his mouth wide and swallowed the elder whole. With a crunch, blood sprayed and flesh flew. "Great-grandfather, grandfather, elder brother, no." Amidst the heart-wrenching wails of sorrow, a swarm of white-furred mouse spirits darted away with remarkable speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. They devoured the old man, flesh, blood, and bones, swallowing him whole in an instant. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Ding, detected that the host has consumed a 9th-grade ascending being." Serpent length increased by 0.27 meters. Turning to gaze at the towering pile of transformation fruits, a sudden thought blossomed in Zhu Juin's mind. From this day forth, he would no longer hinder the white-furred mice from feasting on the fruits. Should the white-furred mice consume the fruits, transforming into human form and gaining intelligence, they would embark upon the path of cultivation, thus becoming ascending beings. He could then consume them in turn, enhancing his own cultivation and extending his serpent form, a cycle akin to harvesting leeks, with each crop yielding endlessly. How astute I am! The layers of interlocking, crimson scales, gleaming with a metallic sheen, glided over the cold ground, meandering toward the cave's entrance. Outside, a fine mist of rain fell. The verdant grass appeared distant, yet tantalizingly close. Another spring had arrived. Zhu Juyin murmured softly, "Flowers may bloom again, but youth never returns." I in the 11th year since his arrival in this realm, during the frigid winter, as Zhu Juyin lay in hibernation deep within the fruit mountains. The system's voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding, detected that the host has been suppressed for another year. A day of freedom has been granted, which can be accumulated. Freedom days. 10 days, 120 hours. As was his custom, Zhu Juyin chose to accumulate his vacation days. After all, this vast mountain range was too expansive. 10 days might hardly suffice to encounter any humans. What Zhu Juyin longed for most at present was to venture to a human settlement and indulge in a hearty drink. If possible, he wished to smoke a few puffs of dry tobacco, as it would alleviate his anxiety. As for the wine, it could render Zhu Juyin blissfully inebriated. In the 13th year of his sojourn, Zhu Juyin engaged in a fierce battle with over 100 transformed white-furred mouse spirits, nearly bursting from the exertion. The white-furred mice came perilously close to extinction in the 14th year. Through years of observation, Zhu Juyin astutely discerned that the transformative effects of the transformation fruit varied significantly among individuals. Tio put it simply, a select few white-furred mice would immediately transform upon consuming the fruit and maintain their human form indefinitely. A small portion could only sustain their form for a day or two. Yet, the vast majority, even after consuming 100 fruits, would remain unchanged and devoid of intelligence. By the 18th year, after the onset of spring, Zhu Juyin, still in hibernation, awoke uncontrollably. February, March, April. Loneliness enveloped him like snow. Zhu Juyin lay at the cave's entrance for 7 or 8 months, akin to a corpse that would never decay. From the fresh green grass to the swirling dry leaves, the peach tree bore a total of 9,117 leaves this year, an increase of 323 from the previous year, yielding 409 peaches, 18 more than last year. The small third tree had 7,956 leaves, 274 more than last year, producing 332 peaches, an increase of 29. Come on, little third, keep it up. A month later, after eagerly waiting, the hibernation period finally came to an end. He could once more enjoy a good night's sleep. In the 19th year, another autumn arrived. Plump, luscious peaches hung heavily from the branches, their fragrance wafting through the air. Alas, Zhu Juyin could only gaze longingly, unable to partake. In one moment, he basked lazily in the sun. In the next, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Ding, a destined one has been detected. The master-disciple return system has been activated. Ding, the destined one is approaching the host. Please wait patiently. Zhu Juyin's eyes flew open, his crimson vertical pupils shimmering with brilliance. Chapter 7. My name is a fay, as in flying birds. The brook babbled softly, reflecting the delicate, pallid face of a young boy. He cupped his small hands to gather the stream's water, slightly bowing his head to sip like a deer. After quenching his thirst, the boy rummaged through a nearby backpack, extracting its contents. Counting carefully, he muttered, I picked over 3 pounds of forsythia, along with purslane, mouse herb, and plantain. This trip into the mountains has been quite fruitful. I reckon I can sell them for 20 or 30 copper coins. Mother's medicine for today is finally secured. After stowing the herbs in his backpack, the boy pulled out a dry, hard bun and devoured it hungrily, washing it down with the stream water. After a brief rest, he hoisted the backpack, which was taller than himself, gazing into the distance at the towering mountains. Is this the unending mountain that Mr. Qi spoke of? The ancient god's spine that supports the heavens and the earth? He hoped for a bountiful discovery. Murmuring, the boy followed the brook toward the mountain. Under the blazing sun, as Zhu Juyin's anticipation reached its peak, A series of footsteps approached from the right side of the cave. Soon, a small figure clad in coarse linen and straw sandals came into view. The boy, around 7 or 8 years old, had a slender frame. As he walked, the heel of his foot collided with the backpack, creating a comical spectacle. Wow, so many peaches! The boy's gaze was immediately drawn to the bounteous peaches. Oblivious to Zhu Juin's presence, with wide, expressive eyes, he placed down his backpack. Then, with a solemn demeanor, he clasped his hands together, closing his eyes, and bowed 3 times earnestly to the peach tree and the small third tree. Only then did he rise on tiptoe to pluck a peach. He relished several peaches before patting his slightly rounded belly in satisfaction. Wiping his mouth, the boy added 10 or so peaches to his backpack and once again clasped his hands together, murmuring, "I'm full now. I've brought some for Mother and Sister Cui. Thank you, Peach Fairy." After saying this, the boy took a few steps forward, gently hugging the peach tree, then the small third tree. "What a kind-hearted little one! Peach Fairy, it's getting late. I must return home." Just as he was about to lift the backpack, his frail body suddenly trembled. In his dark eyes, a massive, menacing serpent head loomed ominously. The densely packed crimson scales glinted coldly, and the vertically slitted pupils exuded a chilling malevolence. In the next instant, a dull thud echoed. The boy fell backward, his small body convulsing and twitching, eyes rolled back. White foam bubbling at his lips, he had fainted from fright. Zhu Juin, lying at the cave's entrance, couldn't he help but roll his eyes. With his scarlet tongue flicking in and out, Zhu Juin assessed the situation, confirming the boy was not gravely harmed before retreating deeper into the cave to consume a transformation fruit. Ding! Detected that the host has consumed a spirit fruit, absorbing vast amounts of spiritual energy. Serpent length increased by 0.007 meters. Detected that the spirit fruit has transformative properties. Does the host wish to transform immediately? Transform. Zhu Juin's nearly 20-meter-long, robust serpent body radiated a brilliant light. Moments later, the divine radiance receded, and the massive python vanished without a trace. In its place stood a boy of around 16 or 17, devoid of any clothing. He was tall and slender, with long black hair cascading like a waterfall. His handsome face was adorned with narrow, sharp eyes, reminiscent of celestial blades. After 2 decades in this realm, it was Zhu Juin's first transformation into human form. He instinctively lowered his head to examine himself. Feeling quite satisfied, touching his firm chest, Zhu Juin murmured, "Though I am a master, this is my first time. I should at least wear something." A myriad of ancient characters flashed through his mind. This was the 9 in Devouring Heaven technique, which indeed contained the art of transformation. The 9 in Devouring Heaven technique was all-encompassing, encompassing not only cultivation but also numerous secret arts. After a brief moment, Zhu Juin chanted incantations, and amidst the swirling spiritual energy, a set of white robes materialized, clad in the pure, unblemished white attire. Zhu Juin's demeanor elevated dramatically, transforming from a brazen exhibitionist into a refined young gentleman with the grace of a jade tree. Extending his right hand, he conjured a mirror. Zhu Juin examined himself from every angle, thinking, if handsomeness were a crime, I should be eternally imprisoned. Yet, even in human form, his pupils remained the inverted crimson of a serpent. Time passed unknowingly. The boy gradually awoke. The sun had set beyond the horizon. As if recalling something, he suddenly sat up, scanning his surroundings. Spotting his backpack a few meters away, he sighed in relief. "Child, what is your name?" A gentle voice flowed like a clear spring into his ears. The boy looked up abruptly, fixating on the white-clad youth sitting at the cave entrance, his expression filled with fear and wariness. "I am a fae, as in flying birds. How old are you?" "I'm 9. You seem very attached to your backpack. It contains the herbs I just picked. If I lose it, I cannot buy medicine for my mother." "What illness does your mother have?" "She suffered complications during my birth and has been ill ever since. This vast mountain is rife with beasts and dangers. Does your father allow you to enter alone?" "My father is dead." "How did he die?" 10 years ago, in winter. He went into the mountains to hunt and never returned. 10 years ago. Zhu Juin furrowed his brow slightly. "Child, where is your home?" "In Qingping Town." "How far is it from here?" 20 to 30 miles, just on the other side of Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou? Zhu Juyin squinted, his crimson vertical pupils narrowing. Child, would you be willing to take me as your master? Take you as my master? The boy stared at Zhu Juyin's blood-red, inverted serpent-like eyes, swallowing hard. What if I refuse? Zhu Juyin smiled benevolently. Then I shall swallow you whole. With a thud, the boy immediately knelt on both knees. I bow thrice and knock my head 9 times in reverence. Master, I, a Fei, pay my respects. I in his mind. The cold, mechanical voice of the system rang out. Ding. Host has successfully acquired a disciple. Name. Chan Mengfei. Talent. Innate sword embryo. Age. 9. Cultivation. Mortal body. The falling petal sword technique has been tailored specifically for Chan Mengfei. Please pay attention to its reception. Instantly, a torrent of complex information cascaded like the Milky Way from the void, flooding Zhu Juyin's mind. Master, it is getting late. If there's nothing else, I shall return home. After speaking, the boy cautiously approached his backpack. Wait. Zhu Juyin rummaged through his sleeve and tossed a transformation fruit to the boy. Master, what is this? The boy caught the fruit, his expression one of confusion. Zhu Juyin kindly replied, this fruit contains 2 of the world's deadliest poisons, smiling madness and 1 day's death powder. Eat it, and I shall allow you to return home. Tomorrow, I will teach you unparalleled divine skills. The boy's face turned pale with fear. Hurry, eat. Zhu Juyin commanded, if you do not consume the fruit, I shall consume you. The boy jolted and quickly took a bite. With a crunch, juice splattered everywhere. Is it good? The boy forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Very obedient. Go home now. Do not forget to come early tomorrow. He watched as the boy, laden with his backpack, hurried away, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. A smile involuntarily curved Zhu Juyin's lips. Today was truly delightful, alas. I forgot to have the lad pick some peaches for me. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a Fei ran along the stream, running and running until he stumbled and fell. Tasting the dirt, he recalled the terrifying visage of the serpent, its densely layered, menacing scales, and those sinister crimson vertical pupils. With a wail, a Fei cried out, Mother, I am going to die. Chapter 8. In a small town, the master is a serpent. The cave lies to the south of the mountain. To the north, nestled by the water's edge, is a small town. As night fell, the autumn wind swirled the fallen leaves on the earthen path. A boy, panting heavily, gazed longingly at the distant lights, feeling as if a weight had finally lifted from his heart. After incense burned for a while, the boy returned to the town. His first stop was Yang's apothecary, where he exchanged the herbs he had gathered for copper coins. He then used the coins to purchase a packet of tonics to nourish his qi and blood. His second stop led him to a dark alley, where he knocked on a household's gate. Who is it, at this late hour? Grandfather Liu. It's me, a Fei. Soon, with a creak, the gate opened to reveal a white-haired old man. The old man, dressed in coarse linen like a Fei, bore a face weathered by time. Resembling the bark of an ancient tree, his wrinkles filled with dirt. Looking at the boy, whose small face was flushed from exertion, the old man said kindly, a Fei, you're quite late today. The boy's expression dimmed. Did you save any for me? Ha ha, just teasing. I saved you a string. The old man revealed a handful of glistening candied hawthorns from behind his back. Thank you, Grandfather Liu. The boy offered a copper coin, then, elated, ran off with the candied treat. Watching the boy's small silhouette vanish into the night, the old man sighed, such a good child, but alas, he will soon be an orphan. As the moon rose above the willow tops in Qingping town, a Fei pushed open the courtyard gate. Seeing the lights in the main house, he beamed with joy. He placed his backpack, axe, and sickle in the east wing, and the herbs and candied hawthorn in the kitchen. After filling a basin with water, he washed his grimy hands and face, then dusted off his clothes before entering the main room. Mother, I'm back. In the main room, a woman in her 20s lay on a wooden bed. She was extremely thin, her form almost skeletal, with a head of dark hair resembling winter's withered grass. Yet her autumn-like eyes were gentle, filled with warmth that could soothe the heart. My son, why are you so late today? She asked with a soft smile. The forsythia in the deep mountains is abundant, with large and plump grains. I lost track of time. Mother, don't fall asleep. I will brew your medicine now. The boy gently embraced the woman before stepping out of the room. My son, there is rice in the pot. You should eat first. I know, Mother. In the kitchen, the boy first kindled the fire, then added water to the medicine pot. He fetched a small stool, climbed on it, and placed the pot over the flames. Before long, the water began to boil. He took the herbs, skillfully adding them in the correct order. Then he picked up a fan and gently fanned the flames, which blazed with renewed vigor. Soon, the boy was drenched in sweat, yet he remained focused. His large eyes unblinking. Brewing medicine is an exhausting task. A moment's inattention could ruin it. The boy recalled his earlier attempts at brewing medicine for his mother, where he had burned several pots. At that time, he had only been 4 years old, crying inconsolably. His mother had not been angry, instead soothing him gently. Later, he knelt before the apothecary's shopkeeper, bowing until his forehead bled, determined to learn the craft of brewing medicine. It was a skill that demanded great precision. Half an hour later, the medicine was finally ready. The boy carefully lifted the pot from the fire with a cloth, then picked up the string of candied hawthorns from the counter. The bright red fruits, coated in golden syrup, made his mouth water. For 4 or 5 years, the boy had bought a string of candied hawthorns every day, yet he had never tasted even one. For the medicine was always bitter. With a decisive chop of the knife, he sliced the entire string of candied hawthorns into pieces, then poured the fragments into the medicine pot. He picked up a wooden stick and licked it, murmuring, "So sweet. Mother, it's time to drink the medicine." Watching his mother gulp down the medicine from a large white bowl, he asked, "Mother, is it bitter?" The woman smiled. "Not at all. Not bitter in the slightest, in fact. It has a hint of sweetness and sourness, and why son's medicine is far better than what those apothecary masters brew." The boy beamed, grinning foolishly. That night, the boy could not sleep. His body felt as if it were ablaze, restless and unable to find peace. Was this the manifestation of the 2 deadly poisons? His organs felt as if they were laid upon a burning red iron plate, sizzling in the east wing. The boy curled his frail body tightly, biting down on the quilt, desperately holding back his cries. "I do not want to die. If I die, what will happen to my mother? Heavenly Father, I beseech you, have mercy and let me live a few more years, will you?" As the sun rose in the east, beneath Mount Buzhou, deep within the cave, Zhu Juyin, clad in white and barefoot, sat cross-legged before the fruit mountain. Surrounding him lay an array of discarded weapons: iron swords, long knives, kitchen knives, axes, hoes, and shovels, all rusted remnants from years past, left behind by the white-haired rat spirits that Zhu Juyin had vanquished. After a night of contemplating the falling petal sword technique, Zhu Juyin slowly opened his eyes, his crimson vertical pupils gleaming in the dim light like flames in the dark. Rising to his feet, Zhu Juyin extended his right hand, fingers spread wide. With a swish, an iron sword was drawn to him through the air. Holding the sword lightly, Zhu Juyin stood resolute, his eyes cold, his blood cold, his heart cold. Suddenly, the sword trembled slightly, ringing like a dragon's chant. Zhu Juyin remained as still as a maiden, yet swift as thunder. His elongated figure danced like a white serpent within the cave, the sword energy surging like roaring waves. With a clang, the sword swept through the ground and cave walls, carving deep scars into the earth. In an instant, the graceful figure, akin to a startled swan or a gliding dragon, came to an abrupt halt. Zhu Juyin flicked his finger, lightly tapping the blade. The sound reverberated softly. Exhaling, Zhu Juyin smiled slightly, murmuring one word: "Splendid." The falling blossom sword technique has been thoroughly mastered. Teaching a mere boy of 9, whose body is yet to sprout hair, is more than sufficient. Suddenly, Zhu Juin's expression grew serious. In human form, he extended his forked crimson tongue to collect and discern scents, thereby uncovering the identity of the intruder. With a resonant sound, he swept his long sleeve, and the iron sword shot forth with a whistling sound, embedding itself into the cave wall. After smoothing his attire, Zhu Juyin approached the cave entrance. Before long, a diminutive figure appeared before him. "Master," the boy said with a naive smile, calling out softly, "Yesterday, I ran away so quickly that smoke seemed to rise from my bottom. Why are you so cheerful today?" Zhu Juyin, with his hands clasped behind his back, squinted slightly. The boy, feeling shy, replied, "Master, the fruit you gave me yesterday was not poison. Last night, I was in terrible pain, thinking I might die. But it turned out I merely had a stomachache. After several visits to the outhouse, I woke up this morning feeling refreshed, as if I had boundless energy. Master, other children are born after 10 months. While I was born just a little over 9 months, I've always been weak and sickly. Therefore, it must be because of that fruit you gave me, right?" Zhu Juyin glanced sideways. "You little one, quite insightful indeed." The boy blushed with a smile. "Child, first go and pick some peaches for me." After a while, Zhu Juyin and the boy sat cross-legged, both enjoying fuzzy peaches. The peaches, which Zhu Juyin had yearned for over 20 years, were indeed juicy. After consuming about 10, Zhu Juyin finally wiped his hands clean and asked the boy, "What is your name?" "Master, my name is a fei, meaning flying bird. Foolish boy, share your dreams." The boy paused, then lowered his head in contemplation. Dreams? What are dreams? Chapter 9. Devilish Training, the Unreliable Snake Master. Since I can remember, my mother has been bedridden and my daily life is quite simple. When there are letters, I help Uncle Gua deliver them. One letter earns me a copper coin, and on good days, I can earn 20 or 30 coins. When there are no letters, I venture into the mountains to gather herbs. You have said that this great mountain is teeming with ferocious beasts and hidden dangers. I have encountered tigers and wild boars, and I have faced snakes more than once. I am very afraid, but I have no father. If I do not support this family, what will become of my mother? Master, I have many dreams and I hope that Li Shan can treat Sister Cui well. Sister Cui is my neighbor, renowned in the town for her tofu, and she is very kind, often helping me. Unfortunately, her husband, Li Shan, is a compulsive gambler with massive debts. Those who profit from gambling have smashed Sister Cui's tofu stall more than once and often speak to her in a disrespectful manner. As for Li Shan, he always loses at gambling. When he loses, he drinks, and when he gets drunk, he beats Sister Cui, leaving her battered and bruised. I hope Li Shan can turn his life around, awaken to his mistakes, and live a good life with Sister Cui. Pausing for a moment, the little one continued, "Master, I also hope De Huang can be as happy as before. De Huang is Mr. Cheese Dog. 2 years ago, she gave birth to a litter of 6 puppies, all adorably clumsy. Mr. Chi is the teacher at the town's academy. 2 springs ago, during a fine drizzling day, several children failed to complete their homework and were punished by Mr. Chi. Those children, harboring resentment, dared not confront Mr. Chi, so they took their anger out on De Huang, throwing stones and brutally killing her 6 puppies, turning them into a bloody mess. Since then, De Huang has been depressed and has never wagged her fluffy tail again." Sighing, the little one mimicked the adults, letting out a soft breath. "Master, I also wish that my mother's illness could be completely cured. That way, I could push her out of the house to see the mountains and waters outside the town. And then, there's the apothecary, Manager Yang, who studies new prescriptions every day, his brows never relaxing, and Uncle Gua, whose 3 sons have all joined the army and have been missing for years. Uncle often sits under the old locust tree at the town's entrance, sitting there all day long. Enough!" Zhu Juyin interjected. Clearing his ears, he gazed at the little one, who sat obediently. "I do not care about them. I only wish to know your dreams. In other words, what do you wish to do in the future?" The little one pondered for a long time, then looked up at Zhu Juyin and earnestly replied, "Master, I wish to learn to make Tonghulu from Grandpa Lu." Zhu Juyin gasped, clutching his chest, nearly spitting blood. "How painful, Master. Actually, besides learning to make Tonghulu, I also want to explore the outside world." The boy's big eyes sparkled with a yearning light. "Master, I want to see the vast East Sea that Mr. Chi speaks of. I want to behold the majestic glaciers of the northern lands that stretch for thousands of miles. I want to witness the bustling grandeur of Weidu, which accommodates millions of people." With a loud clap, Zhu Juyin smacked his thigh. "The world is so vast, and you wish to see it. Excellent, I support you. However, when venturing out, dangers are inevitable, so it is essential to learn a few skills for self-defense. Don't you think?" Zhu Juyin had long sensed that the little one had no intention of learning martial arts, and indeed, the little one had to care for his bedridden mother, leaving him neither the time nor the inclination. Hence, Zhu Juyin sought to guide him gently. After a moment of hesitation, the little one finally said, "Master, you are right. Very good, especially good. Since you have agreed, I shall now impart to you the unparalleled divine skill." The path of cultivation and martial arts is fraught with challenges. Starting today, you must be diligent and persevering, never slack off or be satisfied with superficial knowledge. The little one nodded earnestly. A Fei will not let master down. Excellent, very good, Zhu Juyin laughed heartily. The little one suddenly felt something was amiss. Hadn't he come to express gratitude for the fruit and inform master of his home situation, only to firmly and sharply refuse the so-called unparalleled divine skill? After all, no sane person would follow a snake of unknown origins, or more precisely, a serpent spirit, to learn some nonsensical divine skill. The little one wanted to refuse, yet seeing Zhu Juyin laughing so heartily, his heart softened. Why does master appear so unreliable? The little one murmured to himself, as the sun hung high in the sky. This was the last stretch of warmth before winter, amidst the towering peaks. The little one, clad in grass sandals, hurriedly dashed towards the town. To build a towering structure, one must first lay a solid foundation. For those who practice martial arts, a strong foundation is of utmost importance. Zhu Juyin instructed the little one to swiftly travel back and forth between the town and Buzhou Mountain, claiming it was to build a strong physique for him. After running for half an hour, the little one suddenly collapsed, retching sour liquid onto the ground. "Mother, has my child been deceived?" After 2 full hours of back and forth, the little one finally returned before the cave. At this moment, by the cave entrance, Zhu Juyin stood tall in his snow-white garments, gripping a rusted iron sword in his right hand. "Master, where did you get that sword?" the little one asked curiously. "Do not concern yourself with that." Zhu Juyin replied softly, "Child, do you harbor the notion that I resemble those deceitful swindlers of the martial world?" The little one's head shook vigorously as if it were a rattled drum. "No, not at all. Those who lie habitually will descend to the hell of tongue extraction after death. I have never seen a swindler as beautiful as you, master, like a crowned jade." Continued, "I have never encountered a swindler as graceful and handsome as you, master, with a charming demeanor, fresh and elegant, gentle and refined." Zhu Juyin smiled slightly. "What an honest child you are. Now, watch closely. I seldom draw my sword." Under the little one's eager gaze, Zhu Juyin slowly crossed his arms before his chest. Then, with a swift motion, he drew the sword. The surroundings fell silent. Let the sword energy linger for a moment. The instant Zhu Juyin's words fell, the entire realm erupted with a thunderous roar, eyeing the little one's astonished gaze. Dozens of distant mountains seemed to explode like a series of firecrackers, sending boulders flying and dust swirling. The surging sword energy rolled back as if waves were crashing against the shore. The little one, clad in coarse clothing, and Zhu Juyin in his white robes, were both caught in the tumultuous wind, as if they might be shredded by the sword's gale, staring at the area reduced to rubble. The little one stood as still as a statue, his eyes wide open as if they might pop out of their sockets at any moment. "How was that sword, master?" Zhu Juyin chuckled lightly. The iron sword in his hand silently disintegrating into powder. "Master." The little one's gaze seemed to want to cling to Zhu Juyin. "Master, I want to learn." The little one spoke each word with utmost seriousness. His pair of pure, obsidian eyes seemed to ignite with a blazing fire. This day, to be precise, this very sword, marked a watershed moment in the little one's life. Once, he was but a bustling little frog. Yet, henceforth, he was destined to become a bird soaring high in the heavens. For this little frog had glimpsed the vastness of the universe. The impact of this sword was indelible for the little one. Chapter 10. Descent from the mountain. At the foot of Mount Buzhou lay Qingping town, within the narrow alley of Wui. The night was thick and heavy, with lights flickering like stars. Inside a modest dwelling, the little one was engrossed, holding a small brush, diligently writing and painting on rice paper. Meanwhile, a woman was threading a needle to sew the soles of shoes. "Son, What characters did you learn from Mr. Chi today? She asked gently, her voice as soothing as a babbling brook. Mother, I haven't been practicing my writing. I haven't attended school for a while, the little one replied without lifting his gaze. Then what are you writing? The woman inquired curiously. The little one set down his brush, approached the bedside, and handed the rice paper to her. Upon receiving it, the woman was taken aback to see a sword depicted boldly, complete with a scabbard and even a name, Dianxue, son. If you're not practicing your writing, why draw a sword? And why have you not attended school these days, yet come home so late? The woman questioned. Puzzled. After a long silence, the little one finally said, Mother, I have made up my mind. I wish to train in swordsmanship under my master. Train in swordsmanship? Your master? The woman furrowed her delicate brows. Who is your master? The master is called Nanju, residing at the foot of Mount Buzhou, the little one replied earnestly. The next day, the true form of Zhu Juyin lay languidly at the cave entrance, basking in the sun. Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps grew closer. Soon, the frail figure of the little one appeared before Zhu Juyin. A piercing scream echoed through the air. The little one, upon seeing Zhu Juyin in his true form for the second time, felt an overwhelming fear. He fell to the ground, his large eyes wide open like copper bells, filled with panic and dread, as if he might weep at any moment. The densely packed scarlet scales shimmered with a cold, metallic sheen under the sunlight. The massive, muscular body of the python, nearly 20 meters long, bore a profound sense of oppression upon the little one's very soul, and those blood-red, serpent-like eyes exuded an eerie malevolence. The little one swallowed hard, forcing down his fear. You've improved by 4 or 5 minutes compared to yesterday, Zhu Juyin praised. The little one stared, his eyes glued to the python's body, unable to look away. Do you like it? Come, touch it, Zhu Juyin beckoned. Can I really, master? Of course, Zhu Juyin replied. The little one joyfully rushed over, extending his small, rough hands to gently stroke the delicate, crimson scales. Master, you are so large and long. Do you eat a lot every day? Master, what do you usually eat? Master, do you eat and then excrete like humans? Master, as a python, do you dream when you sleep? Master, do you drool and grind your teeth like Ah Fei when you sleep? Master, do you fart? Zhu Juyin remained silent. From the cave to the town's entrance, the little one ran back and forth all day, as the sun dipped below the horizon. Utterly exhausted, he sprawled on the dry, yellow grass, gasping for breath. Master, here, master, when will you teach Ah Fei sword techniques? The foundation of a martial artist is of utmost importance. You were a premature birth, frail and sickly since childhood, Zhu Juyin patiently explained. That spiritual fruit merely compensates for your deficiencies. Once you have developed a healthy body, I shall teach you swordsmanship. How long will that take, master? The little one asked softly. After pondering for a moment, Zhu Juyin replied, 2.5 years. 2.5 years. The little one suddenly sat up. Master, my mother wishes to see you. See me? Zhu Juyin was momentarily taken aback, then fell silent for quite some time before uttering 2 words. Not seeing. Oh, very well. The little one's shoulders slumped, feeling quite dejected. Darkness enveloped the sky. After the little one departed, Zhu Juyin drifted back into the depths of the cave. In a corner of the cave lay a pile of white, bleached bones, remnants of a youth who had perished at Zhu Juin's hands a decade ago. Beside the skeleton lay the youth's rusted axe, a bullhorn bow, and a quiver, all covered in dust. Fate plays tricks on the serpent. Zhu Juyin sighed softly. On the first day, master. Here, my mother wishes to see you. Not seeing. On the second day, master. Not seeing. On the third day, master. To be quiet. On the fourth day, master. If you keep nagging, be careful that I will expel you from the sect. Night fell, and darkness reigned. The sky unleashed its torrents. This was the final rain of autumn that year. With a splash, the little one dashed out of Wui Alley, his straw sandals splashing against the stone slabs, sending droplets flying. An hour later, outside the cave, the little one's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground with a thud. He immediately began to bow his head repeatedly. Amid the sound of clattering, sparks ignited within the pitch-black cave. Soon, An enormous python head appeared before the little one. Master, my mother is unwell. I wish to seek a spiritual fruit, the little one croaked, his voice hoarse. Zhu Juyin, towering above, looked down at his 9-year-old disciple. Rainwater had drenched the little one, turning him into a drenched rat. The cold seeped into his frail body, making him tremble violently. He had no idea how many times he had fallen on his way. A bruise marred his forehead, mingling rainwater with blood. His coarse clothing and straw sandals were caked in mud, and his pale face resembled that of a corpse. Disciple, you know well in your heart that your mother has been struggling for many years. Zhu Juyin stated. Master, I know, the little one replied, wiping his eyes, unsure whether he was wiping away rain or tears. Master, I have always been afraid of the night, not from fear of darkness, but because every night I can hear the muffled groans of my mother's unbearable pain from the main house. I have tried covering my head with a blanket and blocking my ears with my fingers, but I can still hear it. Master, my mother is the most resilient and strong person I have ever known. Therefore, I cannot fathom what kind of suffering she endures. Master, is it because I have seen too little of the world? Am I ignorant? Is my mother's strength not genuine? The little one wept profusely. The crimson python opened its mouth but did not know how to respond. Child, should your mother pass away to end her suffering? Or should she live, enduring inhumane torment? The choice lies with you. As for the spiritual fruit, I have plenty here. The next day, the rain ceased. The temperature dropped sharply. Zhu Juyin had been waiting at the cave entrance since dawn. It was not until noon that he heard the familiar sound of footsteps approaching. Soon, the little one's rosy face came into view. Zhu Juyin chuckled softly. Has your mother awakened? Yes. The little one nodded vigorously, grinning from ear to ear. Thank you, Master. By the way, Master, my mother asked me to bring this to you. The little one presented a tightly wrapped handkerchief before Zhu Juin's python head. Today, you need not climb the mountain. Go back and take care of your mother. Understood, Master. Once the little one joyfully ran away, Zhu Juin closed his crimson serpent eyes. With a thought, his massive python form began to shimmer with brilliant light. Moments later, the brilliance faded. Zhu Juyin transformed into human form, picking up the handkerchief and untying the corners. Inside, he discovered a jade hairpin, vibrant and exquisite, alongside a neatly pinned letter, I in the letter. The little one's mother made no mention of herself, nor of the little one, nor of Zhu Juyin. She merely detailed the coming-of-age ceremony of the Wei Kingdom, a significant rite of passage. In the Wei Kingdom, before reaching adulthood, young men would bind their hair without wearing a hat. At the age of 20, during the coming-of-age ceremony, a father or a respected elder would personally style their hair and place a new hat upon them. This was an important moment for any man. The gentry of the Wei Kingdom would typically wear hats for their ceremony, while commoners, unable to afford new hats, often used wooden pins or inferior jade pins as substitutes. The jade pin in Zhu Juin's hand was smooth, delicate, and lushly green, far surpassing those coarse imitations. Is this a trust for the future? Zhu Juin softly murmured, This is not merely a hairpin. It is a weighty responsibility. Grasping the jade hairpin firmly, Zhu Juin continued, Tomorrow, I shall descend the mountain. Chapter 11. There is little goodness in the world, save for the enjoyment of wine. In the early morning, before the sun had risen, the small town lay enveloped in a thin mist. Lu Chuer awoke early, standing before a copper mirror, applying powder to her bruised face. The previous day, the young woman had endured another violent episode at the hands of her husband, Zhong Lishan, who had seized all the money intended for purchasing soybeans to indulge himself at the gambling den. Today, the tofu stall would surely suffer. Suddenly, a series of knocks reverberated from outside. Fei, wait a moment, Lu Chuer called out, turning her head. The gentle rapping at the courtyard gate could only belong to the neighbor's little one, who was careful not to strike too hard lest he disturb others. Hastily applying a layer of powder to conceal her bruises, Lu Chuer stepped out of the main house and opened the courtyard door. Outside stood the little one, beaming with a radiant smile. Sister Chuer, could you please come to my house? Of course, Fei. What brings you such joy today? Lu Chuer inquired with curiosity. Sister Chuer, my master is coming to my home. After a short while, within the neighbor's main house, Lu Chuyer gazed at the little one diligently sweeping the courtyard and turned to the woman resting on the bed. Sister Linger, who is a Fei's master. The woman replied softly, I am not certain. I only heard a Fei mention that his master is named Nanju, living in seclusion beneath Mount Chuyer, as a Fei's master visits for the first time. We must not neglect our manners, she said, removing a jade bracelet from her right wrist. Chuyer, take this bracelet to the pawn shop and sell it. On your return, please buy some fresh fruits and vegetables, along with fish and meat. And do not forget to get a large rooster. I shall trouble you with today's meal. Chuyer was taken aback. Sister Linger, this jade bracelet was a token of love from Brother Chun. It is the only memento he left you. Is it truly worth it? The woman spoke gently. Chuyer, he is not merely a guest. He is my son's master. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the little one, having tidied the house inside and out, boiled a pot of hot water, moved the bathing tub to the east wing, and began to bathe. Meanwhile, Lu Chuyer returned from her shopping, hanging up the little one's new garments with care. She lit a stick of incense and placed the incense burner beneath the fresh attire. These tasks should have been performed by me as your mother, the woman expressed with regret. Sister Linger, our bond of over a decade renders such sentiments unnecessary, Lu Chuyer replied, neatly folding cotton socks and tucking them into the new cloth shoes. The sun shone fiercely overhead. Mother, Sister Chuyer, I am going to fetch my master. The little one, dressed and ready, called out before dashing out of the courtyard. Sister Linger, I shall go and prepare the chicken and fish. Why apologies for the trouble. On the ancient path, a tall youth clad in white, resembling snow, approached. His thick black hair danced freely in the wind, which seemed envious of his handsome appearance. This was Zhu Juin's first descent from the mountain after 20 years in this realm. Every blade of grass and stone was a novelty to him. In the distance, he spotted a small dark figure racing towards him. A smile crept upon Zhu Juin's lips. Master, master. The little one quickly reached Zhu Juin, his face alight with joy. Master, why did you not wait for me to come and greet you? Zhu Juin ruffled the little one's hair, saying, your master is not so inept as to forget the way down the mountain. By the way, why does my disciple appear so dapper today? You are nearly outshining your master. The little one blushed with embarrassment. Let us go. We must not keep your mother waiting. After a brief while, Zhu Juin and the little one entered the small town. The closely aligned green-tiled houses of blue bricks flanked the cobblestone streets, extending to the horizon. The sense of food mingled with lively shouts, and the fervent sounds of bargaining filled the air, creating a bustling atmosphere. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as a woman delivered a resounding slap to her unruly child at a sugar figurine stall. The 6 or 7-year-old boy immediately fell to the ground, rolling and throwing a tantrum, crying, I want sugar figurines. I want them. A broad-shouldered man with a mole between his brows brushed past Zhu Juin, taking a large bite of a meat bun, grimacing as he scalded his mouth and quickly exhaling steam. Zhu Juin caught a whiff and remarked softly, pork and scallion filling. Several paces away, beneath a century-old locust tree at the town's entrance, a group of children gathered around a man clad in a blue robe. Beside him lay a large yellow dog, napping. The man spoke eloquently, captivating the children with his tales. Suddenly, sensing something, he looked up and met Zhu Juin's gaze. Though his features were slightly less striking than Zhu Juin's, his deep, calm eyes held a certain allure. Mr. Qi, the little one suddenly called out, waving his arms at the man in blue. The man nodded in acknowledgement and continued his animated storytelling. Zhu Juin silently conjured a white cloth strip and wrapped it around his crimson snake-like pupils. Master, I will hold your hand, and no need. I can see perfectly well. Feeling the fine hairs standing erect on his exposed skin, Zhu Juin inquired, Disciple, what is the name of that Mr. Qi? His surname is Qi, and his given name is Qingji. Qi Qingji? Zhu Juin furrowed his brow. The name bore a beautiful meaning. By the way, disciple, did you not mention that some children in the town had brutally killed Mr. Qi's yellow dog's puppies? What became of those children? The little one replied, that summer, they went swimming in the river and all drowned. Disciple. What is it, master? Listen to your master. Keep your distance from this Qi Qingji in the future. Understood. As sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a golden hue upon the ground. The little one guided Zhu Juyin down a narrow alley. In the distance, at the end of the alley, stood a young girl clad in a green skirt. Appearing to be around 20 years of age. As they approached, the little one introduced, "Master, this is my sister Chuyer. She lives next door. Sister Chuyer, this is my master, Nan Zhu." The young girl performed a deep bow. "I am Lu Chuyer. It is a pleasure to meet Mr. Nan Zhu." Zhu Juyin returned the gesture, saying, "I have often heard a Fei speak of Miss Chuyer. Over the years, you have shown great kindness to my disciple." Nan Zhu expresses his heartfelt gratitude. Such mutual assistance among neighbors is but a common courtesy. "Your words are too gracious, sir." Zhu Juyin was aware of the little one's mother's condition, confined to bed. The fact that this young woman welcomed him as the mistress of the house spoke volumes of the deep emotional ties involved. "A Fei, the food is ready in the kitchen. You may serve yourself in the east wing." "All right, Sister Chuyer, sir, please proceed to the main room." The modest earthen courtyard was meticulously cleaned, with a pear tree planted in the southeast corner, and not a single leaf lay scattered upon the ground. Each window bore beautifully crafted paper cutouts, revealing the mistress's skillful hands. Under Lu Chuyer's guidance, Zhu Juyin entered the main room. At a glance, he saw a woman seated on a wooden bed. He had never encountered such a gaunt figure. Her eye sockets were deeply sunken, her sparse hair resembling withered grass in the cold wind, her skin tightly clinging to her sharp bones, resembling the ghastly specters found in novels. Yet her autumn-like eyes radiated warmth and brightness. Zhu Juyin found it hard to believe that a woman nearing 30 could possess eyes so pure, devoid of any impurity, as clear as his disciples. "Sir has arrived. I am Nan Jinping. Due to illness, I am unable to greet you from afar. Please do not take offense." This was the softest voice Zhu Juyin had ever heard in his past life and current existence, akin to the sound of spring returning to the earth, ice melting and tender grass breaking through the soil. The square table was laden with exquisite dishes, chicken, meat, fish, and a pot of wine. "Sir, please excuse the humble fare." "Not at all. It is rather sumptuous." Zhu Juyin refrained from presenting himself as a so-called recluse of the world, for he understood well that the lavish feast before him could easily serve as sustenance for a mother and child for half a year, or even an entire year, if it were to be exchanged for corn. He picked up his chopsticks and surveyed the sumptuous braised fish and white-cut chicken. Zhu Juyin placed a chicken leg and a generous piece of fish belly into the large white bowl and handed it to Lu Chuyer. The young girl glanced at the woman, who smiled and gently nodded her head. Only then did Lu Chuyer accept the white porcelain bowl and exit the main room, heading toward the east wing. The interior was enveloped in tranquility. Zhu Juyin filled his wine cup to the brim and drank deeply, the crisp liquor gliding down his throat, igniting a fire within his belly. What fine wine! Zhu Juyin savored a piece of braised pork, relishing each bite in the bedroom. As she watched Zhu Juyin consume large quantities of food and drink, the woman exhaled a sigh of relief, a faint smile gracing her lips. This was no mere symbolic meal. Chapter 12. Those years, those people, those events. As dusk approached, Zhu Juyin set down his chopsticks and turned his gaze toward the woman on the bed. The light filtered through the window, illuminating her serene and tranquil figure. "Sir, I have but a few days left to live," she said, her eyes downcast, her frail hand holding a needle and thread along with an unfinished tiger head hat. "A Fei, I entrust him to you." Zhu Juyin exhaled softly. "Very well." With that, he rose and made his way outside. "Sir, this shall be our last meeting." Zhu Juin's tall frame stiffened slightly as he opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Creaking, Zhu Juyin pushed open the door to the east wing, where he found the little one sitting upright on a small stool, cradling a bowl of corn rice. At that moment, he was nibbling on a chicken leg bone. "Master." Upon seeing Zhu Juyin, the little one hurriedly buried the chicken bone into the corn rice, his cheeks flushed. "My disciple, from this day forth, you shall remain in the small town and keep your mother company. When spring arrives next year, you may seek me out at the foot of Mount Buzhou." Zhu Juyin smiled. "Master, the small town isn't far from Mount Buzhou." The little one set down his bowl and stood up abruptly to "My disciple, you must know that snakes require winter slumber." "Oh, I see." The little one scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Then I wish you sweet dreams. Master, may your words bring good fortune. Master, let me escort you to the town's entrance, and no need. Hurry and finish your meal before it gets cold. As he passed the kitchen, Zhu Juyin noticed Lu Chui'er washing the dishes and chose not to disturb her. Exiting the narrow alley, he walked barefoot upon the blue stone slabs toward the town's entrance, his hands clasped behind his back. On the street, an elderly man with white hair led a slow-moving old ox. A vegetable vendor ambled homeward, his empty bamboo basket on his shoulder, humming a tune. The woman hurried by with a basket of vegetables, while children grouped together, carrying their school bags. Taking a gentle sniff, the air was filled with the aroma of food. Lifting his eyes, the town was alive with the scent of smoke and fire. Before long, Zhu Juyin arrived at the entrance of the small town. Beneath the old locust tree, there was no sign of the gentleman in the green robe. Sir, wait. Just as Zhu Juyin was about to step beyond the town, a voice floated toward him from behind. Turning, he saw Lu Chui'er hurriedly approaching. Sir, may I take up a bit of your time? Zhu Juyin nodded gently and gestured toward the old locust tree. Miss Chui'er, please. Zhu Juyin had never seen such a robust locust tree. At least 3 adults would be required to embrace its trunk. Its bare branches stretched out like claws in every direction point. One could imagine that during the sweltering summer months to come, it would provide a delightful shade under which to seek refuge. Under the old locust tree, there were stone stools and tree stumps. Lu Chui'er sat on a stone stool while Zhu Juyin settled on a tree stump. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chui'er inquired, Sir, how much do you know about a fae? Zhu Juin's crimson eyes narrowed slightly beneath his blindfold, as he relished the last remnants of the sunset's warmth. Miss Chui'er, please speak candidly. Sir, do you know how Sister Ling's legs were broken? Before Zhu Juyin could respond, Lu Chui'er continued. She severed them herself with a saw. Zhu Juin's body trembled slightly at that moment. In Lu Chui'er's sparkling almond eyes, dark clouds gathered at that time. A fae was only 2 years old. As she recounted the tale, the storm clouds in the young girl's eyes began to dissipate. Memories poured forth like a torrential downpour. A fae's father, known as Chen Yanshi, had ventured deep into the mountains to hunt during the winter when he and Sister Ling became married. He never returned. Sir, can you imagine? Sister Ling, with her burgeoning belly, scavenged for scraps of vegetable leaves at the market every day to provide nutrition for her unborn child. She dared eat only half a bowl of corn rice each day and had to venture out to gather firewood, one small bundle at a time. That winter was particularly long and harsh. A fae was born on a night ravaged by a fierce snowstorm. In that frigid, wind-swept room, Sister Ling delivered herself, cutting the umbilical cord and boiling water to wash a fae clean of blood. A fae was a premature baby, and that night, he did not cry. Sister Ling believed her child would not survive the bitter winter. As she reached this point, Lu Chui'er took a deep breath. Due to complications during childbirth, Sister Ling suffered severe blood loss. By the time a fae was 1 year old, Sister Ling's feet began to rot, and the affliction spread upwards, threatening her life in their impoverished household. A mother and her orphan child struggled to find enough to eat, let alone afford medical care. When a fae was 2, on a night of tempestuous wind and rain, Sister Ling entrusted her child to me. That night, she alone boiled a pot of hot water, biting down on a wooden stick, and took a saw to sever her legs, which had rotted to the point of being nearly bone. That night lingers in my memory, an eternity. The following day, having not slept a wink, I pushed open the door. Sir, that scene is one I shall never forget. The wooden bed was soaked in blood, and on the floor lay 2 mangled, bloodied legs. The bedding seemed to have been drenched in blood. The wooden stick lay broken in 2, covered in teeth marks. Sister Ling's blood-stained face was the most beautiful I had ever seen, far surpassing any fairy depicted in paintings by thousands or even tens of thousands of times. Sir, perhaps it is due to my limited experience, but both in the past and present, Sister Ling is the person I admire most. No one can compare to her. Tio saw off her own legs. Even as a man of cold disposition, Zhu Juyin felt his palms grow damp with emotion. Sir, a fae is a good child. Since he could understand, he has shouldered the responsibility of the family. At 3 or 4 years old, he stood on a small stool learning to cook and prepare medicine for Sister Ling. While other children sat in bright and clean classrooms learning to read and write, a Fei was confined to the cramped kitchen, day after day fanning the flames. While others climbed trees to catch birds and splashed about in rivers, a Fei ventured alone into the depths of the mountains to gather herbs. While other children received new clothes several times a year, a Fei wore rough homespun garments and tattered straw sandals. The neighbors, unable to bear witness to the mother and child suffering, would occasionally lend a hand. However, if Zhang San's family provided 3 steamed buns today, a Fei would return 4 tomorrow. If Li Si's family gifted 2 pounds of meat, a Fei would repay 3 pounds the next day. At this point, Lu Chuier looked at Zhu Juyin. Sir, in truth, the owner of the Yang family's pharmacy sought out Sister Ling back then. After examining her, he informed her that to survive, she would have to sacrifice her legs. The owner of the Yang pharmacy was willing to perform the amputation, and as for the costs, whether 3 years or 10, she could repay it little by little until settled. He assured her that he would administer anesthesia during the procedure, and as long as the dosage was sufficient, she would fall into a deep slumber and feel no pain during the amputation. Zhu Juyin furrowed his brow. Why did she refuse? Lu Chuier smiled bitterly. The owner of the Yang pharmacy is a good man. But Sister Ling knew that without her legs, she would be a disabled person, and it would be impossible to repay the medical expenses. This burden, which would crush most families in the small town, would rest heavily on a Fei's shoulders. Their family was poor. Thus, they owed no debts of gratitude. Sister Ling's only wish was for a Fei to live a healthy and safe life. For all these years, Sister Ling and a Fei have never owed anyone in the town anything. Sir, Lu Chuier said earnestly, the reason I share all this with you is that I know Sister Ling does not have long to live. A Fei is truly a wonderful child. If you are unable to assist, please let me know directly. I will carry forth Sister Ling's wishes and raise a Fei to adulthood. Zhu Juyin sat up straight, his voice calm yet resolute. Miss Chuier, rest assured. Once a master, always a father. I will educate a Fei as a father would and protect him for life. Sir, thank you. Tears glisten in Lu Chuier's eyes, yet a smile graces her lips. If a Fei were to know that so many people care for him, think of him, he would surely awaken from his dreams with laughter. Mother, Master, and Sister Chuier, a total of 3. Is that many? For a little one, it is indeed an overwhelming number. Chapter 13. Divine Spirits Above. Please bless Mother. The leaden clouds hung heavy, casting a bleak atmosphere across the heavens and earth. A thin layer of fine salt covered the ground. The cave's entrance. The crimson python yawned widely, expelling a great plume of mist. Winter has arrived, bringing with it the season of hibernation as expected. Zhu Juyin felt a stirring within his mind, and the system panel immediately appeared before his eyes. Host. Zhu Juyin lifespan. Eternal, immortal, and indestructible, true form. Candle Dragon, juvenile snake stage, cultivation level, 21.7 meters juvenile snake, advancing to ferocious flood dragon stage after reaching 1,000 meters, master disciple return system. Active disciple S name. Chun Mingfei innate talent, innate sword body age, 9 years cultivation level. Mortal flesh days of freedom, 19 days and 6 hours, 234 hours. Muscles infused with immense power propelled the robust serpentine body deeper into the cave. The scales, akin to divine gold, scraped against the rough ground, sparking fiery embers. Zhu Juyin swam towards the foot of the fruit mountain. Suddenly, his python body blazed like a roaring flame, positioning itself before the mountain. Disciple, when spring arrives and the grass grows lush, we shall meet again, in a gentle voice. The colossal python head descended to the ground. The golden, candle-like, crimson vertical pupils slowly closed. Gradually, the sound of breathing became imperceptible. As frost tightened its grip, the garments became unyielding, fingers unable to bend. Just before dawn, the little one donned a cotton coat and trousers, layered a hemp garment over, and stepped out of the courtyard. After performing a series of warm-up exercises in the alley, the little one began to run along the cobblestone streets, circling the outskirts of the town. The edge of the sword is honed through relentless sharpening. The fragrance of plum blossoms arises from bitter cold. To become a true swordsman, capable of slaying a man with every 10 steps and leaving no trace over 1,000 miles, is not achieved in a day. Only through perseverance can one wear away stone with water. S for humble beginnings. That has never posed a problem. Life is akin to a wall. Even the smallest of beings can cast a mighty shadow. These truths are the lessons imparted by the Master, which the little one cherishes in his heart. Though the absence of the Master's supervision might suggest leniency, the little one has not faltered during these days. In a single day, he can circle the town dozens of times. An hour later, the town resembled a slumbering maiden, rubbing her drowsy eyes awake from a spring dream. With cheeks and ears flushed from the cold, the little one ran towards a grove in the northwest of the town. The forest, nestled by the mountains and waters, is referred to as the Divinewood Grove by the town's ancestors. Ancient legends say that the divine spirits, who govern heaven and earth, once resided here. In the middle of the grove, by the banks of the Taiping River, stood a fenced courtyard. The owner of this courtyard is Mr. Qi Qingji, the town's esteemed scholar. Gazing at the curling smoke rising from the chimney of the tiled house, the little one intended to approach but suddenly recalled the Master's admonition. Mr. Qi has no reason to harm me. Listening to the Master's words is undoubtedly wise. The little one ventured into the Divinewood Grove. Every ancient tree within the grove stood stoutly. Even the thinnest resembled the century-old locust tree at the town's entrance. The thickest would require 7 or 8 grown men to encircle. Each divine tree bore a trunk marked with a vividly carved visage. Some were the faces of venerable old men, others youthful and vibrant, children, and even women. Some townsfolk say these faces were sculpted by human hands, while others claim they naturally grew upon the divine trees. After all, the Divinewood Grove was once a temporary haven for the divine spirits among mortals. Each tree here is imbued with the essence of the gods. At this moment, the little one stood before a divine tree, hands clasped together, eyes gently closed, in a posture of reverence. Softly, he murmured, "O mighty and illustrious deity, please bless my mother with safety." The first tree, the second, the third, the fourth, one after another. Each time he visited the Divinewood Grove, the little one would earnestly bow before all the divine trees. There are a total of 179 divine trees, bearing the visages of 179 deities. Fearing he might overlook one and thus incur the displeasure of that deity, he would not receive their blessings for his mother. An hour later, the little one joyfully exited the Divinewood Grove, only to be met by the sight of Mr. Qi, clad in blue, staring blankly at the riverside. "A fay. Come in." A deep voice resonated from within the courtyard. With a creak, the little one slowly pushed open the courtyard door and stepped inside in the main room. A man dressed in sheepskin, with a scruffy beard, around the age of Diyin, gathered a dozen letters and placed them into a satchel. After handing the satchel to the little one, he unfastened his money pouch from his waist, saying, "Ah Fei, there are a total of 19 letters, along with 19 copper coins. Be sure to keep them safe. Do not lose them." The little one extended his hands, accepting the 19 copper coins, carefully tucking each one into his waist pouch. "Uncle Gua, fret not. As long as I am here, the letters shall be." The man rolled his eyes, saying, "I mean the copper coins. If anything were to happen to you, your mother would surely flay me alive. Boy, aren't you always wearing a smile? Today, my face is longer than that of my family's donkey." The little one sighed heavily. "Uncle Gua, my mother has been incessantly coughing these past few days. Despite taking several doses of medicine, there seems to be no improvement. I have been daily beseeching the deities in Shanshu Forest. Yet alas, it yields no results." The man withdrew a brass smoking pipe from his waist, lit it, and took a couple of puffs, exhaling a cloud of acrid smoke. "Young one, the reason it is ineffective is due to your insincerity." The little one blinked his large eyes. "Uncle Gua, I believe I am quite sincere, very sincere indeed." "Sincere my foot," the man snorted, releasing 2 smoke columns from his nostrils. "As the old saying goes, above your head 3 feet have deities. Whatever humans say or do is observed clearly by the celestial beings above. Go be frank with you, young one. I possess an ancient method for invoking the gods, and it is remarkably effective." The little one's eyes widened like copper bells. "Please, uncle, teach me." In any place where there are people, there exists a spectrum of wealth and poverty. Such is the case in the small town, the smoky alley where Uncle Gua resides. alongside the dilapidated alley where the little one lives, epitomizes the town's destitution. The yellow dirt roads become a quagmire in the rain, with crumbling earthen walls teetering on the brink of collapse. Dust swirls in the wind, obscuring vision in the yellow courtyard, alongside crumbling, decrepit tile-roofed houses. Conversely, the alleys in the northeastern part of town symbolize prosperity. Here lie grand residences with blue bricks and green tiles, interwoven with dazzling cobblestone paths, immaculate to the point of being blinding. Were it not for delivering messages, the little one could spend a lifetime in the small town without ever stepping foot in this affluent area. At this moment, the little one stood before the grand entrance of a mansion on Wulong Alley. A gilded plaque hung prominently above, inscribed with the words Zhao Mansion. Two imposing stone lions flanked the entrance. The little one approached and gently knocked on the door. After a moment, the crimson door creaked open, revealing a young man with an impassive expression, gazing down at the little one. His demeanor was cold, and his voice devoid of any emotion as he inquired, "What is it?" "I have a letter for the Zhao Mansion." The little one extended his hands, offering the envelope. The young man reached out from behind the door, his rough, calloused hand grasping the corner of the envelope. With a clang, the door slammed shut. The little one lowered his gaze, observing his own hands, which were not much better than the young man's. He examined them closely for a while, ultimately concluding that his hands were quite clean. The heavy, leaden clouds loomed low in the sky, and the north wind violently shook the branches of the pear tree in the courtyard. Inside the small house, a woman struggled to sit up on the wooden bed, reaching for the brass mirror on the windowsill. She gazed into the mirror at her withered, unattractive visage. The woman softly murmured, "Fortunately, I have not stepped outside in all these years. I have not frightened any children." The younger generation of the small town knew well that deep within Wui Alley resided a widow with her orphan child. It was said that the woman's entire body was rotting, infested with maggots. Only the elder generation knew that, in her youth, suitors nearly trampled her family's doorstep in their eagerness. The esteemed Mr. Qi, who presided over the town's only school, situated by the Taiping River in front of Shanshu Forest, once remarked that the woman bore the weight of 300 years of spiritual essence from Qingping town upon her shoulders. With bony, shriveled hands, she took a wooden comb from the windowsill, gently running it through her sparse, brittle hair. Once her hair was somewhat arranged, she began to apply some powder and rouge. After a moment, the little one returned, arms laden with goods. "Mother, what have you bought?" the woman asked with a tender smile. "Mother, you look truly beautiful today," the little one exclaimed, his eyes wide with admiration. The woman teased, "Am I only beautiful today? I was more beautiful yesterday, and I shall be even more beautiful tomorrow. Each day, I grow increasingly lovely." Her eyes curved into crescent moons. "My son, your sweet words will surely endear you to many young ladies in the future." The little one immediately blushed. "Mother, today I earned 19 copper coins from Uncle Gua. I bought a door god, couplets, and lanterns, but I didn't purchase window flowers. The window flowers at the market cannot compare to those you make." He showcased his purchases as he spoke. "Son, what is it, mother?" "I crave sugar-coated hawthorn." "Wait here, I'll go buy some for you. 2 skewers, we shall each have one." "Understood, mother." Half an hour later, the little one returned. "Mother, Grandpa Lu is bedridden. We won't be able to enjoy sugar-coated hawthorn until next year. However, I bought some cane sugar." The little one opened the oiled paper, revealing several square, golden pieces of cane sugar. The woman picked up the first piece and looked at her son. "Open your mouth, dear." The little one obediently opened his mouth wide. The woman placed a piece of cane sugar into her son's mouth and, seeing his joyful expression, smiled as she took a second piece for herself. "Is it sweet, dear?" "Yes, very sweet." "Mother, this New Year's Eve, I wish to eat dumplings with pork and scallions, and no problem. When the time comes, you will roll out the dough, and I will wrap them." "Mother, it seems it might snow soon." "Son, go outside and check for snow." The woman wrapped the remaining 3 pieces of cane sugar in oiled paper, saving them for her son to enjoy later. Through the window, she watched her son standing in the courtyard, tilting his little head up to catch the falling snowflakes. The woman softly spoke, "Son, after I am gone, You must heed your sister Chuayer and listen to your master's words, I in this life. I only permit you to owe gratitude to your sister Chuayer and your master. Even if we only have corn rice, you must eat heartily at both meals. Remember to bathe every 3 days, keeping yourself thoroughly clean. Maintain the habit of soaking your feet daily, for it will keep your body warm and comfortable. Son, the cotton jacket and pants for ages 10 to 20, as well as new shoes, I have entrusted to your sister Chuayer. No matter how late you are busy, do not forget to eat your meals hot and drink plenty of water. Son, I adore peach blossoms. Each year, during the season of blooming grass and singing orioles, do not forget to pick a branch of peach blossoms and place it on my grave. Watching her son, clad in a tiger-headed hat, extending his small hands to catch the snowflakes, the brightness in the woman's eyes gradually dimmed. How could there be such a kind and lovely child in this world? And how could he be my son, Nan Jinping? Son, I will transform into a star, not too bright nor too dim, watching over you from above forever. Son, I am leaving now, as if a spring breeze had come overnight. Thousands of pear trees bloomed. Snow fell in thick, swirling flurries, blanketing the world in white. Gwazirwei, clad in a raincoat and bamboo hat, puffing on his pipe, stepped through the snow towards the tavern. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached from behind. Before Gwazirwei could take a good look, a small figure brushed past him, darting into the depths of the wind and snow. Hey, Chin's boy, where are you going in such heavy snow? On his way racing toward Shenshu Forest. The little one first removed his shoes and socks, running barefoot upon the thick layer of salt. Then he took off the outer hemp garment, followed by his cotton jacket and pants. The little one even shed his innermost shorts. Soon, he arrived at the edge of the town, the northwestern area, standing before Shenshu Forest. Naked, he knelt in reverent supplication, offering both his body and soul to the celestial deities without reservation. This was the ancient practice taught to him by Uncle Gua. In the midst of the wind and snow, the little one knelt in the snow with a thud. O deities above, may my mother in her next life be healthy, happy, and safe. I in the swirling snow. The little one's small head knocked heavily against the ground, burying itself in the snow. I in that instant, the snow began to melt into steaming water. This was the first snowfall of the year. The woman had departed. The little one transitioned from being a boy to a young man. Chapter 15. 2.5 years later, time flows like water, and spring blossoms fade, bridging heaven and earth. Unbeknownst to all, 2.5 years had slipped by. Amidst towering peaks, a youth clad in a short shirt ascended craggy cliffs and crossed babbling brooks, resembling an agile monkey at dawn's first light. The young man arrived at the cave at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Although he had sprinted from the small town, he now breathed steadily and deeply. Master, wake up, the sun is shining on your backside. The young man called into the dim cave. The sound of rustling echoed from deep within, and soon, an enormous, fearsome python's head emerged. Its serpent-like eyes, red as blood, gazed down upon the young man. Zhu Jiuyin suddenly yawned widely, revealing a gaping maw. Your eyes are increasingly resembling your mother's. The once little one had matured, now standing as a young man. Though still slender and slight, he radiated the vitality of youth. His thick black hair and bright eyes resembled that of a small cheetah. It is only natural for my son to resemble his mother, mastered. A bright smile spread across his face, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Master, it has been 2.5 years. My foundation has solidified tremendously. Are you considering teaching me sword techniques? 2.5 years already? How swiftly time passes. The crimson python's head lay upon the ground, basking in the sun's warmth. Within the cave, the shadowy tail of the python flicked gently. With a sharp whoosh, a heavy iron sword, resembling a door plank, flew out of the cave and landed with a clang before a fay. The sword, devoid of a blade, was entirely black, as though it had been steeped in ink for centuries, emanating a faint crimson glow. Zhu Jiuyin remarked indifferently, "This is a mysterious iron-heavy sword, weighing over 130 pounds. My dear disciple, if you wish to learn the sword technique, first hold this sword aloft for 2 hours." A fay gulped, his throat convulsing as he swallowed hard. He stepped forward, grasping the hilt of the heavy sword with both hands. Drawing breath deep into his dantian, he let out a low roar and exerted his strength in a sudden burst. The mysterious iron sword was indeed lifted, yet the youth, overwhelmed by the force, stumbled back several steps, landing unceremoniously on the ground, wincing from the sharp stones beneath him. "Master, it doesn't seem that heavy after all," he said. "You speak the truth," Zhu Juyin replied. "But do not underestimate yourself. My disciple, the past 2 years on the mountain have not been in vain." With renewed determination, A Fei seized the sword's hilt again and hoisted it high. His right arm and the mysterious iron sword formed a straight line. 10 seconds passed. The youth gritted his teeth. A minute later, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. After 2 minutes, his right arm trembled uncontrollably. 5 minutes in, his face was as red as a baboon's rear. At the 7-minute mark, with a resounding thud, the mysterious iron sword fell to the ground, shattering several small stones beneath in that moment. The young man appeared utterly disheveled, as though he had just emerged from a river. His damp hair clung to his forehead and temples, his short shirt soaked through, and he panted like a bull. "Master, it hurts. My arm feels as if it's on fire." A Fei pinched his right arm, inhaling sharply. "That truly stings." The crimson python's mouth curled into a slight smirk. "Does it hurt?" A Fei replied sheepishly, "It really does. Rome wasn't built in a day, though not rush. Gradually acclimatize yourself to the weight of the mysterious iron sword." A Fei nodded in agreement. After a moment's rest, he raised the heavy sword again, swinging it slowly, one deliberate motion at a time. "Disciple," his master called. "Yes, master? It has been many years since I last walked among mortals. What is the world like outside now, master? I once heard Mr. Qi say that the land we inhabit is called the Xiangang." A Fei, it continued while swinging his sword. "The Xiangang continent is home to 10 nations, all competing fiercely. Though it is said to be 10 nations, in truth, there are dozens, if not hundreds, most of which are merely small countries spanning a few states. The 10 great nations, Beiqi, Beijian, Dezhou, Deqin, Daili, Baiyu, Dirong, Dexia, Deshang, and Wuqian, are the most powerful in the current Xiangang continent. Amidst these nations, conflicts abound as they clash with one another, giving rise to a plethora of philosophies and nurturing a vibrant tapestry of nations. As for the Unzhao Mountains, they are located in the southwestern region of Beipingzu within the Wei Kingdom's 13 states. This year marks the 29th year of the reign of Emperor Wenjing of Wei. I heard from Uncle Gua that the emperor is gravely ill and has little time left." Zhu Juyin inquired, "And what of the martial world? How is the realm of martial arts delineated in this continent?" "Do Qi refiners possess the power to scorch the heavens and boil the seas?" A Fei, taken aback, asked, "Master, what is a Qi refiner?" "A Qi refiner is a practitioner of immortality, a cultivator." "What is a practitioner of immortality?" "What is a cultivator?" Enough. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, the youth returned to the small town after a day of wielding the mysterious iron sword. A Fei, "Come here and have some tofu." A girl in a green dress, Lu Chuier, beckoned him from a stall. "Coming," he exclaimed joyfully as he rushed to the tofu stand, where he found a bowl of tender white tofu, crushed with chopsticks, sprinkled with a pinch of salt, drizzled with sesame oil, and garnished with chopped scallions and cilantro. Lu Chuier handed him a large bowl of mixed tofu, which he devoured eagerly. "A Fei, are you short on money? I often see you carrying your medicine basket deep into the mountains. Don't tell me you are visiting Mr. Nanju. For the past 2 years, you've been foraging for herbs, delivering messages for Uncle Gua, and fishing in Taiping River. A Fei, if you need money, just tell your sister," Lu Chuier said with concern in her eyes. "Sister Chuier, the reason I run around so much is to save money for Uncle Han in Jifeng Alley to forge a sword for me." "A sword?" Lu Chuier exclaimed in surprise. "What do you need a sword for?" The young man set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, grinning widely. "Sister Chuier, I have made up my mind. When I grow up, I will leave this small town and venture into the martial world, a world filled with the glimmer of blades and the galloping of steeds." On his way home, A Fei spotted Lu Grandpa selling candied hawthorn. The bright red fruits, encased in syrup and glistening like jewels, made his mouth water just at the sight. However, A Fei did not buy any. not due to a lack of funds, but because he simply no longer wished to eat them, despite having never tasted them before. Upon returning to the yellow earth courtyard of Wuyi Alley, a Fei first stoked a fire and boiled a pot of hot water. Cleansing himself of the day's dust, he then entered the main room, lit 3 sticks of incense, and placed them in the incense burner, bowing to the spirit tablet of his mother. Mother, it has been 897 days since you left your son. Today, my master officially taught me to practice swordsmanship. That mysterious iron sword is truly heavy. My arms are still trembling from the effort. Today, I devoured a full bowl of mixed tofu, and still, I didn't pay. Otherwise, Sister Chuyer would have scolded me again. Mother, Sister Chuyer has truly been very happy these past 6 months, happier than ever before, especially since her brother left to work outside. Now, Sister Chuyer no longer has to endure beatings. As the setting sun cast its glow into the room, the young man spoke to the spirit tablet, lost in his thoughts. The following day, in the early morning, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the east wing of the courtyard. Inside the house, on the wooden bed, a Fei's face turned as pale as a sheet, feeling a piercing pain in every inch of his aching arms, as if being sawed apart. Why does it hurt so much? He gasped, struggling to dress himself before stepping outside. Half an hour later, as the sun rose, a Fei arrived at the only blacksmith shop in Jifeng Alley. Inside the well-ventilated shop, black coal crackled in the furnace, sending up tendrils of acrid smoke. Several muscular men, bare-chested, swung their hammers repeatedly against glowing red iron bars, sending sparks flying in every direction. Beads of sweat, glistening like molten metal, rolled down their bronze-like bodies. A Fei watched with wide, admiring eyes. "Hey, kid from Wuyi Alley, what brings you here today?" A short, stout man with a shiny bald head stepped out of the shop, wiping the sweat from his brow with a cloth draped around his neck. "Uncle Han," a Fei stammered, "I would like to ask you to forge a sword for me. Do you have a design?" "Yes," a Fei replied, pulling a folded square of rice paper from his sleeve and handing it over. Upon receiving the paper, the bald man glanced down, only to scoff. "What is this? Is this even a sword? It's not even 1% as thick as what I have between my legs." He tossed the paper back to a Fei. "Now tell me, when will you collect your sword? Just so you know, I've got my hands full these days and no time to be forging your little needle." Curious, a Fei asked, "What are you busy with?" "Uncle Han?" With a smirk, the bald man replied, "I'm forging an unparalleled treasure, an ultimate dragon-slaying sword." "A dragon-slaying sword?" A Fei murmured in awe. "Quit your babbling. When will you pick up your sword?" Uncle Han, what will the cost be?" The bald man extended his calloused hand, declaring, 500 taels of snowflake-patterned silver." A Fei clenched his jaw, extending his smaller hand and retorting, 5 taels." The bald man's laughter was loud and derisive, causing dust to fall from the rafters of the blacksmith shop. "Kid, enough with the nonsense." His expression darkened as he glared at a Fei, whose face was filled with trepidation. Deal, Chapter 16. The hatchling dragon master, I have inquired, a Fei reported, in the Xian Gang martial arts. There are external and internal cultivations. As for the ranks of martial artists, there are 9 tiers, further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower 3 tiers. The 9th, 8th, and 7th tiers comprise the lower 3 tiers, known as the skin and membrane realm. The 6th, 5th, and 4th tiers make up the middle 3 tiers, known as the muscle and bone realm. The 3rd, 2nd, and 1st tiers are the upper 3 tiers, known as the organ realm. The skin and membrane realm and the muscle and bone realm belong to external cultivation, which does not impose stringent requirements on innate talent and is relatively easy to achieve. The average person can hone their body for 3 to 5 years and ascend to the 9th tier of martial artist. In contrast, the organ realm falls under internal cultivation, requiring exceptional talent and comprehension, along with guidance from a master. For the organ realm, a top-tier internal cultivation technique is of utmost importance. In summary, external cultivation refines the skin and muscles, while internal cultivation refines one's qi. External cultivation is time-based. Even a pig can reach the 4th tier of martial artist after 200 to 300 years of training. Inward cultivation involves assessing one's innate qualities, talents, and opportunities, all of which are indispensable. The vast majority of fourth-tier warriors toil for decades in their inner practice, yet struggle to touch the threshold of the third tier. A Fey sat cross-legged before the cave. Speaking confidently, Zhu Juyin, lying on the ground, slightly lifted his eyelids and asked, "Is this all information imparted to you by that Mr. Qi?" A Fey shook his head. It was Uncle Han Ing from the blacksmith shop in Jifeng Alley. "Heh, such a small town indeed harbors hidden talents," Zhu Juyin remarked. "What about the Qi refiners?" he inquired. "Uncle Han scolded me for reading too many strange tales about gods and demons," a Fey replied. Zhu Juyin narrowed his crimson-slit pupils slightly. "Could it be that this world has no Qi refiners? By the way, Master, Uncle Han also mentioned that after external cultivators temper their bodies, they must quickly soak in medicinal brews to restore and nourish their depleted vitality. Otherwise, they risk serious damage to their bodies." A Fey gently shook his drooping arms. "Master, it hurts too much. I can hardly lift them. Without resting for 10 days to half a month, even going to the toilet would be a challenge." Zhu Juyin rolled his eyes. "Is the medicinal brew expensive?" A Fey smiled bitterly. "I inquired at Yang's apothecary. The cheapest brew for external cultivators costs at least 100 taels of silver. That is indeed exorbitant." Zhu Juyin remarked, "The ancients were not mistaken when they said, 'The poor in literature are rich in martial arts.' Master, I have exhausted all my possessions. I cannot even afford the dregs of the medicinal brew. Perhaps it is best to abandon the idea." Zhu Juyin shot a glance at the young man. "Ultimately, it is merely about nourishing one's vitality. Follow me." With his robust serpent body, he glided deeper into the cave. The youth followed closely behind. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a Fey gazed at the mountain of crimson spiritual fruits before him, his eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. "What nonsense about medicinal brews? How can they compare to Master Qi Xiang fruit?" Zhu Juyin said with a casual demeanor. "Feel free to eat. Eat as much as you like." Thirsty, a Fey grabbed a fruit. With crunching sounds, juice splattered everywhere. The fruit's juice mingled with its pulp, sliding down into his belly. A Fey immediately felt warmth enveloping him. He felt light and his arms tingled slightly. After consuming a Qi Xiang fruit, he tried moving his arms. The prickling and soreness vanished without a trace. "Is it still painful?" Zhu Juyin asked. "No. It doesn't hurt anymore." A Fey shook his head. "If it doesn't hurt, then go outside and practice your sword." Day and night passed. The blazing sun and the bright moon alternated. To the south of Mount Buzhou, beneath the peach trees by the cliff, a young boy wielding a heavy sword appeared, although it was unclear when he had come. He swung or held it aloft, sometimes lying exhausted on the lush grass, panting heavily. Other times, he jubilantly exclaimed, "Master, I managed to endure 197 more heartbeats than yesterday." At such moments, the Crimson Serpent, basking in the sun at the cave's entrance, lazily retorted, "It was only a minute or two. What is there to be happy about? Keep practicing." Days turned into weeks. Summer faded into autumn. One day, the boy was lifting his sword, maintaining his composure for half an hour. Meanwhile, the Crimson Serpent, surrounded by a small mountain of plump peaches, occasionally lowered its head to snack on a few. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! The system has detected that the host's disciple, Chun Mingfei, has successfully advanced to the 9th tier warrior. The Master-Disciple Return System is now active. Disciple name: Chun Mingfei. Talent: Innate Sword Body. Age: 12. Cultivation: 9th tier, 0. 3100. After years of cultivation, the seed had finally begun to sprout. Zhu Juyin felt a surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. However, he knew that only when a Fey met his demise would the system return the boy's cultivation. "Disciple, Master, there are no more peaches on the tree." The Crimson Serpent flicked its tail lightly. With a whoosh, an object shot out from the cave. With a clang, it embedded itself before the boy, a rusted iron sword. "Master, what is this?" the boy asked in astonishment. "The brilliance is intense." Zhu Juyin transformed into human form, took a few steps forward, and drew the iron sword. "Disciple, open your eyes wide and pay attention. This sword technique is called Falling Petals." The Falling Petals sword technique was custom-tailored for the innate sword body of a Fey. Not only could it be practiced externally, but it also included a comprehensive inner cultivation method, enough to elevate the boy to a first-tier warrior. As autumn turned to winter, Zhu Juyin took back the iron sword and handed Fei a soft sword resembling a silk ribbon. First, run through the mountains to build a strong physique. Then, practice with the heavy sword to forge your strength. Next, master the hard sword to refine the falling petal sword technique. Finally, return to the soft sword to polish the details and achieve mastery over your strength. Only then shall you switch back to the hard sword, and you will soar to great heights. In the 29th year of Wenjing, winter arrived. A harsh cold swept through the land, rendering the world desolate. With a swish, the soft sword grazed his cheek, and the boy immediately bled profusely. Master, this is too difficult. It is far from simple. Fearing that the soft sword might damage his cotton clothing, the boy removed all his attire. Leaving only a pair of shorts, at this moment, he gripped the waist-length soft sword, on the verge of tears, his body covered in cuts. The Crimson Serpent, waiting at the cave entrance for its hibernation period, yawned widely. Disciple, is the water soft? Of course. Have you ever experienced a flood? No, have you heard of it? The boy nodded, saying, I heard my mother say that in the 17th year of Wenjing, Baoping Prefecture's Qixia City experienced continuous rain for over 2 months, leading to a flood. The torrential waters breached the sturdy dam, engulfing the entire Qixia City, displacing tens of thousands. Zhu Juyin asked, since water is a soft substance, how could it breach a sturdy dam? The boy pondered this. In the 30th year of Wenjing, summer arrived. Ding! The system has detected that the host's disciple, Chunming Fei, has successfully advanced to the 8th tier warrior. This year, the boy was 13 and had become proficient with the soft sword. In the 31st year of Wenjing, autumn came. This year, the boy successfully advanced to the 7th tier warrior and switched back to the hard sword. In the 32nd year of Wenjing, summer arrived. This year, the boy was 15. He had reached the pinnacle of the 7th tier, with only a step separating him from the 6th tier of the 3rd tier. On a clear morning, the town emerged from a thin veil of mist. Deep within Wui Alley, the door to the east wing creaked open. A young boy clad in shorts, a short shirt, and straw sandals, with a wooden sword hanging at his waist, stepped into the courtyard. He gently closed his eyes, greedily inhaling the fresh air. The boy, now tall and lean, with long, thick hair casually tied back, was no longer the skinny little runt he once was. He removed the pouch from his waist and weighed it in his hands. The clinking of copper coins resonated sweetly, signaling that he had finally saved enough to forge a sword with Uncle Han. With a radiant smile, the boy stepped out of the courtyard. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he arrived at Jifeng Alley. Observing the locked blacksmith shop, he frowned slightly. Is Uncle Han not opening today? As the sun rose, the boy exited the town. Just as he was about to head towards Mount Buzhou, he suddenly spotted a luxurious carriage approaching along the ancient path. Pulled by 3 white horses, the opulent carriage leisurely made its way across the town's bridge towards a fenced courtyard by the Taiping River. Accompanying the carriage were 2 white horses carrying 2 women. From a distance, he could only discern their tall, slender figures, unable to see their features clearly. Are they here to see Mr. Qi? He murmured, retracting his gaze and plunging into the forest. He wondered whether his master would agree. As the boy dashed through the woods, his heart was in turmoil. For that man had returned, the scoundrel named Zhong Lishan. Poor Sister Cui, she had not left her bed for 3 days. If master consents, my brother Li Shan, who is skilled in all vices, I shall ensure you suffer 1,000 cuts. Chapter 17. The evil dragon devours people before the cave at the foot of Mount Buzhou. The bare-chested boy held up a massive stone weighing 1,000 pounds, performing deep squats, one after another. The scorching summer sun poured down upon him, beads of sweat rolling down his firm chest and well-defined abs. Master, the boy called out. The Crimson Serpent, hidden within the cave to avoid the heat, barely lifted an eyelid. Speak, why brother Li Shan, who indulges in gambling, drinking, and all manner of vices, returned to the town a few days ago. Not only did he beat Sister Cui to a pulp, but he also robbed her of the silver she had painstakingly saved over the years, heading straight to the gambling den. The Crimson Serpent replied lazily. So what? With a loud thud, the boy slammed the stone to the ground, his pitch-black eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Disciple wishes to kill Brother Li Shan. May I have master's consent? The Crimson Serpent replied nonchalantly. There are various weapons deep within the cave. Choose whatever you desire. Furthermore, when you strike, be ruthless and decisive, and do so quietly if possible. It is best to burn the corpse to ashes and scatter the ashes in the wind. After all, there is a Taiping River in the town. Scattering them into the river will suffice. Taking a life is not the crux. The key is to destroy the body and erase all traces. Do you understand? The boy nodded solemnly, committing it to memory. The scorching summer sky changes in an instant. In one moment, the blazing sun lingers at the edge of the horizon, and the fiery clouds are as red as blood. In the next, dark clouds loom overhead, and a tempest brews. The rolling, thunderous clouds resemble an inverted ocean. Even if mountains were tossed into it, not a single splash would rise. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning falls from the abyss of darkness, illuminating the world as bright as day. Almost immediately, a deafening roar of thunder follows, rumbling from one side of the dark sea to the other. Thunder has struck, rain is pouring, time to head home to gather the clothes. A youth with wild hair dancing in the wind, a wooden sword hanging at his waist alongside a rusted iron sword, returns to the small town in the distance. He spots Uncle Guaziru squatting at the entrance of Wui Alley, puffing on a dry cigarette. Over the span of 6 years, some have grown up, while others have aged. Uncle Gua, whose 3 sons perished on the battlefield, now appears frail and worn. His head of white hair is a disheveled mess, and his face resembles the cracked bark of an old tree. Uncle Gua, who are you waiting for? As he approaches, Ah Fei gently calls out. Uncle Gua, with his head bowed, inhaling the smoke, suddenly looks up and grabs the youth's wrist. Ah Fei, earlier, I saw that girl Chuyer being taken away by someone from the Zhao residence. The youth's body trembles. Is it the Zhao family in Wulong Alley? Uncle Gua nods. The youth swiftly turns and dashes towards Wulong Alley. With the sound of slapping, his straw sandals hit the bluestone street as he runs wildly, his heart pounding fiercely in his chest. In his life, the youth cares only for 3 people: his mother, his master, and Sister Chuyer. For him, his master is like a father, and Sister Chuyer is akin to a second mother. Please, Sister Chuyer, do not let anything happen to you. As night falls, and the heavens open to pour forth rain, Ah Fei rushes deep into Wulong Alley. He takes a moment to steady his hurried breath and looks up at the gilded plaque. The Zhao residence, the only gambling house in the town, is owned by the Zhao family. Could it be that Zhongli Mountain sold Sister Chuyer? With a calm demeanor, Ah Fei steps forward and gently knocks on the vermilion door. Creak. In a short while, a gap opens in the door. An elderly face appears, scrutinizing Ah Fei. The well-dressed elder assesses the youth from head to toe and inquires, Young lad, whom do you seek? Ah Fei smiles and replies, Old sir, I am looking for Lu Chuyer. She is my sister. Earlier, the grandfather next door mentioned he saw her being taken by someone from your Zhao residence. It is nearly dark, and with the impending rain, she has yet to return home. So I came to check. With a sigh, the elder responds, Child, you have come too late. Ah Fei's heart tightens. Old sir, what do you mean by that? The elder's face reflects pity, and suddenly, a withered hand emerges from his sleeve. Gently rubbing his thumb against his index finger, Ah Fei immediately unfastens the pouch at his waist and offers it. Old sir, please accept this small token of my gratitude. Upon receiving the pouch and weighing it in his hand, the sound of copper coins and silver jingled, and the elder smiled kindly. Young lad, did your sister wear a green dress? Ah Fei nods. Child, you have come too late. That girl has already been fed to the dogs raised by the young master. Would you like some bones? If so, I can gather some for you. Those dogs haven't eaten in days. They are quite starved, and they will devour even the smallest of bones. The elder continues to ramble on. Ah Fei feels dizzy, as if his soul is detaching from his body. Old sir, I want them point one bone or another. Just gather them up for me. By the way, how did my sister die? Who is the young master you mentioned? The elder narrows his murky eyes and replies, The young master is a guest from the capital, of noble status. His carriage is pulled by 3 magnificent steeds. Even our master must show him respect. As for that girl, your sister, well, one must repay debts. It is only right. The husband of the girl owes our Zhao gambling house 300 taels of silver, and he has yet to repay it for many years. Our master is quite troubled by such shamelessness. Simply beating them is not enough. Killing them would leave us with no one to collect from. Today, that young master came to our Zhao family and sent people to capture many debtors, forcing them to sign contracts of servitude. Your brother-in-law, right? He signed your sister's contract, which is why we dared to act in broad daylight. After all, whether commoners or gentry, we must abide by the laws of Wei. Is that not so? The youth chuckles softly and asks, what happened next? The elder replies, next, that young master personally skinned several debtors alive. I was present at the scene. Young lad, your sister was truly remarkable. She did not utter a single sound, unlike those others who screamed as if they had lost their mothers. After a stick of incense's time, the door swings open with a thud. The elder tosses a blood-stained sack before Ah Fei. Young lad, hurry and leave. If the master sees me, I will be in trouble. With a bang, the door shuts tightly. The youth crouches down and extends his trembling hand into the sack, pulling out a piece of green clothing. Stained with blood, a horrifying sight. Taking a deep breath, he carefully uncovers the tightly wrapped garment, corner by corner. Crack! A bolt of lightning strikes down ferociously. The youth's dark pupils suddenly constrict to the size of pinpricks. Inside the clothing lies a pile of bones, smeared with flesh and blood, each bone marked with the distinct imprint of canine teeth. Sister Chuyer. The green garment envelopes that pile of bones, and he cradles it tightly in his embrace. Inhaling that familiar scent, tears stream down the youth's face. As the torrential rain pours down, the drenched youth kneels, head bowed, holding the garment close. Chapter 18. Sharpening the sword. Ah Fei cannot recall when he began to hold memories. Perhaps it was a few months, perhaps at 1 year, or maybe 2, when the infant in swaddling could recognize faces. The first face Ah Fei remembered was not his mother's, but Sister Chuyer's. At that time, Sister Chuyer was merely 11 or 12, still a budding young girl. Every day, she would cradle the infant, sometimes making silly faces, other times endlessly shaking a rattle. When the infant laughed, she would laugh along. Crack! Dark clouds roll in, and thunder rages. The river in the sky falls, smashing tiles with a cacophony of sound. The youth slowly rises, tightening his grip on the green garment that holds Sister Chuyer's remains. Amidst the storm, his frail body sways as if intoxicated. He feels 2 invisible hands grasping him, one tightly around his throat, nearly suffocating him, and the other clutching his heart, an unbearable pain, with all his strength. The youth seems to merge that damp green garment and the bones into his chest. Sister Chuyer, let us return home. The sky darkens, and the torrential rain continues. A gentle and beautiful sister is one he shall never see again. The rain persists. In the depths of the alley, dim lights flicker. Projected against the wall, the shadow of a massive skull sways gently with the candlelight. The youth is washing the garment. With a swish, blood water pours from the fabric into a basin filled with deep crimson. Once the green garment of Sister Chuyer is clean, the youth fetches a cloth, using the candlelight to carefully wipe away the rainwater from the pile of bones. Finally, he retrieves a small stool and a whetstone, sitting under the eaves to begin sharpening the sword. He grinds the rusted iron sword. This night, the youth is determined to kill. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of sharpening cuts through the storm. As time passes, layers of rust flake away. The youth's face grows as pale as snow, one hand pressing the blade while the other grips the hilt. Again and again, he repeats the motion, unaware of how much time has passed. Eventually, the once ruined iron sword sheds its tarnish, revealing a long, straight blade, clear as autumn water, glimmering with a chilling radiance. The youth stands up and enters the house. Looking at the pile of bones on the table, he softly says, Sister Chuyer, do not be afraid. I will send Zhongli Mountain to accompany you. Gripping the iron sword tightly, the youth steps out of the house, treading through the soft, muddy ground, exiting his yard. With a resounding crash, he kicks open the door to the neighboring yard. The youth does not know whether the man is sleeping inside. It does not matter. Regardless of where he is doomed. Entering the yard, he approaches the main house. The youth gently pushes the door open. With a creak, the wooden door reveals a gap, and a strong scent of alcohol wafts out. Though dimly lit, the youth immediately spots the man sprawled on the bed, clutching a wine jar, fast asleep. The youth's hand relaxes. The iron sword falls, easily embedding itself in the ground. Zhongli Mountain, you are not worthy of dying by my blade. In hushed whispers, the youth approached the storeroom. Soon, he returned wielding an axe. He pushed open the door and silently approached the bedside, gazing upon the man lost in a deep slumber. The boy raised the axe high, aiming it at the man's knee, and brought it down with ferocity. Now, the youth had reached the pinnacle of the 7th rank in martial prowess, effortlessly capable of lifting a 1,000-pound boulder with all his might. The axe descended, a sharp crack echoed as it severed the man's right calf, embedding the blade deep into the bed frame. A heart-wrenching scream pierced through the curtain of rain, even inebriated beyond measure. The man awoke, jolted by the excruciating pain of his severed limb. He looked upon the blood-splattered boy, who slowly raised the gleaming axe. Gritting his teeth against the agony, the man stammered, "Ah Fei, what are you trying to do?" The boy, devoid of expression, replied, "I intend to reduce you to a puddle of flesh." The second blow fell with ruthless determination. One strike, another, and yet another. The boy lost count of how many times he swung the axe. When he finally ceased, the man was no longer recognizable. Thick, viscous blood dripped continuously from the seams of the bed. Inhaling the acrid scent of blood, the boy's face betrayed no sorrow or joy. There was no hint of the trepidation that typically accompanies one's first kill. With a clang, he discarded the dulled axe, his body and face drenched in blood as he exited the dwelling. Grasping an iron sword, he returned to his family courtyard. Within his home, Ah Fei wrapped the pile of bones in a green garment. He then placed the garment, along with his mother's memorial tablet, into a satchel. With meticulous care, he surveyed the abode he had inhabited for the past 15 years. The boy remained silent for a prolonged moment before bending down to gently extinguish the flame of the candle on the table. The rain had lessened considerably, transforming from a torrential downpour to a gentle patter. Standing in the small courtyard, his eyes, mirroring those of his mother, scanned every object within. "She is gone," the boy murmured. He tightened his grip on the iron sword. For the final time, he stepped out of the courtyard, never to return on this rainy night. In the northwestern part of the town, the quiet, still abode nestled at the foot of the sacred tree forest. By the banks of the Taiping River, remained silent in the main hall of the thatched cottage. A man clad in azure robes, seated in meditation, suddenly opened his half-closed eyes. "Come in." A voice as warm as jade floated into the night's rain. The man in azure waved his long sleeves, and candles on the table lit themselves without flame. The sound of footsteps approached, echoing softly until halting at the door. A hoarse voice broke the stillness. "Sir, my feet are all muddy. I shall not enter." The man in azure waved his hand again, and with a creak, the door slowly opened. Standing at the threshold was a youth clad in coarse linen, a satchel slung over his shoulder, a wooden sword at his waist, and an iron sword tightly gripped in his hand. Wet hair clung to his forehead and temples, his thin lips pressed tightly together. "Sir, Sister Cui is dead." The boy extended his palm, lightly tapping the satchel. "Her skull is inside." The man in azure lowered his gaze and asked, "And so?" The boy, his expression unreadable, replied, "That so-called young master spoken of by the steward of the Zhao residence had Sister Cui skinned alive. He even let savage dogs tear her apart until she perished, devouring her completely. I cannot swallow this grievance." The man in azure sighed softly, saying, "Child, that young man is the 9th son of the current emperor Wenjing of Wei. Do you understand what this identity means for you?" The boy nodded, understanding fully. "That young master is a cloud in the heavens, while I am but mud on the ground. He is a dragon's son, and I am merely a worm in the gutter. If I were to truly kill him, there would be no refuge for me in the kingdom of Wei. I would be hounded like a dog, pursued day and night by the masters of Wei, forced to flee across the world. My life would be one of tumult, never to enjoy a peaceful night's sleep again." "But sir," the boy gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with fervor. Should I simply allow Sister Cui to die in vain? Must that Prince of Wei be above accountability for murder? Sir, I cannot endure this grievance. The man in azure gazed at the boy, whose face contorted with rage, and felt a tremor in his heart. Sir, my master will not be put in danger because of my actions, will he? The man in azure's eyes dimmed as he realized the truth. The boy had not come to uncover the true identity of the Wei Prince, for regardless of who he was, the boy had resolved to kill him. What the boy truly feared was that his actions might implicate his master. What am I lacking compared to that cold-blooded beast? The man in azure whispered within himself. Child, have you seen your master in action? The boy nodded. The terrifying might of his master, who once cleaved a mountain with a single strike, remained vivid in his memory. Your master is far more powerful than you can imagine. As for the ninth prince, he is accompanied by 2 fourth-rank martial artists who serve as his personal guards, rotating shifts day and night. However, this group has traveled a long distance from Wei and, coincidentally, is caught in a sudden downpour, leaving the 2 martial artists with no choice but to rest for the night. Child, this night is your sole opportunity to assassinate the ninth prince. I wish you luck. The boy took 2 steps back, bowing his head and bending his back to the man in azure. Sir, this shall be the last farewell between us. Farewell, sir. As he watched the boy's slender figure swiftly vanish into the rainy night, the man in azure softly murmured, Child, farewell. Chapter 19. The frost blade in the night the rain had ceased. A round jade disk hung high in the sky. The moonlight cascaded like liquid silver. The long street paved with blue stone was devoid of any presence, in the northeastern part of the town. Ah Fei arrived at Granny Tang's clothing shop. The iron sword, as thin as a cicada's wing, was inserted into the gap between the 2 door panels, and with a gentle flick, the latch was lifted. Ah Fei cautiously opened a small crack and slipped inside. Before him lay an array of exquisite garments. Ah Fei selected a suit of night attire for himself, then pulled a piece of black cloth to cover his face. Finally, he placed all the small silver coins he had scavenged from Zhongli Mountain onto the counter. Granny Tang, I apologize for the intrusion. Stepping lightly out of the clothing shop, the youth made his way toward Wulong Lane under the moonlight. Deep within Wulong Lane, at the Zhao family residence, the main hall was still brightly lit in the dead of night. Seated upon a chair of yellow rosewood was a handsome young master clad in luxurious garments. His sharp brows and starry eyes, along with his red lips and white teeth, rendered him more beautiful than most women. At this moment, the young man held a piece of skin in both hands. Examining it closely, every corner of the main hall was adorned with complete skins, akin to garments awaiting drying, continuously dripping with thick crimson blood. Creak. The main hall door swung open. Several male servants from the Zhao residence entered, escorting a middle-aged man in his 40s and a little girl of 6 or 7 years, closely followed by the steward of the Zhao residence. It's getting late. How many are left? The young man put aside the piece of skin in his hands and fixed his slender gaze on the steward of the Zhao residence. The old steward hurried forward, bowing his head submissively, and said, Young master, these are the last 2. He gestured to the trembling man kneeling 2 yards away and continued. This man is named Xue Shu, residing in Jifeng Lane, and he owes our gambling house 79 taels and 3 coins of silver. He then pointed to the little girl with tear-streaked cheeks and added, This little girl is named Qin Ro, 7.5 years old, living in Qingxing Lane. Her father owes 33 taels and 9 coins of silver. The young man cast a cold glance at the trembling girl, who resembled a frightened kitten, and asked indifferently, Has the contract for servitude been signed? The old steward nodded vigorously. Her father has already signed. You may leave. With a wave of his hand, the young man dismissed the old steward and a few servants, who promptly exited the main hall and closed the door behind them. Taking a cloth, the young man began to wipe the blood from his hands, speaking softly, You must be seeing me for the first time. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Jin, the 9th son of the current emperor Wenjing of Wei. Since I can remember, I have been alone, guarding a vast palace. I have grown so bored that I am nearly driven mad. How I wish my mother could come to keep me company. She needn't do anything, just talk with me, even for a day, an hour, or even a quarter of an hour would suffice. Alas, Every maid sent to my mother always returns with the same message. Mother says to wait a little longer. Just a few more days, and she will come to see you. The young man clutched the cloth tightly, his grip suddenly tightening. Eventually, my mother passed away, a victim of the treacherous intrigues of the harem. To put it precisely, my father believed my mother had the audacity to poison the empress's meals. Why mother died a tragic death. Force-fed an entire pot of poison by several eunuchs, her body reduced to a pool of blood. In my lifetime, I have seen my mother only 9 times, and collectively, it hasn't even amounted to 2 hours. I harbor resentment toward her for her broken promises. She always swore she would come, yet never did. The young man looked down from his elevated position, surveying the kneeling man and the trembling girl. Why, mother was just like you debtors. When borrowing money, she would wear a bold face, promising to repay on time. But once the money was spent, she would cling desperately, as if to say, "What can you do about it?" The young man's palm brushed against the bone knife resting upon the table. Step by step, he approached the chilling figure of the man. I, Zhao Jin, have 3 great passions in this life. The first is to rear ferocious dogs. The second is to peel the skin off deceitful individuals like yourselves. The third is to witness my ferocious hounds devour your flesh, stripped of its human guise. The bone knife gleamed ominously. The youth's wide eyes met those of a terrified little girl, who managed a slight smile. Do not fear, little one. Your brother will keep you in eternal remembrance. It was not until the 4th watch of the night that the young man exited the main hall. The old steward waiting outside quickly gestured, prompting 2 maidservants to approach, one carrying a copper basin, the other bearing a cloth. The young man submerged his hands into the basin, and the crystal-clear water instantaneously turned a deep crimson. He cast the corpse into the dog cage. Furthermore, come dawn, hang all the skins high upon the town's archway. Let the villagers of this wretched place understand the principle of repaying debts. It is the natural order of things, the old steward replied respectfully. Understood, young master. After the passage of a fragrant stick of incense, the young man, guided by the maidservant, traversed the winding corridors of the Zhao residence and arrived at the door of a chamber. He dismissed the maidservant and pushed the door open. From his sleeve, he retrieved an object, a roll of skin. He carefully unfurled it, his delicate fingers gliding over the flawless surface. I have never encountered a soul as resilient as you. He murmured, the image of the tall young woman from earlier that day surfacing in his mind. Over the years, I have skinned no fewer than 800, if not 1,000, individuals. The woman clad in a green skirt was the first to endure the entire process without so much as a scream, let alone a whimper of pain. Lu Chuier, I believe that was her name. The young man tenderly rolled the skin up, regarding it as the most treasured of masterpieces. He placed it within a jade box with the utmost care. Moments later, he extinguished the candle and lay upon his soft, comfortable bed, fully clothed. His eyes were closed, yet sleep eluded him. The battle for the throne is a brutal affair. Why, oh why, must I, Zhao Jin, be the first to fall? Were it not for the fact that my father still lives, I would not have been able to depart the capital of Wei alive. Tio the townsfolk, the esteemed Zhao family's patriarch, appeared untouchable. Yet in truth, he was merely a pawn cultivated by my mother long ago. In the struggle for supremacy, Zhao Jin faced utter defeat. Fearing betrayal from my other 8 brothers, I fled north to this small town. Is there any chance of returning? I am truly loath to accept this. A wave of drowsiness washed over him. In a state between dreams and wakefulness. The young man suddenly jolted awake, his eyes snapping open. Within his gaze reflected the tip of a sword. The moonlight poured through the window, casting a silvery sheen upon the sword's blade, as if it were dusted with frost. Just as he opened his mouth, the boy crouched at the head of the bed, gripping the iron sword tightly, suddenly exerted force. The cold blade pierced effortlessly through the young man's throat, akin to thrusting into soft tofu. Crimson sprayed forth. A strange sound erupted from the youth's throat, reminiscent of an old bellows, unable to utter even a single word. A profound sense of impending doom engulfed him. This 8th-tier Prince of Wei, in a moment of desperation, lifted his arm to rip away the black cloth covering the boy's face. In the moonlight, he discerned the features of the assassin, a youth whose mouth struggled to form words. The boy leaped down from the bed, his expression devoid of emotion, and declared, "Who am I? My name is a Fey, as in the flying bird." The boy unfastened the wooden sword from his waist, raised his arm high, and aimed for the young man's heart. With a fierce thrust, the wooden sword plunged through the young man's body, piercing even the bed beneath him. One hand clutched the black cloth tightly, while the other, unbeknownst to him, grasped an intricately hollowed iron ball. He bared his teeth in a grimace at a Fey. With the last vestiges of his strength, he hurled the iron ball. With a thunderous roar, the heavens trembled and flames erupted. The acrid scent of gunpowder spread through the air. This act was not meant to kill a Fey, but to alert the two fourth-tier warriors nearby. The young man's gaze dimmed. A Fey displayed neither sorrow nor joy. Leaving behind the wooden sword, he drew the iron sword, stuffing the jade box containing Chuer's skin into his satchel. The boy then vaulted through the window and leapt onto the rooftop, his slender silhouette swiftly vanishing into the moonlight. Chapter 20. The flight of the bird. In the stillness of the Zhao residence, the explosion resonated like a droplet falling into a boiling pot of oil. Under the moonlight, a Fey lightly pressed his toes against the ground and soared several yards away in an instant, swiftly escaping the grand estate of the Zhao family. Suddenly, in the midst of his sprint, the boy glanced back. On a rooftop, a dozen yards away, stood a tall girl clad in snow-white garments. Beneath the moonlight, her flowing attire fluttered as she extended her left arm while raising her right arm high behind her, in her right hand. She gripped a long sword exceeding 3 feet in length. The girl's enchanting peach blossom eyes glinted with murderous intent as she aimed at the fleeing boy. With a graceful motion, she hurled the long sword, which screamed through the air like a banshee. Embodying the might of thunder and wind, a blazing streak slicing through the night sky, in an instant, it grazed the boy's frail form, erupting in a shower of blood. The sword, undiminished in its ferocity, swiftly pierced into the depths of the dark night. The boy, akin to a bird with broken wings, plummeted straight down from the rooftop, in the moonlight. The girl with peach blossom eyes followed the vivid trail of blood on the ground, pursuing it beyond the alleyway. Just as she dashed into the street, her pupils suddenly constricted. The boy, who had narrowly escaped the lethal strike, had concealed himself within the shadows around the corner. The distance between them was merely 2 or 3 steps. The boy suddenly flashed a faint smile at the girl, a smile as if water were spilling from a crack in the ice. From within his sleeve, his left hand swiftly emerged, hurling an object towards her. It was an oil paper package. A look of confusion crossed the girl's delicate face for a fleeting moment, and then the package erupted in midair, engulfing her in a cloud of thick lime powder. In the next instant, a fierce gust of wind swept through without warning, sending the airborne lime powder swirling in all directions. The boy caught sight of a hand as white as jade. The speed was astonishing. Though his eyes registered the movement, his body was incapable of evading. The delicate hand struck his chest. With a crisp sound, the boy felt his bones shatter as he was launched backward like a cannonball, blood spewing from his mouth mid-flight. After a brief moment, the mountains, draped in frost, stood as solitary goddesses, silently gazing upon the fleeing boy. With a muffled thud, the boy suddenly collapsed, tasting the earth, struggling to rise. He extended his left hand into his chest cavity, soon retrieving a thick iron plate. At its center, a strikingly clear handprint was embedded. Is this truly the apex of fourth-tier warriors? A Fey murmured. Had the iron plate not absorbed the majority of the girl's strength, that strike would have easily caved in his chest, leaving not a single rib intact. He glanced at his right shoulder, bloodied and deep enough to see bone. Gritting his teeth against the pain, a Fey lifted his gaze toward the distant mountains that seemed to pierce the very stars in the small town of Wulong Alley. The Zhao family estate was ablaze with light. A maidservant hurriedly scurried into the main hall, carrying a half-copper basin filled with vinegar. Inside the chambers of the 9th Prince of Wei, Zhao Jian, a girl of roughly 20 years, donned in a pale yellow dress, observed the young man pinned to the embroidered bed by a wooden sword, her expression devoid of emotion. Her spirited apricot eyes brimmed with a palpable aura of murderous intent. Zhao Huiran, the patriarch of the Zhao family, along with the steward and a host of male servants and maidservants, all remained silent, heads bowed. Minutes later, the girl entered the main hall. This moment, the peach blossom-eyed girl, having washed the lime powder from her face with vinegar, was diligently writing on rice paper with a small brush. After several breaths, she set down her brush and presented the paper to the girl. Sister Lufeng, this is the true visage of the assassin. The girl, named Lufeng, scrutinized the image of the boy on the paper. Sister, what shall we do now? The peach blossom-eyed girl asked, her expression laden with frost. The fall of the dragon's progeny would undoubtedly send ripples through Wei. This matter is of great importance. I must return to Wei swiftly and report this incident to His Majesty. As for the assassin, although he has been poisoned by your fiery palm, we cannot be certain that the boy lacks a means of antidote. Sister, you must take Qing Xian to pursue him. We must see him alive or dead. Lufeng stated with conviction. The fire poison, along with the sword and palm wounds, will keep the boy from fleeing far. Sister, I will certainly bring back the assassin, whether alive or in death. The peach blossom-eyed girl gritted her teeth. Let us hope so. As the gentle breeze caressed her cherry blossom lips, she whispered, the heavens of Wei are about to change. A quarter of an hour later, at the entrance of Wulong Alley, a group of over 10 martial artists, secretly nurtured by the Zhao family, had gathered. Among them were those barely stepping into the realm of martial arts of the 9th rank, as well as a considerable number of 8th rank fighters. At this moment, the gaze of all martial artists was fixated upon the girl with peach blossom eyes. Clad in flowing white garments, she bore a long sword at her waist, while a verdant falcon perched upon her shoulder. The girl crouched down, observing the damp cobblestones, glistening with droplets of deep crimson, blood from the young assassin. She extended a finger, dipped it in the blood, and then brought her bloodied finger to the beak of the falcon. With a gentle peck, the intelligent bird took flight, wings unfurling like an arrow loosed from its bow, soaring into the night. Follow, the girl commanded softly, leading the group of martial artists in pursuit of the falcon into the distance. At the foot of Mount Buzhou, 2 figures, Tao Da and Xiao Saner, stood like gatekeepers at the precipice, surrounded by a dense canopy of peach leaves, which rustled as if welcoming the approaching footsteps. The young boy, burdened with a package and wielding an iron sword, knelt before the cave, his countenance as pale as parchment. Master, have I been too reckless? Master, I must leave. I am uncertain of my destination. The moon hung bright, and the stars twinkled overhead, prompting a Fei to reminisce about the days spent with his master. He recalled the sweat-soaked practice sessions beneath the shade of 2 peach trees, while his master, the red python, lay lazily at the cave entrance, basking in the sun. Master, I will surely return. I will witness the tumultuous waves of the eastern sea, the majestic glaciers stretching for miles in the far north, and the cascading rivers of the shaking mountains. Perhaps in 2 or 3 years, or maybe 7 or 8, I shall return to your side and never part again. With a heavy bow, the boy pressed his forehead to the ground. After a long moment, he slowly rose, casting a lingering glance at the cave before turning away. In the pitch blackness, as if from an inkwell, 2 flickering points of light appeared deep within the cave. A gentle breeze swept out, brushing against the boyi in the wind. He faintly heard his master's familiar voice, farewell. The boy abruptly looked up, only to find the mountain cliff empty, save for the 2 peach trees, their leaves rustling in the wind. Once one enters the martial world, it is as deep as the sea. From this day forth, the birds shall not return to their cage. Thus, the boy, armed with a sword, ventured forth into the martial realm, never to return. Chapter 21. Crimson eyes in the forest. After the torrential rain, the foliage sparkled with crystalline droplets. A babbling brook mirrored the bright moon above, shimmering with light. The girl with peach blossom eyes, accompanied by a dozen martial artists from the Zhao family, remained motionless, their eyes fixed upon the falcon that hovered in midair, flapping its wings a mere 10 zhang away. My lady, why does your falcon not advance? One martial artist inquired, perplexed. The girl replied coldly, the aura of that young assassin has dispersed. The falcon requires time to discern. The falcon, suspended in the air, would occasionally turn towards the south. Then the east. To the south lay a towering mountain, resembling a colossal beast from the wild, instilling a profound sense of pressure within Hui Shue's soul. Shaking Mountain rises 8,000 zhang. It is formidable and leans southeast. This mountain may not rival Shaking Mountain, but it is not far off. Is it renowned? Hui Shue asked, gazing up at the imposing peak. My lady, Mr. Qi from the town has named it Buzhou, came the response. Buzhou? Hui Shue's brows furrowed slightly. My lady, Mr. Qi stated that Buzhou Mountain is the transformed spine of an ancient deity that upheld heaven and earth. Hemph, Hui Shue scoffed, compared to the enchanting and vibrant Shaking Mountain. Buzhou has nothing but height. Suddenly, the falcon let out a sharp cry and darted eastward. Follow! Hui Shue commanded her fellow martial artists, who pursued the falcon across the brook. Abruptly, the girl halted in her tracks. Turning to gaze at a certain cliff illuminated by moonlight, there stood two large, flourishing trees. The distance was too great, and the night too dark for Hui Shue to discern their species. What is it? My lady? Hui Shue squinted her peach blossom eyes, uncertainty flickering within them. I believe I saw someone standing at the cliff's edge, but there is no one there. My lady, are you mistaken? Hui Shue murmured. Perhaps, half an hour later, amidst the myriad peaks, by the side of a brook, Hui Shue crouched down, observing a patch of trampled soft grass. On the grass lay sticky bloodstains, evidence that the assassin had tended to his wounds here. She reached out, touching the blood, feeling its lingering warmth. In less than half a stick of incense, I will catch you and flay your skin, she declared with a cold smile, as her company followed the falcon into the ancient, towering forest. After a stick of incense had burned, Hui Shue's egg-shaped face bore an increasingly radiant smile. Without the falcon's guidance, she had caught the scent of the assassin's blood in the wind and heard the sound of hurried footsteps fleeing. He must have hastily bandaged his wounds. Surely, in his frantic escape, the wounds must have reopened. He must have sensed the faint footsteps behind him, filling him with panic and fear. Go drive the prey to a dead end and then execute a cruel slaughter. Watching as it struggles in despair, revealing myriad expressions of unwillingness, hopelessness, regret, and fear. This was a game Hui Shue relished, for it was truly exhilarating. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resounded in her mind. Instantly, Hui Shue and the others came to an abrupt halt, as if their feet had taken root in the ground, paralyzed with fear. The fine hairs on their exposed skin stood erect as they beheld a tall figure atop a massive tree, its canopy blocking the sun. From their vantage point, the figure appeared to have descended from the high-hanging moon, clad in pristine white, with hair flowing freely in the wind. Its face, pale as snow, bore a pair of chilling crimson vertical pupils that seemed to pierce through to their very souls. Fixated on those terrifying, inhuman red eyes, Hui Shue swallowed hard, as if gulping down magma. The young girl, still in the fourth realm, was already trembling in fear, while the dozen martial artists from the Zhao family had lost all courage. They quivered, terror etched upon their faces. Predecessor, Hui Shue managed to suppress her racing heart and saluted the white-clad youth in the tree with utmost respect. I am Hui Shue, affiliated with the Martial Pavilion of Wei. Might I inquire why you have obstructed our path? The figure, looking down upon them, slowly extended its right arm, fingers splayed wide. You all should return to Hell Lion the next moment, with a swift motion. The figure's right arm descended like a comet, crashing down upon the 17 martial artists of the Zhao family. They were instantly crushed into a pulp, as if struck by the weight of the heavens. The sound of shattering bones and splintering swords filled the air. Warm blood splattered across Hui Shue, drenching her in a crimson shower. The metallic scent invaded her senses, and she felt a heat radiating from her body. It was the warmth of fresh blood. The viscous liquid dripped from her hair, while her heart raced violently in her chest. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the remnants of flesh nearby, and on a nearby branch hung severed entrails. At this moment, aside from the overwhelming fear that could fill an abyss, a sense of confusion gripped her. Why did he not kill me? With his white robes fluttering, the figure leaped down from the treetop, barefoot upon the damp leaves, and approached the girl. How many times did you strike my disciple? Disciple? Hui Shue's heart jolted. Could this white-clad figure be the master of that young assassin? Trembling, she stammered, "Predecessor, I do not understand what you mean." With an expressionless face, the figure replied, "I caught the scent of my disciple's blood from the long sword at your waist. I do not appreciate habitual liars." Hui Shui shivered, biting her silver teeth. "I struck him once, predecessor. Only once." The figure's voice was cold. "I believe you." Then, extending a slender hand, he gently grasped the hilt of the long sword at her waist. With a sharp sound, the sword was drawn from its sheath, and the malevolent crimson vertical pupils gazed indifferently at the girl with wide peach blossom eyes. The figure spoke softly, as the ancients say, "A drop of kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring. I shall only strike you 10 times. After 10 strikes, I will grant you a swift end." With a swift motion, before the girl could react, the gleaming sword, radiating a chilling light, had already pierced through the left side of her chest. Blood gushed forth, instantly staining her garments crimson. This strike, executed by Zhu Juyin, had penetrated the gaps between 2 ribs beneath the girl's left breast. The hand gripping the hilt of the sword began to turn slowly. The unbearable agony contorted the girl's beautiful oval face, transforming it into a visage as grotesque as a demon from the depths of hell. A sharp crack echoed from her mouth, as if she had bitten down on something brittle. Her features twisted further. In mere moments, she was reduced to a pool of foul-smelling, decaying blood. Bored, Zhu Juyin discarded the sword, lightly pressing her toes against the ground to leap onto the treetops. Remaining time to allocate, 24 days and 3 hours, 291 hours. Time allocated for this instance, 2 hours. Remaining time, half an hour and 15 minutes. Countdown, 1:15, 27. The night breeze tousled her raven hair. Zhu Juyin gazed into the horizon, seemingly able to see the boy fleeing desperately, never looking back. "Fly, soar freely. Fly higher, fly further, so that your master may behold this world. Return home when you tire. Your master shall await you always." Chapter 22. The Unyielding Red Python and the Scholar. The following day, at the Zhao family residence in the town of Wulong Alley, within a chamber, a woman clad in a pale yellow garment retrieved a talisman from her sleeve. The rectangular piece of yellow paper was adorned with vivid vermilion lines, intricately twisted and serpentine. On a brocade bed, the 9th Prince of Wei, Zhao Jin, appeared serene, as if lost in slumber. The woman leaned slightly forward, pressing the talisman against Zhao Jin's forehead. Nearby, Zhao Huairan, the master of the Zhao household, inquired with curiosity, "Lord Lufeng, what is the purpose of this talisman?" The woman, known as Lufeng, replied, "It is a corpse-preserving talisman, a proud creation of the national master, capable of preventing decay for 3 to 5 years. Remarkable!" Zhao Huairan exclaimed in astonishment. Footsteps approached from afar. The old steward of the Zhao household entered the chamber in haste, one hand clutching the wooden sword that had slain Zhao Jin, and the other grasping a portrait of the young assassin sketched by Huishue. "Master, Lord Lufeng, I have found out." Lufeng's expression remained impassive as she coldly uttered a single word, "Speak." The steward bowed respectfully. "The assassin is named Chen Mengfei, just 15 years old, a local from Wui Alley. His father disappeared long ago while hunting in the mountains and has never returned, likely fallen prey to a beast. As for his mother, she passed away 6 years ago. Young Master Zhao skinned a woman yesterday, named Lu Chui'er, who lived next door to the Chen family. The Lu family matron was a close friend of the boy's mother, often helping and supporting the two. Moreover, Lord Lufeng, Lu Chui'er's husband, Zhong Lishan, met a gruesome fate last night, butchered into a pulp by an axe." Lufeng, realizing the implications, continued to inquire, "What else?" Huishue mentioned that the boy possesses martial prowess at least at the 7th rank. "In such a desolate place, who guided him on the path of martial arts?" The steward whispered, "Lord Lufeng, the Chen boy indeed has a master. Approximately 5 or 6 years ago, that person visited the town once. Unfortunately, no one in the town knows where that person resides now." Lufeng's eyes flickered with insight. "You are mistaken. There is one person who undoubtedly knows." Both Zhao Huairan and the steward were taken aback. "Who?" Lufeng softly replied, "Qi Qingji." Suddenly, the sky outside filled with the melodious chirping of birds. A verdant feathered falcon dove from the heavens and landed on Lu Feng's shoulder. Has Huishue returned? Zhao Huiran exclaimed with delight. Lu Feng turned her head to meet the falcon's gaze. Her voice was icy. Huishue is dead. As dawn broke, the servants of the Zhao household carefully placed the body of the 9th Prince of Wei into a white jade coffin, subsequently lifting the coffin onto a luxurious carriage. The wooden sword of the young assassin and his portrait were secured in 2 jade boxes. Both items were to be transported back to Wei for presentation to Emperor Wenjing. Before the only school in the town, the tall and elegant Lu Feng slightly raised her head to observe the plaque inscribed with Jingshun Academy. Mountains need not be high, if there are immortals. They gain renown. Waters need not be deep. If there are dragons, they possess spirit. This humble abode is only distinguished by my virtue. Moss carpets the steps in green, while the grass hues the curtains in blue. Conversations are filled with erudite scholars, devoid of the ignorant. The sounds of earnest reading wafted from within the academy. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, Lu Feng gracefully entered the school. Inside the lecture hall, dozens of local children bobbed their heads in concentration, some diligently reading while others yawned incessantly. Beneath a flourishing pear tree, a scholarly man in a pristine blue robe, with silver strands at his temples, reclined leisurely on a rattan chair, engrossed in a book of sages. I study this the so-called country's color and fragrance, a forbidden text declared by the court, notorious for its risque content. Lu Feng mused internally, feeling a wave of disgust. When she first encountered this scholar yesterday, she had perceived him favorably. He appeared refined and cultured in his flowing blue robes. Yet who would have anticipated that this genteel scholar would be clandestinely indulging in such lewd literature beneath the tree? A disgrace to his profession. As the footsteps of a woman approached, the engrossed blue-clad man did not lift his head and simply stated, "This is your first and last warning." Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean by that, sir?" The blue-clad man replied coldly, "Should you intrude upon the academy again without knocking, I shall bury you beneath this pear tree." The woman of martial prowess at the 4th rank, whose standing was among the elite of Wei, felt her cheeks flicker through shades of green, red, and white at this moment. "What do you seek?" the blue-clad man asked indifferently, exhaling the pent-up frustration within her. Lu Feng spoke solemnly, "Sir, the prince is dead." The blue-clad man merely responded, and, seeing his nonchalant demeanor, Lu Feng clenched her teeth and retorted, "Sir, the emperor's most cherished 9th son has perished. He was killed by a boy from the town named Chen Mengfei. Huishue and several martial artists pursued the young assassin but have not returned. My sister, as a 4th-rank martial artist, could not have fallen to the hands of a mere boy, sir. You once shared a bond with the prince's mother. I do not seek you to avenge him. I only wish for you to reveal where the young assassin's master resides. Otherwise, I cannot provide an explanation to the emperor." The blue-clad man set aside the Book of Sages, picking up a blue and white porcelain teacup from a stone table beside him. "Dio, you really believe that the one who killed your sister, and that group of drunken fools from the Zhao residence, is the one to blame?" Lu Feng tightened her fists. "If not, then who?" The blue-clad man skimmed the tea leaves with the lid, taking a light sip. "Your demeanor displeases me greatly, therefore, while my mood remains amiable, I suggest you leave." Born and raised in Wei, a woman of the upper class, she had never endured such humiliation. With her pitch-black eyes glinting ominously, she declared, "Qi Qingji, you are shielding the murderer of the 9th prince. Once we return to Wei, I will certainly inform His Majesty of the events that transpired within this academy. His Majesty has always valued familial ties, and the 9th prince." Her eyes widened in horror as they shrank to the size of pinholes. In the blink of an eye, the previously languid blue-clad man was suddenly before her. The 2 overlapping pupils in his left eye glared coldly at her, as if assessing a mere insect. The blue-clad man extended a finger, warm as jade, lightly touching her pale forehead. "Ah!" A shrill scream echoed as the woman clutched her head, staggering back in terror. "It hurts so much." It felt as if her head were about to be torn asunder. "Do not disturb my students," the blue-clad man said with an air of indifference. "Now leave." Thank you for your mercy, sir." Enduring excruciating pain, the wind brushed against the azure-clad man as he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and fled the academy like a wisp of air. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. Zhu Juyin, clad in white and barefoot, emerged from the forest and arrived at the main road, though his right lay the quaint town, while on the left. At the ancient road's terminus, a swaying carriage gradually receded from view. Retracting his gaze, Zhu Juyin, hands clasped behind his back, proceeded towards the town. His descent from the mountain was driven by a desire to uncover the mysterious occurrences surrounding his disciple. Zhu Juyin first traversed the covered bridge spanning the Taiping River, arriving at the fenced courtyard before the sacred tree forest. Within the courtyard, a robust golden retriever, its fur thick and gleaming, stirred slightly upon hearing footsteps. Merely flicking its eyelids without a thought of barking, its head too heavy to lift, a canine afflicted by severe depression. A scarlet serpent's tongue flickered, gathering and discerning faint scents. Was no one home? After the passage of a single incense stick's worth of time, Zhu Juyin stood before the only academy in the town. He looked up at the plaque that read Quiet Spring Academy. In hushed tones, Zhu Juyin stepped inside the academy. Chapter 23. Annihilation of the Clan. The walls were made of blue bricks, the roof adorned with green tiles, and the ground paved with cobblestones, while the courtyard was graced with pear trees, willow trees, and locust trees. Coinciding with lunchtime, the lecture hall, bright and immaculate, was devoid of any occupants. The wind whistled through the hall, rustling the pages of books and rice paper. The scarlet serpent's tongue flicked in and out, collecting and distinguishing scents. Soon, Zhu Juyin circumnavigated the hall and made his way to the academy's rear courtyard. What greeted his eyes was a vast expanse of lush, verdant bamboo forest, tranquil and serene. Beneath the shade of the bamboo, the azure-clad man sat upon a stone bench, engrossed in studying a stone tablet resting on the stone table. The ancient tablet was speckled with blotches of mud, as if it had just been unearthed from the depths of the earth. From a distance, Zhu Juyin caught a whiff of a faint, decaying odor emanating from the stone tablet. Approaching closer, he discerned 8 indistinct characters etched upon its surface. Dragons battle in the wilderness, their blood dark and yellow, Zhu Juyin murmured softly. The azure-clad man looked up, a hint of astonishment in his expression. Do you recognize these ancient characters? Zhu Juyin nodded. Please, have a seat. The man gestured invitingly, adding, this ancient stone tablet was excavated by me from the sacred tree forest. These 8 ancient characters are indeed difficult to decipher. I have not enjoyed a good night's sleep in half a year. As he spoke, he poured Zhu Juyin a cup of clear tea, Qi Daoyu. Zhu Juyin accepted the blue and white porcelain teacup, his expression inscrutable. I wish to know what has transpired with my disciple. It's a long story. The azure-clad man replied, sweeping the bamboo leaves that had settled on the stone table to the ground. Zhao Huairan's gambling den has led to the ruin of countless families in this town, leaving them in tatters with wives and children separated. Have you encountered the man from next door, Zhong Lishan? Zhu Juyin shook his head. I have not seen him, but I have heard my disciple speak of him as a scourge. Proficient in all vices, drinking, gambling, and drugs, be by the way. My name is Nanju. The azure-clad man smiled. The Emperor Wenjing of Wei is gravely ill and does not have long to live. I am in the quest to determine the next ruler of this nation. The old emperor's 9 sons are each employing their own tactics, throwing the prosperous Wei capital into disarray. The 9th prince, Zhao Jin, was the first to be eliminated. Remaining in the Wei capital poses a threat to his life. Thus Zhao Jin has traveled thousands of miles to hide here in the town, awaiting the opportune moment. Taking a sip of his tea, the azure-clad man continued, Zhao Huairan, the lord of the Zhao family, is a pawn nurtured by Zhao Jin's mother long ago. Therefore, rather than saying that the gambling den and the lamb-lending business belong to Zhao Huairan, it is more accurate to attribute them to Zhao Jin. Upon arriving, perhaps he sought to establish authority, instilling fear in the Zhao family led by Zhao Huairan, ensuring their loyalty. Or perhaps he aimed to teach the rascals of the town a lesson about the obligation of repaying debts. In any case, Zhao Jin's methods are ruthless and bloody. With a soft sigh, the azure-clad man remarked, those with wives and children are forced to sign contracts of servitude, as they still owe debts to those rascals. Those without such ties face only death. Zhong Lishan owed a considerable sum to the lamb-lending business and signed a contract for the young woman Lu Chui's servitude. Ultimately, the girl was flayed by Zhao Jin and devoured by a pack of vicious dogs. When Ah Fei learned of this, Zhu Juyin raised his hand. Qi Daoyu. No need to elaborate. Thank you for the tea. With that, he stood and made his way outside the academy. Nanju Daoyu. Soon there will be visitors from the Wei capital. If they do not flay Ah Fei and you, torturing you in 1,000 ways, Emperor Wenjing will not rest, the azure-clad man kindly warned. Not a concern, Zhu Juyin replied coolly, merely a few insignificant ants. In the Zhao family's main hall within the town's Wulong Lane, Zhao Huairan, draped in splendid garments, remarked with a faint smile, were it not for those 2 fourth-tier girls, and if it weren't for the skin of the 9th prince of Wei capital, I would have stripped Zhao Jin's flesh layer by layer. How dare he harvest like that? If everyone is dead, who would still dare to borrow money from me? Zhao Huairan chuckled. That Qin family lad has done what I dared not. Truly, a young bull is unafraid of tigers. Beside him, the old steward bowed his head in deference, praising, with Zhao Jin dead and his mother by Ningji poisoned by Emperor Wenjing, you, my lord, are unbound. From now on, the heavens of this land will belong to our Zhao family. Zhao Huairan laughed heartily. By the way, my lord, how should we handle the skins Zhao Jin has flayed from people? Zhao Huairan pondered for a moment and declared, hang them all at the town's entrance on the archway. The old steward was taken aback. My lord, did you not just say that if the townsfolk fear us, they will not come to borrow money? With a sneer, Zhao Huairan replied, I have been merciful for too long. Even if Zhao Jin had not come, I was prepared to kill a chicken to scare the monkey. Zhao Jin merely acted a bit too excessively. Old Zhang, the common people have short memories. Next month, we shall raise the price of grain at the rice shop. Hunger will compel those who fled from me to once again wag their tails in supplication. At that time, we shall lend them a sum without interest, rescuing them from their dire straits. They will then be grateful, proclaiming me as a great benefactor, a living bodhisattva. Old Zhang, tell me, what have we lost? Nothing at all. Rather, we have gained much. I need only to exert a little influence to toy with these people. Once a member of the dogs Zhao Huairan spoke of, the old steward sighed softly to himself, murmuring, do not blame my lord, nor me. This is merely fate. Would the town fare better without Zhao Leoi? Absolutely not. With the departure of Lord Zhao, there will still be many others, such as Lord Wang, Lord Li, Lord Guo, Lord Huang, and countless more. Clad in white and barefoot, with a white silk ribbon covering his eyes, Zhu Juyin arrived at Wui Alley. He pushed open the courtyard gate and surveyed his surroundings through the ribbon. Although he had only visited once before, every detail felt profoundly familiar to him. He entered the main house, on the wooden bed. The bedding was impeccably smooth, without a single wrinkle, and the quilt was folded into neat, tofu-like blocks. On the windowsill rested a copper mirror, well worn by years of use. The mirror's surface was spotless, surely polished daily. Departing the main house, he proceeded to the eastern wing, which was equally clean and tidy. Zhu Juyin crouched down and opened a wooden chest in the corner. A faint scent of soap powder wafted towards him. Inside the chest, clothes were meticulously folded. Atop the top lay a faded tiger head hat, a gift from a woman to her son on his 10th birthday. The young boy had cherished it dearly. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Zhu Juyin found himself beneath the ancient locust tree at the entrance of the small town. The long stone street was deserted, with every household's doors and windows tightly shut. The entire town exuded an eerie silence. Sitting on a tree stump, Zhu Juyin suddenly caught a whiff of a faint metallic scent. Raising his gaze towards the town's entrance, he discovered the source. The stone archway, crafted from granite and towering about 6 or 7 zhang, was adorned with a gruesome display of bloody skins. Flies swarmed like a dark cloud. Zhu Juyin maintained an expressionless demeanor as he withdrew his gaze and looked towards a nearby stone pillar. 6 years prior, beneath this very locust tree, he had sat on a tree stump while a girl clad in a green skirt sat on a stone pedestal. That day, the girl recounted the story of the Qin family mother and son, describing how the woman had severed her own legs and how the young boy, at merely 3 or 4 years of age, had stood on a small stool, learning to cook and brew medicine. Truly, He was a kind-hearted individual, Zhu Juyin murmured softly. Gradually rising to his feet, he began walking towards Wulong Alley. As night fell, the Zhao family, young and old, vanished without a trace, not for the numerous bloody skins hanging from the high archway, but for the tofu-selling girl. Miss Liu, do take care. Chapter 24. The stinking snake, I, the great king, have returned as night enveloped the town. The Zhao family estate in Wulong Alley was ablaze with light. The main hall was filled with people, the wives and concubines of Lord Zhao Huairan, each accompanied by their children, preparing for dinner. The evening meal, one of the 3 daily feasts, saw Lord Zhao seated alone at a long Wangwali wooden table laden with dozens of exquisitely prepared dishes. The lawful wife and her 2 children sat at one table, with only bowls and chopsticks before them, devoid of any food. The second wife and her 3 daughters occupied another table, the third wife with her 2 sons and daughter at yet another, while the fourth wife dined with her son and daughter at a separate table. The fifth wife, having entered the household less than a year ago, sat alone at her own table, childless, with Zhao Jin deceased and the 2 women either dead or having fled. Qingping town remained firmly under the control of my lordship, a cause for celebration. Zhao Huairan's face glowed with delight as he raised his wine cup and drained it in one go. The wives and numerous children bowed their heads, not daring to breathe. My lord, today is a joyous occasion. Do indulge in more food, the old steward said with a sycophantic smile. Ha ha! Zhao Huairan laughed heartily. Once his amusement had subsided, he picked up a pair of ivory chopsticks, as smooth and white as jade, and selected a piece of braised pork for himself. Today's braised pork is quite commendable, fat yet not greasy, tender yet not mushy, Zhao Huairan remarked nonchalantly. Serve it to the eldest branch. The old steward promptly complied, taking the jade bowl of braised pork to the lawful wife's table, after she and her children sampled a piece. The dish was passed to the second wife, then to the third, fourth, and finally to the fifth wife. After the fifth wife had eaten her portion, there were still several pieces left in the jade bowl. The maidservant attending to the fifth wife poured the remaining braised pork into a wooden bucket, which a servant would then take to the doghouse. Once the fierce dogs raised by Lord Zhao had feasted, any leftovers would be given to the household servants. As the wealthiest man in town, Lord Zhao's meals ranged from lavish banquets to simpler fare of 8 meat and 8 vegetable dishes. This roasted pigeon is delightful, crisp yet not burnt, leaving a fragrant taste. Serve it to the eldest branch. This braised bear paw is exceptionally delectable, fragrant and tender, melting in the mouth. Serve it to the eldest branch. Father! Suddenly, a tender voice captured everyone's attention. It was the son of the fourth wife, just 7 years old this year. Zhao Huairan's furrowed brow slowly relaxed as he smiled gently. What is it, Ming'er? The boy chirped cheerfully. Father, Master Qi said, when hoeing at noon, sweat drips into the soil beneath the grain, teaching us to cherish food and avoid waste. Waste? Zhao Huairan set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, and beckoned the boy over. The little boy gleefully rushed into his father's embrace. Ming'er, what Master Qi taught you is utter nonsense. Today, your father will give you a lesson. Ming'er, remember, in this world, there are only the upper class and the lower class. The upper class comprises the gentry, like us. The lower class consists of the common folk, like those dressed in coarse linen and toiling in the fields outside Wulong Alley. Ming'er, the upper class are the masters. While the lower class are akin to dogs, a master must not pamper a dog. If a dog is overfed, it becomes idle, constantly scheming to usurp its master. Yet, one must not neglect feeding them for too long. As a starving dog may jump the wall, the best approach is to let them starve for 3 meals and feast for 1. If necessary, they can be fitted with collars and confined in iron cages. Ming'er, would you prefer to be a gentry clad in fine silks, feasting on delicacies, or a commoner barely clothed, gnawing on stale cornbread? The boy blinked his bright eyes, curious. Father, what is cornbread? With a grinding sound. Zhao Huairan clenched his teeth, suppressing his rage. Old Zhang, take this little rascal away. For the next 6 months, let him eat cornbread for every meal. This wretched child. With a loud bang, the door was suddenly kicked open, startling everyone in the main hall. The eyes of 30 or so people turned towards the entrance. The youth, clad in white like frost and snow, entered barefoot, gripping a long knife dripping with thick, fresh blood in his right hand. Zhao Huiran recognized it as the Zhao family's blade. The handsome youth slowly raised his left hand, pulling down the white silk ribbon covering his eyes. Hiss! The sight of his crimson, sinister slit-like pupils sent shivers down the spines of everyone in the hall. Gasping in horror, "Those are certainly not human eyes." Zhao Huiran felt a chill run down his spine. Zhu Juyin, expressionless, scanned the faces in the hall. The wives, concubines, and maidservants turned pale, while the children gazed on with wide-eyed curiosity. His red pupils finally settled on Zhao Huiran's plump, greasy face. "Our first meeting shall be our last." Half an hour later, Zhu Juyin, his white attire unstained by blood, emerged from Wulong Alley. Behind him, flames soared into the sky, and smoke billowed in the northwestern part of the town. Amidst the divine wood forest, a man in a green shirt stood by the Taiping River, gazing at the distant flames that painted the night sky crimson. He whispered, "With blood debts so heavy, heavens shall not allow." The following day, the townsfolk hurried to share the news, their faces glowing with uncontainable joy. The Zhao scoundrel had finally met his end. How many families had been ruined by the gambling dens and the exploitation of the sheep-like? That scoundrel, after death, shall surely descend into hell. I curse him to be reborn as a beast in his next life. Wonderful! I no longer need to repay the 20 taels I owe the Zhao family. Ha ha! That heartless murderer even spared no children. Calamity should not befall one's family. How cruel! He exterminated even the innocent servants and maidservants, truly inhumane. Foolish ones lamented in feigned sorrow, while the clever ones had already drawn their blades, racing towards the Zhao family's gambling den, eager to seize what they could. In the scorching summer, heat waves rolled in. Zhu Juyin hid deep within a cave to escape the sweltering heat. His massive, 20-meter-long body lay buried beneath the fruit trees, the enormous head resting limply on the rough ground. As his mind stirred, the system panel promptly appeared before his eyes. Host, Zhu Juyin lifespan, eternal, immortal, and indestructible, true form. Zhu Long, juvenile snake phase, cultivation. 25.9-meter juvenile snake, advances to fierce flood dragon phase after reaching 1,000 meters, master disciple return system. Active disciple's name, Chun Mingfei, innate talent, natural sword embryo age. 15 cultivation, martial arts external refinement. 7th rank, 98100, remaining discretionary free time. 23 days and 9 hours, 285 hours, a 26-meter python still in its juvenile phase. It seems a distant future before I advance to the fierce flood dragon at 974 meters. With 285 hours of discretionary time, I shall not venture outside unless something significant arises. I wonder how that lad Fei is faring. Has he escaped this vast mountain range stretching thousands of miles? In the past, whenever Fei was near, Zhu Juyin could always sleep soundly. Now that Fei is gone, Zhu Juyin has returned to his former state. It has been 19 days without a hint of drowsiness in my mind. Must I wait until this year's hibernation period? Trapped in an expansive cavern, Zhu Juyin could neither escape nor find solace in sleep, with only the sound of his own breathing echoing in the silence. The solitude enveloped him like snow, prompting him to force himself into a state of calm. Should he not seek a guardian for a Fei and the many disciples to come? Naturally, Zhu Juyin, suppressed eternally beneath the unyielding Zhu Mountain, could not abandon this vast range. Once his disciples achieved their cultivation, they would undoubtedly venture into the world. A capable protector was indispensable. Otherwise, should a disciple find themselves in peril, facing the threat of decapitation by foes, Zhu Juyin would be left unable to seek revenge, even ignorant of the perpetrator's identity. Where could he possibly search? Zhu Juyin fell into deep contemplation. Ha ha ha. That damned vile serpent. This king has returned. A familiar, arrogant voice suddenly drifted into the cave from outside. Chapter 25. Little whirlwind and pig intestine. The sound of gongs and drums filled the air, accompanied by the crackle of firecrackers. Red banners fluttered, and the Mouse Mountain swarmed with commotion. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. Beneath Zhu Mountain, a plague of mice had erupted. thousands of white-furred mice congested the cliffs before the cavern, the largest resembling puppies, while the smallest were akin to kittens. Their fur was dense and glossy, akin to silk, with sharp teeth and beady eyes glistening with cunning. From above, the mass of rodents appeared as a white ribbon suspended against the towering mountains. Even the two peach trees, Tauda and Shao San, were burdened with plump white mice, heavily laden on their branches. Before the cavern stood the Mouse King, who had devoured the red, fragrant fruit and transformed into human form over a decade prior. Leading the Mouse clan in a fierce battle against Zhu Juyin. Now, with hands on hips and devoid of clothing, he declared, "Vile serpent, I warned you 12 years ago during my strategic retreat that I would return. Today, this majestic mountain and this cavern shall have a new master." The oppressive heat of summer surged through the skies, ruffling the Mouse King's white mane like a multitude of silver serpents. "Children, after 12 years of careful development, it is time to assert the might of our Mouse clan. This battle will be arduous, and many of our kin will perish. But do not lament, do not fear. Do not falter. This vile serpent has nearly annihilated us multiple times, and countless ancestors have sacrificed their lives to wash away the shame of our clan. In short, we shall mourn the fallen and fight for the living. Let us slay this serpent and show the gods who truly reigns over this mountain." With a fierce command, the Mouse King rallied 200 to 300 white-furred mouse spirits and over 10,000 ground-dwelling white mice. Surging into the cavern, the cliffs trembled, and clouds of dust billowed forth, the overwhelming aura of slaughter startling the sparrows into flight. Half an hour later, that damned vile serpent, this king will surely return. The Mouse King, who had merely spectated the chaos without entering the cavern, led a throng of battered remnants in a frantic escape, raising clouds of dust in his wake. Inside the cavern, the bodies of white-furred mouse spirits carpeted the ground, scattered amidst an array of weapons including swords, spears, and axes. Zhu Juyin, with his serpent body expanded to an impressive girth, slowly raised his head and let out a long, satisfied belch. Just a little more, and he would be utterly stuffed. The 200 to 300 white-furred mouse spirits had all been consumed. The thickest part of his body could only be embraced by 2 grown men. After traversing this realm for 26 years, Zhu Juyin had never felt so full. The dense crimson scales crunched against the rough ground, as the power-laden muscles propelled his serpentine form. Zhu Juyin glided towards a white mouse, which lay sprawled out, feigning death with its mouth slightly ajar and tongue lolling. "Should you not rise, I shall crush you into a paste." Zhu Juyin's voice was icy. "Spare me, great serpent. Please show mercy." Came the simultaneous pleas of a male and female mouse. Besides the female mouse before Zhu Juyin, a male mouse 2 yards away flipped onto its feet. The 2 white-furred spirits clasped their front paws in a gesture of supplication, continuously bowing to Zhu Juyin. Zhu Juyin regarded the female mouse and inquired, "What is your name?" With bright red eyes, the soft-voiced female mouse replied, reporting to the serpent immortal, "I am the slowest of the Mouse clan, known as Shao Xianfeng." Zhu Juyin then turned to the male mouse, whose eyes shone with a gleam. "And you? What do they call you?" The male mouse, trembling in fear, stammered, "Great serpent, I am the most gluttonous in the Mouse clan, called Zhu Dachong." Casting a glance at the emaciated female mouse, then at the plump male mouse, Zhu Juyin sighed heavily. He had hoped to cultivate them into protectors for his future disciples, but he knew such thoughts must be quashed early on. Otherwise, he could not guarantee their safety in the perilous world outside. "Do you two wish to serve under me as my subordinates?" Zhu Juyin asked with a stoic expression. The male mouse immediately prostrated himself, exclaiming, "From this day forth, I, Zhu Dachong, shall be your most loyal lackey, great serpent." The female mouse respectfully added, "From now on, I shall serve you closely, serpent immortal, excellent." Amidst the blazing divine light, Zhu Juyin transformed into human form. Before Shao Xianfeng and Zhu Dachong, he pricked his finger and inscribed 2 characters in the air, denoting death. With a gentle clap of his elongated hand, the first death character was inscribed into Shao Xuanfeng's body, followed by the second into Zhu Dachong's. This was the death curse. Should they harbor any treachery against him, they would meet a gruesome end. Both mice exclaimed in unison, "We dare not, pointing at the mountain of fruit nearby. Zhu Juyin remarked nonchalantly, "Your clan has sought to annihilate me multiple times for the sake of the red fragrant fruit. Now that you are my subordinates, feel free to indulge." Xiao Xianfeng responded. "The serpent immortal is generous," Zhu Dachang added. "The great serpent is formidable." Watching the two mice devour the fruit ravenously, a subtle smile crept onto Zhu Juyin's lips. The following day, before the fruit mountain, Zhu Juyin's serpentine form had grown to 30 meters long, coiling like a crimson mountain. Xiao Xianfeng and Zhu Dachang lay prostrate on the ground in reverence. "Which of you is faster?" Zhu Juyin inquired. Xiao Xianfeng pointed at Zhu Dachang. "He is." Zhu Dachang likewise pointed at Xiao Xianfeng. "She is." Zhu Juyin felt a headache coming on. "Which of you has sharper senses?" "I do." "Great serpent!" Zhu Dachang exclaimed excitedly. "To be frank, with just a whiff, I can tell which beast has left droppings within 100 miles. Zhu Juyin's eyes sparkled with interest. After a brief incense stick's time, Zhu Dachang, adorned with a phased tiger hat, sped off towards the east, while Xiao Xianfeng headed towards the small town. Upon finding a fei, Zhu Dachang would conceal himself and observe closely, while Xiao Xianfeng would ensure to inform Zhu Juyin of any arrivals from Wei capital. At present, the most pressing concern remained the search for a protector. Where should he begin? Zhu Juyin pondered deeply. In the Xiangang continent, across the 10 nations, Wei nation, though not comparable to the likes of Beiqi, Deli, Baiyu, or Dirong among the 10 nations, stood out among the smaller states. The 13 states of Wei, like brilliant stars, collectively safeguarded the Wei capital, the radiant Sun.in Wei capital, on Chongning Street. Amidst a magnificent cluster of mansions, the 7th prince, Zhao Meng, reclined comfortably in a rattan chair beneath the shade of trees. 2 maidservants attended him. One gently fanned him while the other occasionally plucked a red date from a jade bowl and fed it to him. Outside, under the scorching sun, 2 men were present. One appeared to be in his 40s, dressed in coarse linen, an unremarkable figure among the many impoverished citizens of Wei capital. The man, drenched in sweat, knelt on the scorching granite floor. The other, a young man of about 20, donned a black outfit with a long knife hanging at his waist, serving as Zhao Meng's personal martial arts attendant, sheltered under a sunshade. "This date tastes delightful. Wu Yang, would you care for a taste?" Zhao Meng inquired, chewing the date. The youth named Wu Yang did not respond, merely shaking his head in a somewhat dazed manner. Zhao Meng grimaced in boredom. "7th prince, may I beg you for a sip of water? I am close to fainting from the heat." The disheveled middle-aged man pleaded softly, beads of sweat dripping from his nose and chin. Zhao Meng propped himself up, resting his chin on his hand, and asked, "What is your name?" The man hurriedly replied, "7th prince, I am called Li Si.Lic." Zhao Meng continued, "How much silver did you borrow from my bank?" 5 taels in total. "And what did you spend it on?" "I bought a few sheep." "Your year-long term has expired. Why have you not repaid the debt?" With a hoarse voice, the man responded, "7th prince, 30 taels is too much. I truly cannot repay it. I sold my house, my sheep, my land, yet I still owe quite a sum. 7th prince, I implore you, grant me some more time." Zhao Meng narrowed his slender eyes and gave a slight nod to the young man with the saber. The young man understood the unspoken cue and stepped out of the courtyard. "Lic, in the realm of human suffering, who among us has not faced adversity? This prince comprehends your plight." The man immediately prostrated himself. Bowing fervently, he exclaimed, "7th prince, your benevolence is boundless, your generosity unparalleled." Zhao Meng scoffed derisively with a smirk. Soon, the saber-wielding youth returned, holding a steaming bowl of meat soup in his left hand and a pair of chopsticks in his right. After kneeling for 2 hours, he must surely be both thirsty and hungry. Zhao Meng popped a jujube into his mouth and chewed vigorously, saying, "Come, Li Si, finish this bowl of meat soup. Once you do, I shall grant you a reprieve of 3 years." The man, overwhelmed with gratitude, replied, thank you, 7th prince." He then extended his rough, calloused hands to take the soup and chopsticks, devouring the contents ravenously. Observing the man consume the meat and soup with such fervor, Zhao Meng remarked somberly, "Li Si, when you return home later, you may discover that your bedridden mother has mysteriously vanished from this world, neither alive nor dead." The man trembled violently, his gaze fixated on the white porcelain bowl of soup, his pupils constricting to pinprick size. Chapter 26. The Wrath of the Emperor. For Zhao Meng, the seventh prince of Wei, the trivial amusements of lower society had long ceased to captivate him. What constitutes such base amusements? Attending brothels to indulge in songs, squandering fortunes on courtesans merely for fleeting pleasures, engaging in archery and hunting, composing poetry, or practicing calligraphy and painting. All were, in Zhao Meng's eyes, trifles unworthy of his attention. What pleasure could be derived from women? What value lay in gold and silver? Nothing compared to the thrill of wielding power over human lives. Watching the man's complexion shift dramatically as he nearly retched. Zhao Meng smiled sweetly, once consumed. How can one regurgitate what is within? Li Si. One must cherish food and not waste it. The man abruptly discarded the chopsticks and covered his mouth with his calloused hand. Why have you stopped eating? This was specially prepared by my household chef for you. Staring blankly at the bowl of soup, the man suddenly scooped up the meat with his hand and stuffed it into his mouth. Chewing vigorously, Zhao Meng revealed a gleaming smile. Li Si, is it delicious? Delicious indeed, the man replied, his cheeks stuffed, tears streaming down his face. He had once hesitated, contemplating whether to cast aside his fears and seize the moment for an audacious act. However, he quickly extinguished such unrealistic thoughts. Zhao Meng's father was Emperor Wenjing, and his mother was the esteemed consort Shu. The laws of Wei were crafted by the Zhao royal family. What courage did the man possess? Soon, the entire bowl of soup was consumed. Zhao Meng, feeling quite pleased, said, Li Si, return home now. Remember, your reprieve lasts 3 years. Should you fail to repay by then, it will be your wife who vanishes without a trace. The expression on the man's face was inscrutable, a blend of laughter and tears as he gazed at Zhao Meng's departing hunched silhouette. With a sneer, Zhao Meng remarked, Wu Yang, do you see? This is the power of the upper class. He borrowed 5 taels of silver from me, repaid 10 taels a year later, yet still owes 20 taels. Compound interest means that today's 20 taels will swell to 360 taels in 3 years. Not to mention this lifetime. Even if he labors like a beast for 10 lifetimes, he could never repay it. With a mere 5 taels of silver, I have purchased his humanity. 5 taels. Ha, barely enough for my breakfast. Beside him, the saber-wielding youth remained silent. Suddenly, a servant rushed into the summer retreat, exclaiming, Your Highness, Eunuch Su has arrived. Su Cangji, the chief eunuch serving Emperor Wenjing. What brings this eunuch to my residence instead of remaining by the side of His Majesty? Zhao Meng furrowed his brows. Please, lead him to the parlor. After a brief interval, in the parlor designated for guests, Su Cangji, dressed in a deep purple round-collared eunuch robe, rose from a Wangwali chair. His smooth, hairless face bore a hint of a smile as he addressed, 7th Prince, the 9th Prince has died. Zhao Jin is dead? Zhao Meng exclaimed in shock. How did he die? Su Cangji evasively replied, 7th Prince. His Majesty summons you to the palace. Please accompany this old servant. Zhao Meng's expression shifted between uncertainty and resolve before he said, I shall trouble the eunuch to lead the way in the imperial capital of Wei. The vibrant hues of bright yellow and crimson adorned the palatial structures, which were grand and imposing. Patrol guards clad in heavy armor and armed with long blades were visible everywhere. Su Cangji guided Zhao Meng to the Yangxin Hall. Upon a bed, sat an elderly man clad in a dragon robe, Emperor Wenjing, now frail and emaciated. The robe hung loosely on his skeletal frame, and his aged visage resembled cracked bark, etched with the passage of time. Yet, his murky eyes retained an unsettling depth, resembling bottomless voids that had once consumed mountains of corpses. On the pristine floor knelt a woman clad in a pale yellow garment. Zhao Meng recognized her. She was Lu Feng, a personal guard assigned to Zhao Jin by the martial pavilion. Your son pays his respects to Father Emperor. Long live Father Emperor. Zhao Meng pressed his forehead to the ground. Rise, the Emperor's voice was heavy with weariness. Thank you, Father Emperor. Zhao Meng straightened his back but remained kneeling. Xiao Fuzhu, recount the 9th Prince's fate to the 7th. The Emperor slowly closed his tired eyes. As you command, Your Majesty. Su Cangji turned to Zhao Meng and recounted, 7th Prince, Over a month ago, the ninth prince, following the emperor's decree, took two fourth-rank martial artists, Lu Feng and Shui, to Baoping Prefecture in Qixia. To be precise, they went to Qingping town deep within the Taihang Mountains. The ninth prince was pierced through the throat and heart by a youth from the town. The fourth-rank martial artist, Shui, was killed while pursuing the youth. The young assassin was at the seventh rank of external cultivation, with an unknown master behind him. The emperor slowly opened his eyes and asked, "Old Seven, do you have anything to say?" A storm brewed in Zhao Meng's mind. On the way to Yangxin Hall, Su Cangji had revealed that before him, the emperor had met with the other six princes, first, second, and sixth. Each time, only one was summoned. The emperor always posed the same question. It is evident that my continued summons imply that the responses of my six elder brothers did not please Father Emperor. Should I answer incorrectly? Father Emperor would likely summon the eighth prince next. If the eighth prince also answers incorrectly, Father Emperor would most likely select one among the eight of us as a favored son. Father Emperor has always valued familial bonds. If the matter of the ninth prince's aftermath is handled well, the position of crown prince is almost guaranteed. Contemplating this, Zhao Meng solemnly declared, "Father Emperor, I wish to go to that small town to seek out the young assassin and his master to avenge the ninth prince." Su Cangji let out a barely audible sigh. Zhao Meng's response was not entirely different from his six elder brothers. It was rather an exact echo. Furthermore, Father Emperor, I shall eradicate everyone in that town. No? Every living creature, leaving not a single soul. A subtle smile played on Su Cangji's lips. A hint of satisfaction flickered across the emperor's otherwise impassive face. Imperial blood must not be dishonored, Old Seven. Go forth and crush those vermin to dust. The emperor spoke with an air of indifference. I shall obey the decree of Father Emperor. Zhao Meng's heart brimmed with elation. Unbeknownst to him, autumn had quietly arrived. Beneath Mount Buzhou, the transformed Zhu Juyin sat cross-legged at the cave entrance, barefoot. With crimson vertical pupils, he silently gazed at Tao De and Xiao San'er by the cliff's edge. The once green-haired peaches had begun to blush with tender hues of red. This year's fuzzy peaches were indeed edible. Though a fei was not by his side, Xiao Xianfeng could still effortlessly climb a tree. "Mr. Python, please enjoy this cup." Nearby, Xiao Xianfeng stood upright, his paws clutching a wine jar, pouring a full cup for Zhu Juyin. Zhu Juyin pinched the white porcelain wine cup and tilted his head back to drink it all at once. The crisp liquor coursed down his throat, igniting a fiery sensation within. "What a fine wine," Zhu Juyin extolled, pulling out a brass pipe from his waist, igniting it and taking a gentle puff, releasing two plumes of smoke. The potent liquor and pipe were all pilfered by Xiao Xianfeng from the town. Zhu Juyin consumed and inhaled without a trace of guilt. He wondered whether Zhu Dachong, this hidden dragon, had caught up with the fei. Zhu Juyin mused aloud. "Mr. Python, how did Zhu Dachong become a hidden dragon?" Xiao Xuanfeng's bright red rodent eyes reflected confusion. "What does hidden dragon mean?" Zhu Juyin replied with a faint smile. "Zhu Dachong is the hidden dragon, while you are the phoenix chick. Both are merely flattering terms." Xiao Xianfeng murmured, "The phoenix chick sounds impressive, a grand and domineering nickname." "Has the small town remained peaceful this past month?" Zhu Juyin inquired. Xiao Xianfeng nodded. "Those bipedal creatures rise at dawn and rest at dusk, living in harmony." Zhu Juyin exhaled a cloud of smoke. Suddenly, his right eyelid twitched uncontrollably. "The left eye signifies wealth, the right eye signifies disaster. Visitors from the Wei capital are imminent, gazing into the distant mountains and rivers." A flicker of chilling murderous intent flashed within Zhu Jiuyin's crimson eyes. Chapter 27. Single-handed assault on Qi Qingji from Weidu to Beipingzu Qixia Prefecture. The journey took a relentless 27 days. Indeed, the territory of the Zhao clan is vast and expansive. Ha ha. The Taihang Mountains rise majestically, with countless peaks towering into the sky. The ancient path winds in 9 bends and 18 turns. Resembling a sinuous yellow dragon. 3 priceless sweat-blood horses draw the luxurious carriage of the 7th prince, Zhao Meng, as it slowly makes its way toward a small town nestled deep within the mountains. Ahead walks Zhao Meng's personal martial arts attendant, Gu Wuyang, a peak 3rd-grade warrior. Following closely behind is a contingent of over 30 elite guards from the imperial city of Weidu, clad in formidable armor, with long swords at their waists, each capable of taking on 10 foes, the finest of the elite. Inside the carriage, Zhao Meng reclines on a soft tiger skin blanket, occasionally popping a jujube into his mouth. Besides the seventh prince, there are 2 women in the carriage. One is Lu Feng, dressed in a delicate yellow gown. The other, a slender young maiden of about 17 or 18 years, is clad in white. Her face as pale as snow, framed by a pair of enchanting autumn-like eyes. Her hair cascades like a waterfall, and her thick, curled lashes accentuate her delicate features. Her skin is smooth and fair, akin to fine mutton fat jade. Yet, her expression is cold, resembling a block of ice sunk to the bottom of a spring. Resting on her knees is an ancient bronze sword case. Lu Feng occasionally glances at the maiden in white, her brows slightly furrowed. This young woman is Yi Zhaoqiu, the grand disciple of the national master, possessing a martial arts realm of inner refinement at the 2nd grade level. Zhao Meng introduces her to Lu Feng. 2nd grade moving mountains? Lu Feng exclaims, incredulous as she regards the meditative maiden. Those who are wealthy and capable in the realm of Xian Gang martial arts, given time to hone their physical forms, typically reach the pinnacle of external refinement, which is the 4th grade level. However, inner refinement is a daunting chasm in comparison. IT requires innate talent, opportunity, esteemed mentors, and top-tier inner cultivation methods. All are indispensable. The 4th grade martial artists of the Wei Kingdom are as numerous as fish in the river, while those at the 3rd grade diamond level are merely in the thousands. The 2nd grade moving mountains level barely exceeds 100, and the 1st grade overturning seas level is even fewer, almost negligible. For such a young maiden to already achieve the 2nd grade moving mountains level is a stunning display of talent. Truly a rare gem within the entire Xian Gang. The phrase 1,000 beauties of the 10 kingdoms aptly describes such prodigies. Your Highness. While astonished, the worry etched on Liu Feng's brow remains resolute. The 9th prince once told me that the scholar Qi Qingji at the local academy is likely a celestial being. Without the national master present, even a 2nd grade warrior, let alone 100, would be viewed as mere insects in his eyes. Celestial being? The maiden in white suddenly opens her eyes, her dark pupils shimmering with brilliance. Above the 1st grade lies the realm of celestial beings, who dine on the winds and drink the dew, capable of burning the heavens and boiling the seas. When did Zhao Jin, that waste, become associated with a celestial being? Even Zhao Meng feels a twinge of envy. Lu Feng explains, decades ago, that scholar Qi once secluded himself at the foot of Luer Mountain in Suzhou. At that time, the 9th prince's mother, the noble consort by Ning Ji, accompanied by her father, visited the mountain one day and encountered Qi. They played a few games of chess, which forged their connection. In the following years, during leisure, her father would take the then 6 or 7-year-old consort to Luer Mountain. Later, Qi moved to Qishao Prefecture, retreating deep into the Taihang Mountains to reside in Qingping Town. This is precisely why the noble consort placed Zhao Huiran in this town. Zhao Meng listens intently, realizing the significance of the connection. Lu Feng, with a pained expression, continues, Your Highness, now only scholar Qi is privy to the whereabouts of that young assassin and his master. Moreover, with scholar Qi stationed in the town, it would be exceedingly difficult for you to eradicate all the inhabitants. Ha ha. Zhao Meng chuckles nonchalantly, patting the bronze sword case resting on the maiden's knees. Within this case lies the national master's trump card, prepared for just such an eventuality. What is a celestial being to fear? Just wait and see as I single-handedly deal with Qi Qingji. Liu Feng's curious eyes are filled with intrigue as she gazes at the bronze sword case. What could it possibly contain that would compel Zhao Meng, a 7th grade martial artist, to vow to slay a celestial being? The blazing sun hung high in the sky. At last, the outline of the small town came into view. Your Highness, we have arrived. Shall we first pay a visit to scholar Qi? Very well. Zhao Meng's languid voice echoes from within the carriage. The entourage traverses the corridor bridge spanning the Taiping River, heading directly toward a nearby fenced courtyard. Today, the academy is closed. A man in a blue gown reclines in a rattan chair, fanning himself with a palm fan in one hand, while holding a captivating book in the other. Thoroughly engrossed, a large yellow dog lies beside the chair, panting lazily. The sounds of wheels rolling on the ground and hooves clattering draw near, resonating in their ears. The man in blue remains motionless, while the lethargic yellow dog hardly bothers to lift its gaze. The verdant mountains and azure waters create a truly idyllic retreat. Zhao Meng, stepping down from the carriage, surveys his surroundings with genuine admiration. Wu Yang, you and the guards remain outside. Lu Feng, lead me and Zhao Qiu to meet this celestial being. With Lu Feng in the lead, she guides the elegantly dressed Zhao Meng and the white-clad maiden carrying the ancient sword case to the entrance of the fenced courtyard. Gently, she knocks on the wide-open gate. Knock, 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 knock. Under the eaves of the tiled roof, the man in blue, without lifting his head, remarks, "If your eyes are not blind, you would see the gate wide open." Lu Feng swallows hard, her expression filled with trepidation. The maiden in white remains impassive. Zhao Meng squints slightly, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his lips. The three enter the courtyard and approach the man in blue. With respect, Zhao Meng clasps his fists in greeting, adopting a junior's posture, and smiles warmly. "I am Zhao Meng, a junior, here to meet Scholar Qi." The man in blue, indifferent, replies, "Speak your piece and get to the point." Zhao Meng, undeterred, maintains his smile. "Might I ask you to reveal the whereabouts of the young man who killed my brother, Chun Mengfei, along with his master?" The man in blue regards Zhao Meng, a mere seventh prince of Weidu, with indifference, coldly stating, "I have nothing to share." Watching the man, who has not once looked him in the eye, Zhao Meng's smile gradually fades. "Scholar Qi, I come bearing the imperial decree. You may disregard me, but while within the territory of Wei, I ask you to show some respect to my father, the emperor." Upon finishing his words, amidst the puzzled glances of Zhao Meng, Lu Feng, and the maiden in white, the man in blue slowly raises the palm fan in his hand. In the next moment, he lightly waves the fan toward the three of them. Instantly, a fierce gust of wind crashes down upon them, threatening to tear their garments to shreds. Even the second-grade moving mountains maiden could not withstand it for long. In an instant, the three are propelled forward like cannonballs, entering upright and exiting horizontally. Half an hour later, on the town's corridor bridge, a disheveled Zhao Meng grimaces in pain, wincing at his own discomfort. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Lu Feng inquires with concern. "Bah!" Zhao Meng spits out a mouthful of water, his face contorted as he exclaims, "Damn Qi Qingji, he has gone too far. Shall we open the sword case?" The white-clad maiden asks. Zhao Meng shakes his head. The sword case is intended for the mysterious master of the Chen family youth. Moreover, if he kills Qi Qingji, who will inform them of the hiding place of the master and disciple? Lu Feng, her head throbbing, asks, "Your Highness, what should we do?" After pondering for a moment, Zhao Meng slowly rises, gazing toward the distant small town. The corners of his mouth curl upward slightly. "Fear not, for I have a clever plan." Chapter 28. The gift. As summer wanes, the autumn heat lingers stubbornly. At noon, a few women from the small town gather by the Lock Dragon well, seizing the hemp rope tied to the stone pedestal to retrieve the vegetable basket soaked in the cool well water. The basket brims with glistening apples, crisp pears, and vibrant red cherries. The women carry their baskets of fruit to the shade of an ancient locust tree at the town's entrance. Elderly men engage in chess. Men chat amiably, and children frolic and laugh, all drawn together. The children are the first to pick, followed by the elderly, then the men, and finally the women. With a bite, the fruits soaked in well water burst with sweetness, instantly dispelling the heat within. As people enjoy the fruits and share stories, a harmonious atmosphere envelopes the scene. Suddenly, a cloud of dust rolls in from the ancient road outside the town, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of hooves. Soon, a luxurious carriage and 31 riders come into view for the townsfolk. The curtain is lifted, revealing a young gentleman adorned in fine garments, with a jade pendant at his waist, who leaps down from the carriage. Following him is the tall, poised maiden in white, carrying the ancient sword case. Lastly, the enchanting woman in a yellow gown, with captivating almond-shaped eyes, emerges. The townsfolk, most of whom possess sun-kissed skin, unabashedly admire the dashing Zhao Meng. The men's gazes seem glued to Zhao Qiu and Lu Feng, who appear like celestial beings descended from a painted scroll. As for the children, Their wide eyes are transfixed, some gazing at the guards in armor, others at the majestic war horses, or at the long swords hanging at their waists. Indeed, the adage holds true. The mountains and rivers breed cunning folk. Ancient wisdom does not deceive. Zhao Meng squinted slightly, sweeping his gaze across the faces that openly displayed their avarice. If this were Wei capital, no commoner would dare to stare so brazenly at the faces of the noble scions and daughters. In Wei capital, should a noble scion or daughter be in high spirits, these commoners would find themselves subjected to the most severe punishment. If their mood soured, even severed heads would be a mercy. With the majority cast into private dungeons, tortured to the brink of despair. Esteemed guests, Zhao Meng stepped forward a few paces, positioning himself beneath the town's archway. With a warm smile, he clasped his hands in greeting to the townsfolk, stating, "I am Zhao Meng, the 7th prince of the state of Wei. From this moment forth, I shall commandeer this town. No one is permitted to enter or exit. Those who defy this order shall face immediate execution." Observing the townspeople, who indulged in their meals, revelries, and merriment, Zhao Meng's gaze turned icy. Wu Yang, make an example of them. Gu Wu Yang stepped past Zhao Meng, drawing his sword with a metallic clang in an instant. An elderly man was cleaved in two. After a brief silence, a piercing scream erupted, and the townspeople beneath the old locust tree scattered like frightened birds. Within mere seconds, dust enveloped the area, leaving no trace of them. Zhang Tongqi, disperse your 30 guards throughout the town. Any who attempt to flee shall be killed. I shall obey, the officer replied. Zhao Meng approached the old locust tree, plucking a pear from a basket and biting into it with vigor. How delightfully crisp! Having said that, he followed Lu Feng, along with Yi Zhaoqiu and Gu Wu Yang, as they made their way towards Wulong Alley. Half an incense stick later, upon witnessing the charred ruins before him, Lu Feng exclaimed in astonishment, who could have annihilated Zhao Huairan's clan? Zhao Meng, fanning himself with a folding fan, replied with an impassive expression, who else could it be but that master and disciple? I had hoped to enjoy a meal and a bath. But alas, with their minions gone, I must take matters into my own hands. Let us proceed. Half an hour later, in a yellow earth courtyard within Wui Alley, Zhao Meng sat on a small stool beneath the shade of trees. With Yi Zhaoqiu and Lu Feng standing beside him, Di Wu Yang, on the other hand, brandished his sword menacingly at the two inhabitants of the courtyard, a young couple, seemingly around 17 or 18 years of age. Recently wed, as evidenced by the two bright red lanterns adorned with the character hanging at their door. The couple had been enjoying their lunch when Zhao Meng and his companions barged in. "What is your name?" Zhao Meng inquired with a smile, looking at the young man. The frightened youth, trembling as he knelt, replied, "I am called Ji Yuan, my lord." "And you?" Zhao Meng turned his gaze to the young woman. With a voice as delicate as a whisper, she replied, "I am called Xiao Ran, my lord." Ji Yuan, Xiao Ran, what lovely names, Zhao Meng remarked. "Ji Xiaoga, do you have a saw at home?" "Yes," the young man nodded. Zhao Meng then produced a gold leaf from his sleeve and tossed it before the couple. "Ji Xiaoga, use your saw to sever your wife's head, and this gold leaf shall be yours." The young man, filled with rage, glared at Zhao Meng as if he were a fierce beast, his eyes wide as saucers. Had it not been for Gu Wu Yang's sword poised at his neck, he would have already lunged at Zhao Meng. "What, is the offer insufficient?" Zhao Meng retrieved a second gold leaf. The young man remained unmoved, his eyes blazing with fury. "Ah, what a profound bond you share." Zhao Meng scoffed, producing a third, a fourth, and a fifth gold leaf, until the ground before the young man was strewn with hundreds of them. At that moment, the fire of rage in the young man's eyes flickered and dimmed. All that remained were heavy, beastly breaths as he struggled internally. "Ji Xiaoga, do you not realize that these hundreds of gold leaves could transform your life?" Zhao Meng beamed with fervor. "If you sever your wife's head, from this day forth, until you wither and die, you shall never again wear coarse hemp garments, consume inedible gruel, or reside in this dilapidated shack. Fine silks, gourmet delicacies, exquisite wines, and opulent mansions shall be yours for the taking." The young man's throat convulsed as he swallowed hard. "Husband," suddenly came the soft call of his wife. He trembled, turning to face her tear-filled eyes. and through clenched teeth declared, "Take your filthy money and leave my home." "Bravo, bravo! What a bond more precious than gold!" Applause erupted suddenly. Zhao Meng turned his gaze to the young woman, revealing a bright smile. "Xiao Ran, if you sever your husband's head, all this gold shall be yours." Wiping away her tears, the young woman softly inquired, "Is that true? I am the 7th Prince of Wei. My word is as solid as iron." The young woman, with determination, replied, "All right, Ran Ran." The young man's face drained of color and disbelief. "Forgive me, husband. I will burn more paper money for you," she resolved, rising and walking towards the eastern wing of the courtyard. With a grinding of teeth, the young man glared at Zhao Meng, pleading, "My lord, grant me the gold leaves. I shall skin this wretched woman alive and serve her flesh to you piece by piece." Zhao Meng shook his head. "Ji Xiaoga, it is too late at that moment." The young woman emerged from the eastern wing, a rusty saw in hand. "Husband, please endure. It will hurt." She offered a gentle smile. "No." The man's anguished screams pierced the heavens. The sound of the saw cutting through bone echoed as Gu Wu Yang held the young man down, rendering him unconscious from the pain. Blood splattered across the young woman, staining her completely. Beneath the shade of the trees, Yi Zhaoqiu slowly closed her eyes, unable to witness such a gruesome scene. Liu Feng's gaze remained downcast, his hands stained with blood as a martial artist of Wei capital, accustomed to such carnage. "What a delightful spectacle, truly delightful." Zhao Meng laughed heartily. "Lu Feng, go to the carriage at the town entrance and fetch a jade box. Present this young man's head as a gift to Mr. Qi." Chapter 29. The heavens change color in the small town of Shinmu Forest, beside the banks of the Taiping River. A man in a green robe fished a small watermelon from a water vat. Aligning his fingers like a blade, gathering energy into a sharp edge, with a crisp snap, he effortlessly sliced the watermelon in half. He placed one half before a large yellow dog, while he took the other half for himself. Sitting on a small stool beneath the shade and happily indulging in the fruit. Suddenly, footsteps approached. The man raised his head to see a small head peeking through the courtyard gate, a boy of around 8 or 9. Dressed in shorts and a short shirt, wearing straw sandals, held a jade box in his arms. His bright, expressive eyes sparkled with a subtle, quiet intelligence. The boy, known as Adai, lived in the town's Jinyu Alley and was a student of the man in green. "Adai? Come over and have some watermelon." The man smiled, beckoning the boy. Adai approached, facing his teacher, feeling somewhat nervous. He shyly offered the jade box, whispering, "Teacher, this was given to me by a young master surnamed Zhao, who asked me to deliver it to you as a gift." The man regarded the square jade box, faint traces of blood wafting to his nose. Furrowing his brow, he accepted the box. "Teacher, I must take my leave now," the boy said, swiftly running away. Setting aside the half-eaten watermelon, the man opened the jade box. What lay within was a bloodied human head, the lifeless gray eyes staring blankly at him. The teacher remained expressionless. Tossing the box, along with the head, over the courtyard fence and into the nearby Taiping River. Continuing to eat the watermelon, he murmured, "One falls, and all things thrive." The town was small. Today, news spread like wildfire that the rooster from the Zhang family's home had laid a golden egg, ensuring that by tomorrow, all the town's fowl and pets would be aware of it. Within just 2 hours, the news of Ji Yuan being decapitated by his wife, Xiao Ran with a saw, had reached most of the town, instilling widespread panic among its residents. Many sought to flee into the mountains and forests, but they were relentlessly pursued by the guards Zhao Meng had brought, crying out for mercy, to the old locust tree at the town entrance. Zhao Meng fanned himself vigorously, feeling the oppressive heat. Yi Zhaoqiu, being a second-tier martial artist, was impervious to such discomfort, while Lu Feng and Gu Wu Yang remained composed. What a wretched place! It feels no different than a furnace. Zhao Meng lamented amidst his complaints when several elderly townsfolk, leaning on their canes and moving slowly, approached the old locust tree. The leading elder, around 80 years old, bore deep creases in his face, filled with dirt. "Old man Shun Ping, I have met the 7th prince before." The elder first cupped his hands in respect towards Zhao Meng, then, with a solemn expression, continued, "Previously, The lewd women of this town and the brazen men have provoked the wrath of the seventh prince and the two young ladies. Esteemed elders, I humbly stand before you, representing the entire town, to extend my sincerest apologies to His Highness the seventh prince and to the two enchanting maidens. With that, I heard a series of thuds as the seven most revered elders of the small town knelt before Zhao Meng. Yi Zhaoqiu, Lu Feng, and Gu Wuyang. Zhao Meng yawned, an expression of indifference etched across his face. Was he driven to take a life merely due to the brazen gazes of the townsfolk at the town's entrance? Had these old codgers truly deluded themselves into thinking he was a heartless monster? Zhao Meng had never relished the act of killing. His count of lives taken paled in comparison to that of the typical debauchee. It was a number that could be easily counted. His true penchant lay in employing a myriad of schemes to compel husbands to willingly slay their wives, to have wives butcher their own children, and to make children boil their aging parents alive. Perched upon a tree stump, Zhao Meng surveyed the elders, who had buried their foreheads into the yellow earth, and remarked nonchalantly, I have come to your humble town to inquire about a certain individual from the esteemed Mr. Qi Qingji. Regrettably, Mr. Qi has been unwilling to divulge the information I seek. In my desperation, I have resorted to this unfortunate course of action. I truly do not wish to take lives. If Mr. Qi could but share the knowledge I desire, I would depart without further ado. The death of young Ji Yuan pains me greatly, for he was indeed a citizen of Wei. However, dear elders, I find myself with no alternative. Suddenly, Zhao Meng snapped his folding fan shut and gently tapped it against his head. But wait! I did not slay young Ji Yuan. His head was severed by his betrothed, Miss Xiao As the seventh prince of Wei and the future sovereign of the Wei kingdom. I cherish you all dearly and would never harm my own subjects. Such defaming accusations must not be made lightly. Moments later, a small boy came rushing back to the old locust tree. Panting heavily, Zhao Meng hastily inquired, Has Mr. Qi received the gift? The boy nodded, affirming that the elder brother had indeed received it. Did Mr. Qi say anything? No. Zhao Meng pressed several golden leaves into the boy's hand. Smiling, Well done, now go home. The boy beamed, Thank you, elder brother. Observing the rosy-cheeked child, Zhao Meng's eyes sparkled with mischief. What is your name, elder brother? I am called Adai. Are you a student of Mr. Qi? Yes. Zhao Meng narrowed his slender eyes slightly. Adai, I am rather hungry. Might I visit your home for a bite to eat? The boy, ever hospitable, replied, Of course. An hour later, as the sun began its descent in the west, a small earthen courtyard in Jifeng Alley was filled with dozens of townsfolk. Adai is dead. The poor child had his head severed by his own mother. What happened to Adai? That seventh prince gave Adai's stepfather a silver note worth 1,000 taels, instructing him to behead the boy. Unexpectedly, Adai resisted fiercely, and the man could not overpower him. What occurred next? Next, the seventh prince threatened Adai's mother, claiming he would kill her husband. In a panic, she seized the saw from her husband's hands and took her son's life herself. Strangely, Adai roared like a furious little tiger at his stepfather, yet remained utterly still before his mother, not even uttering a cry. Alas, we cannot blame the woman. She is a widow. If she were to lose 2 husbands, no man in the town would dare marry her again. Indeed, a son can be replaced, but a second husband's death would mark her as a widow cursed by fate, an outcast in our town. The seventh prince placed Adai's head in a jade box and sent it to Mr. Qi, cursed Qi Qingji. He is the true mastermind who deserves to be flayed alive. I find it strange that Mr. Qi would refuse to share information with the seventh prince about a mere inquiry. If Mr. Qi remains obstinate, who will be the next victim? We cannot remain idle. We must take action. At the entrance of the town, beneath the old locust tree, Zhao Meng, Yi Zhaoqiu, Lu Feng, and Gu Wuyang all gazed at the warhorse galloping towards the corridor bridge. The steed carried a member of the Imperial Guard, who held the jade box containing Adai's head. Ji Yuan has no connection to you, Qi, but your cold-heartedness I can comprehend. However, Adai was your student, and I shall see if you, Qi Qingji, can maintain your composure. Zhao Meng's gaze was cold and mocking. Suddenly, a shrill scream startled Zhao Meng. What on earth? Zhao Meng glared at Lu Feng, who appeared pale with fright. Your Highness, it's a massive rat. Following Lu Feng's pointed finger, Zhao Meng, Yi Zhaoqiu, and Gu Wuyang gasped in unison. Across the bustling street, a white-furred rat stood upright like a cat, its eyes, like red agates, fixated intently on the four beneath the old locust tree. Upon being spotted, the white rat vanished like an arrow, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 30. The wrathful gaze before the sacred wood forest of the small town. By the banks of the Taiping River, beneath the shade of a fence in a small courtyard, a young man in a green robe lay reclined in a wicker chair, a scroll covering his face. Suddenly, the distant sound of galloping hooves shattered the tranquility of this little sanctuary. I am Han Chong of the Wei Imperial Guard, sent by His Highness the 7th Prince to deliver a gift to Mr. Qi, he announced. The green-robed man removed the scroll, sitting up with an expression filled with restrained murderous intent. You seem rather irritable today. Come in. The heavily armored Imperial Guard strode with the grace of a dragon. Arriving beneath the shade and placing the jade box upon the stone table, he then opened the lid before Mr. Qi, revealing a Dai's bloodied severed head within. The young man in green slowly rose from his chair. His gaze shifted from the jade box back to the Imperial Guard standing nearby, a young man of around 20 with thick brows and fierce eyes. His face flushed crimson beneath his helmet, sweat cascading down in the midst of the guard's bewildered stare. The young man in green raised an arm, extending his right index finger to gently touch the man's forehead. Before a scream could escape his lips, the man, with a stature of 8 feet and a body like a bear, along with his armor and blade, was silently reduced to dust. The wind swept through, leaving only ashes beneath the tree. With a crisp snap, the young man in green closed the box lid and raised his eyes towards the direction of the town. Zhao Meng, you have made a grave mistake by targeting my student. At the town's entrance, 29 warhorses stood in formation beneath the towering archway. Mounted upon them were 29 battle-hardened Imperial Guards, their eyes fixed ahead, unwavering amidst the palpable atmosphere of impending doom. Beneath the old locust tree, the young woman in white, Yi Zhaoqiu, meditated with her eyes closed. Lu Feng clasped her hands tightly, her gaze fixed anxiously towards the corridor bridge. Ji Wuyang squatted atop a stone pedestal, expressionless as he stared at Lu Feng's well-formed silhouette. Meanwhile, Zhao Meng lay sprawled on a tree stump, snoring loudly, drool forming a glistening thread at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens, reminiscent of thunder rolling across the sky, reverberating from one end to the other. Atop the corridor bridge, a man clad in green appeared seemingly out of nowhere. His eyes, dark as 3 gaping voids, exuded an aura of boundless malice, as if an endless torrent of killing intent surged forth from within. The sound of hooves echoed relentlessly in an instant. The 29 warhorses collapsed to the ground, their knees shattering the stone slabs beneath them. All 29 Imperial Guards were thrown to the ground, pinned by the overwhelming aura of death, unable to rise for an extended period. Beneath the old locust tree, Yi Zhaoqiu abruptly opened her eyes. Her hands instinctively gripped the sword sheathed at her back. Lu Feng recoiled in sheer terror, her feet instinctively retreating. Ji Wuyang stood protectively before Zhao Meng, his grip on the hilt of his sword trembling uncontrollably. Zhao Meng gazed up at the sky, inhaling sharply. Is this what it means to be a celestial being? Above, the clouds, once resembling towering mountains, seemed to be pulled by an invisible hand, transforming into a flowing river of stars cascading towards the earth. When the sage is enraged, the heavens change color. Is this the descent of the clouds from the 9th heaven? How magnificent! Zhao Meng's eyes widened in astonishment. In the blink of an eye, the figure in green who had stood atop the corridor bridge was now before the town's entrance. The chilling gaze of the man, with his dark pupils reminiscent of a sword that had once extinguished countless lives, locked onto Zhao Meng. In that instant, Zhao Meng felt as though his soul were being torn asunder, with a spurt of blood. He coughed violently. I can scarcely recall the last time I was moved to anger. The voice of the man in green was bone-chillingly cold. Even if the gods were to descend today, they could not save your life, Zhao Meng. Having uttered these words, the man in the green robe slowly raised his arm. Yi Zhaoqiu, with her willow-like brows slightly furrowed, softly murmured, "Your Highness." A harsh cough escaped Zhao Meng, who smiled while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Do not play your trump card just yet. Our ally has arrived." Just as the man in green prepared to strike, he was halted by a voice. "Mr. Qi, hold on." He looked up to see the town's oldest and most respected elder leading a large group of residents toward the town's entrance. "Mr. Qi, the seventh prince must not be harmed." The elder spoke in a deep tone. "Why?" The man in green replied icily, "Mr. Qi, have you considered the consequences if the seventh prince were to perish in our town? Emperor Wenjing will not spare us. An army will surge through, and who will survive? Yes, you, Mr. Qi, are an immortal and can simply walk away, but what about us mortals?" The townsfolk chimed in, each voice adding to the chorus. The man in green had lived in Qingping town for decades, and his appearance showed no sign of aging. Anyone not a fool could recognize that he was a living deity. However, that was of little consequence. What mattered most was that he was a benevolent deity. For decades, he had never quarreled with any of the townspeople. It was well known that Qi Fuzi of the Jingchun Academy was a good man. The seventh prince cannot be killed? The man in green's gaze turned frostbitten. What about Ji Yuan from Wui Alley or a Dai from Jinyu Alley? Shall they die in vain? Mr. Qi, you are mistaken. Ji Yuan was slain by his wife, Xiao Ran, and a Dai, your student, was murdered by his own mother with a saw. What does the seventh prince have to do with this? Indeed, Mr. Qi, as the learned teacher of our town, you cannot recklessly assign blame, Mr. Qi. The deaths of Ji Yuan and a Dai were fated. Mr. Qi, I must say. The seventh prince merely inquired about a certain individual, and you could have provided the information. Alas, Mr. Qi, if we trace the roots of it all, the deaths of Ji Yuan and a Dai are ultimately on your hands. At the town's entrance, the man in green slowly closed his eyes. He understood all too well that the grotesque faces of the townsfolk were merely a reflection of their struggle to survive. To have one's closest kin brutally sever one's head and present it in a jade box as a gift was a twisted reality. Zhao Meng's methods were truly insidious and ruthless. After all, no one wished to become the next gift for the man in green. To slay Zhao Meng would necessitate stepping over the corpses of the townspeople. The man in green found himself unable to do so. Gradually, he opened his eyes and gazed at the smiling seventh prince beneath the old locust tree. He had never felt so constrained, and a fire within him burned fiercely, urging him to howl at the heavens. The death penalty could be avoided, but the humiliation was inescapable. The man in green suddenly took a step forward. Clang! A multitude of weapons, swords, halberds, axes, and spears, were immediately brandished by the townsfolk. They stood before Zhao Meng. Their weapons pointed directly at the man in green. "Mr. Qi, please retreat. You need to calm down." The townspeople were filled with fear of Zhao Meng, for he was the seventh prince. They harbored no fear for the man in green. Even though he was a living deity capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas. Why the lack of fear? The answer was simple. The man in green was a good person. Amidst the thunderous laughter, the man in green turned and walked towards the corridor bridge. He had been defeated. Beneath the old locust tree, Zhao Meng wore a radiant smile, a celestial being, merely a farce. The sun dipped low in the west. At the foot of Mount Buzhou, Zhu Juyin sat cross-legged in a cave, exhaling clouds of mist while listening to the eloquent tales of Xiao Xianfeng. "Master, this is what I witnessed in the town today." Standing upright like a person, Xiao Xianfeng, with his slender forelegs akimbo, exclaimed angrily, "That insufferable seventh prince is utterly disgusting and too arrogant. It truly vexes me." Zhu Juyin lifted his wine cup and drained it in one gulp. Though Qi Qingji faced utter defeat, his experiences and actions command my admiration. "Master," Xiao Xianfeng inquired, "if you were Mr. Qi, what would you do?" Zhu Juyin replied lightly, "If I were Qi Qingji, the seventh prince might annihilate the townsfolk, and before me could lie the heads of the entire town. What if you were in the standoff at the town's entrance?" Zhu Juyin smiled nonchalantly. "Enough with the questions. You must ascend the mountain immediately and seek out Mr. Qi. Request him to inform those from Weidu of my place of seclusion." Zhu Juyin gazed at the crimson clouds in the distant sky and whispered, "This mountain will become their burial ground." Chapter 31. The storm approaches, night fell, and the bright moon cast its light. The velvet black curtain of the sky was adorned with countless stars. Before the sacred woods of the town, beside the tranquil Taiping River, Qi Qingji sat cross-legged in the main hall. Before him lay a jade box containing a Dai's head. Over the course of centuries, the man in green had traveled across nations, his footprints gracing every corner of the Xiangyang continent. As a terrestrial deity, he had witnessed mountains shift, rivers dry up, and dynasties crumble. He had seen far too much of mortals' lives and deaths. Emperors turn to dust, and beauties become mere skeletons. Qi Qingji believed his heart of Tao had been tempered to withstand any storm, resolute against the winds of fate. Yet, on this day, this terrestrial deity, who could incinerate the heavens and boil the seas, was toyed with like a monkey by a mere so-called seventh prince. This day would be etched in the memory of the man in green. Akin to a lingering nightmare, it was as if a beggar, lowly as mud, defecated upon the head of an emperor, who could do nothing in response. What a disgrace! How utterly humiliating! Qi Qingji gritted his teeth. His fierce gaze brimmed with murderous intent, threatening to engulf the heavens and earth. This day had birthed a demonic thought within his heart. If he could not vent this pent-up frustration, his centuries of cultivation would deflate like a punctured balloon, spiraling downward. Suddenly, the man in green raised his head, gazing outside where the moonlight poured in like quicksilver. Shortly after, a white-furred mouse, resembling a kitten, stealthily entered the fenced courtyard. Before the man in green, the mouse stood upright like a human. Its ruby-red eyes glimmered as it spoke. "Mr. Qi, my master has sent me to see you." Qi Qingji restrained his large yellow dog, which had suddenly sprung up, and narrowed his eyes. "Master, is it Nanju?" The white-furred mouse nodded in affirmation. "At well in." On the second floor, Zhao Meng, Yi Zhaoqiu, Lu Feng, and Gu Wuyang sat at a table, enjoying their dinner. Suddenly, a royal guard rushed upstairs, tightly clutching a letter. "Your Highness, this letter is from Mr. Qi." The guard respectfully presented the letter with both hands. Zhao Meng set down his chopsticks, wiping his mouth with a handkerchief. Only then did he take the letter. Opening the envelope, on a piece of rice paper were only a few brief words. "Innkeeper." "Yes, sir." The innkeeper, who had been waiting at the staircase, hurried forward. As Zhao Meng burned both the envelope and the letter. He inquired, "Where is Mount Buzhou?" The innkeeper answered respectfully, "Sir, head south out of the town, and after about half an hour, you will see a towering mountain. After walking for a little over an hour, you will reach the foot of Mount Buzhou." Lu Feng asked curiously, "Your Highness, is that where the master and disciple are hiding?" Zhao Meng nodded. "Rest well tonight. Tomorrow, we'll find a townsfolk to guide us to the mountain. Lu Feng, just in case, you stay behind at the inn. If we have not returned by nightfall, it is highly likely we have perished at that time. You must quickly return to Wei Du and report to Father." Lu Feng was taken aback. "Your Highness, do you think too highly of that mysterious master of the Qin surname? No matter how terrifying he is, can he rival Qi Qingji, this celestial being?" Zhao Meng left his seat, pushed open the window, and gazed at the tranquil silhouette of the distant mountains. "You may find it hard to believe, but ever since night fell, I've felt an inexplicable unease, as if the heavens are about to collapse. I've never felt this way before. It's absolutely dreadful." The following day dawned bright and clear. A splendid day indeed. At the town's entrance, 29 royal guards emerged from Zhao Meng's luxurious carriage, retrieving 29 exquisite bows. These bows, known as Wancher bows, were crafted from rare materials. In the vast Wei kingdom, only 7,000 existed. Without the strength to wrestle lions or tigers, one could hardly draw such a bow. Paired with finely forged arrows, they could effortlessly pierce gold and shatter stone. Guided by the innkeeper, Zhao Meng, Yi Zhaoqiu, Gu Wuyang, and the 29 royal guards, each wielding a Wancher bow, a long knife at their waist, and a quiver of arrows on their backs, set forth from the town. All eyes upon them, marching resolutely toward Mount Buzhou. Half an hour later, Zhao Meng lifted his gaze in the far-off horizon. A vast and majestic mountain loomed. The midsection and above were shrouded in clouds and mist. As if soaring into the starry realms beyond, so grand, so tall, truly a sight to behold. Zhao Meng could not help but exclaim, "Your Highness, the weather has changed." The young girl in white, Yi Zhaoqiu, furrowed her delicate brows. It was only after the reminder that Zhao Meng and the others realized the gravity of the situation. Before they entered the mountains, the sun shone brightly, and the sky was a pristine blue. Yet, in just half an hour, the heavens had transformed, cloaked in thick, leaden clouds. An hour later, the towering outlines of the mountains became increasingly distinct, resembling a colossal, lurking beast of the wild. The canopies of ancient trees soared towards the heavens, their leaves densely intertwined, casting the deep forest into an eerie and shadowy ambience. The group of several dozen traversing the forest remained silent, the surrounding stillness profound, with not even the faintest chirp of a bird to be heard. Suddenly, a chilling mountain breeze swept through, penetrating to the bone. "Wait!" Yi Zhaoqiu's voice broke the silence. "What happened?" Zhao Meng turned to inquire. The girl's expression was grave as she asked, "Where has that innkeeper gone?" Zhao Meng abruptly glanced towards the front of the line. The 29 elite guards also scanned their surroundings with heightened vigilance. The innkeeper was nowhere to be found, vanishing before their very eyes. The cold mountain wind was unsettling, and the ancient forest loomed ominously. Zhao Meng, unable to control himself, retreated to Yi Zhaoqiu's side, pressing tightly against her delicate form. Feeling the warmth beneath her thin clothing, the heart of the 7th Prince of Wei gradually steadied. "It's here," Yi Zhaoqiu exclaimed, her slender hand swiftly covering the ancient sword case behind her. "Form a formation." At her command, the 29 elite guards rapidly arranged themselves into a defensive circle, enclosing Zhao Meng, Yi Zhaoqiu, and Gu Wuyang in the center. Crack! A blinding flash of lightning cascaded from the clouds, splitting the heavens. This was soon followed by a deafening roar of thunder that rolled across the sky. The heavens seemed to have torn open, unleashing torrents of rain. The fierce winds and heavy downpour instantly obscured everyone's vision. The raindrops, as large as beans, pelted down like a barrage, swiftly robbing them of warmth. Zhao Meng instinctively raised his arm, wiping the rain from his face, his eyes stinging in the deluge. "Be careful, ah!" The warning from Yi Zhaoqiu coincided with the agonized screams of the elite guards. Erupting in his ears, Zhao Meng shuddered violently, helplessly watching as one of the guards was dragged into the depths of the curtain of rain by a terrifying and inexplicable force. Soon, a series of crunching sounds pierced through the downpour, infiltrating everyone's ears. Were they devouring humans? This seemingly absurd thought arose in every mind. The rain intensified, soaking everyone to the bone. The chewing sounds ebbed and flowed, sometimes distant, sometimes near, emanating from every direction, left, right, front, and back. There was no escape. Zhao Meng's throat tightened, his scalp prickling. Even surrounded by the elite guards, the 7th Prince of Wei felt an overwhelming lack of safety. To the left, Yi Zhaoqiu's cry was swiftly drowned by the rain. Chapter 32. Golden candles amidst the torrential rain and thunderous lightning. Everyone turned in unison towards the same direction. Deep within the rain curtain, 2 points of crimson light suddenly flared to life. Resembling 2 lanterns glowing in the endless night, a chilling aura of malevolence surged forth, crashing down upon Zhao Meng, Yi Zhaoqiu, and everyone else. Were these eyes? They could not possibly belong to a human. Every mind was taut with tension, fixated on those candle-like eyes, refusing to wipe the rain from their blurred vision. "Give me the bow." As the atmosphere grew suffocating, Gu Wuyang stepped out of the formation. He extended his hand to receive the massive bow passed to him by an elite guard, knocking a deadly arrow crafted from fine steel onto the string. The robust young man summoned his strength, drawing the bow as taut as a crescent moon. In the next instant, a hum resonated as the bowstring vibrated. Accompanied by a mournful wail, the deadly arrow, propelled by the fury of wind and thunder, sliced through the rain. In the air, droplets of rain danced like crystal flowers. The arrow, akin to a silver streak, crashed into the depths of the rain curtain. Clang! The sound of the deadly arrow snapping echoed through the air, followed by the sight of sparks flying. Crack! Lightning cleaved through the heavy clouds, illuminating the world in a flash of daylight. In that moment, everyone's pupils constricted to pinpricks. With a muffled thud, the massive bow fell to the ground. Gu Wuyang's scalp tingled, and he instinctively took a step back. In the depths of the rain curtain, a colossal creature, as if ruling over the mountains, glared coldly at them with fiery red vertical pupils. Its densely packed, golden-scaled hide resembled armor forged from celestial flames. The creature's robust, serpentine body exuded an indescribable, violent beauty. Gulp! Zhao Meng swallowed hard, as if downing molten lava. Meeting those chilling red vertical pupils felt like a mountain pressing down upon his spine. Trembling, the seventh Prince of Wei was overwhelmed by an intense urge to kneel and bow in reverence. Suddenly, the terrifying golden eyes extinguished, followed by the sound of scales shifting, the clattering of metal echoing from the depths of the rain curtain. Reverberating in every direction, a shrill scream pierced the air. The corner of the formation collapsed as one elite guard was dragged into the depths of the forest by an unseen, terrifying force. The scream abruptly ceased, followed by the familiar crunching sound of chewing it was feeding. Zhao Meng, Yi Zhaoqiu, Gu Wuyang, and the remaining 27 elite guards huddled together, forming a mountain of flesh, with almost no gaps between them. They clung to one another, as if this proximity could alleviate the surging tide of fear within. They were but a fragile vessel adrift amidst a vast ocean, while the colossal creature loomed as the monstrous waves, repeatedly attempting to smash their vessel into the unfathomable depths. "Your Highness, we must retreat. We should not have trespassed into these mountains." Gu Wuyang's face was as pale as death. "Retreat?" Zhao Meng gritted his teeth. "Do you think that beast will allow us to leave the mountains alive?" Gu Wuyang was taken aback. Damn it. They hadn't even encountered the Chun youth assassin or his master. Zhao Meng gently patted Yi Zhaoqiu's shoulder. "Use your trump card. Slay this beast." "All right," the young girl replied, nodding slightly, swiftly unfastening the ancient sword case from her back. The bronze sword case was adorned with several yellow talismans at the seams. Miraculously, despite the torrential rain, the talismans remained wide. Yi Zhaoqiu extended her slender hand, peeling off one talisman after another. Another elite guard has been taken. The fear that everyone had desperately suppressed erupted like a volcano. Swish, 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 one by one. The elite guards drew their bows, each arrow nocked and ready to fly deep into the rain curtain. The wind took on a mournful tone, resembling cries of despair and mockery. As if the heavens were lamenting the impending burial of the mountains, deriding the insignificance of humanity, like mere specks of dust. The rain intensified, and the wind howled fiercely. One by one, elite guards were dragged into the depths of the storm, disappearing without a trace. The sounds of bones crunching and flesh being swallowed echoed like an invisible hand, choking the life out of the living, leaving them gasping for breath. Enough! The voice of the young girl seemed to descend from the heavens. All 9 talismans were perfectly removed. With a snap, Yi Zhaoqiu opened the case. Inside the bronze sword case lay a half-destroyed battle spear. The ancient spear was pitch black, covered in intricate cracks, as if it would crumble at the slightest touch. "Is this the National Master's secret weapon?" Gu Wuyang gazed at the fragile spear, murmuring to himself. "The Black Death Spear possesses 2 characteristics," Zhao Meng stated, his eyes bright. "Firstly, once thrown, it will surely hit its target." "Curious," Gu Wuyang inquired, "and the second?" Zhao Meng took the ancient spear from Yi Zhaoqiu's hands, fixing his gaze on the back of an elite guard before him, his voice icy. "The second is, one life for another." With a soft thrust, blood sprayed forth. The ancient spear pierced effortlessly into the elite guard's body as if it were tender tofu. Instantly, the essence of the guard's life force surged into the spear like a roaring tide. Except for Yi Zhaoqiu, everyone's eyes widened in shock, for from within the spear, they could hear the sound of eager drinking, as if the spear were alive. With a dull thud, the ancient spear struck. In mere seconds, the elite guard, betrayed by Zhao Meng, was rendered a mere husk, drained of life. The emaciated body, resembling that of a zombie, fell heavily onto the damp, thick layer of decaying leaves. At that moment, the once pitch-black ancient spear in Zhao Meng's hand transformed into a hue as crimson as blood, as though it had been steeped in gore for millennia, emanating a chilling aura of death. Zhao Meng slowly closed his eyes, envisioning the grotesque behemoth. Yi Zhaoqiu, Gu Wuyang, and the remaining 13 elite guards stood vigilantly, their hearts silent in prayer. Should this spear fail to deliver a fatal blow or inflict severe injury upon the monstrous entity, they would have no second chance to strike. The metallic sound of scales scraping against one another echoed from all directions. Even with their eyes wide open, none could discern the creature's whereabouts. Soon, the image was complete. Zhao Meng abruptly opened his eyes, raising his right arm, tightly gripping the Black Death spear. In the next moment, his entire body propelled the right arm forward, hurling the blood-red ancient spear with force, as if it were a radiant streak of blood slicing through the night. The onlookers beheld countless sparks erupting amidst the curtain of rain, blinding their eyes with pain. Following this, torrents of gleaming crimson blood spattered forth, culminating in a resounding crash as a heavy object fell to the ground, causing the entire mountain to tremble slightly. The downpour transformed abruptly into a fine drizzle, leading one to ponder if this inexplicable rain was not the work of the heavens, but rather the handiwork of the colossal beast. After a brief silence, Zhao Meng's eyes flickered as he commanded, "Wu Yang, take a few men to investigate." Chapter 33. The Burial of Extinction. The rain ceased. A fog enveloped the mountain. The ancient forest lay in profound silence. Wu Yang, wielding a finely forged long knife, cautiously led 5 elite guards forward. Before long, the 6 men stumbled upon the splattered crimson-gold blood upon the grass and stones, pulsating with an overwhelming essence of life, as if aflame. How many years has this beast lived? Wu Yang's knuckles turned white from clenching his fists as they continued onward. After a distance of several zhang, the 6 halted, their eyes widened in disbelief. Not far away, a gigantic python lay among the trees, its massive head pierced through by the Black Death spear, blood gushing forth, as the heart within the chest cavity gradually calmed. Wu Yang let out a long breath. Approaching closer, he gazed up at the lifeless head of the python, instinctively reaching out to caress the tightly interlocked, gleaming crimson scales. This mountain could indeed harbor such a creature. As the long knife swept across the scales, a metallic clang resounded, sending forth showers of sparks. The essence contained within this beast's flesh was akin to a raging river, far superior to the elixirs concocted by the national master. The entire body of crimson scales could be fashioned into armor or forged into weapons, both exceedingly rare divine materials. The marrow within the bones, if consumed, could significantly prolong life. And the bones, his self-muttering came to an abrupt halt. Wu Yang suddenly froze, becoming a statue, motionless. "Sir Gu, what is it?" A guard behind him inquired softly, filled with confusion. With a clatter, Wu Yang's teeth gently clashed, trembling. His eyes brimmed with crimson veins, nearly bursting with intensity. The colossal creature, previously thought dead with the spear piercing its head, suddenly opened its eyes. Wu Yang's face was mere inches from the python's lantern-like gaze, its blood-red vertical pupils exuding a chilling malevolence. As if the fiery gold within them threatened to spill forth, a voice echoed within Wu Yang's heart, hoarse and desperate, urging him to flee, to escape. Yet, his feet felt as if rooted to the ground. Unable to budge an inch, without warning, the python opened its gaping maw, swallowing Wu Yang whole. The first sensation was an overwhelming, nauseating stench of blood. Next, his eyes beheld hundreds of razor-sharp teeth, akin to a multitude of gleaming daggers embedded within the python's mouth. The jaws gradually constricted, and Wu Yang could distinctly feel the python's teeth slowly and effortlessly piercing through his frail form. The sharp tips penetrated his skull, invaded his brain, pierced his chest, and reached his heart. Why life is over. The moment this thought emerged, a thunderous explosion resounded as the young man burst apart within the python's maw. The fog thickened, rendering visibility nearly impossible beyond 2 zhang. The white-clad maiden Yi Zhaoqiu and her companions scattered in disarray. From deep within the distant fog, the anguished screams of humanity echoed, desperate cries of impending demise. The Black Death spear, which had drained several celestial beings of their essence, could not slay it. Yi Zhaoqiu's complexion turned as pale as snow. Her once pristine white garments were now caked in mud. The soaked fabric clung tightly to her skin, accentuating her graceful silhouette. Even if her master were to descend, he would be unable to subdue the beast. Gu Wuyang was right. Humanity ought not to trespass this mountain. Perhaps Qi Qingji's reluctance to disclose the whereabouts of the Qin clan assassin and his master was born of good intentions. Zhao Meng, may fortune favor you. Yi Zhaoqiu must survive this mountain. The white-clad maiden resolved that should she return unscathed to Wei capital, she would seek to confront the trials of life and death. Those who do not ascend to celestial heights are but ants. Her master spoke true. Suddenly, a warm breath brushed against her back. The white-clad maiden jolted, taking a deep breath before slowly turning around. The obsidian depths of her eyes quivered slightly. The colossal, menacing head of the python loomed near, its crimson vertical pupils gazing down with an eerie calmness. There was no bloodthirsty cruelty, nor was there disdain for the weak. Only the purest cold-bloodedness. The chilling mountain wind swept through, parting the fog. The great python's head bowed, while the white-clad maiden gazed upward, resembling a breathtaking ink painting. Python immortal. My master, Luo Xinghe, the protector of Wei. The white-clad maiden's voice abruptly vanished. Torrents of warm blood splattered against ancient trees and decaying leaves. This time, the crimson python savored the meal slowly, for compared to the elite guards, the maiden was truly delectable. After all, she was a practitioner at the second tier of the mountain-moving realm. Cursed, cursed, cursed. I should never have entered this mountain, no, I should not have agreed to this matter. Zhao Jian, how could you have truly led your royal brother to ruin? Zhao Meng, the seventh prince of Wei capital, scrambled through the underbrush, his luxurious garments now soiled with him. You die in a rush. He dashed out of the ancient forest, and before him lay a babbling stream. Beside the stream stood a slender figure, clad in flowing azure. Qi Qingji. Zhao Meng skidded to a halt. The figure did not turn to face him. Her jet-black eyes remained fixed on something behind the seventh prince. Cautiously, Zhao Meng turned his head. With a sharp intake of breath, he gasped as he beheld a python head as large as a mountain reflected in the terror of his eyes. Before Zhao Meng's horrified gaze, the crimson python spoke. This mountain does not welcome outsiders, nor do you. The figure in azure smiled slightly, conjuring clouds and summoning rain, her powers unfathomable. Just this once. The dialogue between man and python left Zhao Meng's scalp tingling. Summoning clouds and rain. The tempest that had earlier ravaged the land was indeed the python's doing. What in the name of heaven is this creature? A python or a dragon? Nanzhu, even if you slay this batch, the old emperor will send forth more. Second, third, fourth, an endless tide. The crimson python replied indifferently, no matter how many insects there are, they remain insects. If I can derive pleasure from crushing them, I am more than willing to waste my time. The one thing I possess in abundance is time. The figure in azure chuckled. Yet there will come a day when you tire of it. Nanzhu, this brat has stirred a devil within me. I must journey to Wei capital to vent my frustrations. I will present a sword to Emperor Wenjing. After that sword is drawn, no one shall dare tread upon the Taihang Mountains again. You and I can both find peace. The figure pointed at Zhao Meng. This boy's life belongs to you. His corpse shall be mine. The crimson python exhaled a single word, fine. Listening to the exchange, Zhao Meng understood he was as good as dead. The fear within him dissipated significantly. With a clang, the seventh prince of Wei drew his sword one last time, its tip aimed straight at the python's head. Long serpent, and you, Qi, remember this. I am Zhao Meng. Having spoken, Zhao Meng surged forward towards the crimson python. With a sound that cleaved the air, the python deftly flicked its tail, resulting in a resounding crash as the longsword shattered. Zhao Meng was propelled backward like a cannonball, soaring several dozen feet before crashing heavily against the rocks. His bones were utterly shattered, resembling a puddle of flesh, slowly sliding down to the ground. A torrential downpour fell upon the mountains, yet the small town basked in brilliant sunshine, the azure sky clear and washed clean. Clad in green, Qingyi arrived at the Baozi shop bearing dozens of pounds of meat. "Oh, Mr. Qi, what kind of meat is this?" inquired the shopkeeper with a beaming smile. "I had some free time this morning, so I ventured into the mountains for a hunt. Thankfully, I managed to bring down a wild boar." Qingyi replied, unloading the fresh meat onto the counter. There's far too much for me to consume alone. Please pack extra baozi for every household, delivering 2 baskets each. This will serve as processing fees. Qing Yi tossed a few taels of silver to the shopkeeper, who watched the retreating figure of Qi Qingji with a heavy heart. Go repay malice with kindness. Such high moral integrity you possess. Sir. Chapter 34. Qing Yi wielding the sword at Night Master. The wine has arrived. The little whirlwind, standing upright, rushed down from Mount Buzhou, clutching a jar of wine. Transforming into human form, Zhu Jiuyin, sitting barefoot at the cave entrance, accepted the wine jar, tearing off the red cloth and gulping it down greedily. The crisp liquor flowed down his throat, its fiery taste igniting his senses, overpowering the lingering taste of blood in his mouth. Excellent wine, he belched contentedly, finishing the remaining liquor in one go. Zhu Jiuyin then drew out the brass pipe from his waist, beginning to exhale clouds of smoke. Little whirlwind, please instruct me, Zhu Jiuyin inquired. Is Mr. Qi from the Jingchun Academy in the small town, or has he departed for Wei capital? The little whirlwind, perched at the wine jar's rim, replied, I didn't see him. I was too busy sneaking wine for you. Stop sniffing it. I'll save some for you next time. Go enjoy some fruits in the cave. Oh, okay. Taking a light puff from the pipe, he exhaled 2 columns of smoke, his crimson-slit eyes gazing at the ancient war spear planted before him. 2 hours prior, during the hunting expedition, Zhao Meng, the 7th Prince of Wei, had provided an introduction about this ancient spear, which Zhu Jiuyin had heard clearly from several dozen feet away. The Black Death Spear. The ultimate trump card of the national protector sorcerer Luo Xinghe of Wei. This spear has 2 significant characteristics. First, once thrown, it will inevitably hit its target. Second, 1 life for another, a mere insect of the 7th rank in external martial arts. Zhao Meng could pierce through my python head with this spear. Were it not for the immortality of my true form, I would have been sent away by that spear. Extinguishing the pipe, Zhu Jiuyin rose. With a flicker of his mind, the system panel materialized before his eyes. Host. Zhu Jiuyin lifespan. Eternal, immortal, and indestructible, true form. Candle Dragon, juvenile serpent phase, cultivation, 37.8 meters juvenile serpent, advancing to the ferocious dragon phase after 1,000 meters, having devoured over 30 external martial artists of the 7th and 8th ranks, 1 internal martial artist of the 3rd rank, and 1 of the 2nd rank. His serpent length surged from 30.7 meters to 37.8 meters, a cause for celebration, indeed. Alas, eternally suppressed by Mount Buzhou, he could not leave this mountain range. Otherwise, the vastness of the celestial aura, filled with martial artists, would all become Zhu Jiuyin's blood sustenance. If only he could devour Qi Qingji. The effect would surely be splendid. Apprentice return system. Active apprentice name. Chuan Mingfei talent. Innate sword embryo age. 15 cultivation. External martial arts. 6th rank. 1.2100. He can indeed be considered 6th rank now. When Ah Fei departed, his cultivation was at the 7th rank, 98,100, and now he has taken 1 step further, unbeknownst to him. It has been nearly 3 months since the birds were set free. He also wonders if Pig Dachong has found Ah Fei. Remaining disposable free time. 23 days and 6 hours, 282 hours. He is uncertain when he will amass enough time for a year's leave. Zhu Jiuyin has traversed this realm for 26 years, venturing the farthest to Qingping town, 2 to 3 dozen miles away. He too yearns to roam freely. However, reality does not permit its system. Allocate 2 hours of free time. Current allocation of time, 2 hours countdown, 4 o'clock, 00 please confirm, host. Confirmed, countdown, 3:59, 59, 3:59, 58 Zhu Jiuyin seized the Black Death Spear and exited the cave. Soon, he arrived at the stream at the foot of the mountain. Not far away, dozens of sparrows were pecking at the water. Zhu Jiuyin raised the Black Death Spear and aimed, with a whoosh. A dark flash streaked across the heavens, and the sound of air being cleaved. The ancient spear, on the verge of shattering, pierced through one sparrow with a soft thud. When Zhu Jiuyin approached, he withdrew the spear, discovering the sparrow, now a withered piece of jerky, its feathers stripped of luster. Zhu Jiuyin slowly closed his crimson-slit eyes, envisioning one of the startled sparrows from the flock. Soon, He opened his eyes, his gaze directed towards the depths of the forest, hundreds of feet away. His muscles tensed, his arms suddenly exerting force. With a roar and a wailing cry, the Black Death Spear, emanating a faint blood glow, vanished in an instant. An incense stick's worth of time later, deep within the forest, Zhu Jiuyin withdrew the spear that had embedded itself deeply into the ancient tree trunk. The savage blood glow had dissipated unbeknownst to him. The spear was now strung with a sparrow's corpse. Its might was terrifying, yet regrettably, it was a one-off use. Once thrown too far, it might be picked up by another. An hour later, after extensive testing, Zhu Jiuyin finally grasped the intricacies of the Black Death Spear. First, the characteristic of one life for another bore significant constraints. For instance, a sparrow's life could only exchange for another sparrow. A magpie, a yellowbird, or a lark, all of similar size, a sparrow's life could not exchange for that of a wolf, wild boar, or tiger. A crucial point. When the same individual uses the Black Death Spear, the first time it is one life for one life. The second time, it becomes 2 lives for 1 life. The third time, 4 lives for 1 life, and so forth. As the sun dipped below the horizon in the depths of the mountains, a resounding boom shook the ground. Zhu Jiuyin pierced a mountain boar weighing over 300 pounds with the Black Death Spear. As he swallowed, the pitch-black ancient spear quickly turned crimson as blood. The myriad cracks covering the spear's body opened and closed, resembling the mouth of a parched individual. Feeling the overwhelming bloodthirst emanating from the spear, Zhu Jiuyin's mind began to sketch the visage of Qi Qingji. At the Yulai Inn in the small town, a delicate jade hand grasped a large meat bun, dipping it into a bit of spicy sauce before taking a bite. "This bun is delightful. What meat is it made from?" Lu Feng inquired, chewing. The attendant standing nearby smiled obsequiously. "This was sent to the little one by the Huang family Baozi shop from Jifeng Alley. I tried one and found it quite savory. So I brought it for you, my lord." The shopkeeper mentioned it's made from wild boar meat. Having finished one, Lu Feng quickly grabbed another. In a wonder, producing a few taels of silver, he hastily dismissed the shop attendant and devoured 2 baskets of Baozi. Pushing open the window, he beheld the fiery clouds at dusk. Nightfall was imminent. Gazing towards the town's entrance, Lu Feng's heart sank. Will the 7th prince not return? Who exactly was that master of the Chen family assassin? Not even the national sorcerer could eliminate him. As the great sun completely set, Lu Feng mounted his steed, departing the small town. With 2 sons lost, the emperor would surely dispatch the national sorcerer. The demise of the Chen family assassin and his master would coincide with my own descent into the underworld. Amid the turmoil of thoughts, Lu Feng's peripheral vision caught sight of a figure clad in green standing on the corridor bridge. "Huh!" Lu Feng abruptly yanked the reins. The warhorse neighed, rearing high before crashing down, stirring up a cloud of dust. Observing the figure in green with a wooden sword at her waist and the large yellow dog panting beside her, Lu Feng quickly dismounted, cupping his fists in greeting. "I have the honor of meeting Mr. Qi." Qing Yi, with hands clasped behind her back, descended the corridor bridge and approached Lu Feng. The woman lowered her head, hesitant to meet Qing Yi's piercing gaze. Raising her head, Qing Yi's voice was as gentle as jade. Lu Feng slowly lifted his gaze, only to see a finger lightly touching the woman's pale forehead. "De Huang, the horse is ready. Master will take you to experience the splendor of Wei capital." Qing Yi gently lifted the large yellow dog and carefully placed it on the horse's back. Then, she took the reins. 1 person, 1 sword. 1 horse, 1 dog. They trod upon the ancient path strewn with salt, welcomed by the refreshing evening breeze, gradually fading into the distance. Beside the corridor bridge, a woman clad in a pale yellow garment suddenly collapsed, crashing to the ground with a thud, her body shattering like porcelain. Under the bright moon, Qing Yi, who had been softly humming, abruptly halted her steps. Whirling around, she gazed towards the direction of Mount Buzhou, her exposed skin prickling with goosebumps. "What is this terrifying sensation of having my head pierced?" Chapter 35. The birds land on the spirit stone in the early winter, when all things wither. In a secluded corner of towering mountains, inside a cave beneath a precipice, scattered across the cold, rugged ground lay the remnants of wild beasts' bones. Amidst a pile of dry grass, a delicate young man. Bare from the waist up, sat cross-legged with his eyes tightly shut. A vivid crimson handprint, as red as blood, was prominently emblazoned across his chest. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes. A sweet taste surged in his throat, and with a splutter, he expelled a mouthful of scalding blood. The fire poison was indeed difficult to eradicate, like a relentless torment. This young man was Ah Fei, who had been out of his cage for over 3 months. On the night he attempted to assassinate the 9th Prince of Wei, Zhao Jin, Ah Fei had endured a solid palm strike from a 4th rank master. The fire poison contained within that fiery palm had infiltrated his body, scorching his organs day and night, as if he were placed upon a searing iron plate, sizzling and smoking. Gently caressing the bright red handprint on his chest, Ah Fei fell into deep contemplation. If he were to neglect the fire poison, in as little as 2 to 3 months, or as long as half a year, his internal organs would be incinerated. The most effective method to eliminate the fire poison was to dissipate it using true energy. In the martial arts realm, external training strengthens the body, while internal training nourishes the energy. Martial artists ranked from 9th to 4th are categorized as external practitioners. The 3rd rank, known as the Diamond Realm, the 2nd rank, the Mountain-Moving Realm, and the 1st rank, the Sea-Turning Realm, represent internal training. External practitioners possess only brute strength, while internal practitioners are filled with true energy, able to withstand extreme heat and cold, and can consolidate energy into a blade, cutting through iron as if it were mud. The terms mountain-moving and sea-turning signify much more than mere ranks. They indicate that one must cultivate to the 4th rank to begin internal training because the process of drawing energy into the body is exceedingly perilous. Not to mention ordinary individuals, even those at the pinnacle of the 5th rank who dare to draw energy prematurely risk severing their meridians, becoming crippled, or worse, having their bodies torn apart and perishing completely. Over the years, one could hardly count how many of the Master's red fruit elixirs he had consumed. As a 6th rank practitioner, Ah Fei's physical body and meridians were no less resilient than those of a 4th rank martial artist. With a soft whisper, Ah Fei slowly closed his eyes again. Without the other, I am nothing. Without me, there is nothing to gain. It is indeed near, yet I know not the means to achieve it. If there exists a true essence, yet I cannot grasp its essence, I may act in accordance with my convictions, yet its form remains unseen, possessing feelings yet lacking form. While silently reciting these thoughts, Ah Fei calmed his heart and sensed the ancient, eternal energy permeating the universe. True to his innate talent as a sword-bearer, after merely half a stick of incense, Ah Fei discerned the presence of energy. Within the cave and beyond, above and below, energy was omnipresent. Following the principles of the falling petals heart method, Ah Fei formed intricate seals with his hands. Cautiously, he inhaled a wisp of energy. Hiss, the thread-thin energy. Upon entering his body, darted around like a silver needle, piercing through blood vessels, bones, and flesh. Ah Fei sharply inhaled, biting his lip tightly as cold sweat beaded on his forehead from the pain. Embracing the oneness of all, he expelled distracting thoughts from his mind. As his spirit swiftly calmed, Ah Fei forced his will to control the energy that surged like a wild horse, gradually guiding it toward his chest. Ultimately, a wisp of energy merged with the vivid handprint in an instant. It was as if a drop of water fell into a boiling pot of oil. Boom! An invisible flame instantly engulfed Ah Fei. Outside the cave, a tumultuous river stretched for dozens of feet. At this moment, on the riverbank, a rotund white-furred mouse, larger than a puppy, wore a tiger head hat and stood upright like a human, voraciously devouring a river fish. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air. The mouse, startled, turned to look behind. There, a young man with disheveled hair, resembling a frenzied cheetah, plunged into the river with a swoosh, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The mouse, clutching half a fish, revealed a human-like astonishment in its dark, gleaming eyes. Did he just commit suicide? Finally, I can return and report. Under a clear azure sky, in the early winter afternoon, the sun was still somewhat warm. Outside Shizhuang village, by the White Horse River, women were washing clothes and children were frolicking. Having practiced the art of skipping stones for 2.5 years, what can you, tiger, possibly compare with me? An 8 or 9-year-old boy picked up a stone, slightly turned his body, and hurled it with all his might. With a splash, water erupted in all directions. For some inexplicable reason, the river rippled crimson. Tai Zhu, that looks like a person. Oh my, mother, I've killed someone. Ah Fei had a long, long dream. In that dream, he was a bird, flying endlessly. Exhausted, he wished to rest on the treetop. Alas, he failed and plummeted straight down, only to discover that he had no feet. The terrifying sensation of falling jolted Ah Fei awake. Gasping for breath, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his expression alert as he scanned his surroundings. The room was bright and clean, furnished simply. The bedding and pillows were suffused with a faint, feminine fragrance. It was a young woman's chamber. Releasing a sigh of relief, Ah Fei looked down at the unfamiliar garments he wore. The once vivid handprint on his chest was gradually fading. In another 10 days or so, the fire poison would be completely eradicated. A heavy weight lifted from his heart. Feeling slightly dizzy and numb, Ah Fei instinctively touched the back of his head. Hiss, it hurt. Tearing off the white cloth, he found flecks of blood on it. Who struck my head? Struggling to steady his weak body, Ah Fei donned a pair of straw sandals and exited the room. As the sun dipped in the west, a quaint village came into view. The land was flat, and the houses stood in neat rows. Paths crisscrossed, and the sounds of chickens and dogs filled the air. Wisps of smoke curled upwards from every household's chimney. Ah Fei felt a moment of dazed disbelief. You've finally awakened, young master, a soft, sweet voice echoed in his ears. Coming to his senses, Ah Fei turned to a certain direction. At the entrance of the kitchen stood a graceful young girl, around 14 or 15 years old, with features as picturesque as a painting. Her small face was adorned with captivating, sparkling peach blossom eyes. A radiant smile danced upon her lips, rippling like spring waves. Beneath her freshly laundered garments, her slender figure exuded a youthful innocence. Noticing the shy smile on the girl's face, Ah Fei averted his gaze and softly inquired, "Where is my sword?" "It's in the box." "First, please drink this bowl of ginger soup," the girl replied, stepping closer and offering a steaming bowl of ginger soup to Ah Fei. "Thank you." Uncertain how long he had soaked in that river, he had indeed caught a chill. After expressing his gratitude, Ah Fei accepted the white porcelain bowl but did not drink. The astute girl brought another bowl from the kitchen. "Too much, young master. It's about to overflow. Last night brought frost, and I've caught a bit of chill. I'll trouble you to pour me some," she said, pouring half a bowl of ginger soup for her. Ah Fei waited until she finished before gulping down the rest. Though she was his savior, his master had sternly instructed him to always be wary of others. "Miss, my sword, follow me, young master," she said, leading him into the room. Inside, the girl opened a redwood box. Instantly, a delightful scent of soapberry powder wafted forth. Inside the box, garments of red and green were neatly folded, with a plain iron sword resting on top. "I wanted to play roughly with Tiger, so I made him cry," the girl said as she handed the iron sword to Ah Fei. "You drifted down from the upper reaches of the White Horse River. Even in unconsciousness, you clung tightly to this sword. It must be very important to you," she remarked with curiosity. Ah Fei nodded. "This sword was gifted to me by my master." "Master?" the girl murmured, with the iron sword now hanging at his waist. Ah Fei cupped his hands in gratitude towards the girl. "Thank you for saving my life. May I have the honor of knowing your name?" "With rosy lips and pearly teeth," she replied. "My name is Lan Xiang." "Lan as in orchid, and Xiang as in fragrant herb," Ah Fei solemnly stated. "I am Ah Fei, as in the flying bird. Miss Lan, both my master and mother have taught me that even a drop of kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring. I owe you my life." "Miss Lan," Ah Fei said with a serious demeanor, "if there is anything you need me to do, please do not hesitate to command." The girl chuckled lightly. "Are you so eager to repay your kindness?" Ah Fei nodded. "Aside from my master, I wish to owe no one else." After a moment of contemplation, the young woman, with her lustrous black, curled lashes fluttering, spoke softly. "If that is the case, then dear brother, will you be my husband?" Chapter 36. The Yu family's poverty, hence no favor is owed in the following days. A Fei temporarily resided with the Lan family. Through conversations with the young woman, he learned that the village was called Shizhuang, situated merely 4 or 5 li from Lingshi County. The Lan family consisted of 3 members. Lan father and Lan mother were both in their 60s, and Lan Xiang was a daughter born in their later years. Years ago, Lan father had suffered a grave illness and could only manage the farm work with great difficulty, while Lan mother and Lan Xiang took on sewing jobs for wealthy families in Lingshi County. Although their circumstances were not particularly affluent, they managed to secure enough food and clothing to survive. As the weather grew colder, one crisp morning, a Fei awoke early in the west wing of the Lan household. Clad in the cotton jacket and trousers brought to him by Lan Xiang the previous night, he donned a coarse linen garment over it and stepped out into the courtyard. The sun was rising, heralding a splendid day. Exhaling a puff of white mist, a Fei picked up a shoulder pole and carried 2 water buckets out of the yard. As he walked along the paths, a Fei's thoughts surged. How could he repay the debt of life-saving grace? However, how exactly should he do so? Surely he could not truly become a son-in-law to the Lan family, despite Lan Xiang's beauty at the tender age of blossoming youth. With her long, flowing black hair cascading down her back like a waterfall, and her eyes as delicate and lovely as peach blossoms, he pondered. His master had once told him that a true swordsman could be infatuated with the sword and addicted to wine. But he must never be shackled by a woman. The wind would render the sword light, while emotions would weigh it down. Moreover, his dreams lay in the tumultuous waves of the East Sea, the endless glaciers of the north, and the starry rivers cascading from the peaks of Zhaoyao Mountain, far beyond the confines of a shared room and 3 acres of farmland, to rise with the sun and rest with the dusk. The abode of birds is the sky, not a cage. Before he knew it, he had arrived at his destination. A Fei looked up to see 2 figures near the village as well. One was a woman, perhaps in her late 20s, and the other a child of 8 or 9 years. The woman faced the child, holding the reins as she pulled the bucket of water up from the well. The child squatted on a stone, his dark eyes fixed intently on the woman. Silently approaching, a Fei suddenly clapped his hand down on the boy's shoulder. Ow! The boy jumped 3 feet into the air. Imph! The woman shot a Fei a cold glare, her shoulder pole hoisting the 2 buckets of water as she turned her hips and hurried away. Brother Fei, your timing couldn't be worse, the boy complained. A Fei smiled faintly. My master once said, desire is a blade that cuts to the bone. Tiger, you are still young and cannot grasp it yet. Furthermore, this is not home. Mind your manners. He gestured toward a particular spot. The boy looked down and quickly straightened up. Eyeing a Fei's iron sword hanging at his waist, the boy, named Tiger, couldn't contain his eagerness. Brother Fei, it's not that I'm being foolish. It's just that I'm of age soon. Most boys and girls in the village at 13 or 14 are already married and sleeping together. A Fei, not bothering to turn around, replied. But you are only 9, aren't you? Tiger's eyes darted around. And he said, Brother Fei, I promise you, from today on, I won't sneak around widows' windows anymore. The youth can be taught. Brother Fei, let me play with your sword for a bit. Madame Chow's figure is truly plump. Call me when you go climbing the wall tonight. Brother Fei, my dear brother, just let me play with it for a while. After filling the Lan family's water jars, a Fei had breakfast and then slung Lan father's horn bow and quiver over his shoulder. Heading into the deep mountains with Tiger, one young and one small. The debt of life-saving grace was indeed hard to repay. Residing temporarily and relying on the Lan family for 2 meals a day made a Fei feel increasingly guilty. As the sun dipped low, a Fei carried a mountain pig weighing over 200 pounds ahead of him, while the robust Tiger was laden with mountain hares and chickens. Given the proximity to Lingshi County, there were families in Shizhuang village that specialized in collecting wild game. As night fell, a Fei and Tiger emerged from the Zhang family's estate in the village. The mountain pig, along with 5 hares and 3 chickens, fetched a total of 1 guan and 491 copper coins. The hares and chickens were inexpensive. Nearly all the earnings came from the mountain pig. A Fei took 1 guan, totaling 1,000 coins, and handed nearly 500 coins to Tiger. Receiving the heavy pouch, Tiger stuffed several coins into his pants and tightened the string, tossing the pouch back to a Fei. What's wrong? Is it too little? Too little? Not at all, Tiger pouted. You did all the hunting, and I just ran errands. Taking a third is simply unreasonable. When I was younger, I wanted some candied hawthorn, so I stole my grandfather's money pouch. Damn it, only later did I find out that a stick of candied hawthorn costs just 1 copper coin. That damned vendor in Lingshire County tricked me out of over 100 copper coins for 3 sticks. Without any savings left, my grandfather was so furious that he passed away within a few days. His body was wrapped in a tattered straw mat, and that funeral was beyond pitiful, damn it. The boy gritted his teeth. Later, I almost got beaten to death by that bastard vendor, but at least I managed to get back 39 copper coins. Knowing my grandfather loved wine, I bought him a whole lot of it. Not a drop was left. I poured it all on his grave. Afterward, I wasted 6 months in school, and the teacher taught me thousands of characters, but I only remembered 8. The teacher was furious, scolding me as a rotten wood that couldn't be carved, a wall of dung that couldn't be sullied, and I got beaten every day. Seeing the boy's eyes redden, a fay gently asked, "Which 8 characters do you remember?" The boy sniffed. A gentleman loves wealth, but he acquires it through proper means. As the night deepened, after having dinner at the Lawn family's main house, a fay returned early to the West Wing. Embracing his iron sword, he sat on a bench, lost in thought. Now at 15, he had spent 5 years in Shizhuang village. Relying on hunting, he had saved up 4 taels a year, totaling 20 taels over 5 years. Surely, his life must be worth that much. By the time he turned 20, he would return home and ask his master to hold a coming-of-age ceremony for him. Afterward, he would set off again. With the East Sea as his first destination, Zhaoyao Mountain as the second, and finally to see the glaciers of the north. Sighing softly, he thought, how could he owe such a great debt of gratitude? Just then, the door creaked open, and Lan Xiang entered, holding a pair of boots. "Brother Fei, these are the long boots I made for you. Try them on to see if they fit," knowing that refusing would sadden her for several nights. A Fei reluctantly accepted, planning to find an excuse to give her some coins the next day. "Miss Lan, I am but a few years older than you. Henceforth, please call me Afei. By the way, I will be moving to Xiaohu's house tomorrow. There is an empty room there. I apologize for troubling your family these past few days." Lan Xiang sat on a chair, her delicate hand propping up her cheek, her peach blossom eyes fixed on a Fei without blinking. "Brother Fei, please call me little brother instead." "Little brother, do you owe me a life?" A Fei nodded earnestly. The young woman's eyes sparkled brightly. "Then you must promise me 3 things. Once accomplished, we shall owe each other nothing." "Please, go ahead." With a mischievous glint, she said, "First, you must reside in my house." A Fei hesitated for a moment and replied, "That is acceptable, but I must pay rent and cover my meals." "Brother Fei, do you truly wish to avoid owing favors?" She pouted. A Fei softly replied, "The Yu family is impoverished, and the other 2 matters?" The girl, gazing intently at a Fei's handsome face, seemed to think of something, and her cheeks suddenly flushed, resembling a maiden tipsy from drink. Her slightly dazed peach blossom eyes glimmered with a spring-like luster, as if about to overflow. For some inexplicable reason, a Fei felt a sudden tremor in his chest. A woman's blush is one of the most beautiful sights in the world. His master had not deceived him. "Little brother, I will tell you the other 2 matters once I have thought them through. Good night, see you tomorrow." The girl rose to leave, playfully winking at a Fei before she departed. The door creaked shut softly behind her. The faint scent of her presence lingered in the air, delightful and fragrant. A Fei tightly gripped his iron sword, murmuring, "Master, I have fallen." On the 17th day of drifting to Shizhuang village, the fire poison within him was finally eradicated. On this day, deep in the mountains, a Fei, with his dark eyes, focused intently on a mountain hare several yards away. Just as he was about to draw his bow, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps and the panicked voice of Xiaohu from outside the forest. "Brother Fei! Brother Fei! Something terrible has happened." Chapter 37. Trapped between choices. Brother Fei, the old man of the Lan family, fell gravely ill several years ago, coughing up blood and struggling to eat. To survive, the Lan matriarch borrowed a sum for lamb interest. Sister Lan Xiang said that the total was 5 taels of silver, which was repaid last year. but that gang of bastards still comes to harass the Lan family every few days. Today, the leader known as Bai Lu has come with several burly men and has blocked the Lan family's gate. This time, their show of force is greater than ever, and I fear that Bai Lu and his ruffians are either after money or blood. Brother Fei, that Bai clan is notoriously arrogant and lawless. They would dare to kill. You must leave at once, Brother Fei. Why are you going back? In the midst of the forest, Huzi clung tightly to Fei's arm, attempting to pull the young man in the opposite direction of Shizhuang village. Fei, although you are 6 years my senior, we can still share the same fate. I do not wish for you to come to harm. Despite his small stature, Huzi possessed remarkable strength, dragging Fei unsteadily along. Huzi. Fei's expression hardened, causing Huzi to hesitate in his efforts. Observing the redness in Huzi's eyes and the pouting expression of grievance on his face, Fei gently ruffled the boy's hair. Huzi, that day by the White Horse River, amidst the throngs of people, only Miss Lan leaped into the icy, bone-chilling waters, gritting her teeth and desperately pulling me to safety. My master, my mother, and Sister Cui have repeatedly taught me that one must be grateful and repay kindness. A drop of water should be repaid with a fountain. It is easy for anyone to utter these 9 words. Yet few truly embody them. Knowing that my savior is in peril, how could I turn a blind eye and flee? Fei tenderly wiped away the tears from the boy's eyes and whispered, "We are men. Men must know how to repay kindness. But Fei, Bai Lu is truly ruthless. I have witnessed him bite through the throat of a debtor with my own eyes. He is like a bloodthirsty wolf. And I do not want anything to happen to you." Huzi choked back his words. "Do not worry, Huzi," Fei reassured softly. "My master not only taught me about repaying kindness, but also about facing dilemmas with resolve. I am not so stubborn as to charge headlong into danger without thought." In Shizhuang village, beneath the eaves of the Lan family courtyard, a small table was set with a plate of pickled vegetables, a bowl of steaming brown sugar water, and a small basket of freshly steamed corn bread. Several burly men blocked the entrance to the Lan family's courtyard. The elderly Lan father squatted at the kitchen door, puffing on his old pipe, his wrinkles etched with worry. Lan mother stood beside him, at a loss for what to do. As for Lan Xiang, since she was not yet married, she stayed hidden in the east wing. Unwilling to make an appearance, on a small stool sat a young man of about 20, dressed in tight-fitting clothes, with a narrow blade hanging at his waist. His elongated, chilling gaze was accompanied by a scar running vertically down his left cheek. The stitches densely packed, making his face resemble a grotesque centipede. At this moment, the young man held chopsticks in his left hand and corn bread in his right, crunching on the pickled vegetables with a crisp sound. He devoured 6 or 7 pieces of corn bread in one breath, washing them down with the sweet brown sugar water. After wiping his mouth, he let out a satisfied belch. In his childhood, during a famine in his hometown, he could hardly dream of corn bread, sometimes going 2 or 3 days without even a drop of clean water. He reminisced. One day, my mother found a patch of dogtail grass on the dried riverbed. She gathered the seeds and cooked them with corn to make porridge. I consumed 3 large bowls in one go. The next day, the grass seeds were difficult to digest, and they hardened in my belly, causing me immense pain. And my mother found a twig and attempted to relieve me. But even with utmost care, she injured me, leaving me bleeding profusely. A couple of days later, my injury festered, and combined with the gnawing hunger and severe malnutrition, I collapsed in my mother's arms. Later, she sacrificed her own flesh to feed me. She died, and I survived. Since then, I have not touched a morsel of meat nor wasted a single grain of food. When I eat, even a grain of rice that falls in the dirt must be picked up and consumed. I would wipe the remaining broth in the dish with a piece of bread until it was spotless. To survive in this murky world, 3 acres of fertile land is sufficient. Yet survival and living are worlds apart. To survive, one must eat grain. To live, one must consume the flesh of others. To live well, adorned in fine silks and feasting on lavish dishes, one must attach oneself to the gentry. At this point, the young man, sensing the bewildered gazes of Lan father and Lan mother, lightly patted the narrow blade at his waist. We, as the lower class, can only dance with spears and clubs, frightening our fellow underprivileged. Even if one resorts to cannibalism, for a lifetime or 10 lifetimes, the flesh we chew is merely the coarse, tough meat of the lower classes. Go ascend from mere existence to a life of substance. We of the lower class have but one means, to become the dogs of the upper class. Day after day, year after year, as long as we see our masters, we wag our tails and stick out our tongues. One day, we may amuse them, and from their fingers, a little of their bounty will suffice for us to live comfortably for several years. Having spoken, the young man's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a radiant grin as he looked at Lan father and Lan mother. You see, the county magistrate wishes to take Lan Xiang as his 27th concubine. Such an overwhelming fortune, even if your family's ancestral grave were to emit smoke for 1,000 or 10,000 years, you would not be able to seek it out. The young man continued persuasively. If you agree, the 20 taels of interest from the previous lamb will be entirely forgiven. Furthermore, the county magistrate will build you the most luxurious 2-courtyard residence in Shizhuang village and grant you 100 acres of fertile land, along with a number of carefully trained maidservants, fine clothing, gourmet delicacies, silver ingots, and golden bars. All these once unattainable treasures are now within reach. Are you truly not tempted? Lan father and Lan mother fell into silence. Not tempted? How could that be? As long as one is human, there exists a degree of greed. However, the elderly couple knew well that Chen Chong, the county magistrate of Lingshi County, was no ordinary man. Every concubine brought into the Chan household would, within a short span of 3 to 4 months or at most a year or two, meet with an untimely demise. The reason was simple: the county magistrate would tire of them. The fate of each concubine was invariably twofold. The obedient ones would be sent to the county magistrate's own brothel, where they would spend their days indulging men's desires. After all, these women were selected by the county magistrate, each a rare beauty, irresistibly alluring to the wealthy men of Lingshi County. Who wouldn't be excited to be with a woman favored by the county magistrate? The second fate was for those unwilling to enter the brothel, who would be handed over to the county's officers. In a den of wolves, how could a sheep survive? They would undoubtedly meet a brutal end. Most importantly, Lan Xiang was the couple's beloved daughter. Born to them in their old age, no parent would have the heart to push their precious child into the flames. Lan father set down his pipe and looked at the young man named Bai Lu with murky eyes. He shook his head slowly but resolutely. Ha! The young man laughed, his face resembling a living centipede. Chapter 38. Blood Hairpin. Old Lan. Bai Lu rose from the stool, reinserting his pipe into his waist. Do you know what will happen if I fail to bring back good news today? The county magistrate will flay me alive, strip the skin off my brothers, and chop us into pieces to feed the dogs. He will also decapitate your entire family and hang your heads on the city walls to intimidate the populace. Please, do not make this difficult for me. Bai Lu's hand gently grasped the hilt of his narrow blade. Lan father positioned himself protectively in front of Lan mother, his voice low and firm, flaying skin and stripping marrow, oppressing the people and inciting public outrage. Does he not fear the laws of Wei? Laws? Ha ha! Bai Lu erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke, tears almost streaming down his face. After several moments, his laughter abruptly ceased. Wiping his tears, he scoffed. The so-called laws are merely a tool for the upper class to subjugate the lower class. To speak plainly, laws are the collar that binds the dog, the rope that restrains it, the whip in the master's hand. The county magistrate is the god of Lingshi County. This is the stark reality. Lan father, enraged, trembled as he pointed at Bai Lu, his lips quivering, unable to utter even a single word of rebuttal. And why patience is wearing thin. Bai Lu's voice turned cold. Seize Lan mother first. Today, we will chop off a finger. Tomorrow a hand, the day after, an eye. Bai Lu glanced at the east wing, a cold smile playing on his lips. I do not believe that Miss Lan can maintain her composure under such circumstances. The group of burly men blocking the Lan family's entrance lunged menacingly towards Lan father and Lan mother. Stop! A sudden, forceful shout rang out from within the east wing. Bai Lu's expression morphed into one of cunning triumph as he waved his hands silently. The burly men immediately retreated. With a creak, the door to the east wing swung open, revealing a young girl clad in plain attire, stepping out with deliberate grace. Her delicate hand gripped a jade hairpin tightly. The sharp tip poised against her fair, soft-faced Xianger. "What are you doing?" "Put down the hairpin," Lan father and Lan mother exclaimed in alarm. The girl fixed her resolute gaze upon Bai Lu, her peach blossom eyes filled with determination. "Bai, is it not this face that the county magistrate desires? Go back and tell him. The vase has shattered." Upon concluding her words, the young maiden exerted herself fiercely. The sharp end of her hairpin pierced through flesh. Making a fierce incision in an instant, her delicate visage blossomed like a vibrant peach flower. Bai Lu remained unfazed, swiftly evading and unsheathing her sword. The glinting, narrow blade pressed firmly against Lan Fu's neck. With a resounding thud, Lan Mu was startled, collapsing onto the ground. "Lan girl," Bai Lu remarked, a trace of calm amusement gracing her features as she lowered the hairpin, watching in resignation as the razor-thin blade embedded itself into her father's flesh, causing a vivid crimson to flow forth. The maiden's spirit deflated immediately, her arm drooping disconsolately. With a clatter, the jade hairpin fell to the ground, shattering into fragments. For the impoverished, under the watchful eyes of the gentry, even death became an extravagant desire. Regrettably, Bai Lu's gaze shifted from the shattered hairpin as she spoke indifferently. "Lan girl, you are exceedingly foolish. Do you truly believe that by marring your own beauty, the county magistrate would spare you and your family? Fortunately, it is merely a single wound. Had there been another, you would have ruined the magistrate's enjoyment, and he would order your family's flesh to be meticulously scraped away, piece by piece." "Lan girl, amidst the wailing, the narrow blade clattered to the ground. Bai Lu, her arm aching with a throbbing pain, fixated intently on a stone deeply embedded in the courtyard wall. The stone had not struck Bai Lu's hand but had instead impacted the narrow blade. What a terrifying force, what exquisite skill! Had it not been for their restraint, my right hand would have been lost. Concealing the astonishment and ferocity in her eyes, Bai Lu turned to gaze outside the courtyard. Lan Fu and Lan Mu, still shaken, along with Lan Xiang, and several burly men blocking the courtyard's entrance, all directed their attention towards the young man clad in coarse linen, with an iron sword hanging at his waist. They instinctively overlooked the fierce-looking Huzi beside him. A Fei stepped forward. The hulking men immediately parted, allowing him passage. Upon entering the courtyard, a Fei's gaze first swept over Lan Xiang's bloodied visage, then turned to the young man whose right arm trembled slightly. In a soft voice he inquired, "Uncle, how much silver do your family owe?" "I shall repay it." Bai Lu shook her head, remaining silent. She retrieved the narrow blade, leading her subordinates away swiftly. The Fei appeared somewhat taken aback. Once the figures had disappeared from sight, he approached the young girl, pulling a handkerchief from his sleeve and offering it to her. "Thank you, young master," Lan Xiang replied, gently dabbing at the blood on her cheek. A Fei turned to Lan Fu and Lan Mu, questioning with confusion, "Uncle, aunt, weren't those individuals here to collect a debt?" "Sigh," Lan Fu replied with a heavy heart, "this matter is lengthy to explain." "Lingshi County, father." Lan Xiang shot a glare at Lan Fu, who promptly fell silent. Lan Mu shook her head, fully aware that her daughter wished to shield the innocent young man from the turmoil, this momentary lull in chaos. Given that Lan Fu, Lan Mu, and Lan Xiang were unwilling to share, A Fei chose not to pry further. Half an hour later, the young man led Huzi deeper into the mountains, preparing to continue their hunt. "Strange, wasn't that scoundrel Bai here to collect a debt?" Huzi frowned. "Could it be that my grandfather was deceiving me? Every family has its own burdens to bear." After a pause, A Fei continued, "My master taught me that aside from our own matters, one must possess a heart of iron and stone, not to trouble oneself over another's grievances." Thus, A Fei patted Huzi's head, saying, "Do not let the troubles of others weigh on your mind. The most important thing in life is to be cheerful." "He, Brother Fei's words of wisdom. I shall remember them well." Huzi chuckled, then, feeling a bit shy, asked, "Brother Fei, could you teach me that astonishing stone-throwing skill of yours?" A Fei nodded. "As long as you don't play with my sword. Everything else is negotiable." The sun hung high in the sky, casting warmth on a rare winter day in Qilong Lane of Lingshi County. At the Chow family residence, a man clad in fine garments, appearing to be in his 30s, was enjoying the sun and pastries with his wife and child. The family of three radiated a sense of contentment. The man, known as Chao Gang, served as the only constable in Lingshi County, overseeing numerous constables under his command. Not only was his salary greater than that of any county-level constable, but even surpassing that of many provincial officials, Chao Gang had acquired this grand residence in the most prosperous area of Lingshi County within just 9 years of his appointment. In his possession were thousands of taels of silver and numerous gleaming gold bars. The reason was simple. Chao Gang was the foremost martial artist in Lingshi County, having attained the pinnacle of the 5th rank in martial arts. However, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was that Chao Gang was the most trusted confidant of the county magistrate, Chen Chong, without exception. 9 years prior, during the 60th birthday celebration of the county magistrate's mentor, the Minister of Revenue, Lord Tang, the magistrate yearned to personally attend the festivities in Wei capital. To this end, he pooled all his wealth in search of rare treasures to bring joy to his mentor. Fortune favored the diligent, and Xia Prefecture indeed possessed the treasures desired by the magistrate. However, lacking nearly 10,000 taels, the magistrate resorted to desperate measures. On that moonless, windy night, over 100 constables disguised themselves as bandits, easily infiltrating Lingshi County, wreaking havoc, burning, killing, and plundering. In total, 97 constables seized over 13,000 taels. Chao Gang alone claimed over 2,700 taels for himself. This act of treachery earned him a swift promotion from a lowly constable to the esteemed position of a black-clad constable. All that I possess is bestowed upon me by Lord Chun, Chao Gang would repeat to himself dozens of times each day, reminding himself that Lord Chun was akin to heaven itself. If Emperor One of the Han were to decree that Chao Gang should behead his wife and child, he might hesitate. Yet, if Lord Chun commanded it, he would do so without a moment's doubt. Footsteps approached, growing nearer. The steward of the Chao residence entered the back garden, leaning close to Chao Gang's ear and whispering, "My lord, Bai Lu requests an audience." Chapter 39. A sword in the back garden of the Chao residence. With a sharp sound, the narrow blade was unsheathed. Bai Lu respectfully presented the dagger to Chao Gang. The black-clad constable, second only to the county magistrate, examined the weapon meticulously. It resembled neither a knife nor a sword. Forged from exquisite iron, the blade as dark as ink, thin as a cicada's wing. While it could not sever iron or cut hair, it was undeniably a lethal weapon. Yet, at that moment, the blade's surface was marred with fine cracks. As if the slightest touch could cause it to shatter, the young boy, seemingly no older than 15 or 16, had managed to render my dagger to such a state with just a single stone. Bai Lu flexed her still numb right hand, a cold glint flickering in her elongated eyes. 15 or 16? Chao Gang's gaze sharpened. "My lord, only you possess the strength to effortlessly sever that boy's head from his shoulders." Bai Lu incited further, to which Chao Gang returned the dagger, a serene smile gracing his lips. "Why would I do such a thing?" Bai Lu was taken aback. "My lord, if you do not slay that boy, how will my brothers abduct the Lan family's daughter? If we do not deliver her to the magistrate's bed, my brothers may very well lose their heads." Chao Gang shot a cold glance at the youth, admonishing him, "Narrow-minded fool." After a moment's contemplation, Chao Gang rose. "I shall change my attire. Wait for me outside the residence." "Are you going to see the magistrate?" Chao Gang shook his head, "To the west village." As the sun dipped low in the west, a Fei hoisted a hefty white fox over his shoulder, followed closely by Huzi, whose body was adorned with a dozen wild rabbits and pheasants. The two, a young boy and a younger child, emerged from the old forest, brimming with excitement. "Brother Fei, the fur of this fox is so brilliantly white and shiny. Let us not sell it to that scoundrel Zhang. Let us skin it ourselves. Such exquisite pelts will surely attract the attention of the wealthy ladies in Lingshi County." Huzi's cheeks flushed with enthusiasm. "Is there a blacksmith shop in Lingshi County?" A Fei inquired. "Of course there is," Huzi replied, perplexed. "Brother Fei, why do you ask?" A Fei smiled slightly. "This white fox pelt can fetch at least a few taels of silver, possibly even more than 10. Aren't you always clamoring for a sword of your own?" Huzi's eyes widened. "Brother Fei, you mean you want the blacksmith to forge a sword for me?" A Fei nodded. You discovered this white fox? So you deserve half of the profits. I in my hometown. There's a blacksmith shop where I often observe the masters forging swords. I know well the quality of materials and the diligence required in the process. If you desire a sword, I can communicate with the blacksmith and ensure that your envisioned sword is perfectly replicated in reality. So, will it be a sword or silver? Huzi's grin stretched from ear to ear. A sword, of course, a sword. What boy doesn't he dream of wielding a sword and singing tales of chivalry? Dressed in fine garments, galloping horses, fine wine, and beautiful women. What joy it would be. As they spoke, the duo entered the village. Suddenly, the radiant smiles on their faces vanished. At the threshold of the Lan family's courtyard squatted a young man, exhaling clouds of smoke, upon noticing a Fei and Huzi. Bai Lu extinguished his pipe and stood up. I have finally awaited your arrival. Inserting the smoking pipe into his waist, Bai Lu flashed a friendly smile at a Fei. Young brother, Lord Chao wishes to see you. A Fei transferred the white fox into Huzi's arms and gently instructed, you go inside first. Fij, if there is a situation, shout loudly. If the sky collapses, we shall support it together. Very well. After Huzi brushed past the youth and entered the Lan family's courtyard, a Fei inquired, may I ask if Lord Chao is the county magistrate? Bai Lu shook his head, the head constable of Lingshi County, Lord Chao Gang. His sword-like brows furrowed slightly. After pondering for a moment, a Fei gently grasped the hilt of the iron sword hanging at his waist. Please, lead the way. Outside Shizhuang village, by the banks of the Baima River, stood a dozen figures, all clad in blue garments with long knives at their waists. County constables at the forefront, Chao Gang, adorned in splendid brocade, appeared composed, hands clasped behind his back, gazing quietly at the shimmering waters. The sound of footsteps grew nearer. Chao Gang and the others turned their heads to see Bai Lu. With his hands tucked within his sleeves, leading a youthful boy with delicate features, approaching slowly. This young brother is Lord Chao, Bai Lu remarked with a smile that was not quite a smile. He has been here for quite some time, waiting for you. A Fei, expressionless, offered a respectful nod to Chao Gang. I am unaware of the reason for your summons, my lord. Chao Gang did not respond immediately but scrutinized the boy in detail. Clad in coarse linen, his feet shod in straw sandals, the boy's youthful countenance was both refined and handsome. The iron sword at his waist appeared unremarkable, lacking any extraordinary qualities. Chao Gang, observing the boy's pure and clear eyes, smiled faintly. Come, young man, present to me your strongest sword. A Fei shook his head. I harbor no enmity towards you. Why would I wish to harm you? Chao Gang, intrigued, asked, are you implying that you could easily kill me? The boy replied indifferently, I do not know. Chao Gang erupted into hearty laughter, gesturing towards Bai Lu and the dozen constables beside him. Young man, you have two choices. First, present your sword to me. Second, my men will storm into the village and reduce the Lan family to a pulp. The dozen burly men, their eyes fierce and exuding a murderous aura, appeared less like constables and more like ruthless brigands. Though it was framed as a choice, a Fei had no real option. The dying sun cast a bloody hue. The boy slowly closed his eyes, extending his hand to grasp the hilt of the iron sword. A chilling breeze swept through, causing withered leaves to swirl in the air. The atmosphere grew taut as if it could choke. Bai Lu and the other exposed constables suddenly felt goosebumps prickling their skin. Gulp! Someone involuntarily swallowed. The crowd instinctively took a step back. Suddenly, without warning, the boy abruptly opened his eyes. His pitch-black pupils sparkled with brilliance. Clang! The boy unleashed his sword. The stroke was radiant and swift, carrying a sword energy so frigid it could penetrate to the very marrow. The sword light was terrifyingly fierce, like frost descending upon snow, utterly unyielding, and no one could describe the speed of that sword. It was as if lightning had struck, a rainbow piercing the heavens. In the next moment, the terrifying sword light vanished abruptly. Bai Lu, who had never witnessed Chao Gang in action, along with the other constables, stared wide-eyed at the scene before them, their eyes bulging like copper bells. The man had used merely 2 fingers to catch the boy's thrust. A Fei furrowed his brow slightly, his hand tightly gripping the hilt, the veins on the back of his hand suddenly visible. Just as the boy was about to exert force, he suddenly recalled something. Releasing the sword hilt amidst the bewildered gazes of Bai Lu and the constables, the sun had completely dipped below the mountains. Night was about to descend. By the Bai Ma River, Chao Gang and Fei stood side by side. "Why did you let go?" the man inquired, puzzled. "Had you merely turned your wrist, the blade would surely have wounded me." The boy replied calmly, "You would bleed, but my sword would also break. It is merely an ordinary iron sword. Not worth even a couple of silver coins." The boy lowered his gaze. "This is the sword my master gifted me." Realization dawned on Chao Gang. "Ah, I see. Young brother, just call me Fei." Chao Gang chuckled lightly. "Fei, go home and have a good sleep. Replenish your energy, and I shall come to find you again tomorrow." Fei, puzzled, asked, "What do you seek me for?" The man cryptically replied, "You will know then." Chapter 40. The exceptional among men. The moon was cold, and the stars' sparse point 10,000 lights flickered. Upon returning to Lingshi County, Chao Gang sent Bai Lu and the other constables home, while he alone made his way to Wohu Alley. Lifting his gaze to the high-hanging plaque inscribed Withchin Mansion, Chao Gang meticulously brushed away the dust from his clothing. Confirming his attire was tidy, he then took 2 steps forward and gently knocked on the vermilion door. Soon, the door creaked open, revealing an elderly face so late, I wondered who it was. It turns out to be Captain Chao. Chao Gang cupped his hands towards the old man. "Manager Wang, I have urgent business to discuss with Lord Chen. Please announce my arrival. Please wait." After a brief moment, Chao Gang entered the Chen Mansion, traversing the winding corridors of the sprawling estate, arriving at the back garden. Reflections of the moon danced upon the water's surface. By the pond, a rotund man in resplendent attire, with skin as delicate as an infant's, approximately 50 years of age, reclined on a rattan chair, leisurely enjoying the moonlight, a jade pipe in his left hand exhaling clouds of smoke. "Chao Gang, why are you here instead of accompanying your cherished wife and children at home? Is there something that cannot wait until tomorrow?" the man asked impassively. Chao Gang hesitated slightly before speaking softly. "My lord, today I encountered a boy of merely 15 years. His vigor is remarkable, and his cultivation is at least of the 6th rank. His swordsmanship and intent are extraordinarily fierce. Even I, in my humble capacity, was left in awe, having never seen such talent in my life. If my lord could recruit him, we would soon gain a master of the Dao Hai realm." The man furrowed his brow. "Dao Hai realm? Is that impressive?" Chao Gang replied solemnly, "In the vast Wei Kingdom, there are but a handful of individuals at the 1st rank of the Dao Hai realm. It is indeed formidable." Oh, the man's eyes brightened, the corners of his mouth curving upwards. "Chao Gang, I am listening. Go fetch this boy for me, regardless of the cost." Chao Gang's expression grew serious. "I shall obey your command." The following day, the sky bore a leaden hue. A thin layer of frost coated the ground, and the cold seeped into one's very bones. In Shizhuang village, with a creak, the door to the Lan family was pushed open. The boy, one hand carrying a shoulder pole and the other a water bucket, exhaled white mist as he made his way to the village's water well. Fei. A sudden call from behind startled the boy, causing him to turn abruptly. "Brother Chao?" The affectionate address delighted Chao Gang, revealing his bright white teeth. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come, brother will treat you to a meal of official rations." Fei shook his head in refusal. "There is no need for you to spend on my behalf. I still need to fetch water." "Bai Lu," Chao Gang called sternly. Not far away, Bai Lu, hands tucked in his pockets, squatted on the curb. Shivering, he hurriedly ran over. "He, what is your command, my lord?" Chao Gang, with a stern expression, said, "Today, you shall be the servant of the Lan family. Do whatever they instruct you to do, understood?" Bai Lu nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. Fei's brows knitted in helplessness. Half an hour later, in the dining hall of the Lingshi County office, the long table made of Wangwali wood was laden with a dozen meticulously prepared dishes. Mushroom stewed chicken, dompa pork, braised crucian carp, 8 treasure porridge, and more. For a boy who had lived 15 years and could count the number of times he had eaten meat on 2 hands, this feast was something he could only dream of. "Come, Fei, don't be polite. Eat your fill." Chao Gang served Fei a generous bowl of white rice. "Thank you." Lifting the large white bowl, a Fei wasted no time in grabbing a piece of dompa pork, its color reminiscent of agate, and stuffing it into his mouth. It was tender yet not mushy, rich yet not greasy, a divine delicacy. Chao Gang kept serving a Fei dishes, his face adorned with a fatherly smile. A Fei. The man merely called out, and the boy immediately set down his bowl and chopsticks. It's fine. You eat. I'll say my piece. The boy shook his head. Mother taught me to listen attentively when elders speak. Elders, Chao Gang's smile widened. It's no trouble. You eat first. I will speak once you finish. All right. After a while, a Fei set down his bowl and took a handkerchief from his sleeve to wipe his mouth. Brother Chao, I am done. You may speak now. Chao Gang raised his wine cup and downed its contents. A Fei, do you know how much all this food costs? A Fei pondered for a moment, uncertain. 3 or 4 taels of silver? Chao Gang nodded, then shook his head. In and outside. 3 or 4 taels of silver would be about right. But here, in the county office's communal dining hall, it costs merely a single copper coin. A Fei gasped in shock. 1 copper coin. Chao Gang poured tea into the boy's cup. A Fei, you must have tilled the land before, right? The boy nodded. Chao Gang chuckled. Then you should understand taxation. Every citizen of the Wei Kingdom, whether in business or agriculture, must pay a portion of their earnings as tax. Zhang San harvested 30 jin of millet this year. He must pay 10 jin in taxes to the office. Li Si slaughtered a pig today, yielding 100 jin of meat. He must pay 30 jin in taxes. Wang Wu made a net profit of 60 copper coins selling vegetables today. He must pay 20 copper coins in taxes. Regardless of whether it is our Wei Kingdom or other nations, those who possess celestial talents cannot escape 2 inevitable aspects of life: the act of breathing and the obligation of taxation. Chao Gang took another sip of wine and continued. A banquet overflowing with sumptuous delicacies, while others may spend 3 or 2 silver coins, equivalent to 3,000 copper coins. Public servants need only part with a single coin. The remaining 2,999 coins are all funded by the taxpayers. Countless common folk struggle to secure even the most basic sustenance for 2 meals a day. Many children suffer from malnutrition, their frail bodies resembling mere shadows of their former selves, while the aristocrats indulge in lavish feasts of rare delicacies. The waste of food in the Ling Stone County Government Office could easily fill the stomachs of 1,000 to 2,000 impoverished souls. If converted to silver, it could effortlessly sustain 7,000 to 8,000 citizens. Now, you should comprehend why so many throughout history have sharpened their wits to knock upon the doors of power. It is not merely the officials. Even the humble constable can pass down their position from grandfather to son, and from son to grandson, perpetuating an unending legacy. Hearing your words, a Fei was left astonished, his mouth agape in disbelief. Observing the boy's stunned expression, Chao Gang felt a sense of satisfaction. Having feasted and imbibed well, he exclaimed, "Come, my brother, let me take you to the pleasure house for some merriment." Chao Gang rose and beckoned a Fei. The middle-aged man and the young boy soon departed from the Ling Stone County office. Chapter 41. Birds in a Cage, soaring to the sky on the main thoroughfare of Ling Stone County. Chao Gang, clad in resplendent brocade, walked side by side with the Fei, who wore coarse linen and straw sandals. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chao Gang suddenly pointed towards a magnificent tavern not far away. The Copper Sparrow Tower, the finest establishment in Ling Stone County, boasts a master chef who is retired from the Imperial Palace in the Wei Kingdom. There are culinary delights that one can scarcely imagine, and no chef is incapable of producing them. The tavern's ostensible proprietor, Tang Cheetah, is in fact the private property of the county magistrate. A Fei gazed at the towering 5-story tavern, watching the constant stream of patrons. A flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. The largest inn in his hometown, Qingping Town, pales in comparison to the Copper Sparrow Tower. The county magistrate treats his brothers exceptionally well. Every official at the county office, even the stable hands, receives 3 opportunities each month to dine and drink for free at the Copper Sparrow Tower. The tavern offers not only food and drink, but also storytelling, acrobatics, and musical performances for entertainment. Before long, Chao Gang and a Fei arrived at their destination, the most upscale pleasure house in Ling Stone County, a paradise for men, the backyard of County Magistrate Chin Chong, the Drunken Spring Tower. A Fei raised his gaze, his previously tightly pressed lips instinctively parted slightly. The vibrant, colorful garments and porcelain-like skin dazzled the eye. Pairs of unique eyes sparkled. Lively apricot-shaped eyes, radiant peach blossom eyes, and alluring fox-like eyes, among others. The air was thick with the delightful fragrance of young women and the scent of rouge. The sound of silver bells echoed through the air, accompanied by the melodious laughter of women. Truly, the entire establishment was a display of charming allure. As soon as Chao Gang and a Fei entered the drunken spring tower, an experienced matron, swaying her supple waist like a willow, approached them gracefully. "Sir, you have arrived. Please, allow me to guide you to a private room on the second floor." After the span of a fragrant stick of incense, the door to the premier room on the second floor swung open, and a procession of the most beautiful courtesans from the drunken spring tower emerged. The matron bent her body, taking her place at the end of the line, respectfully closing the door behind them. Inside the room, Chao Gang regarded the blushing boy with an odd expression and inquired, "What is it? Are you unimpressed by these ordinary beauties?" The boy took a deep breath, shook his head, and replied, "My master once said, a maiden of 18 is like tender pastry, armed with a sword to slay foolish men. Though one may not witness a head rolling, they secretly teach one to wither away. My master spoke of savoring the marrow. I am still young and cannot grasp it." Chao Gang then pushed a plate of osmanthus cake from the center of the round table towards the boy and asked, "A Fei, your hometown likely lacks pleasure houses, does it not?" The boy nodded in affirmation. Chao Gang patiently elaborated, "In most pleasure houses, there is a clear distinction between Qingguan and Hongguan." The boy, curious, inquired, "What is a Qingguan? What is a Hongguan?" Chao Gang smiled gently and explained, "The Qingguan are those who excel in arts such as music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. They sell their talents, not their bodies. The Hongguan, on the other hand, refers specifically to those without any skills, who, alas, must resort to offering their bodies to men, engaging in fleshly commerce." The boy understood. Chao Gang continued, "I cannot speak for other places, but in the drunken spring tower, out of every 100 women, 99 hail from impoverished families, representing the lower class. Many girls, at the tender age of 5 or 6, are sold by their parents to pleasure houses. These children are mostly trained by specialized personnel in the pleasure houses from a young age, mastering music, chess, calligraphy, and poetry. With 12 hours a day, subtracting 2 hours for sleep and half an hour for 2 meals, the remaining 9.5 hours are spent in grueling, intensive study. I have witnessed the strings of instruments stained with congealed blood and seen their fingertips ground down to nubs by the black and white pieces of chess. The discarded practice papers from their writing and painting lessons pile higher than mountains, and the poetry collections they have perused could easily blanket the entire main thoroughfare of Lingstone County. The knowledge they possess is sufficient to drown those who dare to call themselves masters or teachers. They practice their vocal skills in the crisp mornings of early spring, under the scorching sun of summer, amidst the chill of autumn, and in the biting cold of winter, in every morning that is buffeted by wind and rain or chilled to the bone by frost and snow. I have seen too many girls lose their voices, rendered mute forever." Chao Gang poured himself another drink and downed it in one go. The boy silently refilled his cup. Such girls, barring any unforeseen circumstances, upon reaching their first menstruation, will become new Qingguan in the drunken spring tower. Most Qingguan can live a decade of relative comfort, barely stable lives. Once they have surpassed their youthful beauty, the drunken spring tower will arrange for these Qingguan to be reassigned. The boy, puzzled, asked, "What does reassign mean?" Chao Gang explained, "To reassign means to auction off the right to the Qingguan's first night." "Auction?" the boy exclaimed in shock. Chao Gang sneered. The seemingly benevolent aristocrats of Lingstone County and the gentle scions eagerly shed their human FA aids to reveal their beastly natures on the night of Qingguan reassignment, for the right to their first night. These normally amiable gentlemen will turn into a pack of ravenous dogs, clawing and snapping at one another. Yet, they remain oblivious that every Qingguan in the drunken spring tower, after experiencing their first menstruation, will be sent to the county magistrate's estate. The boy's eyes widened in disbelief. Will those gentlemen and young masters not notice? Chao Gang replied with indifference. All the midwives and medical practitioners responsible for checking whether a girl retains her maidenhead are in the employ of the county magistrate. Furthermore, even if those gentlemen and young masters were to discover the truth, what could they do? The Wei Kingdom belongs to Emperor Wen Jing, while Ling Stone County belongs to Lord Qian. In the afternoon, the sun finally emerged in the main hall of the Chao family residence on Qilong Lane in Lingstone County. The boy met Chao Gang's wife and children. The lady, approximately 27 or 28 years old, possessed striking beauty and greeted the boy with a gentle smile. The child, around 5 or 6 years old, was as delicate as a porcelain doll. My dear, please prepare some pastries and tea to be served in the backyard. Chao Gang instructed. Certainly, the lady nodded gently. After a short while, in the backyard of the Chao residence, Chao Gang and a Fei basked in the sun while enjoying afternoon tea. A Fei, the so-culture known Gong Shang, the 4 social classes of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, can generally be divided into the upper class and the lower class. The plight of the lower class is truly tragic. When a family cannot afford enough food, the parents may sell their son to the upper class as a slave or servant. Yet, when it comes to daughters, they are often unwilling to sell them to the wealthy, opting instead to send them to pleasure houses, for those establishments offer more. The fortunate ones toil over 3 acres of arid land, laboring day and night, barely scraping by. The unfortunate ones, a mere common cold can lead to dire consequences. In desperation, they may sell their land. While the illness may be cured, their means of survival is lost. Left with no options, they become tenants of the aristocrats, condemned to a life of servitude that spans generations, with no hope of rising above their station. For those whose pride prevents them from serving the nobility, there are but 3 paths: to starve to death, to become bandits, or to descend into the depths of the underworld as ruffians. Lifting a blue and white porcelain teacup, he gently skimmed the tea leaves with the lid and took a delicate sip. Chao Gang continued. In comparison to the sorrow of the lower class, the upper class revels in excess. Without delving into other matters, consider the drunken spring tower of Fei. You cannot possibly fathom the extent of indulgence exhibited by those noble gentlemen and young masters. By day, they are men. By night, they transform into devils. In their eyes, the women of the pleasure house are but soft clay to be shaped and molded, to be torn apart and reformed, for the poor. When the aristocrats unleash their fury, it amounts to little more than slaps and beatings or a few scathing words, perhaps a spitting insult. Yet the grim reality is that the drunken spring tower witnesses women who are tortured to death by these gentlemen and young masters on a daily basis. More than that, it is a torment leading to mental collapse, descending into madness. Each woman who perished upon the embroidered bed in the Zui Chunlu is a part of a heart-wrenching tragedy beyond human comprehension. Fei. Chao Gang turned to the youth with furrowed brows and inquired with a smile. Do you know why I wish to take you to the county office canteen in the Zui Chunlu? Are you aware of the reason I share so much with you? The youth nodded, understanding that he, a piece of uncut jade, had caught the eye of the county magistrate. Clever. Chao Gang gave the youth a thumbs up. Thus, do you wish to serve the county magistrate? Chapter 42. A Life and Death Crisis Afternoon. In the main room of the Lan family's small courtyard in Shizhuang village, Bai Lu lounged on the bed, legs crossed, puffing on a pipe. Lan father, Lan mother, and Lan Xiang were seated around the square table where they usually dined. At tea this moment, 3 items lay on the table. In the center was a small, exquisitely crafted porcelain vase, pure white like jade, adorned with a slender strip of red paper inscribed with the words Duanchang San. To the left of the jade vase lay 2 or 3 dozen gleaming gold bars, while to the right rested Bai Lu's sharp and gleaming narrow blade. Outside the main room stood more than a dozen county constables clad in green, their long knives hanging at their waists. No one uttered a word. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. It has been half an hour. Have you 3 considered your options? Bai Lu, parched from smoking, rose and approached the square table. Grasping a gold bar in his left hand and the narrow blade in his right, he posed the question: life and death, riches and glory, or a grave in the dust? What will you choose? Lan father and Lan mother exchanged glances, their eyes betraying an uncontrollable greed, tempered by the pangs of their humble existence. Why? Lan Xiang clenched her fists tightly, gritting her silver teeth, glaring at Bai Lu. Ah Fei, you, Chow Captain, and the county magistrate have no grievances against him. Why must you kill him? Bai Lu raised an eyebrow. You little fool. What do you know? What Chow Darren is doing is merely a precaution. The county magistrate wishes to take that youth as a dog, and Chow Darren holds him in high regard. For the sake of this brilliant young man, Chow Darren did not hesitate to tear away the facade of the county office's beauty, revealing the bloody treasures within, all to unleash the greed that lurks deep within the youth's heart. Once a person is gripped by desire, it matters not if they are common folk or nobility. With just a slight nudge, they can be easily controlled, if the youth agrees to be the county magistrate's dog. Chow Darren will personally escort him back to Xizhuang village. Thus, in the entire Lingshi County, the youth would stand second only to the county magistrate and Chow Darren. The two refer to the county magistrate and Chow Darren. Lan Xiang felt a chill run down her spine and hurriedly asked, "What if Ah Fei refuses, hee?" Bai Lu revealed a mouthful of stark white teeth. "Miss Lan, are you not asking a question you already know the answer to? The county magistrate, Chow Darren, and our group of brothers have painstakingly adorned this den of demons into a facade of purity. The youth has seen the putrid darkness beneath the splendid surface. Should he choose to embrace this profound darkness, he would become one of us. If he refuses, do you believe the county magistrate and Chow Darren would allow him to leave Lingshi County alive?" Lan Xiang suddenly felt an overwhelming chill rising from her feet, surging up to her very core. The girl shuddered violently. "Lan Laojia," Bai Lu turned to the struggling Lan father, coaxing him. "This time is different from the last. If you poison the youth's meal with this Duanchang San, not only will the county magistrate abandon his desire to take your daughter as his 27th concubine, but he will also grant you 30 gold bars. 30. I, Bai Lu, have toiled for 10 years in the lamb industry of Lingshi County for the county magistrate, and have accumulated little more than a few silver ingots, and you, Lan Laojia, need only a slight push to obtain this wealth and glory. How many have knelt before deities, cracking their heads in pursuit of such fortune, and yet you hesitate?" With a resounding thud, Lan Xiang slammed her palm on the table. Standing abruptly, glaring at Bai Lu, "Get out of my house immediately, or I shall reveal your words and the sinister intentions of the county magistrate and Captain Chow to Ah Fei." Hee. Bai Lu's smile was devoid of warmth, his gaze dark as water. "Very well. I never expected the three of you from the Lan family to be so resolute. Lingshi County, the Chow family estate's back garden." Chow Gang held a blue and white porcelain teacup, his palms damp with perspiration. Opposite him at the stone table, the youth appeared remarkably calm, without a trace of hesitation or struggle, from the very beginning. "Did you ever consider serving the county magistrate?" Chow Gang murmured to himself. He understood that the youth's silence stemmed from a desire to concoct flattering words to prevent himself from feeling too disheartened. "Ah Fei." The youth lifted his gaze to the man. "Chow Dage, please speak." After a moment's contemplation, Chow Gang continued. "I once, too, was young like you, harboring grand dreams, believing that holding a sword meant grasping the entirety of the martial world. I firmly believed that the sky was high enough for birds to soar and the sea vast enough for fish to leap to T10. My dreams were vague yet unwavering, resolved to become a person of great stature. By 15, my aspirations had sharpened. I vowed to become the finest swordsman in the land. INA Hall, filled with 3,000 guests, a single sword's frost chills 14 provinces, having fought 3,000 miles. Who has faced 1,000,000 troops? 10 years to hone a sword, its frost blade has never been tried. Today, let me show you, who has grievances, such grand and passionate dreams." Chow Gang smiled bitterly, continuing, "By the age of 20, my dreams were akin to a large vat of rice on the verge of overflowing, yet reality, that thief, had stolen away several large bowls, and my ambitions dwindled. I wished only to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. At 25, my dreams had nearly run dry. I thought achieving the 4th-tier peak of external refinement would suffice for this life. By 30, reality's theft had stripped me of the last grain of rice. And in its departure, it shattered the vat into pieces at that time. I felt like a starving wild dog, panting and glaring with bloodshot eyes, willing to do anything to fill my belly, dreams, dignity, integrity. All were worthless against the gnawing hunger. The man spoke earnestly. Ah Fei, the world is vast, and we are but small. We are insignificant ants striving to escape the depths of ordinariness. I have seen many like us. They tread the thorny path to greatness, gritting their teeth and leaving bloody footprints. Half of them give up midway, leading to a mundane existence. The other half plunge into the abyss, shattering into pieces. The man suddenly rose, extending his palm to catch a gently falling feather. It was a sparrow's plume. Ah Fei, we lowly specters are like this feather, while the upper class, like the county magistrate, are giants. We linger in the dark, waiting, ever waiting, for the day when a giant passes by the gutter, hoping the wind of their passage can lift us. If fortunate enough to land upon the giant's shoe, we ask for nothing more than to walk a tiny stretch alongside them. That would be a fortune earned over 10 lifetimes. Chao Gang looked at the youth. Ah Fei, after all I've said, you should understand, right? The youth in rough cloth and straw sandals nodded slightly. Theo served the county magistrate, that giant, allowing him to carry us feathers to soar freely. Is that agreeable? Chao Gang's tone carried an undertone of pleading. The man truly cherished the youth, seeing in him the reflection of his younger self, when no one had come to his aid. Chapter 43. The Last Supper. The sunlight of the hour of Shun bathed them in warmth, and in Chao Gang's eyes, the youth deep in thought seemed enveloped in a soft golden halo. Serene and beautiful, Chao Dage, the youth looked up at the man, his expression calm. My master often says not to be a good person, for good people do not live long. Nor should one be a bad person, for above one's head, divine beings reside. Chao Dage, I have not attended a school, having only learned a few hundred characters from Mr. Chi in the small town, and thus I cannot articulate any flowery words. With that, the youth withdrew a handful of silver ingots, approximately 5 or 6 taels, placing them gently on the stone table. Yesterday, I hunted a white fox with Huzi. We sold the fox skin to the wealthy Zhang family in Shizhuang village. Acquiring a fair amount of silver, the youth rose, softly saying, Thank you, Chao Dage, for valuing me so highly. It feels wonderful to be cherished by others. Moreover, the Dongpa meat is truly exquisite. The youth respectfully bowed to the man. Chao Dage, may the green mountains remain unchanged and the waters flow eternally. I hope you take care. Chao Gang stood transfixed, gazing at the slender silhouette of the youth receding into the distance, his eyes involuntarily glistening with unshed tears. Half an hour later, in Shizhuang village, Bai Lu, with a narrow blade hanging from his waist, squatted on the threshold of the Lan family's courtyard, exhaling clouds of smoke. In the distance, a boy in straw sandals approached along the ancient path, which sparkled like scattered gold. Refusing to board the boat, are you? Bai Lu extinguished his dry tobacco. Rising slowly, he tucked the jade-tipped smoking pipe into his waist and called out towards the main house of the Lan family. Master Chao did not escort the boy back to the village. For the last meal, you and your daughter shall prepare a sumptuous feast for him. As for the old matriarch, I will personally return her home tomorrow morning. Bai Lu untied the pouch of coins from his waist and tossed it at the entrance of the main house before lightly leaping off the threshold and departing. At a youth and a boy walked leisurely along the village paths. At the moment they brushed past each other, both inclined their heads slightly in acknowledgement. Upon returning to the Lan family's courtyard, Ah Fei first boiled a pot of hot water, then took a broom and meticulously swept the courtyard until not a single leaf remained. Lan Fu squatted beneath the eaves, puffing on his dry tobacco, the wrinkles on his face resembling old tree bark, embedded with dirt. Uncle, why are Aunt and Lan Xiang not here? Ah Fei inquired. Lan Fu replied hoarsely. Your aunt has gone to Changlu village to visit relatives, and as for Xianger, she is unwell and resting in the east wing. Oh, the youth said, preparing a basin of hot water and searching for a cloth to clean the west wing, which he had occupied for over half a month, scrubbing it until it sparkled without a speck of dust. Are you leaving, brother? A voice suddenly rang out from behind. It was Lan Xiang. Without turning around, Ah Fei, seated on the bench and polishing a small stool, replied, I have been away from home for quite some time. I wish to return and see my master. When will you leave? Tonight, so soon? Yes, brother. Did you ever have even a slight affection for me? A Fei's body stiffened, remaining motionless with his back to the girl. After a long pause, he finally set down the cloth and turned to face her. At the doorway of the West Wing stood Lan Xiang, clad in a red dress, vibrant as blood. A Fei hesitated, unable to meet her gaze. His eyes lowered as he softly murmured, "To share hardships is not as good as forgetting one another in the rivers and lakes." The girl immediately burst into tears but forced a smile, saying, "Brother, do you remember? You still owe me two things." A Fei nodded. "Perhaps next year, or perhaps the year after, I will return to repay your kindness." The girl shook her head. "Not that long. I want it now. The first thing is, I wish to prepare one last meal for you." The Fei quietly replied, "No matter what Miss Lan cooks, I will eat it all." The girl smiled and added, "The second thing, brother, please give me a hug." The Fei finally raised his gaze to meet Lan Xiang's. The girl's face was as pale as snow, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yet a faint smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. The Fei stood up from the small stool, approached her, and slowly opened his arms. In the next moment, he enveloped her in a warm embrace. "Master, whether I am 20, 30, 40, or 50 years old," he thought to himself, "when I recall this moment, this scene, I fear I shall regret it." In Lingstone County, at Wohu Lane, within the main hall of the Chen residence, County Magistrate Qin Chong was savoring a copper-hot pot. At his feet lay the 24th, 25th, and 26th concubines. Meanwhile, Chao Gang knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed firmly against the cold floor. "Does the youth refuse?" Qin Chong inquired, lifting a piece of fresh red lamb meat and gently placing it into the boiling water. "Yes, my lord," Chao Gang responded. "Do you know why?" Qin Chong asked, puzzled. "For decades, no one has ever declined to serve me." "My lord, I do not know." Chao Gang's throat moved. "Once dead, bring back that boy's head." Qin Chong said indifferently, "I wish to see whether his detestable pride will remain steadfast like a rock, enduring through time, or crumble like dust, as you command." "My lord." At a quarter past the hour of the rooster, the sun gradually dipped in the west and Shizhuang village. A Fei arrived at Huzi's home. Pushing open the rickety courtyard gate, he was met with the sight of four dilapidated, weather-beaten houses: the main house, east and west wings, kitchen, and latrine. Huzi lived with his elderly grandfather. His mother had died during childbirth, leaving him orphaned a few years prior. His grandfather had fallen gravely ill, coughing blood with no signs of recovery. To afford treatment, Huzi's father sold the family's few acres of dry land to the county gentry. Though his grandfather's health improved, the family faced dire food shortages. In desperation, Huzi's father enlisted in the army, participating in the national war. The first battle was also the last. The man was trampled to a pulp by the enemy's cavalry. The 5 taels of compensation issued by the court, after being subjected to layers of bureaucratic exploitation, left only over 200 coins for the grandfather and grandson. Fortunately, the deep mountains and forests outside Shizhuang village were rich in medicinal herbs. Otherwise, Huzi would have starved to death long ago. Never reaching the age of 9, Huzi, a Fei called out. The tightly shut door of the west wing suddenly swung open, revealing the stout boy, who exclaimed in delight, "Fei Gu, what brings you here?" A Fei smiled and replied, "What are you hiding inside for?" The boy, blushing, said, "I was drawing a sword." "Let me see." "No, just one glance." "No." As the sun set, the earth basked in the afterglow. In the distant sky floated large, breathtaking clouds painted in hues of fire. The Fei and Huzi sat side by side on the threshold of the courtyard. The youth, with a dreamy gaze, murmured, "What a beautiful sunset. Yet they call it broken." "Huzi, what is it?" "Fei Gu, are you leaving?" "When? Tomorrow or the day after?" A Fei replied, "After I have enjoyed the last meal prepared specially for me by Miss Lan, and when the bright moon hangs high, I will depart." Huzi pouted, "You clearly promised to take me to the blacksmith's shop, to communicate with the masters and forge the sword of my dreams. Damn it, all that planning wasted, you lying dog." A Fei chuckled awkwardly. "I'm sorry, Huzi, I really must leave tonight. The sooner, the better. The 10 taels of silver from the white fox, give it to your grandfather for safekeeping. Perhaps next year or the year after. I will definitely return. When that time comes, I will take you to the blacksmith's shop, all right?" Huzi clenched his small fists, pounding his chest twice. You bastard, I'm suffering here. What do you propose I do? A fey with eyes narrowed in mirth suggested. How about I make you a wooden sword while there's still time? Huzi sniffled loudly. I want one just like yours. No problem. Half an hour later, as night fell, a fey headed towards the Lan family. He looked up at the night sky. The moon tonight was bright and round. Chapter 44. Landing. The moon was bright, and the stars sparse in the main bedroom of the Chow residence on Chilong Lane. Lingstone County, Chow Gang, clad in armor, removed the sword hanging on the wall and fastened it at his waist. On the embroidered bed, a child was already sound asleep. Beside him, a woman held a cloak in both hands. In the candlelight, her eyes, filled with tenderness, were also laden with sorrow. Husband, with Bai Lu and so many constables from the county office, why must you suffer through this brutal cold? Chow Gang took the cloak from her and softly replied, In my lifetime, I have traveled far and wide, yet I have never encountered such a remarkably gifted, gentle yet resilient youth. Given time, he is destined to shine brilliantly, illuminating the mountains and rivers with his youthful radiance. Only to fall because of me. The conclusion is already determined and unalterable. All I can do is see the boy on his final journey. Chow Gang gently grasped the woman's soft hand and whispered, Go to sleep. Do not wait for me. I will return very late. Take care. All right. When a fey returned to the Lan family's courtyard, he saw Lan Xiang standing under the eaves, eagerly awaiting his arrival. The youth thought of his mother and sister Chuyer. You're back, Lan Xiang said, her face beaming with a warm smile. Yes, a fey nodded gently. Wash your hands and come eat. The food will get cold. Okay. A fey walked towards the kitchen while Lan Xiang turned to enter the main house. Suddenly, the youth paused, frowning as a sense of unease washed over him. The final dinner was indeed lavish. The square table was laden with an array of dishes that Lan Xiang had painstakingly prepared. Wine, vegetarian dishes, meat dishes, soup. Everything from the sky, earth, and river was present. Lan Xiang poured 2 full cups of wine from a green-glazed pitcher. Handing one to the youth, Brother, as we part, who knows when we will meet again? Let us drink this cup together. Her lips, red and teeth white, sparkled. All right. A fey accepted the cup, clinking it gently with hers before downing the contents in one go. Miss Lan, where is your father? A fey asked, setting down his cup in confusion. Father has eaten and gone to visit friends. The girl, who cannot hold her liquor, only managed to drink 1 cup, her face already flushed. This meal was prepared solely for you. Father knows this well, brother. Hurry and eat, it will get cold. Grasping a large, fluffy bun, a fey shoved a piece of meat into his mouth, chewing heartily. The young girl, her eyes sparkling with delight, asked with a smile, Is it delicious, brother? With his cheeks stuffed, a fey nodded vigorously. Delicious. Outside, without a sound, the courtyard door was suddenly pushed open a crack. The first to enter was Bai Lu, a figure with a narrow sword at his waist, followed by a dozen county constables clad in green. Inside, the youth, poised to pick up a dish, froze mid-motion, slowly turning his head. Reflected in his glistening dark eyes were the imposing figures radiating a chilling aura, their faces devoid of expression. His complexion shifted abruptly. With a splatter, he coughed up a mouthful of black blood, resembling ink spilled across the array of dishes. Feeling an agonizing pain that seemed to tear at his insides, the youth widened his eyes, gazing at Lan Xiang. Across the table, the young girl's delicate face appeared as cold as ice from the icy surface. Countless translucent, burning pearls rolled down. The youth's pupils constricted slightly. He finally grasped what was amiss. It was the girl's attire. Her pristine white clothing resembled mourning garments. With another cough, he expelled another mouthful of black blood. Splattering it across the dishes, staining the girl's face, he propped himself up on the table, struggling to rise, and offered her a faint smile. The debt of saving my life is greater than the heavens and deeper than the earth. Miss Lan, from this day forth, we owe each other nothing. With trembling hands, he grasped the iron sword leaning against the wooden table and staggered out of the room and the courtyard. Bai Lu waved his hand. The dozen constables parted to make way for the youth. Inside, the girl in white gently closed her eyes, her expression exceedingly strange. Half of her face bore a smile, while the other half appeared to weep. The moonlight, as frosty as the snow, enveloped the myriad of phenomena. The village lay in tranquil silence, the intersecting paths resembling a blanket of salt, with one hand clutching the iron sword and the other covering his mouth. The youth staggered toward the village outskirts. Behind him, Bai Lu and the constables followed like shadows. Where was he headed? One constable questioned. I do not know, Bai Lu replied, shaking his head. Could it be he wishes to return home? To see his family one last time before he dies? Perhaps, but his home is not here, and no one knows where he came from. Inside, his internal organs felt as though they were slowly rotting. The youth enduring inhumane torment. With a splutter, fresh blood surged up his throat. Even covering his mouth proved futile. Viscous black blood seeped through his fingers, pattering onto the ground like rain upon fine salt. The stark contrast of white and black was jarring. The youth pressed on, step after step, until he exited West Village and arrived at the banks of the White Horse River. He could walk no further. Akin to a bird without wings, rendered incapable of flight. The youth strained to maintain his balance, approaching a towering piece of green stone. Leaning against it, facing the river, he slowly sat down. The head said this youth's martial arts cultivation is at least 6th rank. His vitality is so overwhelming that he could withstand such poison for so long. That poison is one of the 10 deadliest in the world. The heartbreak powder. I can sense the life within him swiftly fading. What is he gazing at? He has been staring southward. Tonight is a full moon. He was not looking at the moon or the river. Perhaps his hometown lies to the south, enduring the excruciating pain that gnawed at his insides. The youth remained silent throughout, garnering admiration. Observing the youth's slightly contorted face, Bai Lu stepped forward. Drawing the pipe from his waist, he lit it and crouched beside the youth, bringing it to his lips. Smoke it, take deep drags. It may alleviate some of your pain. The youth opened his mouth with great difficulty. Bai Lu promptly inserted the mouthpiece, drawing in a deep breath. The youth choked and coughed blood repeatedly. Blood began to seep from his ears, nostrils, and eye sockets. Dark as ink, his throat emitted a series of indistinct, guttural sounds, resembling the mournful cries of a bird on the brink of death. He was in immense agony. Bai Lu set down the pipe and retrieved a slender dagger from his sleeve. The blade, delicate as a cicada's wing, was pressed gently against the youth's heart. Do not be afraid. Soon, you will feel no pain. Just sleep well. In a whisper, Bai Lu gripped the hilt with both hands and thrust the blade forcefully into the youth's chest, piercing his heart effortlessly. Warm, black blood gushed forth like a spring. As his vision blurred, the overwhelming waves of pain quickly faded away. The youth felt his body grow lighter, consciousness dissipating bit by bit. Memories materialized as vivid images, flashing before his eyes. Is this my life? How splendid! In the next life, he hoped to return as his mother's son, as Cui Er's brother, as the obedient disciple of his master. The images froze. The last scene the youth beheld was at the age of 12. At the foot of Mount Buzhou, before a cave, by a cliff's edge. Leaning against his master, the distant mountains, peach trees, and gentle breeze surrounded them. A boy and a python lay beneath the shade of a tree. Sleeping through the entire summer. Chapter 45. The plight of all beings. The full moon, cold stars, and chilling winds. The youth had perished. The 2 inky pupils within his eye sockets gradually expanded, losing focus. Slowly becoming shrouded in a layer of desolate gray. The iron sword remained tightly gripped until his last breath, never once loosening. Bai Lu slowly withdrew the dagger, standing up, gazing at the youth, whose face was drenched in black blood, and softly murmured, in the next life, do not be human. It is better to be anything but human. The cold wind howled, as if weeping. Footsteps approached from afar. Bai Lu and the constables turned to look. Under the silvery moonlight, a figure approached along the ancient path. He was robust, with a sword at his waist, his cloak billowing, and his armor reflecting a cold gleam. Sir, head. Chao Gang arrived and crouched beside the youth. The man remained silent for a moment, then pulled out a handkerchief from his sleeve, tenderly wiping the black blood from the youth's face like a father. I'm sorry. I arrived too late. I wanted to accompany you on your final journey. The man extended his warm, sturdy palm, gently closing the youth's eyes. His gaze shifted downward, brow furrowing. What happened to his chest wound? The man spoke with displeasure. Didn't I tell you not to harm him with blades? Watching Chao Gang, who knelt without turning back, Bai Lu's lips curled into a mocking smile, yet his tone was exceedingly respectful. Sir, you understand that those who are poisoned by the heartbreak powder will have their internal organs dissolved. I could not bear to see the youth suffer, so I pierced his heart, granting him a swift end. Chao Gang was left speechless. The man cast one last deep glance at the youth before rising to approach the banks of the White Horse River. Gazing at the shimmering waters, he said indifferently, proceed. Sever the youth's head. Chen Wu will take the head to report to the county magistrate. The rest of you, fetch shovels to ensure the youth is laid to rest properly. Bai Lu scoffed, under heaven, regardless of whether one is a noble or a commoner, whether a mere mortal or a martial artist, even those so-called celestial beings from Zhaoyao Mountain, it is known that a complete corpse is essential for the afterlife. Even a 6- or 7-year-old child knows that incomplete corpses are not accepted by the King of Hell. Sir Chao, the county jail is overcrowded. Will you not consider swapping the bodies? After all, the county magistrate has never seen this youth. How could he differentiate whether the head you bring back belongs to a prisoner or the youth? Upon hearing such audacious remarks from the young man, the man did not become angry. Bai Lu, you may not realize that during your 10 years serving under the county magistrate, managing the lamb industry, you have walked the line of death numerous times. The last time was 3 months ago. I remember that night was pitch dark, devoid of any starlight or moonlight. I stood at your bedside, silently watching the drunken you snore like thunder. A few brief words sent a chill down Bai Lu's spine. Bai Lu, when I first met you 10 years ago, you were 3 years younger than a fade. I watched you grow up, so I cannot bear it. You are different from this child. Tio the county magistrate, even if you have no merit, you have made efforts. Thus, I have been able to plead for you to the magistrate time and again. Chao Gang turned, his eyes reddening as he faced Bai Lu and the constables. I have a virtuous and gentle wife, a well-behaved son. For their sake, and for all of you, I have treaded carefully before the magistrate for over a decade, as if walking on thin ice. If the magistrate commands me east, I do not dare venture west. Bai Lu, do you think me cold-hearted? Do you believe I could bear to see the youth's body dismembered? The man inhaled a deep breath of cold air. You do not understand. You have no comprehension of how terrifying the county magistrate truly is. I could swap the bodies. If you do not speak, I do not speak, and everyone remains carefree as before. But what if the county magistrate discovers the truth? The man's expression turned grave. At that point, everyone here, including family, everyone without exception, even myself, would be torn apart and fed to the dogs by the magistrate. After a silence as profound as death, a sharp sound pierced the air as Bai Lu drew forth a narrow blade. "My lord, allow me," he said. Chao Gang nodded slightly. Aim for a clean strike. Bai Lu planted the narrow blade into the ground and crouched down, gently laying the young man, whose back rested against the green stone, flat. He then rose and withdrew the blade, raising his arms high. Just as he was about to bring the blade down, a furious shout erupted from a distance. "Stop!" Chao Gang, Bai Lu, and a dozen constables turned to look. They saw a boy wielding a wooden sword charging towards them from the path leading to Shizhuang village. His demeanor fierce and unyielding, no one paid the boy any heed. Thus, Huzi successfully maneuvered through the towering figures of the constables and positioned himself in front of the young man's lifeless body. Gripping the wooden sword tightly, after watching for so long, you finally dare to show yourself, Bai Lu sneered. Get out of the way, or you shall meet the same fate. The head constable of Lingshi County, beneath whom thousands languished, loomed like a wolf among a pack of vicious tigers, and beside him stood Bai Lu, his narrow blade gleaming coldly, a visage of cruel bloodlust. The boy's teeth clattered together. Trembling violently, yet, his feet were rooted firmly in front of the young man's corpse, refusing to budge. In a wonder a Fei holds such affection for you. Chao Gang sighed. Nodding to the dozen constables' point, one stepped forward and swiftly lifted Huzi away. Once they were far from the young man's body, The constables surrounded the boy. No. Huzi screamed hoarsely, wildly waving the wooden sword at the constables as Bai Lu raised his arms once more. The splatter of blood erupted, a head rolled away. The boy had changed nothing. Thus, he wept, his cries tearing at the heart. As the moon reached its zenith, the door to the main bedroom of the Chun family estate in Wohu Alley, Lingshi County, stood wide open. Chao Gang knelt at the threshold with a posture of reverence. At that moment, Qin Chong held the severed head of the young man, scrutinizing it intently. After a while, he murmured, to glimpse the whole through a single head. This hound, as you said, is indeed a rare specimen. Yet, its wildness is difficult to tame. What a pity. He tossed the head outward, where it rolled until it struck the threshold. Chao Gang, your subordinate is here. Please give your orders, my lord. Qin Chong replied coolly, the 26th concubine has grown tiresome. I wish to take the 27th. A grand wedding is indispensable. However, money flows like water, and our coffers are nearly empty. Chao Gang understood and replied, my lord, with the year-end approaching, every household will have some surplus funds. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for my brothers to masquerade as bandits and raid door to door. Qin Chong inquired. How many prisoners are there? Chao Gang responded, many. Qin Chong yawned and said, afterward, contact the local gentry and arrange for a bandit extermination. The heads of prisoners will serve as those of bandits as for the cost of the extermination. The common folk will pay half, and the gentry will match it. After the bandit eradication, the gentry will have their gold and silver returned in full. The common people's share will be divided 70-30 with the county office. Chao Gang spoke solemnly, your subordinate will obey. Chapter 46. The opening of heaven in the early morning. At the main house of the Lan family in Shizhuang village, Lan Fu gazed at the 30 gold bars stacked neatly on the table. Inhaling his dry tobacco deeply, half an hour earlier, Lan Mu had been sent home by Bai Lu, sitting at the edge of the bed, tears streaming down her face. Such a good child, and we have brought about his demise. It is all my fault, she lamented, her face haggard. We, as a couple, have never committed any wrongs in our lives, and now, as we near the grave, we have caused such a monstrous calamity. When we descend into the netherworld, how shall we face that child? A loud bang startled Lan Mu. Lan Fu struck the table heavily with his tobacco pipe, scattering tobacco leaves and sparks. Silence, he scolded. We may not have long to live. But Xiang'er is only 14, without us by her side. How will she survive? The sins born of these 30 gold bars shall be ours to bear as her parents in our next lives. We may be reborn as beasts, or our souls may scatter posthumously, yet as humans, we are bound by fate. The village as well. A girl clad in snow-white garments, like mourning clothes, struggled to pull a full bucket of water from the well. As she picked up the yoke and turned to shoulder the bucket, she suddenly paused, a few yards away, Huzi's fierce, cold gaze fixed upon her, akin to a wolf's, as he pointed the tip of his wooden sword directly at her heart. It was you who led to Fei's demise, wasn't it? The girl had never seen such bloodshot eyes before. Yesterday, Fei gifted me this wooden sword and taught me a few moves. I was so excited that I didn't even hear my grandfather calling me for dinner. I practiced non-stop until I heard the sound of a door being smashed. I looked down and saw Fei staggering out of the village, followed by that bastard Bai Lu and a dozen constables. That Chao Gang, the so-called strongest in Lingshi County, only hurried over after Fei had already died. Though Huzi, Bai Lu and those constables were merely a bunch of rotten tomatoes and spoiled potatoes. Thus, Huzi gritted his teeth and spat, you killed Fei. I saw the trail of black blood. It was horrifying. Why? Why did you poison Fei? Seeing the boy's twisted and terrifying face, the girl replied expressionlessly. I did poison him, but I did not kill him. It was the county magistrate who sought his life. The constables took my mother to prison. If I had not poisoned him, my mother would have suffered a fate worse than death. If it were your grandfather, what would you have done? Huzi's grip on the sword trembled slightly, his arm ultimately drooping in despair. Sister Lanxiang, the schoolmaster once said, it has always been difficult to balance loyalty and filial piety. I believe that righteousness and filial duty are equally challenging to reconcile. If it were me, the boy stared fiercely at the girl's pale, snow-like face. I would rather swallow the poison myself, Sister Lanxiang. A Fei is such a cautious person. He took me to the county to eat noodles, using his own chopsticks. The meal you prepared yesterday, he must have devoured it hungrily. He trusted you so much. Lanxiang, I curse you and your ancestors. The moment those words fell, the boy suddenly raised his wooden sword, striking the girl down to the ground with a fierce blow. Lanxiang, remember this. Keep it firmly in your mind. Once my grandfather passes with no ties to bind me, I shall sever your head to appease a Fei's spirit in the heavens, and that pack of dogs in the county, none shall escape. The rain-like blows of the wooden sword finally ceased. The boy, burdened by his pack, ran towards the outskirts of the village. After a long while, the girl, covered in dust, struggled to sit up slowly. Her hands, red and swollen from the wooden sword's blows, gently grasped the edge of the water bucket. The girl beheld her own reflection, a face caught between weeping and smiling, fragmented and whole, broken and mended. The boy's grave lay at the foot of Gusha Mountain, facing the Bema River. With mountains and rivers around, it was chosen by Chaogang. Huzi arrived at the grave, gazing at the softly rising mound. Reminiscing about the moments spent with the boy, and tears, hot and heavy, flowed from his eyes, he planted the wooden sword into the ground, squatted down, and unwrapped his pack. Inside were paper money, silver ingots, gold ingots for honoring the deceased, as well as 2 sets of paper burial garments and 2 paper figures of women dressed in red and green. The boy struck a match, igniting the offerings as he spoke to himself. A Fei, this is day 1. There are still 6 more days to come, and every year during the New Year's Eve, Qingming Festival, Zhongyuan Festival, and Chaoyang Festival, I will burn you plenty of paper money. A Fei, it's about to snow. I wonder if the underworld is cold. You should wear these 2 sets of burial garments for now, and these 2 paper figures, they are for you to have as wives. If they disobey, just send me a dream. His murmurs abruptly halted as the boy turned sharply. Not far away, on the treetop, hung a white-haired mouse wearing a tiger head hat. The boy rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked again. The branches swayed gently, and the mouse was nowhere to be seen. I must be seeing things? In the Qixia prefecture of Beipingzu, deep within the Taihang mountain range, beneath the Unzu mountain, a small whirlwind, with eyes gleaming like red agate, scurried into a dark cave, clutching a copy of a Martial World newspaper in its mouth. Deep within the cave, a colossal creature, a python approximately 40 meters long, coiled into a mound of shimmering gold, lay deeply asleep. The small whirlwind, agile and sprightly, leapt quickly along the length of the python's body until it reached the summit of the golden mound. There, it beheld an enormous python head. Master, Master, Mr. Qi has returned, and the Martial World newspaper has arrived. The whirlwind rose upright, extending a claw to pry open the eyelids of the gigantic python. Amidst the sounds of fatigue, the python slowly opened its golden, candle-like eyes, revealing 2 blood-red, inverted serpentine pupils. Zhu Juyin yawned widely, his mouth a cavernous abyss, overwhelmed by drowsiness. When did Mr. Qi return? Zhu Juyin inquired. Early this morning, the whirlwind replied, raising the Jianghu Gazette in its claw, adding, the Gazette is half an hour faster than a person. Zhu Juyin's eyelids fluttered, half open and half closed. What is the Gazette record? The whirlwind exclaimed excitedly. It states that Mr. Qi split the heavens with a single sword, causing the entire Wei capital, from the common folk to the noble lords, to kneel like wheat swaying in the wind. Mr. Qi even shattered the dragon throne of the Qinqing Palace with a single kick. Right before Emperor Wenjing, he declared that the Xingying belongs to all the people of the world, that Beipingzu is Wei's Beipingzu, and that the Taihang Mountains are his Qi Qingji's Taihang Mountains. Before departing, Mr. Qi even took the plaque inscribed with Xing de Guangming that hung high in the Qinqing Palace. Master, I saw Mr. Qi hanging that plaque above the large yellow dog's den, the whirlwind added. The crimson python narrowed its eyes slightly. Split the heavens with a single sword? Just as Zhu Juyin pondered this, the cold, emotionless voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding, detection indicates that the host's disciple, Chun Mingfei, has perished. Chapter 47, Winter Thunder rumbled, the system panel activated autonomously, flashing before Zhu Juin's eyes. Master-disciple return system, activating. Disciple name, Chun Mingfei. Talent, innate sword embryo. Age, 15, deceased. Cultivation, external martial arts level 6, 18,100. Immediately after, the system's mechanical voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, chimed again. Ding, detection indicates that the host's disciple, Chun Mingfei, has perished. The cultivation will be returned 10,000-fold to the host. Ding, detection indicates that the host's disciple, Chun Mingfei, has perished. The master-disciple return system is temporarily closed. Please await the next fated one. In an instant, 2 overwhelming auras plummeted from the void, surging madly into the crimson python's body. Point 1 was the 10,000-fold return of cultivation, while the other comprised all of Fei's memories throughout his life. Master, what's wrong with you? Seeing Zhu Juin, like a statue, motionless, the whirlwind asked in confusion. Suddenly, a gentle force enveloped its tiny body. The whirlwind floated out of the cave swiftly, as if riding the wind. Only after drifting several hundred meters did the gentle force dissipate. Below lay a vast forest, desolate and melancholic. The whirlwind descended rapidly, extending its claws to grasp a sturdy branch tightly. Lowering its head, it gazed down at the 30-meter drop, its ruby-like eyes filled with sheer terror, its mouse-like body trembling like a frightened kitten. Master, save me. I'm afraid of heights. The entire day passed, and the whirlwind dared not descend from the tree. Its ruby-red eyes gazed longingly at the cave nestled beneath the towering mountains, overwhelmed by a sense of foreboding. A series of increasingly potent, terrifying auras surged forth from the deep cave, as if a torrential river were rushing out. The whirlwind keenly sensed that its master seemed to be undergoing an evolution, becoming far more powerful and terrifying than before. As night fell, an inky black velvet curtain descended, devoid of stars or moonlight. The wind suddenly rose. In one moment, it merely stirred the whirlwind's white fur. In the next, it erupted violently, sending sand and stones flying. Is that a storm cloud? The great trees swayed violently, and the whirlwind clung tightly to its branch, raising its head to gaze at the night sky. The rolling dark clouds, darker than the night itself, appeared like an inverted abyss, capable of swallowing entire mountains without a ripple. The oppressive clouds hung low, seemingly intent on engulfing the world, sending shivers down the whirlwind's spine. Boom! First came the earth-shattering thunder, rolling from one side of the sky to the other. Then, crack! A bolt of lightning descended from the depths of the stormy clouds, illuminating the world as bright as day. Boom! The whirlwind watched in awe as a mountain was consumed by the lightning, where jagged rocks were pierced by countless arcs of electricity like silver serpents. Winter thunder! What on earth is happening? The whirlwind trembled in fear. Roar! Without warning, a thunderous roar erupted from within the cave, resonating with a mighty timbre akin to a dragon's chant. Waves of sound rippled outward, shaking the forests and trembling the mountains. Gazing at the cave's entrance, the whirlwind's eyes widened in astonishment. A monstrous, menacing python's head emerged, now 2 to 3 times larger than before, its eyes shimmering like lanterns filled with brilliant golden blood. Its densely packed crimson scales gleamed like raging flames in the night, each scale as large as an adult's palm. Whoosh! From hundreds of meters away, the whirlwind could even hear the sound of air being sliced. Within the cave, an ancient vine erupted with intense brilliance, resembling a divine chain forged through countless trials, striking the massive python's head with tremendous force. Clang! Amidst the melodious clang of metal, brilliant sparks erupted where the ancient vine met the python's head. Akin to a starry sea being extinguished, whoosh! One ancient vine after another came alive, striking the crimson python's body with such might that each strike contained the terrifying power to shatter a mountain. Blinding sparks ignited and extinguished, resembling countless starry seas, brilliantly radiant before swiftly fading into darkness. More ancient vines coiled around every part of the python's body, attempting to drag it back into the cave. The chains grew taut, straining under the burden, snapping under the pressure. Thunder rumbled, threatening to shatter the sun, moon, and stars. The tempest raged, with silver dragons piercing through the heavens. "Let me out! After being suppressed for over 20 years and filled with all the negative emotions from the loss of his disciple, the crimson python's fury erupted, shaking the surroundings. All the ancient vines entwined around its body snapped simultaneously. The colossal python raised its massive head high, opening its cavernous mouth, and unleashed a torrent of flames towards the sky. Boom! The all-encompassing flames turned the stormy sea crimson, a sight of immense grandeur. Staring in disbelief at the python that sought to incinerate the heavens, the whirlwind murmured, "Dragon flames. This is dragon flames." Clang! Suddenly, a deep bell tolled, resonating through the heavens and the earth. In the whirlwind's incredulous gaze, the smooth cliff face of Mount Bujo suddenly shone with brilliant golden light. The six-character mantra embedded deep within the cliff's rock layers stirred to life. Among the words morality, primordial, spiritual treasure, the character for spiritual burst forth, radiating countless rays of brilliance. Gradually, the character detached from the cliff and hovered in mid-air. In the next moment, boom! The ancient script descended like a blazing sun, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of Tao rhythm that nearly sank the earth. The whirlwind heard the sound of bones shattering, witnessing torrents of crimson blood cascading down like rain in a small town. Before the Divine Wood Forest, by the banks of the Taiping River, the large yellow dog cowered in its den, frightened by the continuous rumble of thunder. With hands tucked into his sleeves, the tall figure in green gazed at Mount Bujo. Reflecting in his three pitch-black eyes were the mighty, winding silver dragons, the surging stormy sea, and the blood-soaked heavens. Is Nanju evolving? The figure in green furrowed his brow, wondering whether it was success or failure. Why can I no longer sense its aura? Suddenly, his body trembled, slowly turning to look towards the Divine Wood Forest. Illuminated by the blinding lightning, he beheld the enormous faces carved into the trunks of the divine trees, each pair of eyes now streaming with blood. Divine weeping? The three pitch-black eyes of the figure in green contracted slightly. Morning arrived. 1 centimeter, 1 centimeter, then another centimeter. The whirlwind gradually descended. After an entire night's effort, it finally reached the ground. Eagerly, it dashed towards the cave. Along the way, the land lay shattered, as if a dragon had turned in its sleep. After a stick of incense's worth of time, the whirlwind arrived at the cave's entrance. Gazing at the two charred peach trees still emitting wisps of black smoke, it muttered to itself, "I won't be able to eat the fuzzy peaches this year. I'll have to wait until the year after." A familiar voice came from behind. The whirlwind turned abruptly, looking up at Zhu Juin's handsome face, akin to a jade crown. "Master, can you leave the cave?" the whirlwind asked in confusion. But yesterday, Zhu Juin's face was as pale as snow. "There is only one day of freedom each year." "Just one day?" Zhu Juin squatted down, extending a hand toward the whirlwind. Immediately, it leaped into his palm. "Master, where are we going?" Placing the whirlwind on his shoulder, Zhu Juin approached the cliff's edge, gazing intently toward the north. After a long while, he withdrew his gaze, looking down at the verdant hairpin in his right hand. "I know I cannot escape this cave. Yet I still strive like an ant shaking a tree. The reason lies in the pain of broken bones and torn flesh, which allows my heart to feel a moment's relief." He is merely 15 years old. Just having stepped out of the province of Baoping, raising his palm, he gently wipes it, and the tips of his fingers glimmer with brilliance. Zhu Juin had never contemplated that he, too, could shed tears. "Master, why are you crying?" inquired the curious little whirlwind, tilting its head. "Some individuals will never return," Zhu Juin murmured, biting down on a jade hairpin as he extended his hands to bind his hair. Once his hair was secured, he adorned it with the jade pin. Zhu Juin conjured a white ribbon, delicately binding it over the blood-red, upside-down snake pupils. "Down the mountain, Tio Kill, bring my disciple home," he whispered. "I desire the collapse of this world." Chapter 48. 16 years old. The leaden sky cast a pall over the land, leaving everything in a state of desolation. Behind a massive boulder, a multitude of beady rat eyes silently observed the boy in white, barefooted, as he gradually receded into the distance. The naked rat king ground his teeth in fury, exclaiming, "This damned little whirlwind, eating from both sides, has betrayed her handsome, charming, and sprightly master. Beside him, a young man curiously inquired, "My lord, what did that vile snake do last night to cause such a change in the heavens?" "Lower your voice," the Rat King snapped, turning his head to reprimand him. "If I am not mistaken, that vile snake seeks to evolve into a jiao." "Why, lord, what is a jiao? Are there delicious spiritual fruits associated with it?" A sharp slap resounded as the Rat King struck the young subordinate, sending him spinning like a top. "All you do is eat, eat, eat. If you dare become the second pig intestine of our rat clan, I shall roast you alive. Listen up, my little ones, that vile snake has no idea where it is headed. But time waits for no one. Rush into the cave and clear out every last spiritual fruit." Raising his gleaming, snow-like blade, the Rat King declared solemnly, "This vile snake slanders our clan, deceives our clan, humiliates our clan, mocks our clan, belittles our clan, and scorns our clan. Just wait 10 years, and let us see how our rat clan's warriors will devour that vile snake inch by inch. The day our rat clan emerges is the day the world faces calamity." Charge! With a single command, a multitude of white-furred rat spirits transformed into human forms, rushing towards the cave on the cliff. After a brief period, before the cave, the Rat King stood in shock, fixated on the ancient vines that seemed alive, as if they were snakes several dozen meters long, drawing forth vast quantities of blood-soaked earth. Gulp, the Rat King swallowed hard, murmuring, "Now I understand how those spiritual fruits came to be as this snake blood. Or jiao blood. Could it possibly be dragon blood?" Observing the ancient vines deeply embedded in the ground, listening to the audible slurping sounds, the Rat King felt a chill run down his spine. "Little ones, brace yourselves." At a corner of the mountains, with a howl, Zhu Juin pierced a wild boar with his black death spear. In mere seconds, the 200-pound ferocious creature was transformed into mere jerky. The black death spear, having drunk the essence of several wild boars, now gleamed a vivid crimson. The cracks along its rough shaft opened and closed like a breath. Turning to glance towards the cave, Zhu Juin slowly lowered his raised arm. "What is it, master?" inquired Little Whirlwind, perched on his shoulder. "Nothing." Zhu Juin shook his head, continuing his journey to a nearby town. In the frigid cold, the town's entrance was sparsely populated. Beneath the bare old locust tree, the elderly Lu, selling candied hawthorn on a threadbare sheepskin coat, sat on a tree stump, squinting slightly. His sun-baked face was flushed from the cold, and he covered his mouth with his gnarled hands, releasing puffs of warm breath. Leaning against the locust tree was a straw target used for displaying candied hawthorn, upon which hung the last string of glistening red fruits, with the sound of tinkling laughter. Several children rushed towards him from the long street. "Grandpa Lu, why is there only one string left?" The old man smiled kindly. "You little gluttons, it's bitterly cold. Hurry home. I shall make more tomorrow, Grandpa Lu. We ran half the town to find you. Please, let us have that last string." The boys sniffled dramatically. The old man shook his head. "Today, I have made only this one. Moreover, it is meant for the deceased, not for the living. Be good, listen to me, and return home before you freeze." The children, initially brimming with joy, left dejectedly. After about a tea's worth of time, a figure clad in white, as pure as snow, caught the old man's eye. The boy, appearing around 17 or 18, passed through the town's archway, brushing shoulders with Grandpa Lu. "Alas," sighed the old man, "the candied hawthorn I made has been tasted by the likes of that boy. Yet that child has never had a taste. This fate is simply not meant to be bestowed." Just as the old man was about to rise, he suddenly sat back down, the corners of his mouth curling into a knowing smile. The sound of footsteps approached. A cold voice rang in his ears. "Old man, how much for a string of candied hawthorn?" The old man lifted his gaze, grinning widely to reveal his crooked yellow teeth. He extended a finger. "1 copper coin. I'll take it." "Very well." The old man stood, retrieving a piece of oiled paper from his sleeve, wrapping the first and last string of candied hawthorn of the day, and handed it to the boy in white. Little Whirlwind, nestled on the boy's shoulder, produced a copper coin from its dense, silky white fur. The old man and the boy exchanged money and goods. Watching the white-clad youth's retreating figure, Grandpa Lu hoisted the straw target and hummed softly as he walked home. .9 is the ultimate number. .1 Sweet bite lasts a lifetime. Child, eat Grandpa's candied hawthorn, and I guarantee you'll savor sweetness for 9 lifetimes. In the bustling ironworkers' alley of the town, the blacksmith Han Ing, short and stout with a shiny bald head, was berating a group of large dogs. Useless, a bunch of worthless dogs, and you can't even guard your own home. The dogs all drooped their heads. Several blacksmiths stood in silence, expressing their sympathy. Over the past decade, the blacksmith shop had been robbed repeatedly. The thieves not only stole weapons like swords and halberds, but even tools like shovels and kitchen knives. Forced by circumstance, Han Ing had taken to raising large dogs. Yet, last night, the shop had been robbed yet again, nearly stripped bare, even losing the dragon-slaying sword he had forged himself. What terrible luck! Taking a deep breath, Han Ing looked up at a certain direction. There, hanging high above in the shop, was a sword tied with red cloth. At least you haven't been lost, Han Ing commanded. Dinyo, go replace that bloodied red cloth with white. The simple-minded youth asked in confusion, why? Just do it. No need for so many questions. Boss, that sword has been stained with blood for years. Why has its owner not come to claim it? Han Ing replied lightly, someone is coming soon, but unfortunately, it is not its rightful owner. In the town's Wui Alley, Zhu Juyin pushed open the courtyard door. This was his third visit to the Chen family's small courtyard. Everything was still familiar. As he opened the door to the main room, his expression suddenly froze. On the wooden bed lay a gentle and serene woman. Her eyes crescent-shaped as she said, Sir, the new year is approaching. On the 8th day of the 12th month is a Fei's birthday. Don't forget to remind him to boil 16 eggs for himself. In the blink of an eye, the woman vanished without a trace. The bed was neatly made, the quilt perfectly folded, yet it was covered in dust. Zhu Juyin felt as though he had wandered into a sepia-toned old photograph. Chapter 49. Northward. With a creak, Zhu Juyin pushed open the door to the east wing. The furnishings inside were identical to when he had visited the second time. Only now there was more dust and cobwebs. Zhu Juyin approached the wooden bed, gently lifting one of the legs. He retrieved a folded piece of oiled paper that was trapped beneath the bed leg. Unwrapping it, he found a neatly folded piece of Xian paper inside. Carefully unfolding the Xian paper, Zhu Juyin beheld the sword depicted upon it. The sword was named Bloodstain. The system had given a Fei all the memories of his life, which is why Zhu Juyin could find it so easily. On the day he was to assassinate the 9th Prince of Wei, Zhao Jin, the little one had indeed visited the blacksmith shop in Windy Alley. Zhu Juyin softly murmured, My little one? If only a fraction more, you could possess the sword that you have long desired, a blade that belongs solely to you. Tucking a piece of rice paper into his sleeve, Zhu Juyin exited the eastern wing of the house. As he passed the kitchen, his peripheral vision caught sight of a small stool placed at the entrance. Alas, the little one who once stood on that stool to assist his mother in concocting medicine would never return. Gathering his thoughts, Zhu Juyin departed the small courtyard. After the span of a tea ceremony, he arrived at the blacksmith shop on Windy Lane in the small town. The acrid smoke enveloped the air, and the sword blades glowed a fiery red. Despite the biting cold, the masters worked bare-chested, clad only in shorts. Amidst the waves of heat, the rhythmic clanging of metal resonated continuously. Each strike of the hammer upon the sword blade sent sparks flying like a sea of stars. On a low square table lay a copper mirror beside a bowl of thick, dark substance. Han Ing, the blacksmith shop's manager, squatted before the table, gazing at his own jowly visage reflected in the mirror. After a moment, he suddenly seized a handful of the viscous substance and smeared it onto his bald head. What on earth is in that bowl? Please tell me it is not cow dung. One of the masters jested within the shop. Manager, once hair is lost, it does not regrow. You must accept your fate, another chimed in. Old Chow is right. How much suffering have you endured over the years in pursuit of hair growth? If fate has decreed you to have hair, you shall have it. If not, do not force it. What sane person would smear cow dung on their head, even going so far as to attempt a handstand to promote so-called blood circulation? Risking a neck injury? Han Ing shot a fierce glare at the masters. He then sighed heavily, lamenting, Why must a handsome and dashing man like me lose his hair, while you grotesque creatures are blessed with full heads of hair? The heavens are unjust. The masters remained silent for a long while. When did you go blind? Han Ing was about to unleash a torrent of curses when his expression suddenly shifted. D'Artagnan. The person has arrived. Go fetch the blood sample. Understood. No one knew when the youth had arrived, except for Han Ing. By the time the masters sensed being watched and looked up, they beheld a figure clad in flowing white, ribbons dancing in the air. With his back to the white-clad figure, Han Ing placed the last bit of viscous substance on his head, then grasped the long sword resting on the low table and stood up. I seek to forge a sword. What about you, manager? Zhu Juyin inquired. That would be me, Han Ing responded, turning to hand over the sword horizontally. Zhu Juyin furrowed his brows slightly, puzzled. Han Ing grinned. That lad from Wui Lane visited me in a dream last night, saying his master would come today to retrieve the sword. For a blood sample? Han Ing nodded. Zhu Juin's crimson vertical pupils narrowed slightly. Just forged? Han Ing shook his head. That lad had the sword forged when he was 12. The year he brought me the blueprints, I waited a long time, yet he never came to collect it. Zhu Juin reached out to take the blood sample. He had been saving money for a long time. The small whirlwind perched on his shoulder tossed a few silver pieces to Han Ing. The man received them, weighed them in his hand. Neither more nor less, exactly 5 taels. Farewell. Take care. Watching the slender figure of the youth in white gradually fade from sight, Han Ing murmured, the deity of Zhongshan, known as Zhu Yin, perceives as day, obscures as night, breathes as winter, calls as summer, consumes not, nourishes not, and rests not. Rest is the wind. The man scoffed disdainfully, in terms of beauty. He is but a fraction of my worth. Exiting the small town, Zhu Juin untied the white cloth bound to the hilt of the long sword. Were it not for the system, I would never have known that the little one had perished. That person actually possessed such knowledge, more terrifying than Qi Qingji's sword that split the heavens. The phrase hidden dragons and crouching tigers hardly suffices to describe this small town. With a resounding clang, Zhu Juin drew his sword from its sheath. The blade shimmered like autumn water, thin as a cicada's wing, intricately engraved with elaborate patterns. Planting the sheath in the ground, Zhu Juin extended his left hand. The sword's edge lightly grazed his skin, and instantly, vibrant red blood flowed from the tip of his middle finger. What sharpness! Zhu Juin exclaimed in astonishment. It is worth noting that after a 1,000-fold return from the system, his serpent-like body had surged from nearly 40 meters to 100. He had grown more than twice as powerful. Yet this sword had effortlessly drawn blood. Lowering his gaze to the connection between the hilt and the blade, where the words blood sample were inscribed, Zhu Juin felt a tightness in his chest. The blood sample remains, yet the youth is nowhere to be found, before the sacred tree forest, by the banks of the Taiping River. Within a fenced courtyard, the main door stood wide open. A small red clay stove warmed a jug of wine, while a figure in green garb sat upright, engrossed in reading the treasured book of flowers. Occasionally lifting a wine cup to sip, a large yellow dog, lying beside the figure, suddenly raised its head to gaze outside the courtyard. Steady now, the figure in green said, reaching out to pat the dog's head. The large yellow dog obediently lay down. Soon, footsteps approached from afar. The figure in green reluctantly tore their gaze from the sage's book and quietly regarded the approaching figure with 3 inky pupils. What came into view was a figure in immaculate white, a sword suspended at the waist, a short spear in hand. The figure in green stepped out of the main hall, a faint smile playing at the corners of their mouth as they pointed toward the doghouse in the corner of the yard. Inquiring, "What do you think?" Gazing at the gilded plaque inscribed with Zheng de Guangming, Zhu Juin replied indifferently, "You should have the head of Emperor One of Han nailed there, rather than a mere lifeless object." The figure in green rolled their eyes, saying, "It's easy to slay an earthly emperor, yet the blade of heavenly justice is not so easily born. With my lifespan, I could not withstand even a single strike. By the way, why do you carry a sword and spear? Are you planning to engage in combat with me?" Zhu Juin shook his head. "You once taught the little one to read and write. You are considered half his master. I have come to inform you that the little one has died." The figure in green was momentarily stunned before asking, "How did he die? Where did it happen?" Zhu Juin's expression remained impassive. "He died in Lingstone County, Wudong Mansion, Yunzhou. He was poisoned with heartbreak powder, his organs dissolving like snow, suffering immensely. After death, his head was severed, and his body separated. As for those responsible for the little one's demise, there are many." The figure in green feigned ignorance and asked, "Are you seeking revenge for that child?" Zhu Juin softly replied, "In seeking revenge, I will also relieve my own resentment. Qi Qingji, previously you were easily subdued by the 7th Prince of Weidu. Your anger boiling within Theo vent that pent-up frustration. You traveled all the way to Weidu to split the heavens with a sword." The voice of the youth in white turned suddenly cold. "The fury within me threatens to reduce me to ashes. This fire I shall release with great fervor. I want to kill, brutally and thoroughly. Ultimately, I do not wish for the little one to die far from home. Fallen leaves must return to their roots." Watching the youth's figure grow distant, the figure in green opened their mouth, yet no words emerged. A cold wind stirred in the eyes of the figure in green. The white garb transformed into a bloodied attire. Chapter 50. Divine Offering. After the white-clad youth departed, Qi Qingji locked the courtyard gate and led the large yellow dog deeper into the sacred tree forest. Towering, stout divine trees pierced the clouds, each trunk adorned with intricately carved faces. Men, women, elders, youths, and children. Some wept, some smiled, some appeared serene, while others bore kind expressions. Qi Qingji and the large yellow dog ventured until they reached the heart of the forest, where they finally halted. Before him stood a tree that starkly contrasted with the others. The face carved into its trunk was that of an elderly man, his features contorted in agony, as if enduring immense suffering. The townsfolk referred to this peculiar divine tree as the Tree of the Dying Ghost. Qi Qingji sat cross-legged before the Tree of the Dying Ghost, extending his right palm to gently pat a small mound of earth beside him. He then lifted his gaze to the tree, focusing on the pained visage of the elderly man, as if he were being subjected to countless tortures. "I miss that child," the figure in green murmured softly. 9 years prior, during a sweltering summer evening, after enduring the stifling heat, the figure in green hastily returned to the fenced courtyard, collapsing onto a wicker chair beneath the shade of a tree. After a while, a gentle knock echoed at the courtyard door, so soft it was nearly imperceptible. Struggling to open his eyes, the figure in green looked toward the entrance. There stood a diminutive child, appearing more emaciated than anyone he had ever encountered, aside from the woman from the Chen family in Wui Lane. The child's skin was pale, and his frame was frail, as if a mere tap would produce a metallic ring from his bones. Dressed in loose, coarse clothing with bare feet, the boy's feet appeared as though they had been washed in yellow earth. Yet, his bright, clear eyes, devoid of any impurities, radiated an inexplicable warmth and spirit. The clean little hands of the boy held a green pear, and he beamed at the figure in green with a silly grin. "Whose child are you?" the figure in green inquired. "Sir, my name is Fei, Fei as in flying birds. I live in Wui Lane, and my father is called Chen Yinshi," the boy replied respectfully. "What do you seek from me?" The boy, maintaining a distance, extended the green pear toward the figure in green, bashfully stating, "Sir, I wish to learn characters. Just 3 characters." The figure clad in blue stretched languidly, stifling a yawn, and uttered a single word, "Roll." The boy, his face flushed and glistening with sweat, bore only a shy smile. After murmuring an apologetic, "I'm sorry," he scampered away. That was the first encounter between the figure in blue and the little one. The boy was merely 6 years old then. On the following day, at dusk, the little one returned, this time clutching a green apple in one hand. The figure in blue wore an impassive expression. On the 3rd day, at dusk, the little one arrived, cradling a handful of vibrant red cherries. On the 4th, 5th, and 6th days, the boy almost exhausted the wild fruits scattered across the mountains. It was not until the evening of the 19th day that he appeared, tightly grasping a candied hawthorn skewer coated in syrup. With a light sigh, the figure in blue remarked, "Celery, lotus seeds, red beans, jujubes, longan, and dried meat strips. Little imp, are you unaware of the customary gifts for a teacher?" The boy shook his head, then suddenly nodded. Teacher, I know. The figure in blue rolled her eyes. No, you do not. Bring me the 6 gifts I mentioned tomorrow, and I shall teach you to write. Forget it. Let us make it 5 gifts. The meat strips are unnecessary. The boy beamed with delight, exclaiming, Thank you, teacher. On the 20th day, the boy did not come. Nor did he appear on the 21st. For dozens of days thereafter, he remained absent. The figure in blue never imagined that such commonplace items as celery, lotus seeds, red beans, jujubes, and longan would weigh heavily upon the boy's shoulders like an oppressive mountain. As autumn leaves began to fall, on a day of rest, the figure in blue finally spotted the boy after a 2-month absence. He stood at the street corner, gazing longingly at a stall selling pork, maintaining a considerable distance. The stall owner, having recognized the boy who frequented his stall daily, waved him over. Once the boy approached, the jovial stall owner filled a bowl with fresh pig's blood. Little imp, drink this bowl of blood, and I'll give you a piece of pork for free. The boy remained silent for a long time. Suddenly, he lifted the large white bowl and drank the vividly crimson, pungent blood without leaving a drop. The stall owner laughed heartily, fulfilling his promise. The boy raced home, clutching a small piece of pork. His glee evident. The figure in blue, who had witnessed this scene, shook her head impassively. The next morning, the little one returned, not forgetting to bring the 6 ceremonial gifts. The figure in blue accepted them and, with a long face, inquired, Which character would you like to learn first? The little one replied, South, as in southern. Due to his need to venture into the mountains to gather herbs, the boy only studied for half an hour. After he departed, the figure in blue cast the small piece of pork into the Taiping River. On the 2nd day, the little one learned the character for brocade. On the 3rd day, he learned screen. The figure in blue mused, realizing that the festival of offerings to the gods was approaching. The sacred tree forest was a temporary abode for the deities, with each divine tree imbued with the essence of the gods. A tradition passed down through generations in the small town. The festival involved purchasing or crafting a doll. The more lifelike and larger, the better. The hollow doll would be filled with a jade tablet inscribed with a name or a paper note bearing a name. On the day of the festival, one would select a sacred tree and bury the doll deep beneath the earth. Thereafter, they would bow to the gods for 9 hours each day over the course of 9 days. Seeking blessings of prosperity and health for 9 generations, of course. One could also bypass the bowing ritual by filling the hollow doll with 81 coins. She murmured for quite a while before suddenly dashing out of the fenced yard and leaping into the Taiping River, hoping to retrieve that small piece of pork. Alas, it had long since been consumed by the fish. On the day of the festival, the small town bustled with activity. The little one, cradling a clay doll of his mother and dressed in simple hemp clothes, mingled amidst the throng, feeling out of place, akin to a lost spirit. The crowd surged toward the sacred tree forest. Come quickly and see. Chun Mengfei's clay doll is truly hideous. Who did you model it after? Your mother? A fey. Everyone in town says your mother caused your father's death, and the gods punished her by letting her rot, tormented by maggots day and night. Is that true? A fey. Just having a doll isn't enough. You must fill it with a jade tablet, wooden board, or paper note inscribed with a name. Or the gods won't know who you are, and how can they bestow blessings? Can you write? Chun Mengfei. My father bought me a colorful doll, tall and grand. Not to mention your paltry little clay doll. Even you, short as you are, cannot compare. Faced with the unfiltered taunts and comparisons of the other children in the town, the little one remained unfazed. The men of the Qin family from Wui Alley had met a mysterious end, with even their bodies unaccounted for. The woman known as Nan Jinping had thus become a figure that everyone avoided as if she bore a curse upon her. No one wished to bury their parents or themselves, nor their children's dolls beneath the same sacred tree as the woman from the Qin family. The sacred tree forest housed a total of 179 sacred trees, and the townspeople vied to claim all but one, leaving only the solitary grievous ghost. The little one placed the doll, containing a note for his mother, beneath the grievous ghost tree. Kneeling, he pressed his forehead to the earth, remaining there in fervent supplication. May the gods bless my mother with sweetness for 9 generations, as sweet as Grandpa Lou's candied hawthorn. Chapter 51. Sweetness for 9 generations in the autumn of the year when a Fei turned 6. The town school was closed for an extended period due to the festival of offerings. The figure in blue led her large yellow dog to fish by the banks of the Taiping River. The fishing hook was bent, yet there was no bait, and thus she caught not a single fish throughout the entire duration. 9 is the utmost number. The festival lasted for 9 days, with each day requiring 9 hours of sincere bowing to the sacred trees. A total of 9 days, seeking blessings of prosperity and health for 9 generations. On the first day of the festival, the streets were deserted, and the usually tranquil sacred tree forest buzzed with activity. Except for the grievous ghost, each sacred tree was surrounded by throngs of people, resembling a sea of flies drowning in bodies. Half of the households entered in the morning and left by noon, predominantly the affluent merchants of the town. After all, for them, 9 coins a day for 9 days, a total of 81 coins, was but a mere trifle on the first day. Out of the town's 40 to 50,000 residents, 679 people managed to bow for the full 9 hours, including the little one. The figure in blue counted them. 1 by 1.679 individuals bowed from dawn until noon, then through the golden hues of sunset, and continued until the moon reached its zenith. They continued bowing until late at night. Over 600 souls, guided by the moonlight, supported one another as they limped out of the sacred tree forest and across the bridge. Damn it, 9 hours. I won't be able to get out of bed for at least half a month after this. Day after day, year after year, busy as bees, yet I can't even scrape together 9 coins. My knees are numb and painful, feeling as though they were being gnawed by 1,000 ants. I swear I won't come back tomorrow. My mother passed away last year. I buried her doll. A life of abundance should suffice, right? In life, one should not be too greedy. One life is enough. Even if my father's spirit comes to me in a dream, kneeling before me, I shan't continue this tomorrow. On the second day of the festival, only 79 people returned to continue bowing in the sacred tree forest. 31 had given up midway during the 9 hours. On the third day, only 6 continued. On the fourth day, just 1 remained. On the fifth day, 1 solitary soul persisted. On the sixth day, still 1. As night deepened, the stars dimmed. On the seventh day, around the third watch, the figure in blue stood at the entrance of her fenced yard, quietly observing the little one, who was using his elbow to support his frail body as he slowly crawled out of the sacred tree forest and across the bridge. 6 generations of feasting and delicacies should be enough. The figure in blue muttered to herself. On the 7th day of the festival, just as dawn broke, the little one, having slept for just over 2 hours, leaned on a wooden stick and trembled as he left the town, crossed the bridge, and entered the sacred tree forest. 6 generations not enough? Do you not want those legs anymore? Even the figure in blue, who had witnessed the rise and fall of dynasties and the myriad cycles of life and death, could not help but feel a twinge of emotion. 18 noon. The figure in blue led her large yellow dog back into the town. The teacher has arrived. Please have a seat. A young girl in a vibrant green dress hurriedly wiped down the clean table and wooden benches, pouring a cup of tea for the figure in blue. The usual, salty, with extra scallions, and no cilantro, of course. Silken white tofu was crushed with chopsticks, sprinkled with fine salt, drizzled with sesame oil, and garnished with scallions. The figure in blue savored the meal delicately. The tofu stall was bustling with business, especially during mealtime, attracting many customers. I heard that the Zhao family's gambling den placed a special bet on that boy from Wui Alley. Did you all place any bets? Bet on what? Which boy? The new bet at the Zhao family's gambling den is on that boy from Wui Alley. I think his name is Chen Mingfei. Whether he can kneel for 9 days, I've seen that little imp. He's as thin as a bamboo pole, yet he managed to kneel for 6 whole days. Today marks the 7th day. The 7th day? My heavens, are you out of your mind? I just ventured into the gambling den, and the odds set by the Chun family's young lad are utterly insane. Wager a mere coin, and should the Chun boy manage to kneel for 9 days, one would receive 37 coins in return. Yet, today marks only the 7th day. Tomorrow and the day after, the odds will surely skyrocket. It seems you are the ones who have lost your senses. If that lad fails to kneel for the full 9 days, won't you face ruin? The most crucial point is this. Do you genuinely believe the Zhao family will allow the Chen boy to kneel for 9 days? You could simply place a small bet for amusement's sake. We must place our faith in Lord Zhao, for merchants value the principle of integrity above all. I have heard that many have borrowed heavily, wagering their entire fortunes. I truly fear that if that lad fails to kneel for the required time, the enraged gamblers will devour him alive, piece by piece, on the 7th day of the offering festival. The small lad managed to kneel for 9 hours. Those who bet on his ability to kneel for the full 9 days erupted in joyous cheers. On the 8th day of the offering festival, the lad remained steadfast. As night fell, clad in a dark robe and wielding a wooden sword, he stepped out of the fenced courtyard, casting a long gaze upon the pitch-black sacredwood forest. He traversed the corridor bridge towards the town. He intended to reason with Lord Zhao of Wulong Lane. The moonlight fell like frost and snow. As he walked down the cobblestone street, his expression suddenly froze. From the dark alley, accompanied by rustling sounds, emerged a ghastly figure. No, it was not a ghost, but a woman who bore the semblance of one. The woman, having lost both legs, crawled painfully on her elbows. Inching forward with great difficulty, the lad noticed a saw strapped to her back. Clearly, the woman had not anticipated encountering anyone on the streets at such an hour. With her head bowed, she softly uttered an apology to the lad before continuing her arduous crawl towards Wulong Lane. The lad's ebony eyes sparkled with brilliance, as though he beheld a phoenix with broken bones and severed tendons. The frail woman bore the weight of the spiritual essence of Qingping Town, which had accumulated over the past 3 centuries. He concealed his form and followed closely behind. In Wulong Lane, under the night sky, the Zhao family residence was ablaze with light. My lord, they have gone mad. Those gamblers are nearly selling everything they own, betting that the Chen boy can kneel for 9 days. Today marks the 8th day. That little imp truly seems unconcerned about his legs, my lord. Tomorrow is the final day. If that little imp manages to kneel the entire time, we will suffer a tremendous loss, the steward of the Zhao estate said, filled with anxiety. Remain calm, replied Lord Zhao. Dressed in splendid attire while savoring his tea, his demeanor indifferent. Oh, you think I would permit that frenzied lot to have their way? The steward inquired. My lord, do you mean to say? A sinister smile crept upon Lord Zhao's lips. The sacredwood forest lies beyond the town. The entire forest harbors only that little imp. It would be entirely natural for him to be devoured by wolves and tigers. How can a pile of bones kneel? If he fails to meet the 9-day requirement, we shall emerge as the ultimate victors. The steward extended his thumb in admiration. My lord, brilliant. Just then, a servant entered the main hall, bowing deeply. My lord, there is a woman outside seeking an audience. She claims to be the mother of Chen Mengfei. Chen Mengfei? The Chen boy. Zhao Huairan's eyes flickered momentarily before he commanded, show her in. After a brief period, they beheld the woman from the Chen family. Her yellow skin stretched over brittle bones, possessing only an upper body. Both Zhao Huairan and the steward exchanged incredulous glances, utterly astonished. How on earth had this woman managed to raise her son? Lord Zhao, I am Nan Jinping, of the Chen family from Wui Lane. The woman spoke softly, her gaze bright. The normally aloof Zhao, who held commoners in disdain, unexpectedly offered a slight bow. I did not expect a late-night visit from you. What is the matter? The woman replied gently, I wish to ask Lord Zhao to cancel my son's wager. With a faint smile, Lord Zhao responded, do you have any idea how fervently your son has captured the town's attention in recent days? To speak frankly, he has seized the hearts of nearly half the town's residents. Countless individuals have staked everything they possess on him. With only a day left in the offering festival, you ask me to cancel the wager? Those furious gamblers would surely tear me apart. The woman smiled, not revealing her teeth, and said, I have heard that Lord Zhao enjoys gambling. Perhaps we could engage in a wager ourselves? Oh? Lord Zhao's interest piqued. What kind of wager do you propose? The woman rolled up her trousers, exposing a thigh no thicker than a child's arm. Might I trouble Lord Zhao to estimate the length of my left leg? Just a rough guess will suffice. Lord Zhao scrutinized her carefully. For an adult female, the thigh length typically measures around 15 inches. The woman's thigh was severed in the middle, leaving a little over 7 inches remaining. Estimating between 5 to 10 inches, Zhao Huairan replied with confidence, My lord, you are mistaken. The woman smiled. The correct answer is less than half an inch. With that, she removed the saw from her back. Before the eyes of Lord Zhao and the steward, she placed the jagged blade against the root of her left leg. In an instant, flesh tore apart, blood gushing forth. The sound of the saw echoed madly in their ears. Both Lord Zhao and the steward's eyes shrank to the size of pinpricks. Zhao Huiran had witnessed countless acts of brutality and murder, but he had never seen anything akin to this woman. The sound of the saw cutting through bone sent chills down his spine. The woman's gaze remained bright and calm, her face devoid of any grotesque contortion, save for a slight furrowing of her brow. Enough! Zhao Huiran waved his hand. You may leave. I will cancel the wager. The woman, collecting the bloodied saw, lowered her head and softly said, Thank you. As she walked away, growing fainter in the distance, the steward trembled uncontrollably. As if shaken by a sieve, Zhao Huiran extended his hands, palms damp with perspiration. Truly ruthless. Remarkably ruthless. Chapter 52. A change of words. The moonlight poured down, illuminating the world with clarity. Standing atop a roof, the lad in the dark robe seemed as if he might ascend to the skies like a celestial being. His 3 ebony eyes silently observed the woman crawling away. A long trail of blood marked the ground. Why cannot the fledgling phoenix take flight? The lad's brows furrowed tightly. The woman, who bore the essence of 300 years of the town's spirit, lived in such abject misery. Were she in the outside world, she would have reached the status of a heavenly being within a century. If she were born in the renowned Zhaoyao Mountain, she could very well ascend to become its next master. Could there be something in this town that suppresses this fledgling phoenix? On the 9th day of the offering festival, the final day, Lord Zhao suffered his first and last immense loss of several thousand taels of silver. The townsfolk, having wagered their entire fortunes, rejoiced, exclaiming, I am the god of gambling. Those who had only risked a few coins lamented, beating their chests in despair. Those who had not placed any bets brandished knives, ready to cut open their bellies to see if their own intestines were indeed green. On the 10th day of the offering festival, at the hour of the tiger, with the moon cold and the stars sparse, deep within the sacred wood forest, before the death by dissection tree, the small lad could kneel no longer, his knees feeling as though they were rotting. He could only lay face down, obediently prostrating himself on the ground. His arms outstretched, hands clasped together. Divine Teacher, the lad was uncertain how to address the deity. As every resident of the town displayed utmost reverence towards the scholar, he settled on calling him Teacher. Divine Teacher, can you hear me? My name is Chun Mengfei. Divine Teacher, I have knelt here for 9 hours each day, and I have completed 9 days. I am not greedy. I fear that you might tire. I do not ask for my mother to have sweetness for 9 lifetimes. 1 lifetime of sweetness would suffice. With great difficulty, the lad rose, his legs trembling. He opened his arms, extending his small hands to gently embrace the trunk of the divine tree, which bore a face twisted in agony, as if undergoing 1,000 cuts. Thank you, Divine Teacher. Be by the banks of the Taiping River, at the entrance of a fenced courtyard. The lad safely completed his final day of kneeling. Slowly making his way back towards the town, the lad extended a hand towards the sky. With a sound of breaking air, the wooden sword, suspended above the sacred wood forest, flew down at an angle. Grasping the sword, he secured it at his waist and returned home. Lying in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. About an hour later, the lad, who had been feigning slumber, suddenly opened his eyes. He sprang up and stepped out of the courtyard. Just in time, he spotted the woman without legs crawling across the corridor bridge. Before the sacred wood forest, the woman strained to lift her head, gazing at the enormous smiling face upon the tree trunk. My son kneeling before you. Soon, she gently shook her head, speaking to herself, no to the 2nd tree, though the 3rd, though the 4th, until the 27th tree. As the woman was about to inquire, she slowly turned her head. Before her stood the lad in the immaculate dark robe. He pointed towards the depths of the sacred wood forest and said, Your clay effigy is deep inside, at that tree known as death by dissection. The woman softly responded, Thank you. My surname is Qi. My name is Qingji, courtesy name Xiuli. I am the scholar of the town's academy. The lad could hardly recall how many years had passed since he had revealed his own courtesy name to another. I am called Nan Jinping, of the Qin family from Wuilane. The woman smiled faintly, slowly crawling deeper into the sacred forest. After a quarter of an hour, she finally reached the grim tree known as the spirit-slaying tree. In a soft voice, she asked, "Is it you?" "My child?" From the gnarled and fearsome face, two streams of bright red, like fresh blood, suddenly flowed. The woman replied with a smile, "It is you." Supporting herself with one hand, she began to dig into the earth. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, she unearthed the clay effigy she had crafted for her Isoan. "My child is truly skilled," she said, pulling out a note with her name written on it and stuffing it into the effigy's mouth. The woman quickly chewed and swallowed it. Then she bit her index finger and used her blood to inscribe the name Qin Fei on the effigy. The child would be very saddened to know. A voice in green came from behind. As she continued to bury the effigy, the woman softly murmured, "Mr. Qi, I do not feel that I suffer. The one who truly suffers is my Son. As a mother, I am a failure. I have never prepared even a single meal for him. At such a tender age, he must stand on a stool to brew medicine for me, prepare meals, and wash clothes, venturing into the mountains daily to gather herbs. Only when it rains or snows can he lie in my arms, begging me to tell him stories. Mr. Qi, I wish to die. Once I am gone, the heavy mountain that burdens my son's back will crumble. He is so weary. I simply wish for him to find some ease." With red-rimmed eyes, the woman continued, "But I cannot bear to part with him. I have only watched him for 6 years. I wish to continue watching him forever." Mr. Qi let out a barely audible sigh. "Let us wait a while longer. When the child grows a bit more, when he is able to dig a deep pit on his own, when he can carry your body, then you may depart." As dawn broke softly, the woman crawled back to the black-clad alley in the eastern wing of the Chen family courtyard. She crawled beside her son, extending her frail hand to gently caress his little face. Her eyes brimmed with tenderness as she thought, "Mother desires no wealth or health across 9 lifetimes. Having you is enough. What joy could rival the smile of my son?" She leaned down, her face close to his, listening to his heartbeat and breath, feeling the warmth of her child. She murmured, "What a kind and obedient child you are, my Nan Jinping son." Memory faded. Qi Qing abruptly stood, gazing at the twisted visage of the old man on the sacred tree. "If that woman or that child does not visit me in a dream within a month, I will chop you for firewood." After speaking, the figure in green led the large yellow dog away. In a small courtyard along the sword-washing alley of the town, old Lu, who was making syrup, tapped his pinky against his ear. "This little ghost named Qi has quite the temper." Upon returning to the small fenced courtyard, the figure in green entered the main hall and looked at the wall. A sword hung there, named Listening to the Wind. "Is it merely half a master?" The figure in green took down the wooden sword and placed it on the table, then unsheathed Listening to the Wind and hung it at their waist. "Half a master is still a master." After feeding the large yellow dog until it was nearly bursting, the figure in green stepped out of the fenced courtyard and locked the gate. "Child, wait a moment. Qi Bancher will accompany you on your final journey." With a light leap, the figure soared several dozen zhang into the air, quickly vanishing among the mountains and valleys. Qingping town lies several hundred miles from Lingstone County in Yunzhou. It takes over half a month on foot and 7 to 8 days by horse-drawn carriage, primarily due to the rugged mountain roads. On the 3rd day down the mountain, amidst the towering peaks, Zhu Juyin leaped 100 zhang, the wind whistling past his ears. "Little one, just wait a bit longer." Chapter 53. Snowfall on the 4th day down the mountain. In the early morning, the cold wind cut like a knife, piercing through to the very bone. The world lay desolate under the gray sky. Atop a great mountain, Zhu Juyin, clad in white, gazed far beyond at the roaring river 1,000 zhang away, the White Horse River, which lingered in the memories of the little one. T had taken the little one nearly 2 months to flee from the unending Zhou Mountain to this river, and the 3rd month, they hid in a cave to heal from the fire poison. At the end of the month, as they drew in energy, the fire poison rebounded, akin to a wild beast's desperate struggle before death. Unable to endure the agonizing pain of the fire poison, the little one leaped into the White Horse River. they floated downstream until being rescued by a girl named Lanxiang. Spending the 4th month in Shizhuang village of Lingstone County was also the last month of their life. Suddenly, the system panel activated autonomously, presenting itself before Zhu Juin's eyes. Available free time. 40 hours consumed, 38 hours countdown, 3:59, 44 remaining available free time. 20 days, 240 hours, ding. Detected insufficient free time for this allocation. Would you like to allocate again? Zhu Juin replied indifferently. Allocate another 100 hours. Total free time allocated. 140 hours consumed, 38 hours countdown, 4:03, 59, 21. After a stick of incense's time, within a cave at the foot of a cliff, Zhu Juin surveyed the surroundings. The rough, cold ground was littered with numerous animal bones, while a corner held a pile of dry grass. Zhu Juin's red vertical pupils, concealed beneath a white ribbon, suddenly beheld the little one, eyes tightly shut, teeth clenched against the lips, enduring the torment of fire poison searing through their insides. After standing in the cave for what felt like an eternity, Zhu Juin finally turned to leave. Half a stick of incense later, at a gully 100 zhang from the cave, Zhu Juin found the resting place the little one had chosen for Lu Chuier. Beneath a thin layer of ice, a clear stream flowed gently, heading toward the distant White Horse River. Surrounding peaks stood tall and majestic, with bizarre rocks jutting forth in front of a slightly raised grave mound. A thin, irregular stone slab, resembling a sword, was deeply embedded in the earth. The inscription read, "Grave of my sister Lu Chuier." In the lower right corner, foolish brother Qian Mingfei kneels in reverence. A memory flashed in Zhu Juin's mind of that evening. The girl in a green dress, her eyes red, had spoken to him under the old locust tree at the entrance of the town. Every word she uttered remained etched in his heart. "Miss Lu, I am sorry. I once promised you I would take good care of the little one." On the 6th day down the mountain, the setting sun was blood-red, and the north wind howled. In the coffin shop of Longwu Town, Yin Shouzhong, clad in a cotton jacket and pants, poked the charcoal basin with a fire tong. "This cursed weather is freezing to death. It's nearly the year's end." And the heavens still refused to bring snow. On the red clay stove, a purple clay teapot released a stream of steam. Yin Shouzhong's wife, with a cloth napkin beneath, poured 2 cups of hot tea. They say that auspicious snow heralds a bountiful year. With the drought and months without water, how will we plant next year's crops? How will we pay such high grain taxes? Yin Shouzhong stared into the glowing charcoal. Deeply troubled, his wife handed him a blue and white porcelain teacup, softly comforting him. "We still have the coffin shop. Many elderly folks in town want tea survive this harsh winter." Holding the warm teacup, Yin Shouzhong sighed. The elder generation was gradually withering away, like leaves in the wind. Each encounter could be the last. Suddenly, the thick curtain of the coffin shop was flung open. The cold wind rushed in violently, shattering the scant warmth within. Before Yin Shouzhong and his wife stood a barefoot youth clad in white, a long sword hanging at his waist, with a white cat resting on his shoulder. "Do you have a jade coffin or a stone coffin?" The youth's voice was as chilling as the frigid air outside. Yin Shouzhong quickly replied, "We have no jade or stone coffins. The best and most expensive we have is a coffin made of golden silk nanmu. May I ask, young brother, who has passed away in your family?" In Wei country, funeral customs require the name and birth date of the deceased to be carved into the inner lid of the coffin in advance, so that when the black and white impermanence of the underworld comes to guide the soul, the departed might still remember who they are before leaving this world. The youth remained silent for a moment. Shaking his head, he softly said, "I will not allow the black and white impermanence to take my disciple's soul." After a cup of tea's time, watching the youth slowly leave the shop, carrying a golden silk nanmu coffin weighing over 1,000 pounds, Yin Shouzhong and his wife were left in shock, nearly dropping their eyes to the ground. The youth carried the coffin as if it were but a leaf. After 70 years, the golden silk nanmu coffin from the shop had finally sold. As he stroked the large piece of old dragon jade that had belonged to the youth, now his own, Yin Shouzhong couldn't help but smile broadly. 70 years. "My dear, do you think there will be any issues with that coffin?" The youth's eyes, hidden beneath ribbons, always gave him a chilling sense of dread. "Surely nothing will go wrong, will it?" his wife asked, panic evident in her voice. "Do not worry. That coffin is my grandfather's most proud creation. A genuine golden silk Nanmu. Not to mention a mere 70 years. Even after 700 years, it will not decay in the slightest. Yin Shouzhong pledged solemnly, on the 7th day after descending the mountain. Along the ancient path, a chestnut horse steadily pulled a wooden cart. The wheels crushed the biting wind, while the golden sandalwood coffin was speckled with snow. Master, it is snowing. Zhu Juyin, seated at the front of the cart, slowly opened his eyes. He tilted his head slightly, gazing at the flurries of snowflakes. The snowflakes fell into his eyes, swiftly melted by the fiery brilliance of his crimson pupils. The icy snow water spilled from his eyes, cascading down Zhu Juyin's pale visage, resembling a lamenting human. Unbeknownst to him, night fell. This night was not pitch black, for the snow fell heavier and heavier. Suddenly, the horse-drawn cart came to a halt. Zhu Juyin, barefoot upon the ground of fine salt, ventured into the woods and retrieved a hat from the snow. It was a tiger-headed hat. I never blame Pig Intestine, for he is timid as a mouse, daring only to pilfer the chickens and ducks of the common folk, fleeing faster than the wind upon sighting a human. Zhu Juyin gently brushed the snow off the tiger-headed hat and placed it upon the head of Little Whirlwind. I knew that when the little one leapt into the White Horse River, Pig Intestine had lost his scent. I also knew that when Pig Intestine found Little Whirlwind again, he had long since become a corpse. I never thought to vent my anger on Pig Intestine, thus allowing him to guard the little one's grave, patiently awaiting our return. I do not even blame him for fleeing, for in the eyes of your rodent kin, I am but a cruel and bloodthirsty stench snake. He could have left the tiger-headed hat at the little one's grave. Zhu Juyin slowly extended a hand, then clenched it tightly. The Little Whirlwind perched on his shoulder felt a sudden jolt of trepidation. Did the master use a death curse to slay Pig Intestine? The cart resumed its journey. With the tiger-headed hat warding off the cold, Little Whirlwind instantly felt much warmer. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Master, did you buy this tiger-headed hat for Little Whirlwind?" "No." Zhu Juyin shook his head. It was sewn by his mother, stitch by stitch, as a 10th birthday gift for the little one. It was also the final gift. Suddenly, as if a spring breeze had arrived overnight, 1,000 trees burst into bloom with pear blossoms. On the 8th day after descending the mountain, Zhu Juyin finally caught sight of the vague outline of a small village. Chapter 54. Blood falls in a world where birds no longer fly and human traces have vanished. Zhu Juyin followed the scent, walking barefoot on the snow, leaving no footprints. The old horse, seemingly sentient, followed closely behind, its wheels deeply embedded in the snow. At the foot of Gush's Han, Zhu Juyin spotted the little one's grave mound at a glance. The mound was merely covered by a thin layer of snow, and fresh ashes from a recent offering still lingered before its that boy named Huzi. Zhu Juyin removed the red blood pendant hanging from his waist and inserted it into the frozen earth. He then took out an oil paper package from his sleeve and placed it before the grave. Inside were candied hawthorns made by the old willow tree of the town. Slowly kneeling down, Zhu Juyin gently placed his palm on the grave mound. "Little one, your master has arrived. Just wait a bit longer, savor the red blood, and relish the candied hawthorn. Wait a little longer, until your master crushes every last one of those people." At that moment, a dull thud echoed as the golden sandalwood coffin crashed down upon the accumulated snow. Zhu Juyin replaced the red blood pendant, leading the old horse away from Gush's Han. "Little one, wait a bit longer. Your master will soon bring you home." One person and one horse swiftly vanished into the depths of the wind and snow. Lingstone County. Outside the North City Gate, a long bamboo pole approximately 3 to 4 zhang tall stood upright, with a human head impaled atop it. The bamboo pole and the head swayed precariously in the cold wind. With a sharp crack, a young boy was forcefully slapped to the ground by a constable. "You little brat who won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. How many days has it been? Still trying to steal?" the constable scolded. "The boss does not wish to stoop to your level. Or else I would have killed you long ago. Don't push your luck. Hurry back home." 2 constables clad in raincoats and conical hats stood guard on either side of the pole and head. Huzi pulled his head from the deep snow, touched his burning cheek, spat out a mouthful of blood, and glared at the two constables. "You wolves, with 3 shifts and 6 men, better not let a single one of you doze off. I, Cheng Hu, will return." Struggling to his feet, Huzi cast a lingering glance at the head above him, then turned to face the raging wind and snow, limping toward Xizhuang village. The boy had been dead for 9 days. On the second night, a band of mountain bandits infiltrated Lingstone County, committing arson, murder, and plunder, leaving countless casualties in their wake. On the third day, the county's constables armed with swords rode swiftly towards Wui Mountain. Dozens of miles away, on the fourth day, the boy suddenly became the leader of the Wui Mountain bandits. His head hung high. In the following days, the residents of Lingstone County cursed the boy's ancestors for 18 generations. The venomous curses were enough to fill the White Horse River, the largest river in the Wei Kingdom, and pile it into towering mountains. During these days, Huzi returned several times, attempting to steal the boy's head. Unfortunately, he not only failed but was also beaten black and blue by the constables, with his left leg even broken. Approximately 15 minutes later, Huzi returned to Xizhuang village. Under the old willow tree at the village entrance, he leaned against a broom. The boy picked up the broom and began sweeping from the village entrance all the way to Gush's Han. "Fij, it's already the 9th day. When will you send me a dream?" Huzi swept the snow, creating a long path, fearing that when his Fij sent him a dream, he would not find his way. The world was a vast expanse of whiteness. The area the boy swept marked the path guiding the soul's home. This path was long and wide. Observing the deep wheel marks in the snow, Huzi furrowed his brow. Looking up into the distance, the wheel marks seemed to lead straight to Gush's Han. The boy suddenly tossed aside the broom and tumbled forward. After a short while, Huzi, covered in snow and panting heavily, gazed at the golden sandalwood coffin before the grave, alongside a string of candied hawthorns that appeared as if they were dripping with blood. "Who has been here?" Huzi exclaimed in astonishment. As the sky gradually darkened, night was about to descend. A bright moon rose from the east, and the snowfall diminished. The sound of crunching snow pierced the night as Zhu Juyin led the old horse out of Xizhuang village. Standing at the village entrance, gazing at the straight path that had been cleared, Zhu Juyin quietly remarked, "My little one has made a very good friend." Guiding the old horse, he carefully circumvented that path leading home. 1 person and 1 horse journeyed towards Lingstone County, 3 to 4 li away. Shortly after, the cart came to a halt by the roadside. A corpse was nailed to a wooden stake, its arms posed stiffly. Hands pointing towards Lingstone County, a wooden plaque hung from the corpse's chest, inscribed with the words, "For those who rob, death without mercy." Zhu Juyin extended his right hand, gently resting it upon the corpse's head. Soul-searching technique.it could search for both living souls and the deceased, provided the time of death was not too long ago. The serpent's eyes beneath the silken ribbon closed slightly. After several seconds, a series of images flashed before Zhu Juyin's eyes. After a brief pause, his eyes opened wide. Zhu Juyin murmured, "Not a mountain bandit. As night descends, the moonlight casts its glow upon the vast expanse of snow." In Lingshi County, Lan Xiang, having just finished the 4th banquet, clutches her food box and strides towards the North City Gate. The county magistrate, Chen Chong, has taken his 27th concubine, and today marks an auspicious day for the occasion. Soon, there will be a 5th and final banquet, attended by the prominent families of Lingshi County. The magistrate extended an invitation to the Lan family, recognizing Lan Fu's adeptness in navigating social ties. Lan Fu understands well that the 30 gold bars acquired through the poisoning of that young man cannot be retained by the Lan family. The common folk cannot contend with the authorities. The magistrate merely needs a flimsy pretext to obliterate the entire Lan family. Thus, he personally returned 25 bars, leaving only 5 behind. In a moment of good fortune, he invited the Lan family to partake in the celebratory feast. With the biting wind and relentless snow, Lan Fu and Lan Mu, both in their twilight years, remained behind, while only Lan Xiang ventured to the Chun residence. True to their wealth, the banquet table overflowed with an array of delicacies. Yet the guests barely touched their food, engrossed instead in toasting and flattering the magistrate. Lan Xiang packed a generous food box, eager to let her parents, who had subsisted on pickled vegetables and coarse bread, savor true culinary delights. The young girl soon exited the North City gate. Her steps hurried, brushing past two constables guarding a bamboo pole adorned with severed heads. It was only when she could no longer see the North City gate that she paused. Breathless. 9 days have passed since the young man's demise. She still harbored the hope that he might visit her dreams one night, his headless form chasing her, asking where his head had gone. Alas, before his death, he visited her dreams nightly. Now, after his passing, he has vanished entirely. Lan Xiang placed a hand on her chest. The pain in her heart seemed to have dulled. Indeed, time can obliterate both the tangible and the intangible. With a whispered sigh, she continued her journey towards West Village. Amidst the snow and wind, the creaking sounds grew ever clearer, as if someone were weeping. Gradually, a tall figure came into Lan Xiang's view, rendering her momentarily spellbound. Beneath the moonlight, a figure clad in white moved gracefully in the glistening snow. Ribbons danced in the air. An old horse pulled a wooden cart at a leisurely pace, a barefooted youth with thick, dark hair twisted like serpents. Amidst the chaos of his wild locks, a verdant hairpin glimmered. As the youth and horse approached, Lan Xiang remained entranced. Is this a celestial being descended to earth? She murmured to herself. Chapter 55. The rolling heads, the bright moon, the biting wind, and the snow enveloped the world, leaving only the white-clad youth, sword at his waist, and the simple-clad maiden, food box in hand. Accompanying them was a white mouse perched on the youth's shoulder. Clutching a bronze bell, Lan Xiang, the youth spoke softly. Do you recognize me? Lan Xiang's expression momentarily froze. The moonlight bathed her delicate visage, her skin radiant as porcelain, seemingly aglow. The faint fragrance of the young girl wafted through the air. Subtle yet delightful, under the gaze of her crystalline eyes, the youth slowly raised his hand to remove the white silk bandage covering his eyes. The ribbon fluttered in the wind, disappearing into the depths of the night. As he gently opened his eyes, Lan Xiang's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. With a dull thud, the food box slipped from her grasp, spilling the 8 exquisite delicacies onto the snow. Still steaming. What a pair of eyes they were! They were not the eyes of a mere mortal. They resembled molten gold, with elongated, crimson slit pupils that exuded a terrifying malevolence, thick and viscous as if they might overflow from their sockets. I am Nan Zhu, the disciple of Master Chen Mengfei. The crimson-eyed youth regarded the maiden with no blazing wrath or surging malice, only the purest of icy detachment. Master Chen Mengfei? Lan Xiang smiled sorrowfully, foreseeing her own demise. Can you allow me to return home to bid farewell to my parents? I have so many words left unspoken. With a swift motion, Zhu Jiuyin, who had been carrying 2 items behind him, cast them forth. 2 bloodied heads landed gruesomely on the ground. The severed heads of Lan Fu and Lan Mu rolled to Lan Xiang's feet. Lowering her gaze, she met the lifeless, gray eyes of her parents, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Predecessor, it is not as you think. I never intended to harm the young master. It was all the magistrate's doing. With a clang, blood was drawn. The world suddenly erupted with fierce winds. The area between West Village and Lingshi County was instantly transformed. The snow swept away as if by divine intervention, revealing the bare earth beneath. It was as though a beautiful maiden had her delicate skin torn away, exposing raw flesh beneath. With a ringing sound, the blood returned to its sheath. The youth, barefooted, passed by Lan Xiang, swiftly lifting her head from her shoulders. He tossed it aside, and her severed head traced an elegant arc through the air before landing with a soft thud in the wooden cart. With a flick of his sleeve, her parents' heads were similarly swept up by the wind, landing in the cart as well. It was too swift. In her 13 years, Lan Xiang had witnessed nothing faster than lightning. Yet the youth's sword was swifter than that, leaving her unable to comprehend even a fragment of the action. Fortunately, she felt not the slightest pang of pain, even as her head was severed from her body and fell heavily into the cart. Compared to him being left to suffer a torturous fate, I am fortunate to leave this world without enduring even a modicum of pain. With the creaking of the cart, Lan Xiang cast one last glance at the world. What met her gaze was her own headless body standing amidst the snow, alongside her parents' lifeless forms, their faces pale and cold, their eyes devoid of life. The tinkling of bells echoed in the wind and snow. Zhu Jiuyin's shoulder bore a small whirlwind, gently swaying the bronze bell. This bell, a mundane object purchased in Longwu town, had been inscribed with ancient incantations using Zhu Jiuyin's own blood. Thus, it possessed the power to summon souls. Zhu Jiuyin would ensure that each person responsible for the death of the young girl would not meet their end without suffering. He intended to imprison their souls beneath Mount Buzhou. To accompany him for eternity, behind the wooden cart, the souls of Lan Xiang, Lan Fu, and Lan Mu floated ethereally, emitting a cold light. Clad as they were in life, they held their own heads, gazing about in confusion. At the north city gate of Lingshi County, the two constables guarding the bamboo pole and heads shivered in the cold. Damn it, all this because of that wretched kid from West Village. The younger man spat angrily. While the magistrate celebrates, our comrades feast and drink. We're left here starving. The older man, puffing on a dry pipe, replied, Xiao Shui, just hang in there. There's only half an hour left. Once we change shifts, we can still catch the last banquet. The constable named Xiao Shui, with a sullen expression, remarked, Zhang Gu, that little ghost from West Village has tried several times to steal this head. Why doesn't our superior order its execution? He added. Isn't this head the one belonging to the bandit leader from Wui Mountain? Why do I feel our superior is particularly concerned about it? Zhang, the older constable, exhaled a cloud of smoke, his gaze distant. Xiao Shui, our superior might be attempting to atone for something. Atone? What does that mean? Xiao Shui, you're new to the county office. There are some matters best left unknown. In life, one should not harbor excessive curiosity. Even if you uncover certain unsavory truths, it's better to feign ignorance. Without warning, a tempestuous wind surged from the direction of West Village, swirling snow in a tumultuous rush towards the north city gate. Instantly, the scene transformed as if waves crashed against the shore, lifting 1,000 heaps of snow. The two constables struggled to emerge from the thick blanket of snow, bewildered. What is happening? They stared, wide-eyed, at the dark expanse before them. Devoid of any remaining snow, on the ancient road leading to Lingshi County, every so often, Zhu Jiuyin encountered a corpse nailed to a wooden stake. Each body was posed in a similar, rigid manner, their arms pointing directly towards Lingshi County, like grim signposts. Each corpse bore a wooden sign reading, For those who commit banditry, death without mercy. Through the soul-searching technique, Zhu Jiuyin learned that these so-called bandits were innocent prisoners forcefully captured by the county's constables. How could the heads of innocent prisoners be labeled as those of bandits? Was it a scheme to deceive the public? A conspiracy between officials and bandits? Regaining his composure, Zhu Jiuyin looked up to see the towering walls of Lingshi County gradually coming into view. With his crimson-slit pupils, he quickly spotted the head of the small ghost hanging from a bamboo pole. It's the North City Gate. The wind howled unnaturally, sweeping away the snow from a radius of several miles. Thank goodness for the city walls. Otherwise, half the street would be buried in the wind. A faint creaking sound mingled with the chill. Clenching his hands within his sleeves to ward off the cold and constantly stamping his feet, the constable Su, alongside his crouched companion Zhang, who was exhaling clouds of mist, both raised their heads towards the direction of Shizhuang village. Under the moonlight, a youth clad in white approached from afar. The dark, ancient path made it seem as though he was traversing the Ink River, enveloped in the deepest blackness, as if it threatened to engulf the purest shade of cold white. Chapter 56. Blood and fire as the distance between them narrowed. The two constables finally laid eyes upon the youth's otherworldly gaze. His blood-red vertical pupils, flowing with golden hues, resembled two eternal flames flickering in the long night. With a sudden clattering, Zhang's brass smoking pipe fell to the ground. "Who goes there?" Su barked, a chill running down his spine, as he gripped the hilt of the long knife at his waist, his palm damp with sweat. Several paces away, the white-clad youth abruptly waved his sleeve. Instantly, the hairs on the two constables stood on end. A tempestuous gale, akin to a mountain crashing down, struck them fiercely in an instant. They were propelled like cannonballs, crashing heavily against the thick city wall. Their bodies reduced to a bloody pulp, all bones shattered. They lay like two puddles of blood, slowly trickling down the wall. The cart came to a halt. Zhu Juyin looked up, staring blankly at the small head atop the high bamboo pole. The meticulous Xiaoxian leapt from Zhu's shoulder, placed the bronze bell on the ground, and swiftly climbed to the top of the pole. Gently, he removed the youth's head, skillfully sliding down, extending his paws, squatting down. Zhu Juyin slowly reached out his trembling hands. The head felt chillingly cold in his grasp. Gazing at the familiar yet strange ashen face, he watched the hair dance wildly in the wind. Zhu Juyin leaned slightly forward, and for the first and last time, the foreheads of master and disciple pressed tightly together. Zhu Juyin felt his heart shatter into 1,000 pieces. His little one would never again open his eyes to see his incompetent master. The cold wind swirled with flurries of snow. Rising, Zhu Juyin placed the small head on the front of the wooden cart. Using his fingers like a comb, he carefully arranged the disheveled hair into a bun. Reaching behind him, he gently retrieved a verdant hairpin. In an instant, the dark hair cascaded down like a waterfall, covering his back. He meticulously inserted the jade pin into the bun, a ceremonial gift for the youth. 5 years overdue. Staring blankly at the little one's face for what felt like an eternity, Zhu Juyin finally extended his palm, gently resting it on the youth's forehead. Vivid images of the boy's life after death surfaced in Zhu Juin's mind. He saw a rotund man in extravagant attire, holding the youth's head, gazing at it as if examining a prized possession. This hunting dog, as you said, is indeed a rare breed. Yet, it is wild and untamed. What a pity! The head of a prisoner is akin to that of a bandit. The common folks' money is shared 70-30 between the county office and the gentry, so that's how it is. The county constables masqueraded as bandits, storming into Lingshire County under the cover of darkness to pillage and burn. They then used the pretense of exterminating bandits to amass wealth, ultimately decapitating innocent prisoners to pass off their heads as those of bandits. Placating the anger of the populace. There was no collusion between officials and bandits. From the beginning, there had been no bandits at all, or perhaps the true bandits wore the skin of officials. Zhu Juyin also saw the small head hanging from the bamboo pole, surrounded by a throng of people. Men, women, the elderly, and children alike. Because the little one had become the so-called leader of the Wui Mountain Bandits. He bore the brunt of the world's most brutal malice. They hurled the vilest curses. Damn bandit, I curse you to be reborn as a beast in your next life, so young. Yet you chose the path of a bandit. A wretched creature born of a mother but raised by none. Where did his corpse go? I want to boil him alive, devour his flesh, drink his blood, and grind his bones to dust. Regrettably, he was beheaded. The fools in the county office deserve to be torn apart 1,000 times. The adults hurled rotten vegetable leaves at the little one's head, spat, and some even threw excrement. The children pelted stones, one after another, reveling in the chaos. Fortunately, the pole was tall enough. Retracting his hand, Zhu Juyin tore off a large piece of white cloth, wrapping the little head as a bundle, with the head secured on his back. He turned to gaze at Lingshire County, a few paces away. After a moment, he picked up the black death spear from the cart and hurled it fiercely. The ancient spear whistled through the air, piercing the heavens, suspended above Lingshire County. Xiaoxian, Master, what are your orders? Go to the city wall and ring the soul-calling bell. Understood. Xiaoxian, cradling the bronze bell, shot forth like an arrow. Amidst the creaking sounds, the cart continued its journey. The cold wind suddenly rose, tousling Zhu Juin's thick, dark hair, resembling a cascading black waterfall. This night, he vowed to expel every last person from the mortal realm, leaving none behind. County Magistrate Chen Chong, the esteemed Lord Chen, entertained his 27th concubine, celebrating in Puxian County. 5 grand banquets were arranged, stretching from dawn until deep into the night. Amidst the creaking sounds, the old horse pulled the wooden cart along the desolate, deserted street, following the youth. Soon, Zhu Juyin raised his gaze slightly, and before him stood a brightly lit brothel adorned with lanterns. Drunken Spring Pavilion. In murmurs, Zhu Juyin approached the flower-laden establishment. Leaning against the doorframe, the aging madam, with her curvaceous figure, flirted playfully with a drunken constable. Catching a glimpse of the white figure from the corner of her eye, she dismissed him. Sir, Drunken Spring Pavilion only serves county officials today. Please return tomorrow. With a clang, the light of a sword flashed. The expressions on the madam and constable's faces froze, as the white-clad youth brushed past them. A cacophony of anguished cries and screams erupted from within the brothel. Outside the entrance, the heads of the madam and constable slowly slid from their necks. With two soft thuds, blood gushed forth, forcefully splattering against the beams, creating a rain of crimson droplets on the first, second, and third floors. Zhu Juyin ascended, slaughtering every living thing in sight. Terrified patrons leaped from windows to escape. Those on the second floor fared better, while most on the third floor suffered broken legs or sprained ankles. Those who managed to land used hands and feet to crawl away as quickly as possible, desperate to distance themselves from drunken Spring Pavilion. The farther they fled, the better. With a whoosh, a blood-red spear descended from the heavens, effortlessly piercing a constable's chest, eliciting a spray of vibrant blood. Like a needle in the hands of death, it danced skillfully, reaping the lives of the unwary. I in the fifth-floor room, Unit B9, the utterly intoxicated Bai Lu lay naked. Lost in dreams. I in his slumber, the headless corpse of a youth named Chen Mingfei relentlessly pursued Bai Lu. "Where is my head? Do you know where my head has gone?" Whispers echoed from behind. From the front, from all directions, flooding Bai Lu's ears. "I don't know. I don't know where your head is. Stop bothering me." With a loud shout, Bai Lu jolted upright, drenched in cold sweat. Amidst heavy breaths, his expression suddenly changed. "Why is it so noisy downstairs? What is happening?" Bai Lu pulled back the curtains, initially stunned. Then his eyes widened in horror. At a distance of Tu Zhang, seated at a Wang Wallywood table, was a youth clad in crimson. No, it was not crimson. It was blood-soaked. The boy's dark hair was drenched in blood, droplets falling to the floor, bursting into bright crimson blooms. With a soft thud, the youth set down his wine cup, slightly turning to regard Bai Lu. His voice was indifferent. "You are Bai Lu, am I correct? I shall strip the flesh from your body, piece by piece." Chapter 57. Divine Mercy. Outside the window, something unknown flitted back and forth, accompanied by the piercing wails of ghostly cries. The desperate screams of those facing death echoed sharply. Within the chamber, 3 clusters of candle flames flickered. Only one candle remained intact. The other 2 clusters emanated from the crimson vertical pupils of a blood-clad youth. Human irises are typically white, yet the boy's eyes resembled molten gold, devoid of any impurities, as if they might spill forth from their sockets. The slender, elongated vertical pupils gleamed vividly, akin to blood congealed, exuding a terrifying malevolence that could shatter one's soul. The exposed skin of Bai Lu erupted with goosebumps in clusters. He was certain he had never before encountered the red-clad youth before him. "Senior, I am Bai Lu, and I do not recall having provoked you," he stated, his muscles taut. His gaze locked onto the boy. A surging wave of life and death urgency washed over him, more intense than he had ever experienced. The young man focused intently, beads of sweat, each filled with fear, rolled down his face. He dared not wipe them away, nor even blinked. He was cautious even in his breathing. Bai Lu deeply sensed that the red-clad youth could extinguish his life with greater ease than crushing an insect. "My name is Nan Zhu, and I am a disciple of Chen Mingfei." The boy slowly rose to his feet. Bai Lu's complexion turned ashen, and with a sorrowful smile, he leaned slightly to retrieve a narrow blade resting against the embroidered bed. Pleading for mercy would likely be futile, wouldn't it? The red-clad youth offered no reply, merely lifting his foot. With a clang, the narrow blade was unsheathed. Bai Lu discarded the scabbard and gripped the hilt tightly. "In my childhood, I nearly starved to death due to drought in my hometown. As I grew older, I became a lackey to the county magistrate, enjoying 3 meals a day to the point of immobility. My belly akin to that of a woman in her 10th month of pregnancy. My mother always told me, above your head, the gods are watching. Having taken the lives of many, I have always treated each meal as if it were my last. Throughout my life, I have tasted both bitterness and sweetness. The bitterness is truly bitter, and the sweetness is undeniably sweet. I have no regrets and no lingering regrets in this life. Come." The tip of the narrow blade points directly at the red-clad youth. As Bai Lu sneered, "To die at the hands of a being such as yourself, whether by 1,000 cuts or eternally descending to the depths of 18 layers of hell, would bring me joy. Half an hour later, Zhu Juyin descended the stairs, carrying Bai Lu's bloodied head. Inside the chamber, the stench of blood was overwhelming. The headless corpse of the young man stood stiffly, reduced to a skeletal figure stained with traces of blood. Beneath the stark white skeleton lay a heap of flesh, each piece as thin as a cicada's wing. The once boisterous atmosphere of the drunken spring pavilion fell silent. Only the pungent smell of blood soared into the air. Zhu Juyin exited the brothel, tossing Bai Lu's head into a bullock cart. Subsequently, the red-clad figure led the way, with the cart following behind. Under the moonlight and the glimmer of snow, a person and a horse made their way towards Qilong Alley in Lingshi County. In Lingshi County, Wohu Alley, the Chen residence was adorned with lanterns, ablaze with light. Attendees of the fifth banquet were all prominent families of the county. Amidst the sounds of silk and bamboo instruments, the aristocrats in their splendid garments exchanged toasts. The maidservants of the Chen household, each a vision of beauty in their sheer garments, knelt on both knees, traversing between the tables, serving dishes and replenishing wine. After 5 consecutive banquets, the maidens' knees were raw and bloodied from kneeling, the imprints vivid against their skin. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. A maid, unable to endure the sting, collapsed to the ground. The sauces and wines splattered onto the robes of several aristocrats. The lively atmosphere of music and merriment fell into a hushed silence. All eyes turned toward the county magistrate Chun Chung at the main table. The maid, terrified, nearly lost her wits, hastily kneeling before Lord Chen. Repeatedly bowing her head, "I beg your pardon, my lord. Xianger will clean it up for the esteemed guests right away." Qin Chung responded indifferently, "No need. Be more careful in your next life. Take her away and chop her up to feed the dogs." The maid's death meant little to the assembly of aristocrats, less significant than that of a mere cat or dog. The gentry, especially the young ladies, would often express compassion upon seeing a suffering animal. Yet, the sight of starving commoners or frozen corpses in dark alleys merely disgusted them. Days prior, the so-called bandit extermination operation had filled the pockets of the county's gentry. Tio expressed their gratitude and curry favor. The aristocrats took turns toasting to Lord Chen. Soon, he became inebriated, and with the assistance of his personal maid, he retreated to the back courtyard to rest. Once the county magistrate departed, only the likes of the constable Chao Gang remained to maintain order. "What's wrong, chief?" a constable approached. "Stay here and ensure the gentlemen are well entertained. I need to return home for a bit." "Chief, didn't your wife and Xiaoji just return from the 4th banquet to Qilong Alley? It has only been less than an hour." The constable jested. "Enough with the nonsense. If you fail to manage these gentlemen properly and cause the lord to lose face, I'll make sure you spend 3 months bedridden." After a flurry of instructions, Chao Gang hurriedly departed from the Chen residence. Exiting Wohu Alley, he sprinted towards home. "What is happening to me? Why is my heart racing so fast? It feels as if something terrible is about to occur." The sensation of palpitations intensified with each passing moment. This was dire indeed. In Lingshi County's Qilong Alley, the Chao residence was strewn with corpses. Before the blood-clad youth, a guard knelt, clutching his severed neck. Blood spilling forth in a hoarse and faltering voice, he questioned, Who are you?" The youth's blood-red pupils glimmered, his expression impassive as he replied, "A deity." In a flash of blinding light, a head fell to the ground. The youth left a trail of bloodied footprints as he advanced toward the back courtyard of the Chao residence. In the master bedroom of the back courtyard, disregarding the cacophony of screams outside, a woman gently stuffed cotton balls into her child's ears. Immediately, a tender smile blossomed on her face. "Zhir, shall we play a game?" The delicate boy, chiseled like jade, nodded obediently. "Let's play hide and seek." "Zhir, you hide under the bed and count to 10. Don T. Rush, take your time. Count 1 by 1. The boy's youthful voice chimed. "Mother, I can only count to 10 with reddened eyes." The woman reassured, "It's all right. You can count to 10 and then count back down." The boy's smile radiated. "Mother, let us begin quickly." "Zhir." The woman suddenly embraced her child tightly, as if trying to meld him into her very being. "Mother, it hurts," the boy murmured softly. She released her son, tears streaming down her cheeks as she whispered sorrowfully, "I am sorry, Jir. Mother is so sorry." The boy, perplexed by his mother's tears, reached out his chubby little hand to gently wipe away the tears on her face. "Mother, don't cry." The boy rubbed his chest. "Jir feels pain here. All right, Mother won't cry anymore. Now, hurry and hide." Okay, okayed." As she watched the innocent child gleefully crawl beneath the bed, the woman lowered her head slightly and took a deep breath. The air was saturated with the scent of her son. She removed the long sword that hung on the wall, belonging to her husband, and stepped over the threshold. Her face, as desolate as snow, bore an expression of unwavering resolve as she walked into the night. Chapter 58. Annihilation. A woman, who had never taken a life, stood silently in the dim and eerie corridor, holding a precious sword. Despite being as powerless as a child, suddenly, a loud thud echoed, and a bloodied head rolled to her feet. In the faint light of the snow, she recognized it to be her loyal maid. Here, merely 13 years old, a child marked by misfortune. The sound of footsteps grew closer, clearer. Gritting her silver teeth, she unsheathed her sword with a sharp clang, its cold tip aimed directly into the depths of the darkness. In the thick blackness, two piercing crimson lights abruptly flared, resembling demons from hell that had crawled into the mortal realm. In the next moment, a violent wave of the stench of blood surged forth. And in a daze, the woman felt as though she were gazing upon a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The footsteps faded away. It was as if a youth clad in blood red had just emerged from a reign of slaughter. Standing merely 2 yards away, meeting his eyes, which shone like molten gold, she felt as if several towering mountains were pressing down on her spine. Her legs trembled, and she could not suppress the urge to kneel in reverence. With a resounding clang, the sword fell to the ground. The woman's spirit of resistance evaporated entirely, rendering her as immobile as a statue. The blood-stained youth extended a hand towards her, momentarily taken aback. She stepped forward instinctively to grasp it, yet the boy's hand suddenly tightened. With a loud bang, her entire body exploded. Warm, viscous blood, shattered flesh, and bones splattered across the ground, the pillars, the corridor ceiling, and the snow outside. After a brief interval, Zhu Juyin, who had slaughtered everyone in the Chao residence, flicked his forked tongue like a serpent. After a few breaths, he turned his gaze towards a certain direction, sensing a remaining survivor. Soon, he arrived before the master bedroom of the Chao residence and pushed the door open. Instantly, he detected the breath of a living being hiding beneath the bed, a breath as tender as the delicate grass of spring. It was a child, approximately 5 or 6 years old. Zhu Juyin approached the embroidered bed slowly. Something terrible had happened, a truly catastrophic event. Witnessing the once vibrant and joyous drunken spring pavilion transformed into a silent hall of death. Chao Gang hurriedly rolled and crawled towards Qilong Alley. As he burst into the alley, he was struck dumb by the sight before him. His home engulfed in billowing smoke and flames, a blood-clad youth, with a sword hanging at his waist, was just stepping out of the Chao residence. The boy walked ahead, while an old horse dragged a cart laden with severed heads behind him. The pair, one human and one horse, slowly approached Chao Gang. Stopping 3 yards away, the youth casually tossed an object that landed before the man. Chao Gang slowly crouched down, trembling as he extended his hand to pick up the blood-stained longevity lock. "My name is Nanju, disciple of Chun Meng Fei. Your wife and child felt no pain. This is the mercy of the divine." Chao Gang clasped the longevity lock tightly to his chest with both hands, and suddenly burst into tears. Hot tears cascaded down his face, melting the accumulated snow. The youth made no move but patiently waited. After a long while, Chao Gang finally wiped his tears and stood up. His voice was hoarse as he said, "I knew this day would come. I just never anticipated it would arrive so swiftly. The news did not leak. How did you know that child had died?" A bitter smile crept across the man's face as he shook his head dismissively. "It no longer matters. Nothing matters anymore." With a sharp sound, he drew his sword, and no further words were exchanged. After a few swift steps, he leaped high, delivering his strongest strike in a bid to protect his wife and child. The blade shimmered in the moonlight and reflected a dazzling cold light upon the snow. Before the blade reached its target, the gust of wind had already rustled the boy's blood-stained garments. Under the moonlight, the youth extended a single finger. With a clang, the sound of metal clashing echoed, sending sparks flying. His finger met the blade, halting its advance completely. The man's eyes widened in shock. Amidst a buzzing sound, the ancient, heavy long knife trembled violently. With a crack, the entire blade shattered abruptly. Dozens of shards shot forth like bullets, piercing the man's chest until it was a mass of gore. With a thud, his body collapsed to the ground. The man relinquished his grip on the sword hilt, while his left hand remained tightly clutching the childish longevity lock. With a swift motion, the youth drew his sword and severed the man's head, tossing it into the wooden cart. The pair, one human and one horse, continued towards Wohu Alley. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the Chun family residence in Wohu Alley. Even before entering, the sounds of revelry and clinking cups filled the air. Mingled with laughter. Two constables squatted at the entrance of the estate, exhaling puffs of smoke. Suddenly, footsteps approached from a distance. They both raised their eyes in unison. The last sight on earth was a blinding flash of sword light, so piercing it could chill the marrow. Heads fell, blood gushed forth. Two bodies remained in a crouched position, their pipes still releasing wisps of smoke. Zhu Juyin passed through the space between the two corpses and arrived before the tightly shut crimson door. With a slender hand, he gently pressed against the door. Suddenly exerting force, with a loud crash, half of the door shattered into a storm of wood shavings. Soon, the desperate screams of the dying echoed through the night sky. Heart-wrenching cries reverberating widely. One head after another flew out from within the Chen residence, landing steadily in the wooden cart. Each face bore an expression of profound terror. I in the main bedroom of the Chen residence. The inebriated Chen Chong lay snoring thunderously, having not yet had the chance to indulge his 27th concubine. A girl of tender age was nestled in his embrace, her face turning pale with fright as she listened to the continuous screams from the courtyard. Her delicate body trembled, resembling a frightened kitten. The cries soon ceased, yet the night did not fall into silence. Footsteps gradually became audible. Creak. The main bedroom door was gently pushed open, and a wave of bloodlust surged forth. Upon locking eyes with the boy's crimson gaze, the girl let out a terrified shriek. Zhu Juyin approached the Wangwali wooden table, breaking a piece off a white porcelain teacup. With a flick of his finger, the shard flew through the air and embedded itself into the girl's heart. Blood burst forth like a flood, splattering 2 yards away. Once the girl lay breathless, Zhu Juyin glanced at the still-snoring county magistrate. I am weary that I simply wish to return home with the little one, so, if you continue to feign sleep, I shall skin you alive, he said expressionlessly. With a sigh, Chun Chong slowly propped himself up. Gazing at Zhu Juyin, who appeared as though he had emerged from a sea of blood, he felt no fear like those before him. The county magistrate's demeanor remained calm, with a hint of curiosity as he asked, "Who is the little one?" "Chen Mingfei," Zhu Juyin replied. Chun Chong realized, the boy from Shizhuang village. After a brief contemplation, the man smiled slightly. I possess countless gold bars, silver ingots, and precious stones in my treasury. Spare my life, and they are all yours. Zhu Juyin shook his head. To kill you is also my gain. Astute, Chun Chong chuckled, pointing towards the corner. Hanging on the rack was the embroidered official robe of a 7th-rank official. Zhu Juyin fell silent. Thank you, the man said gratefully. Walking to the rack, as he donned the official attire, he murmured, "Throughout my life, I have worn official robes countless times. Yet, only twice have I dressed myself. The rest were attended to by maids. The last time is this very moment. The first was on the day I received the official robe. I, Chun Chong, once dreamed of being an incorruptible official, serving the people with integrity." The man, now fully attired, turned to face Zhu Juyin. "Once, the common folk were the fish, and I was the cleaver. Now, you wield the cleaver, and I am the fish," with a slight smile. The man requested, "Please, behead me." Chapter 59. Leaving the coffin, observing the man's composed acceptance of death, a subtle smile crept upon Zhu Juin's lips, reminiscent of water flowing from a cracked ice surface. "Behead you? Such a delightful thought. My disciple, however, perished in agony. Chen Chong's expression shifted slightly. Outside, amidst the night's shroud, a sudden rustle of movement echoed. In the midst of the man's astonished gaze, a white figure dashed into the room. Climbing swiftly up Zhu Juin's tall frame to perch obediently on his shoulder. Upon closer inspection, it was not a white cat but rather a white-furred rat, its fur thick and glossy, its eyes glimmering like red garnets. Chen Chong gasped sharply to the entrance. Hundreds and thousands of rats had gathered, a dense swarm, their incessant squeaking filling the air. I will command these rats to crawl into your mouth, burrowing into your chest. They shall devour your heart, your liver, your lungs, and your entrails, piece by piece, leaving nothing behind. Zhu Juin settled into a seat, grasping a white-glazed, short-spouted jug to pour himself a full cup of wine. After downing it in one gulp, he pointed a finger into the air. Silently preparing to retrieve the sword from the wall for the man intent on suicide, he suddenly became as immobile as a statue. Frozen in place. Little Whirlwind. My master, please give your orders. Let us begin. Very well. Clutching the soul-calling bell, Little Whirlwind turned and emitted 2 sharp calls towards the swarm of mice outside. Instantly, a gray mouse darted towards Chen Chong. The creature climbed up the corpulent man's body, reaching his mouth. Chen Chong, drenched in cold sweat, gritted his teeth. Chirp, chirp. Little Whirlwind issued another command. The gray mouse opened its mouth and savagely bit down on the man's lip. With its sharp teeth capable of gnawing through even concrete, the flesh was no match. The man's lip was pierced, a chunk of flesh torn away, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. The gray mouse seized the moment and dove straight into the man's mouth. The scream abruptly ceased. The man stared wide-eyed in terror, acutely feeling his throat being stretched. An indescribable sensation of suffocation turned his face crimson. His neck bulged with grotesque veins, resembling writhing earthworms, his eyes bloodshot. Gleaming with a ghastly red, a cry of excruciating torment seemed poised to shatter all tangible existence. Chirp, chirp. One gray mouse followed another, then a third, a fourth, and a fifth. Half an hour later, Chen Chong, the county magistrate of Lingshi County, was left with but a single intact head. Not a shred of flesh remained, and even the skeleton was gnawed to pieces, scattered across the ground. Picking up the man's lifeless head, Zhu Juin exited the room. Soon departing the backyard, he entered the front yard, gazing at the shattered limbs strewn about. Zhu Juin softly murmured, "Dragon flames, red fire, be unleashed." The flames, driven by the wind, blazed fiercely, incinerating all things in their path. Leaving the Chen residence, he tossed Chen Chong's head into a wooden cart. The flames illuminated the night, casting a crimson glow. One man and 1 horse proceeded towards the county office. After about the span of an incense stick, the cart arrived, creaking ominously. You are paid with the people's bounty. The common folk are easy to torment, yet heaven is not easily deceived. Zhu Juin raised his gaze to the prominently displayed plaque inscribed with just, honest, and awe-inspiring. With a snort, he untied the old horse, gripping the cart's yoke. As he exerted a gentle force, the cart tilted back slowly. With a clatter, the cart was filled with severed heads rolling to the ground. He reattached the rope to the old horse, and with the mouse scurrying alongside, they steadily made their way towards the northern city gate. Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air as a black death spear flew in at an angle. Zhu Juin snatched it midair and casually tossed it into the cart. The sound of bells rang as Little Whirlwind shook the bronze bell, the clear chimes rippling through Lingshi County, its places like drunken spring tower. Qilong Alley and Wohu Alley, spectral forms emanating a cool glow, began to converge towards Zhu Juin, most clutching severed heads. Chen Chong, the black-clad Constable Chao Gang, Bai Lu, and others. The county office was flooded with constables. Alongside the maiden Lan Xiang and her parents, behind Zhu Juin flowed a veritable river of souls. Reaching the northern city gate, Zhu Juin glanced back at the eerily silent Lingshi County, observing each household. Dream well. When you awaken, the world will be hard to find, and the yellow springs lie just a step away. Beneath the moonlight, blood-soaked garments in front, the cart behind. One man accompanied by 100 ghosts advanced towards Shizhuang village. A short while later, at the foot of Guaxi Mountain, Zhu Juyin crouched down, his elongated hand resting upon a grave mound. In a soft voice, he said, "Little one, those who caused your demise have all been slain by my master. Alas, you will not encounter them on the road to the Yellow Springs. My master intends to confine these souls beneath the unfathomable mountain. Not for a year, nor a decade, not even a century, but for countless lifetimes, for all eternity, even if the seas dry up and the stones decay." The cold wind carried shards of snow, chilling Zhu Juyin's rare smile. "Little one, my master will take you home." Rising, he approached the coffin made of golden silk Nanmu. With one hand, Zhu Juyin lifted the coffin lid. Turning back to the grave mound, he gently commanded, "Open." The frozen earth surged violently aside, revealing a cypress coffin buried deep beneath. With a wave of his sleeve, 7 coffin nails shot through the air. Leaping into the pit, Zhu Juyin flung the coffin lid aside. Before him lay the headless corpse of the little one, rigid as if frozen in time, still clad in the coarse linen garments worn when leaving home, tattered straw sandals on its feet, and a plain iron sword tightly gripped in its right hand. "My little one!" Zhu Juyin opened his mouth, wanting to utter something, yet felt a lump in his throat. Gently bending down, he cradled the headless body. Strangely, the once stiff form became soft as if still alive in his embrace. He placed the headless corpse into the golden silk Namv coffin, carefully setting the head beside it. Then, he tucked the string of candied hawthorns from Old Lu into its left hand. Finally, Zhu Juyin removed the red blood pendant from his waist. With a sharp sound, the long sword was drawn. Having slain so many, the blade remained unsullied, devoid of a single drop of blood, its icy edge unblemished and as sharp as when it was first drawn. With a click, the sword returned to its sheath. Zhu Juyin leaned down, attempting to pry open the little one's right hand to take the iron sword. Yet, no matter how much force he exerted, the youth would not relent. With a bitter smile, Zhu Juyin gently placed the red blood pendant atop the little one's body. "Master." Little Whirlwind removed his tiger head hat, extending it towards Zhu Juyin. He shook his head. "Leave it be, let it serve as a remembrance." The coffin lid closed. Zhu Juyin stepped back from the golden silk Namv coffin, gazing down at the multitude of souls scattered across the hills. After a long moment, his crimson vertical pupils turned toward the distant, blurred outline of Lingshi County. A sudden gust of cold wind rustled his blood-soaked garments and tousled his dark hair. Zhu Juyin's delicate feet slowly lifted from the ground, his elongated form drifting gently towards the distant sky. If there be a person at the mountain's edge, led by the bramble and the daughter of the vine, descending into the realm of death. This was the ancient divine skill recorded in the 9 swallowing heaven technique, possessing the might to annihilate heaven and earth. Zhu Juyin prepared to utilize this ancient divine skill to plunge Lingshi County into hell. Chapter 60. Returning home if there be a person at the mountain's edge, led by the bramble and the daughter of the vine. Both gazes are enchanting and laughter is fitting. One yearns for you. The ideal of beauty die in the vast expanse above, the blood-soaked garments fluttered, and hair danced like writhing dragons and serpents. Zhu Juyin gently raised his head, slowly spreading his arms, as if to embrace the mountains and rivers spanning 10,000 miles. Riding the red leopard from the literary raccoon, the magnolia cart bearing the laurel flag, the incantation flowed forth. A crack suddenly tore through the heavens with a resounding snap. The fissure extended endlessly from one side of the sky to the other. A torrent of deathly energy surged forth from the chasm, akin to a starry sea, crashing and rolling as it poured into the world below. Led by the stone orchid and the dewey, bearing the fragrant reminiscences of the past. With a thunderous crash, a towering, menacing ancient city emerged from the depths of the fissure, descending into the mortal realm, fragments of the crack scattered like a dazzling rain of light. Illuminating the night as bright as day, the city, shrouded in swirling deathly energy, was as black as ink within. Countless ferocious and bloodthirsty ghosts climbed atop rooftops and walls. Pairs of eyes, crimson as blood, gazed down upon the world. The malevolent spirits detected the scent of the living, akin to famished wolves catching a whiff of fresh meat. In an instant, innumerable ghosts leaped down from the city walls, a dense mass resembling a river. However, as they broke free from the ancient city's confines and made contact with the realm of the living, they disintegrated into ashes. The wails of despair echoed endlessly, resonating throughout the land. Nianzhu, what do you intend to do? A voice thundered across the expanse. Iti, the horizon's edge, a figure in flowing azure garments chastised. Over 10,000 souls in this county, such overwhelming consequences. Even a trace upon that child could condemn him to eternal damnation. In the skies, Zhu Jiuyin remained undeterred, slowly lifting his right arm. Standing alone upon the mountain, the clouds gather below. The depths of darkness obscure the daylight, while the east wind carries the rain of the divine. The ancient city, steeped in deathly energy, was engulfed by a cacophony of twisted demons shrieking in madness. Nianzhu, halt! In the midst of piercing winds, the figure in azure, frantic and desperate, implored, stop! I have a better solution. Under the moonlight, Zhu Jiuyin's expression remained impassive, his sinister crimson eyes more chilling than those of the ghosts. Thunder roars as rain darkens, howling monkeys cry in the night. The wind rushes through the trees, lamenting the separation from the beloved, divine path. The descent of the realm of death. With his right arm raised high, palm outstretched, he brought it crashing down in the celestial realm. The colossal entity burdened with countless malevolent spirits plummeted to the earth with a resounding thud. As the air violently resisted, the ancient city ignited fiercely, resembling a falling star trailing a plume of black smoke and blazing flames. Boom! The heavens trembled and the earth quaked, a fierce wind swept through the dust. Akin to the surging and undulating waves of the sea, Lingstone County has vanished, leaving only a bottomless abyss in its wake. The following day, as the sun rose, it illuminated the snow-covered ground, reflecting blinding beams of light. In the small courtyard of the Cheng family in Shizhuang village, amidst low, painful groans, Huzi slowly awakened. After sitting up and rubbing his sore, bleary eyes, the parched boy got out of bed in search of water. Suddenly he froze, his black and white eyes wide open like copper bells. On a dilapidated square table a mere yard away, gold bars and silver ingots lay piled high, alongside dozens, if not hundreds, of jade stones. Pearls, agates, and other treasures. Huzi's throat constricted as he swallowed hard. Struggling to approach the table, he picked up two items: a thin blue book inscribed with falling petal sword technique, and a long strip of paper bearing the words "An innocent man suffers for possessing a treasure." Is this the manifestation of Fij? On the ancient road, the creaking sound dissipated with the wind. An old horse pulled a wooden cart, carrying a coffin made of rare golden silk Nanmu wood. Along with two humans and a mouse, under the stars and the moon, journeying day and night, they were still a step too late. With hands tucked into his sleeves, the figure clad in blue sitting atop the coffin remarked, "This implies that it is not that I could not prevent you, but rather that amidst so many beasts, not one fell beneath my sword. At least leave me one," he added, shaking a bronze bell. Behind the cart, invisible to mundane eyes, trailed over 100 ethereal souls. As for the little whirlwind, the tiger-headed hat enveloped the entire mouse's head, its furry body buried in Zhu Jiuyin's embrace, trembling with fear. This white mouse, could it be the guardian you raised for that child? The figure in blue smirked. It's not our first encounter, and look at how frightened it is. Zhu Jiuyin, sitting at the front of the cart, shook his head. 10,000 men are easy to kill. Yet a single guardian is hard to find. By the way, you mentioned you had a better solution. Dio share. The figure in blue rolled his eyes. The entire county has been sent to the underworld by you. What good will it do to discuss further? Zhu Jiuyin unfastened the yellow gourd at his waist and took a hearty gulp of the crisp liquor, then tossed the gourd to the figure in blue. The county magistrate's cherished wine must be at least 100 years old, discovered deep within the treasury while packing yellow and white items for that child in the village. Grinning as he received the gourd, the figure in blue teasingly remarked, "You are truly extraordinary. Even the wine of an enemy can be enjoyed so blissfully." Zhu Jiuyin smirked slightly. "I am not human to begin with. Besides, the fine wine is innocent." After downing another 2 large gulps, his insides felt as if they were ablaze. The figure in blue exhaled a breath of liquor, praising, What an exquisite wine! With that, he poured the remaining half of the gourd onto the cart. Then he patted the golden silk Nanmu coffin beneath him. Drink it all. Not a single drop must remain. He tossed the gourd back to Zhu Juyin. The figure in blue reclined comfortably, gazing at the sky. South Candle, tell me, what do you think of this world? I have not traveled through it. How can I know? The figure in blue with 3 inky pupils gazed blankly. The world is small, small enough that a mere Qingping town can embody the myriad facets of humanity. Yet it is vast, with countless varieties of fine wine and beautiful women competing for attention. Every sea, every mountain, every river, every tree, and every flower is unique. To say nothing of a journey of 10,000 miles. Even traveling 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 miles would not suffice to see all that this world has to offer. The figure in blue squinted slightly, recalling the verdant spring with its burgeoning grass and singing orioles. The lush forests of summer, the bountiful harvest of autumn, the vast snows of winter, and this azure sky, all of which the child would never see again. South Candle, do you know where the root of this incident lies? Zhu Juyin shook his head. I do not. The figure in blue whispered, I believe it lies in Wei capital. Why do you not ask me why? Zhu Juyin sighed. Why? The figure in blue replied in a hushed tone. I do not know. Zhu Juyin continued, the nature of causality, once pursued to its origin, would entangle even the gods. The figure in blue coldly asserted, South Candle, let us sever the fortune of Wei country. Chapter 61. Severance. Where lies the root of the little one's demise? Lanxiang. Suppose that on that day Lanxiang did not save the little one from the White Horse River. Perhaps she would still be the maiden waiting in her boudoir, yearning for a beautiful love. If on that day, it were someone from another household in Shizhuang village who had rescued the little one, he would never have crossed paths with Bai Lu, who bore a narrow blade at his waist. Likewise, if it were not for Chao Gang, the captain of the black-clad guards of Lingstone County, he would not have taken such delight in the sight of the little one, a vividly feathered fledgling, slowly sinking into the mire of the lower class. Furthermore, if Chao Gang had not reported, the county magistrate Chen Chong would have remained oblivious to the existence of this flawless gem. Tracing the cause further back, the reason the little one was saved by Lanxiang was that the young man leaped into the White Horse River. The impetus for his leap into the river was the searing pain of fire poison rebounding as he lay dying. Unable to endure the agony of burning, the little one resorted to the icy river water to suppress it. The fire poison originated from Wei capital's 9th prince, Zhao Jin, and his personal martial arts attendant, a 4th-grade warrior named Hui Shui. Hui Shui sought to kill the little one because the young man had attempted to assassinate Zhao Jin. The young man's motive for assassinating Zhao Jin stemmed from the prince's cruel act of flaying Lu Chui'er and feeding her remains to his trained hounds. Zhao Jin's motive for killing Lu Chui'er was that her husband, Zhong Lishan, owed a considerable debt in lambs to the Zhao family. Many gamblers in the town were indebted to the Zhao family. Yet before Zhao Jin's arrival, not a single gambler had been killed by Zhao Leigui for failing to repay their debts. Zhao Jin's decision to flee from the flourishing Wei capital to the impoverished Qingping town was due to his status as the first to be eliminated in the struggle for the throne among the 9 princes. Fearing betrayal from his 8 brothers, he traveled 1,000 miles northward to Beipingzu. The root of the struggle among the 9 princes lay in the fact that Emperor Wan and Emperor Jing had aged and weakened, their personalities having shifted from youthful decisiveness to hesitance and indecision. Their excessive concern for familial ties delayed the establishment of a crown prince, leading the 9 sons to resort to any means necessary for the throne. Is this the ultimate cause? No, it can be traced even further back, to the left and to the right. Going further back, Emperor Wen's excessive concern for familial ties was rooted in the fact that he ascended the throne over the corpses of his 2 biological brothers. To the left, in the 13 provinces of Wei capital, Zhao Jin chose Qingping town because of a past affinity with Qi Qingji and Zhao Jin's mother, by Ningji. To the right, during the autumn of the little one's 9th year. Had it not been for his desire to buy medicine for his mother, he would not have ventured alone into the mountains. Had he not entered the mountains, he would not have seen those 2 peach trees. Without seeing those peach trees, he would not have encountered Zhu Juyin. Tracing even further back, if that year, a man named Chen Yinshur had not entered the cave beneath Mount Buzhou, the sun hung high in the sky. visible in form but not felt in warmth. The wind remained cold. The figure in blue murmured, "If on that rainy night I had uttered a benevolent lie, telling that child that Zhao Jin was a third-grade Vajra. With his temperament, he would never have acted recklessly. He would have lain in wait like a venomous serpent, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Alas, it is all my fault." Zhu Juyin stroked the soft fur of the little whirlwind. Speaking nonchalantly, "I once thought Qi Qingji was a carefree person. Turns out he is not." The figure in blue abruptly sat up, her sword-like brows furrowing. "What do you mean by that? How am I not carefree?" "He," Zhu Juyin replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. "Throughout history, the myriad phenomena are as numerous as the sands of the Ganges. How many sages have emerged? Moreover, can a sage truly comprehend the path of causality? Even if they do, what can be done? Can it alter the tragedies that unfold in this world time and again? Whether in life or in action, I, Zhu Juyin, seek only to live freely and at will. When I wish to drink, I drink heartily, fearing not for my health. When I wish to sing, I sing loudly, fearing not for my voice. When I wish to hunt, I hunt, regardless of whether I have offspring. If my disciple is slain, I shall repay blood with blood, tooth for tooth. Whether the murderer suffers, whether life is tragic, or whether one is bound by fate, has nothing to do with me." His words left the figure in blue speechless. Staring blankly, exhaling a breath of white mist, Zhu Juyin inquired, "How do we sever the fortune of Wei country? Pray, enlighten me." The figure in blue pondered for a moment and responded, "Fortune is a mysterious concept. From the smallest insect to a great mountain or a vast sea, each possesses its own fortune. Fortune is inextricably linked to the heavenly path. Go sever a nation's fortune." The figure in blue's expression grew grave. "The consequences are severe." Zhu Juyin narrowed his crimson vertical pupils. "In what way is it severe? And what will happen to Wei country after the severance?" "It is hard to say," the figure in blue explained. "Droughts, floods, locust plagues, earthquakes, wars, the early demise of wise rulers, the rise of tyrants, and so forth. In short, once fortune is lost, even the mightiest dynasty will crumble and vanish into oblivion in a very short time. As for the consequences, it is simply the heavenly path's retribution. To sever a person's fortune, the heavenly path strikes down, deducting 100 years of lifespan. The stronger the cultivator, the more lifespan they lose. And it can even damage the foundations of the great Daod, as for severing the fate of a nation. Tisk. Furthermore, to be eternally cast into the underworld after death, suppressed at the very bottom of the 18 layers of hell, never to rise again. Zhu Juyin smiled gently, pondering over lifespan, afterlife, the foundation of the great Tao. The green-clad figure wore an odd expression and inquired, "What are you smiling at?" Zhu Juyin shook his head. "It's nothing, just reminiscing about some joyful moments." Before long, night fell. The bright moon cast its cold light upon the snow-white landscape. The carriage halted beside the ancient path, guarded by a small whirlwind. Zhu Juyin and Qi Qingji stood atop a mountain peak a dozen miles away. The green-clad figure unfastened the pendant hanging from his waist, revealing the sword named Listening to Wind. With a clang, the sword was drawn from its sheath. The blade and hilt formed a seamless whole, as dark as ink, inscribed with ancient characters that were difficult to decipher. The Listening to Wind bore no edge. It resembled not a sword, but rather a ruler made of ink. The green-clad figure handed the long sword to Zhu Juyin. As the ruler sword entered his grasp, Zhu Juyin's palms suddenly felt heavy, as if he were cradling a mountain. "What is the name of this sword?" Amidst the sound of slicing air, Zhu Juyin performed 2 sword flourishes. "Listening to Wind," the green-clad figure replied, "truly befitting a scholar. Even the name of your sword is so literary. I am not a scholar. I am merely an ordinary student." With a swoosh, the green-clad figure tossed the hilt high into the air. Immediately, he swept his right palm across the void before him with great force. Ran, Yi, Li, Ji, Xian Sheng, Shu, Zhong, Shao, Ti. A total of 10 grand characters, radiating brilliance, resembling 10 miniature suns, shining brightly. The green-clad figure pointed towards the 10 characters. "These are my life characters. 1 character for 10 years. 10 characters for 100 years. In the next 3,000 years, no scholar shall surpass my pace in cultivation. Zhu Juyin replied with a hint of melancholy, these are not your life characters. They belong to Confucianism. The green-clad figure's tall form trembled suddenly. In the depths of his mind, thunder rumbled. As his scalp tingled, it felt as though he had grasped something profound. Yet upon further contemplation, it seemed he understood nothing at all. Isn't there a character for courage missing? Zhu Juyin queried, puzzled. The green-clad figure shook his head vigorously, suppressing the tumultuous waves within his heart. No scholar in history has ever fully cultivated the 11 life characters. If I were to complete the last character for courage, I could ascend to the heavens and attain immortality. I have already spent 2 cycles of 60 years on the final character, yet alas, I have gained nothing. With a flourish of his long sleeves, the dazzling 10 characters soared upwards in an instant. With a clang, they were deeply embedded into the sword's hilt. The might of the heavenly Tao was immense. Do not rush, let me take that child far away first. All right. Zhu Juyin watched as the green-clad figure rode the winds away. He lowered his head to gaze at the listening to wind in his hand. Chapter 62. Stitching the corpse under the moonlight. The world lay in tranquil silence. The sword sheath, emanating a fierce golden light, hovered high in the air. Zhu Juyin held the listening to wind sword, his eyes gently closed, quietly awaiting. Suddenly, a breeze brushed his face, causing his white robe to flutter and his dark hair to dance. They have arrived. Zhu Juyin slowly opened his eyes, and before him appeared a white column of smoke, with red vertical pupils. It surged from afar, rushing directly into the sword sheath. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled. A second, third, and fourth column followed suit. On this vast land, innumerable thick columns of smoke rolled in, resembling endless silver dragons, flowing through rivers and soaring over mountains, all devoured by the sword sheath. The sheath struggled to contain such a multitude of white dragon-like fortunes, continuously sinking lower from the sky. The 10 life characters of the green-clad figure had long since lost their luster. The golden hue was overwhelmed by silver, resembling a white sun hanging over the world. Zhu Juyin placed his left fingers together, gliding over the bladeless ink ruler. With this strike, many will perish, and they shall die in a most tragic and painful manner. Once the Wei Kingdom turns to ashes, will the new dynasty lead the people towards abundance and peace? Overthrowing the old temple, will a new one rise from the ruins? Will it be better than before? Even by a slight margin? Zhu Juyin did not know, nor did he wish to find out. Will the destruction of the Wei Kingdom bring me joy? Zhu Juyin smiled indifferently. It will. Life is fleeting. Only joy remains. Go. He hurled the listening to wind sword skyward in an instant, like an eternal and indestructible celestial light. It plummeted. It was firmly embedded into the sword sheath. With a thunderous crash, the mountains and rivers shattered. The white sun dissipated. When Qingyi next beheld Zhu Juyin, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. Beneath the moonlight and amidst the snowy glow, the approaching youth appeared fragmented, resembling a porcelain vase riddled with cracks. On the verge of shattering, the youth's face was as desolate as snow, his crimson eyes overflowing with blood, and even a single strand of hair burst forth with fine fissures. Unable to restrain himself, Qingyi extended his thumb towards Zhu Juyin and uttered a single word, impressive. After tossing the listening to wind sword to Qingyi, Zhu Juyin extended a rough hand, resembling a hastily reassembled puzzle, struggling to sit at the front of the carriage. This matter is settled. Let us return home. The carriage creaked and swayed as it made its way towards Baoping State. Once, there were 1 person and 1 mouse departing. Upon their return, there were 3 people and 1 mouse. As they caught a distant glimpse of the familiar outline of the small town, the snow across the heavens had melted considerably. Qingyi, seated upon a coffin of golden silk nanmu, raised his arms and stretched comfortably. He then gently patted the coffin lid beneath him. Child, we have arrived home. From the chilly winds blowing in from the direction of the small town, the murmurs of the residents' daily lives could be faintly heard. Qingyi inquired, Nanju, where do you plan to bury this child? Is it in your Unzao mountain, or in his mother's peach blossom grove? The previously spiderweb-like cracks upon his palm had faded. Zhu Juyin withdrew his gaze and softly spoke. Let him rest beside his mother. Fallen leaves must return to their roots. Fledglings must return to their nests. The roots and nests do not lie in Unzao Mountain, nor in the Peach Blossom Grove. And certainly not here with me. His slender hand gently caressed the golden silk Nanmove coffin. Where Nanjinping is, that is where the little one's roots and nest reside. Qingyi pouted. I am also half a teacher to this child. Since you have prepared the coffin, I shall handle the remaining funeral items. Zhu Juyin nodded slightly. That is acceptable. Also, I shall choose the burial date. As for the grave, you shall dig it. Lastly, this coffin cannot return to the Qin family courtyard in Wui Lane today. Qingyi said softly. Why is that? Zhu Juyin inquired, confused. Because those whose bodies and souls are incomplete will not be accepted by the King of Hell. Even if they are accepted, they will be cast into the realm of beasts. Qingyi's 3 inky eyes narrowed. Tonight, I shall stitch the corpse for this child. Let him leave this world complete and dignified. Qingyi lowered his head slightly, gazing at Zhu Juyin, unable to resist touching his own face. Is there something on my face? Zhu Juyin chuckled. If the little one knows how well you, the always proud scholar, treat him, he will be very happy, especially delighted. Humph. Qingyi snorted coldly, jabbing his chin at Zhu Juyin. Your words are too harsh. Which of your eyes saw me being proud? At the town's covered bridge, Zhu Juyin dismounted from the carriage. Remember, do not disturb me tonight. Qingyi waved his hand, driving the old horse as he pulled the coffin across the bridge. Little Whirlwind. Master, please command. Let us return home as well. The little whirlwind rang the summoning bell. On the ancient path, invisible to mortal eyes, stood over 100 ethereal souls. Following the tinkling of the bell, they headed straight for Unzao Mountain. Host, Zhu Juyin lifespan. Eternal, immortal, undying, indestructible, true form. Candle Dragon, Serpent Phase, Cultivation. 103.7 meters, 896.3 meters until advancing to the Fierce Flood Dragon Phase. Master-Disciple Return System. Temporarily closed. Please await a fated person. Remaining discretionary free time. 28 hours total discretionary free time used. 252 hours consumed. 249 hours countdown. 551. 47 having traversed this realm for 26 years. He has gained 26 days of freedom. Now, less than 3 days remain. If the little one can survive, living on until he fulfills his dreams, I would gladly forsake my holidays. Beneath Unzao Mountain, Zhu Juyin shattered the thin layer of ice, cupping the cold stream to wash his face. He then rose, raising his right arm high. With his arm raised like a blade, he struck down fiercely. The terrifying brilliance resembled a starry river, cascading down thousands of feet. With a resounding crack, the earth suddenly split open, creating a wide fissure. The fissure was so broad, its length unknown, extending from Unzao Mountain to the endless horizon. Rather than a fissure, it would be more apt to describe it as an abyss. Down, with a wave of his sleeve, over 100 souls plunged into the abyss like dumplings. Chen Chong, Chao Gang, Lan Xiang, Bai Lu, Lan's father and mother, and others. They arrived at a massive green stone beside the abyss. Zhu Juyin contemplated for a moment, channeling energy through his fingertip. He inscribed the 2 characters Yin Ming upon the green stone. As the sun set and dusk fell, Zhu Juyin emerged from the cave, wielding an ordinary iron sword. He arrived beneath the 2 peach trees struck by lightning, biting his finger to let a drop of crimson blood fall upon the sword's blade. The once rusted iron sword immediately gleamed a sharp red. His fingernail inscribed ancient runes upon the blade. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Zhu Juyin handed the iron sword to the little whirlwind. Does the master wish for me to practice swordsmanship? The little whirlwind curiously took it in hand. Zhu Juyin shook his head and said, From tomorrow onward, during your leisure time, you shall enter the netherworld and use this sword to pierce the souls. Be as cruel as you can. The little whirlwind nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain, assuring his master, Do not worry, I have plenty of time. Leaning against the charred trunk of a peach tree, Zhu Juyin gazed blankly at the resplendent evening glow with his crimson eyes. Master, I have heard from the townsfolk that after death, one descends to the underworld, passing through the gates of ghosts and traversing the road of the Yellow Springs. After the judgment of Yama, the wicked are cast into the 18 layers of hell, while the virtuous proceed to the Naiha Bridge, where they drink a bowl of Mingpa soup to forget their past lives and reincarnate. The little whirlwind tilted his head and inquired, "Will the little one also need to drink the Mingpa soup? Will he forget his master?" His ruby-like eyes blinked unblinkingly at Zhu Juin's expressionless face. Zhu Juin softly replied, "I will not allow Yama to judge the little one, nor will I let him forget this life." Chapter 63. Finger bones. As night fell, the bright moon illuminated the scene. Before the Divine Wood Forest, by the banks of the Taiping River, in a small fenced courtyard, Qingyi stood beneath the eaves, gazing down at a pair of slender hands, hesitating. Which hand should it be? The left or the right? Such a dilemma. The right hand could wield a sword or hold chopsticks, yet Qingyi ultimately chose the left hand. Entering the main hall, she lifted the lid of the golden silk Namv coffin. Before her lay 2 swords, an iron sword and one stained with crimson blood. Beside them was a string of vividly red candied hawthorns, glistening as if coated in blood. Qingyi counted them, totaling 9 red fruits. Leaning down, she gently pried apart the boy's hands, taking the candied hawthorns and the iron sword and placing them aside. She then cradled the headless corpse of the boy and laid it upon the long table. Carefully holding the boy's head, gazing at the lifeless gray visage so close at hand, Qingyi's eyes glimmered with a cold light, filled with a deep desire for vengeance, torturing the wretched creature. Executing him by dismemberment would not suffice to quench her fury. Setting the head upon the long table, Qingyi moved slowly and gently, removing the coarse linen garments and tattered straw sandals from the boy's body. She then prepared a basin of warm water and fetched a clean cloth. After moistening the cloth, she meticulously wiped down the boy's body. After approximately half an hour, having washed the body 3 times, Qingyi filled a 4th basin with water and gently removed the vibrant green hairpin. The lifeless hair resembled dried grass. Qingyi proceeded to wash the boy's hair and face. After another half hour, when the boy was finally cleansed of all impurities, she took out a newly purchased burial robe and shoes, as pure as the moonlight and frost, white without a trace of color, like a father. Qingyi dressed the boy in the burial attire. With the hair still damp, the hairstyle would require some time to set. Qingyi approached the golden silk Namv coffin, staring blankly at the string of glistening candied hawthorns. Something felt amiss. She could not quite pinpoint what was wrong, no matter how long she pondered. Once the hair was completely dry, Qingyi skillfully styled the boy's hair into a bun. Inserting the jade hairpin, she then took the listening wind sword and stepped outside the main hall, sitting on a small stool beneath the eaves. With a sharp sound, the long sword was drawn from its sheath. Holding the sword in her right hand, she extended her left hand and pressed the blunt edge against the base of her pinky finger. Suddenly applying force, the crimson blood splattered onto the ground, creating a vivid spray. Qingyi remained composed, bending down to retrieve her pinky finger. Stitching a corpse requires needles and thread, yet ultimately, it is merely a mundane act. While one can stitch the body, the soul remains beyond reach. After much contemplation, Qingyi decided to use her own earthly immortal bone in place of a silver needle, with her left hand's pinky bone and her right hand wielding the listening wind sword. The sound of bone grinding echoed as she sharpened it. Only when the moon hung high in the sky did Qingyi cease her mechanical motions. Rising from the stool, she stretched lazily and exhaled a long breath. With a swift motion of her hand before her, she intoned, "Benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, trustworthiness, sincerity, forgiveness, loyalty, filial piety, benevolence." The 10 core principles gleamed like 10 small suns. Qingyi pointed at the character for loyalty. The void trembled, golden light converging as the character slowly disassembled, reforming into an extremely fine and long golden thread. With a gentle pinch, she grasped the golden thread. Qingyi immediately threaded the needle, which was made from her earthly immortal bone, while the thread was the core golden thread of Confucian cultivation. With a flourish of her sleeve, the 10 core principles vanished into thin air. Entering the main hall, she matched the boy's head to the severed neck of the headless corpse. Qing Yi's expression turned serious as the pointed tip of the bone needle pierced the lifeless gray skin. Each stitch felt like a futile struggle, akin to a grass blade attempting to penetrate a steel plate. It was incredibly arduous. After just 2 stitches, Qing Yi's face turned pale, her forehead beaded with sweat. Her heart raced violently, and her blood felt as if it were boiling. Gritting her teeth, she steadied her hand like a rock, delivering the 3rd stitch. To restore the soul of one who had been dead for over half a month was an act that defied the heavens. Only an earthly immortal could accomplish such a feat. In the blink of an eye, the sky began to lighten. In the main hall, having completed the final stitch, Qing Yi fought against dizziness, supporting herself against the edge of the table as she gazed at the boy. The boy, who had been severed from his body just yesterday, now appeared whole. The shimmering golden thread gradually sank into the flesh, mending the body while simultaneously restoring the soul. Qing Yi, her face as pale as paper, managed a bitter smile. I apologize, child, but as a mere earthly immortal, I can do no more than this. As the sun reached its zenith, Zhu Juyin braved the cold wind, wielding a shovel in his left hand and shouldering 2 granite gravestones with his right. Making his way to the peach blossom forest on the western edge of the town. Deep within the peach blossom grove lay a lonely grave, marked by an irregularly shaped stone slab that read, "The grave of compassionate mother Nan Jinping." In the lower right corner, unfilial son Chen Mingfei bows in reverence. With a thud, the 2 new gravestones were set down. Zhu Juyin plunged the shovel into the frozen earth and approached the woman's grave. The cold wind swept past, fluttering his garments. The image of the emaciated woman surfaced in his mind, her eyes forever gentle, resembling the little one, both in appearance and spirit, a clarity that Zhu Juyin had never forgotten. He stared at the grave mound for what felt like an eternity, his heart brimming with countless unsaid words. Yet when he opened his mouth, not a single word emerged. Zhu Juyin withdrew the shovel, clearing away the wild, overgrown weeds from the grave mound, and began to fill it with fresh soil. He then commenced digging a pit beside the woman's grave. An hour later, the burial pit was ready. Like before, Zhu Juyin wielded the shovel in his left hand, shouldering the 2 gravestones as he departed the peach blossom grove. Suddenly, something swooped down from the sky. Pondering, Zhu Juyin turned sharply to look, only to find a yellow oriole perched atop the new gravestone, its round, watery eyes reminiscent of something he had seen before the divine wood forest, by the banks of the Taiping River. Zhu Juyin entered the fenced courtyard and gently placed the 2 gravestones under the eaves. He stepped into the main hall and approached the golden silk Nanmu coffin, observing the complete body of the little one. Without a single stitch mark on the neck, Zhu Juyin gave a thumbs up to Qing Yi, who lay on the corpse bed, her face as pale as paper, almost breathless. Tomorrow, on the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, is this child's birthday, a propitious day indeed. Shall we inter him at noon? Zhu Juyin nodded in agreement. Also, I have placed the little one's gravestone under the eaves. The inscription will be your task. As you are a scholar of great learning and wisdom. Qing Yi corrected him. I am but an ordinary scholar. Zhu Juyin smiled, closing the coffin lid before carrying it away. As the sun dipped low in the west. At the foot of Mount Buzhou, Zhu Juyin placed the heavy black iron sword and the soft sword, once used by the little one, into the coffin. He then lifted the boy's body from the coffin. The master and disciple sat together on the cliff's edge, quietly gazing at the fiery clouds in the sky. From the depths of the netherworld, heart-wrenching cries occasionally echoed. The little whirlwind was not human. Even mice would resort to devouring their young when starved. Thus, when it came to tormenting human souls, he felt no burden of conscience, but rather reveled in it. Little one, in this life, let us share one last glimpse of the evening glow together. In the next life, make sure to arrive sooner. Even as the world changes, Mount Buzhou will forever remain here. Your master will wait for you, always. Soon, the night enveloped the vast expanse. Zhu Juyin lifted the lifeless body of the little one, lightly pressed his toes, and leapt towards the summit of Mount Buzhou. Chapter 64. Pathway. The bright moon and the chilling wind, the pinnacle of Mount Buzhou, the weathered statue of a youthful figure stood tall and resolute. With sword-like brows and a dignified demeanor, it bowed slightly, as if gazing down upon the mountains and rivers of the mortal realm in a murmured tone. Zhang Bairan watched as Zhu Juyin withdrew his gaze from the statue's face. Gently placing the little one's body down, he unsheathed the iron sword hanging at his waist with a resonant clang. He then took 2 steps forward and delicately inserted the iron sword into the empty sheath of the statue's right hand. The void of the sheath was instantly filled. Remarkably, mere moments later, the iron sword silently disintegrated into powder. A knowing smile curved at the corners of Zhu Juyin's lips. This statue was no ordinary lifeless object. It harbored a trace of the heavenly emperor's energy. Wiping away his smile, Zhu Juyin once again cradled the little one's body and brushed past the youthful statue, arriving at the edge of the mountain precipice. Gazing up at the towering ancient tree that soared over 10 zhang high, Zhu Juyin softly murmured. The divine tree of Jianmu. As his cultivation deepened, the serpent's form gradually grew in size. Awakening ancient memories that once melded with the bloodline of the Zhulong. Among these was the ancient divine art, the birth of the death realm, which stemmed from a fragment of memory. The bark of the ancient tree split open, its canopy obscuring the sky and moon. Amidst the raging cold currents, the gray leaves rustled, creating a melodious clash akin to the sound of metal striking metal. According to legend, the Jianmu tree serves as a bridge connecting heaven, earth, humanity, and the divine. Its veracity remains uncertain. Within the bloodline of Zhulong, among those fragments of memory exuding a sense of decay and time-worn nostalgia, Zhu Juyin envisioned the Jianmu tree, with its roots deeply embedded in the underworld, each branch representing a river, and each leaf capable of shrouding mountains. The highest branches reached directly into the depths of the clouds and mists. Bridging heaven and earth, in comparison, the Jianmu tree atop Mount Buzhou was naught but a flickering firefly. His crimson vertical pupils scanned the ancient stone sword amidst the myriad leaves, the vibrant celestial blade, the mottled black bell, and the miniature 9-tiered pagoda. As he gazed into the abyss, he pondered whether the abyss was also gazing back at him. Turning away, Zhu Juyin focused his mind and placed the little one's body on the ground. Then, with his right hand, he positioned his fingers as a sword and thrust them fiercely into his own heart. Teeth clenched, he endured the excruciating pain as he slowly withdrew his fingers, revealing a drop of dazzling crimson blood caught between them. Heart's blood. It contained a trace of the primordial power of Zhulong, not to mention mere mortals. Even a terrestrial deity like Qi Qingji would feel his heart race and eyes redden at the sight. Exhaling a long breath, Zhu Juyin sought to alleviate the piercing, bone-deep pain. After a few moments, his expression hardened, and with a decisive gesture, he directed the heart's blood into the little one's forehead. This was not an act to resurrect the little one. Reviving the dead was an act against the natural order. It was not comparable to Qi Qingji stitching together the little one's fragmented soul. Qi Qingji's act of stitching the corpse was merely akin to diverting a tributary from a river. To resurrect the dead was to compel the river to flow upwards toward the heavens. The blazing sun rising in the east heralded the day, while its descent in the west signified night. Water flows downward, and all rivers converge into the sea. Birds soar in the sky, and beasts roam the land. The dead cannot return to life. This is the law of the heavenly way. Those who go against it are reduced to ashes. Zhu Juyin's intent was to pave the path for the little one. Each individual has their own path. A prodigy like Qi Qingji might take a decade to cultivate a single character of destiny, while a century may yield terrestrial deities. Some spend their entire lives seeking the path of immortality, barely achieving the rank of a 9th-grade martial artist. The little one, born with the sword's essence, may not surpass Qi Qingji, but is not far behind. Yet, what of the next life? Natural talent, innate qualities, and comprehension will not reincarnate along with the soul in this life. One may be an emperor, but in the next, they could fall to the status of a beggared. Heart's blood seeped from the forehead into the flesh and bones, gradually transforming everything about the little one from within. Just as Zhu Juyin was about to extract a second drop of heart's blood, he heard a crack from the little one's body, akin to a porcelain vase shattering with dense cracks. Could it only withstand a single drop? In a whisper, Zhu Juyin bit his index finger and pressed it firmly against his own forehead. The crimson blood was vivid, as if opening the heavenly eye. With a resonating sound, A brilliant red light shot forth from the third eye within his forehead, piercing into the void. The world shifted in hue. With a thunderous crack, the void slowly split open, revealing a tumultuous surge of chaos within. A majestic pass was faintly visible. Two stone gates aligned with the heavens loomed, upon which malevolent spirits writhed, their entrails squirming amidst a gruesome display of blood. Engraved upon the stone gates were three ancient crimson characters, deeply embedded into the mountain, oozing a viscous blood. This was the gates of hell. The realm of the living and the realm of the dead stood mere inches apart. Zhu Juin's fingers pierced into his chest once more. With a flourish of his sleeve, he sent a total of 19 drops of heart's blood flowing through the fissure into the underworld. The radiant red light transformed the area before the gates of hell into a scene resembling 19 blazing suns. In the realm of the living. Atop Mount Buzhou, Zhu Juin's ebony hair billowed as his white garments soaked in blood. The 5 ghost emperors and the 10 Yama kings. With my heart's blood, I bestow blessings upon the multitude. I decree the gates of hell to open a crack, allowing Chen Mengfei to reincarnate. This reincarnation, without the judgment of the 10 Yama kings and without partaking in Meng Po's soup, was indeed an act against the heavens. Time passed. Within the gates of hell, silence reigned. Zhu Juin's vertical pupils glimmered ominously. All karmic ties I take upon myself from the depths of the underworld, a chilling voice suddenly echoed. This is the only time. There shall be no next. It was a woman. Amidst the thunderous sounds, the stone gates opened a narrow gap. 19 drops of heart's blood flowed in, making their way toward the deepest recesses of the underworld. Before Zhu Juin could summon the little one's soul, a horde of fierce and grotesque spirits surged forth from behind the gates of hell. A vast, dark mass rushing toward the realm of the living. Suddenly, the tumultuous scene froze. Countless blood-red eyes, filled with cruelty and malice, peered through the fissure, fixated on the youthful statue standing atop Mount Buzhou. After a brief silence, a massive wave of darkness began to recede. Countless malevolent spirits screamed in terror, desperately attempting to flee back into the underworld, seeking to distance themselves from the statue as much as possible. One malevolent spirit, Zhu Juin, crushed it effortlessly. 10,000 malevolent spirits met the same fate. Yet the malevolent spirits of the underworld numbered in the billions. Exhaling softly, Zhu Juin crouched down, placing his long hand upon the little one's chest. He then forcefully yanked the little one's soul from the lifeless body. It was still the same youthful figure, clad in a snow-white burial robe and shoes, the left hand clutching a string of blood-red candied hawthorns. Zhu Juin furrowed his brow, intently observing the 9 fruit-like red globes, seemingly congealed with blood, for quite some time. Within the red globes, faint traces of profound Tao rhythm could be sensed. That old man selling candied hawthorns. Zhu Juin was uncertain of the purpose of this string of candied hawthorns, but for the little one, it could only bring no harm. Why had that old man been so kind to the little one? Qi Qingji used his bone as a needle and his life character as thread, stitching together the little one's corpse and soul, preventing the little one from descending into the 18 layers of hell or being cast into the path of beasts. He had laid down the road to greatness for the little one with his heart's blood, by bribing the 5 ghost emperors and the 10 Yama kings with 19 drops of heart's blood. He ensured that the little one could reincarnate without judgment, without drinking Meng Po's soup, preserving the memories of this life. Qi Qingji was but a half-master. He himself was the true master, deserving of 3 bows and 9 prostrations. Once a master, forever a father. For the little one, Zhu Juin would willingly offer not just 20 drops of heart's blood, but even 100. Yet what was the motivation of that old man, who shared no blood ties with the little one? With a thunderous rumble, Zhu Juin had no time to ponder further. The gates of hell were about to close. Chapter 65. Waiting for the wind. Below Mount Buzhou, in the depths of the underworld, the little whirlwind stood upright, its front claws gripping a blood-red iron sword, fiercely thrusting it into the soul of Lan Xiang, which emanated a cold, faint glow. The girl's heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. I'll give you a day off tomorrow, and we'll continue the next day. As she spoke to herself, the little whirlwind withdrew the sword and approached the souls of Lan's parents. Which one should I stab first? So hard to decide. Just as the little whirlwind hesitated, a long howl suddenly echoed from above. Law of heaven and earth, with a thunderous roar, the very heavens and earth trembled. And countless fragments of stone cascaded down. Master? The little whirlwind abruptly lifted its head. Its two fiery red eyes narrowed in astonishment at the sight of a massive face filled with the night sky. Outside the underworld, in the realm of heaven and earth, a colossal giant rose to its feet. With feet planted firmly on the ground and head reaching the azure skies, it embraced Mount Bujo within its grasp. Law of heaven and earth, akin to the divine art of the birth of the death realm, was also an ancient divine technique. The giant leaned slightly, gradually extending its two arms, as the arms waved. Endless brilliant red rays cascaded down, resembling two raging seas of fire from a distance. With a resounding crash, with both palms extending through the crevice, reached into the realm of shadows, pressing firmly against two stone gates that soared to the heavens. Atop the summit of, withdrew his gaze, turning towards the diminutive soul entity that was almost within arm's reach. A gentle smile graced his lips. The small soul, newly formed from a drop of heart's blood, did not share the ethereal fragility of those lost in the depths of the netherworld. Rather, it was remarkably solid, resembling a living being, tangible and real. Yet, within its eyes lay no trace of human spirit. Only a profound confusion opened his arms, yearning for one last embrace of the small entity. Alas, his arms passed through it. A shadow of melancholy crossed his face, was about to sigh when his expression suddenly froze. Despite being merely a chaotic soul, devoid of any intelligence, the small entity lifted its arm, presenting a string of glistening, ruby-red candied hawthorn too. The flames of red fire consumed tears, transforming them into wisps of white smoke. Extended his slender hand, gently cupping one side of the small entity's cheek. Disciple, the time has come. As the words fell, pointed to the small entity's forehead. With a series of cracking sounds, this enormous arm shattered. The small entity heard the call from the underworld and slowly turned, its steps rigid as it moved towards the gates of the dead, followed closely behind, accompanying the small entity for its final journey. With a thunderous crash, this arm splintered, and along with its towering form, scattered like a celestial shower across the mountains and rivers. Just as the small entity stepped into the crevice, reaching the gates of the dead, the crack became ever thinner. Atop, resolutely extended his arms, pressing against the stone gates from afar. In an instant, his arms cracked and splintered. Countless veins burst, spilling rivers of crimson blood. Bones creaked ominously, as if bracing against the heavens. Gazing at the motionless small entity, bellowed, Qian Mingfei, the path to the great way lies beneath your feet. Walk. The boy, clad in white funeral attire and clutching the candied hawthorn, seemed to have heard this call. He took a decisive step towards the netherworld. With a snap, all the bones in his arms shattered into fragments. With a thud, collapsed face down to the ground. Struggling to lift his head, the last sight he beheld was the small entity's backward glance and smile. With a final click, the stone gates sealed shut, imprisoning the small entity's smile forever within the realm of shadows. The chaotic mist enveloped, gradually obscuring the crevice. In his ears, the echo of Master lingered the following day. Until the fierce sun rose, pallid as a ghost, leapt down from the peak of, cradling the small entity's lifeless form. He gently placed the body within a coffin of golden silk Nanmu, glancing around but finding no trace of the candied hawthorn. The living cannot touch the affairs of the underworld, and souls find it equally difficult to interact with the flora and stones of the earthly realm. All would pass through as if unseen. Thus is the separation of yin and yang. Yet, that string of candied hawthorn could defy this boundary. Narrowed his crimson-slit pupils, at noon, beneath the blazing sun, within the eatery of the bustling town of Jintong. The old vendor selling candied hawthorn sat upright, his demeanor serious. Shortly after, the female proprietor of the eatery emerged from the back with a plate in hand. With a loud clatter, she slammed a bowl of spring noodles and a bowl of laba congee onto the round table. The old vendor lifted his gaze towards her. She appeared to be around 20, her dark hair tied into a long ponytail, a pure white paper lotus flower adorning her left ear. slender, and graceful. With a face of exquisite beauty, do you dare to look at your ancestors? Or shall I dig out your eyes and stuff them down your throat? The female proprietor shot the old vendor a fierce glare, then drew out a jade pipe from her waist. Squatting on a stool, she lit it and took a deep puff, exhaling a large smoke ring with satisfaction. How many years has it been? Can't you temper that foul temper of yours? And by the way, is this bowl of laba kanji complimentary? The old vendor inquired with a grin. The woman rolled her eyes in disdain, replying, "There is no cause and effect here. Not a trace of it. Feel free to drink, it won't kill you." The prospect of getting a free bowl of laba kanji made the old vendor's lips curve into a near ear-to-ear grin. Observing the old vendor savoring each spoonful slowly, the female proprietor questioned, "Why would someone so fearful of cause and effect willingly sacrifice 900 years of lifespan to assist that little ghost from Wuyi Lane? Don't you remember why we came to this world? The myriad human experiences of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, birth and death, are of no concern to us. The death of mortals is but a fallen leaf in our eyes. Even if all the people in the town perished, it would amount to little more than a few withered leaves." The old vendor whispered, "It's been several hundred years since the in all these centuries. Countless lives have come and gone in this town, yet only that child has knocked at the heavens for a total of 81 hours. No, it was 90 hours. Moreover, for us, 900 years of lifespan means nothing. We could lose it in a mere nap." The female proprietor expressed her worries, but that little ghost is, after all, his disciple. Your good deeds may not yield good results. The old vendor scoffed, "What if good results do not come? Can he stoop so low as to bully the small with the might of the great?" In Wei-Du, beneath the imperial palace, within a dim chamber, an elderly man clad in a purple-gold Taoist robe fixated intently on the pool of fortune before him. He observed as 9 golden lotuses of fortune withered one by one, until only 3 remained. Watching the smoke swirl above the diminishing waters of the fortune pool, the old Taoist's gaze turned ominously cold. His bony hand swept through the air before him, and a vivid image materialized. Gazing upon the 3 abyss-like, icy pupils of the figure in the painting, the old Taoist gritted his teeth. "Qi Qingji, once more it is you." But then, the old man's brow furrowed. The true culprit was not Qi Qingji. Who, then, was the one responsible for severing the fortune of our great way? Even the divine revelation could not unveil them. The old man's heart surged with turmoil. That person was likely a terrestrial immortal, just like Qi Qingji. If I cannot even contend with one, how could I face 2? The elder finally approached the wall, biting his fingertip and inscribing 2 large characters upon it. These characters read, "While cultivation may vary in strength, humanity does not." With a low chuckle, the old man stepped back a few paces, gazing at the blood-written words with great satisfaction. The flickering candlelight cast his shadow against the wall, grand and imposing, bore the coffin, while carried the tombstone. The small entity's funeral was far from humble, burned 2 full sacks of paper money, nearly igniting a firestorm in the peach blossom grove. After the funeral and parted ways at the corridor bridge outside the town. Upon returning to, sat beneath 2 peach trees at the cliff's edge, staring blankly into the distance. A long sword lay across his knees. The very sword named, before the burial, had contemplated and ultimately decided to retrieve. The wind rustled through his white attire like snow. His expression was serene. Underneath the cerulean sky, several sparrows suddenly flew by. Pondered when the small entity would return to. Perhaps it would be in the spring of 10 years hence, or perhaps 20. That hoped that when that spring arrived, the grass would be lush and the orioles would sing. He wished for the day of their reunion to be bright and sunny, under the witness of verdant mountains, clear waters, blue skies, and white clouds. In the warm spring breeze, he would wrap the small entity in a bear hug. Farewell, little one. Chapter 66. Snow on the Tsang Mountain. The first snowfall of the 34th year of fell gently, blanketing the mountains and rivers in pristine white. In the bustling town of, within the atmosphere was vibrant. With the passing of the Wei nation had imposed a month-long ban on entertainment and feasting, leaving the populace feeling quite stifled. Steamed buns, filled with pork and scallions, freshly steamed, Sold for 1 copper coin each, 2 for 3 coins. Candied hawthorn for sale, sweet and tangy, 1 copper coin for a skewer. Fresh fish for sale. The lively white river carp flopped about. A group of children with braided hair clutched their candied treats. Dashing through the half-melted snow of the long street, leaving a trail of inky footprints. Why candied hawthorn? You haven't paid yet, you little rascals, the old man, with laughter like silver bells, chased after them with his cane. Amidst the throng, a graceful woman in red cradled a child of about 3 or 4, whose face was obscured by a fox mask, moving with a stop-and-go rhythm. Schwer, would you like a bun? The woman inquired softly. No, came the crisp, melodious reply from the girl. How about some candied hawthorn? No, then shall I buy you some osmanthus cake? Too expensive, don't want it. Unbeknownst to them, mother and daughter had traversed the entire length of the street. At the footbridge, a crowd surged, erupting into enthusiastic applause. The woman tightened her embrace, skillfully weaving through the throng, soon reaching the inner circle. Your Majesty, since I have led armies into battle, achieving victory without fail, I now find myself ensnared in a trap laid by my foes, with resources exhausted and no reinforcements. The Jingju performer, resplendent in her role, exudes an air of dignity, while the Dan role captivates with her graceful charm. A few opera boxes stand nearby, the mournful notes of the eru echoing in the air. The women, entranced, slightly squint their alluring eyes, softly humming along. I in her embrace. A young girl gazes intently at the Dan's vibrant costume. Fixated on the pair of mandarin duck swords and the sparkling eyes peering from beneath the fox mask, her expression wide with wonder. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, the performance concludes. The audience, satiated, disperses, with 7 parts leaving in nonchalance, while the remaining 2 grumble as they depart. What on earth was that performance? A lone individual, either loosening his coin pouch or reaching into his sleeve, suddenly showers the air with copper coins. The woman in red, cradling the girl, wears a face as radiant as peach blossoms. The following day, in the township of Tongqiu, where Chonglu village resides, the Tsang family stands as the prominent household. Boasting a lineage of over 3 centuries in the art of opera, their treasured production of Farewell My Concubine is renowned far and wide. Amidst the swirling snow, the Tsang family's grand residence at the village's edge is shrouded in serene silence. Within the master bedroom, Tsang Lan, portraying the role of the formidable warrior, prods the charcoal brazier with a fire poker and inquires, "Iching, how much did we earn from the 3 performances in town yesterday?" The Dan performer, Chu Iching, cradling her slumbering son, responds with a bitter tone, "A mere 157 copper coins. Such a paltry sum?" Tsang Lan exclaims in astonishment. A complete troupe cannot be sustained solely by the talents of the Shang. Dan, Jing, Mo, and Cho. The costs of drums, gongs, air players, costumes, and provisions are substantial. In the past, a single performance would yield 200 to 300 coins. Now, it barely reaches 70, and the numbers continue to dwindle. A sigh escapes Tsang Lan. Alas, the world grows increasingly difficult. Footsteps approach, and the Tsang family steward, Wang Haoyang, stands at the doorway, respectfully announcing, "Sir, there is a mother and child outside who wish to see you." Mother and child? Tsang Lan furrows his brow. "Please, let them in." A short while later, in the Tsang family's main hall, the maidservant serves 2 cups of steaming tea to the mother and daughter. Observing the heavily made-up woman, whose appearance is marred by an air of decay, Tsang Lan ignites a jade-tipped smoking pipe and begins to draw in the smoke. "I am Yin Xiang. I have come to meet Lord Tsang," the woman declares, placing the girl on the ground and offering Tsang Lan a radiant smile. "Let us get straight to the point," Tsang Lan remarks, his expression impassive. The woman pleads, "I beseech you, Lord Tsang, to take my daughter as your apprentice." Tsang Lan exhales a plume of smoke and gestures for the girl to come closer. The woman, her heart lifted, nudges the girl forward. Setting down the pipe, Tsang Lan crouches to remove the fox mask obscuring the girl's face. Her features are delicate, particularly her eyes, which shine with clarity. She possesses a slender frame and fair skin, a budding beauty. Yet, Tsang Lan is taken aback. A vivid scarlet birthmark adorns half of her forehead, startlingly bright. In a wonder she wears a mask, he muses. Picking up the pipe once more, Song Lan returns to his seat. Contemplating before speaking, in my extensive travels throughout the land, I have never encountered such a pronounced birthmark. If I were to accept your daughter as my apprentice, how would she perform on stage with such a conspicuous mark? Surely, it would frighten away the audience. The woman smiles ingratiatingly. Surely, it can be concealed with makeup. Song Lan replies coldly, no amount of makeup can hide it. Besides, a face caked in powder resembles a ghost rather than a person. Opera can be sung by humans for ghosts to hear, but not the other way around. The woman produces a handkerchief from her sleeve, tears streaming down her face. Lord Song, you do not disdain my daughter. It is I you look down upon. Song Lan waves his hand dismissively. Both opera performers and courtesans are from the lower echelons. I harbor no such thoughts. It is merely that the patronage of the ancestors is lacking. You may return. The woman's voice drips with despair. Return? To where? I have consumed my fill of tea and used ample musk, yet I find myself with child. Lord Song, I am at death's door. Perhaps today. Perhaps tomorrow. I cannot endure this harsh winter. With a thud, the woman collapses to her knees. Lord Song, I implore you, take my daughter in. Even if she is but a stray cat or dog, allow her to survive. Song Lan remains indifferent. See our guests out. The woman grits her teeth and, with a sudden motion, tears open her garment, revealing ample creamy skin. Lord Song, I submit to your desires. If you find me unworthy, do you not have several stewards in your household? I will do anything, as long as you agree to take my daughter as your apprentice. Song Lan, resigned, replies, the kingdom of Wei is vast, and Tongqiu alone has thousands of households. Why choose me? Without hesitation, the woman responds, because here, my daughter can exchange her skills for sustenance. The brothels are little hells, where the noble sons of gentry are akin to the 10 Yama kings. If sold to the wealthy families as a servant, my daughter, lacking eloquence, may provoke the ire of the noble sons and daughters. They could easily bring about her demise. Lord Song, I beseech you for a tomorrow for my daughter. With deep bows, she implores him. Song Lan observes the woman's forehead striking the tiled floor repeatedly and then glances at the girl, clutching her fox mask, frozen in uncertainty. A flicker of compassion stirs within Song Lan. The opera troupe is waning, thus I do not take apprentices. However, if you agree, I can consider her as my goddaughter. The woman's face transforms from pallor to a sudden flush of crimson, filled with joy. She hastily pulls the girl down to kneel, bowing deeply with her forehead to the ground. Does she have a name? No, for on the night of her birth, a fierce storm raged, and I named her Shuer. Henceforth, let her be called Zhang Shui. Zhang Shui is a lovely name. On the night when her daughter had a home, the north wind howled, and heavy snow fell like goose feathers. The woman, not knowing where she found a length of rope, hung herself deep within the desolate woods beyond the village. Her body swayed in the wind like a tattered garment. The red dress, vibrant as flames, could not dispel the cold winds. The blood-red attire failed to melt the snow. Chapter 67. The Swallows under the eaves. 2 years prior, the brutal battle for the throne concluded, and the victor was not one of the 9 princes, but rather the eldest grandson. Zhao W. Yuling.in. The winter of the 34th year of the Wenjing era, Emperor Wenjing passed away, and Zhao Wuling ascended to the throne, renaming the era Fuling.in. the first year of Fuling, in the city of Jincheng. Under the jurisdiction of Tongqiu Township's Changlu village, the spring sun shone brightly. I am but a delicate flower, not a boy. Incorrect. Extend your hand. A sharp crack resounded as the ruler's baton descended heavily. Continue. I am but a delicate flower. Incorrect. Extend your hand. In that Song family's backyard, the mistress, Chu Yiqing, wielded the ruler with force, causing the girl's small hand to drop heavily. She observed the girl, whose head hung low, thick bangs cascading down, left hand clenched tightly, the veins on her knuckles prominent with defiance. Chu Yiqing, her face stern, coldly declared, "Your mother is a courtesan, and your father's name is known only to the heavens. You, a wild child, should be grateful for the opportunity to take on the role of Jing. It is a blessing. Do not harbor dreams of becoming a Dan. Let me warn you, the Dan role is reserved for my son. As long as I, Chu Yiqing, draw breath. You shall never don that auspicious crown or wear that vibrant embroidered gown. Speak. The woman growled with ferocity. I, Song Shui, am a boy, not a delicate flower. The girl caught a glimpse of a boy nearby. Song Yu, who had just turned 3, merrily giggling as he squatted on a small stool, holding a pear, clad in open-crotch pants. With her fingernails digging into her palm, the girl proclaimed each word clearly. I, Song Shui, am a delicate flower, not a boy. Chu Yiqing's teeth ground together in frustration, her anger surging. She abruptly stood, discarding the ruler, and seized the girl's ear, dragging her towards the ancestral hall. Your mother is about to punish the wild child again. Song Yu beamed, exposing his pearly white teeth. Inside the Song family ancestral hall, Chu Yiqing commanded fiercely, kneel down and apologize to the ancestors. The girl remained silent. The woman's fury escalated as she kicked the back of the girl's knee. The girl stumbled but did not kneel. The woman spat. No wonder the spawn of a lowly woman is so obstinate. She prepared to step outside in search of a stick. The woman suddenly caught sight of the girl's bloodied left ear. A wound inflicted moments earlier by her own sharp nails. It was uncertain whether a flicker of kindness stirred within her, or if she feared the return of her husband, which would lead to yet another fierce quarrel. Leaving behind the command, stand in punishment for an hour, she hastily departed from the ancestral hall. It had already been half a year since she had a home. For Song Shui, nothing was more terrifying than when her adoptive father, Song Lan, was absent, for her adoptive mother, Chu Yiqing, would invariably devise ways to torment the girl, resorting to beatings at the slightest provocation. The derogatory names, little wretch, little bastard, little demon, ugly creature, and unlucky star, had long since desensitized Song Shui. Moreover, there was that mischievous little brat, Song Yu, who delighted in tormenting her. On wintry mornings, he would sneak into her warm bed and stuff it with snow. When she fetched water, he would suddenly push her, watching with glee as she tumbled, drenched and shivering like a drowned rat, his laughter echoing with delight. He even went so far as to sneak urine into her bed and mix tadpole eggs into her tea, mocking her as a mother frog when she unwittingly consumed them. Fortunately, Song Lan treated the girl with kindness. On the day the little brat stuffed snow into her bed, he made Song Yu stand outside for an hour in the biting wind and snow, leaving him shivering with snot hanging like icicles. Every time the little imp caused trouble while fetching water, he was left solely responsible for filling the family's water barrel. Being too young to carry it all, he could only fetch it in small basins. The well was at the village's entrance, while their home lay at its end. Each time, he would exhaust himself to tears, promising fervently that it would be the last time. Yet, every few days, he would forget the pain once the wounds healed. As for the urine and tadpole eggs, that incident had indeed been a singular occurrence. The night after he had poured urine, while the little rascal slept soundly, Song Lan doused him with a basin of icy well water. The tea mixed with tadpole eggs was shared not only by Song Shui but also by Song Lan and Chu Yiqing. It was the first time Song Shui heard her adoptive mother's piercing scream echo throughout the village, startling the two formidable dogs of the Song household into a frenzy. It was also her first encounter with the brutality of a mixed disciplinary approach. The ruler and the slap were not raised lightly before falling heavily on that day. Song Lan struck until he was breathless, drenched in sweat, while Chu Yiqing, even more relentless, broke 3 rulers. The little brat spent an entire month unable to leave his bed. As the sun hung high in the sky, Song Lan trudged home with a hoe slung over his shoulder, his eyes lined with the dust of labor. Business for the theater troupe had dwindled significantly. And earlier that year, Song Lan had dismissed the long-term workers and maidservants, leaving only the grand courtyard as the remnants of their hard-earned savings. Squinting up at the blazing sun, the man wore a smile more bitter than medicine. Throughout the month of March, the heavens had shed not a single tear, and the earth was nearly parched to dust. In the Song family's main hall, for members were gathered for lunch. Freshly steamed corn buns, a bowl of stir-fried cured meat, a plate of pickled vegetables, and 4 bowls of corn porridge graced the table. During mealtime, Song Shui would only take pickled vegetables, eat a single bun, and drink 1 bowl of porridge. Should she dare to take more meat or a second bun or bowl of porridge, Chu Yiqing's gaze would turn sharp as needles, particularly piercing. Shui, your mother and I are going to work in the fields. Take good care of you at home and don't forget to practice your form, Song Lan instructed. Yes, adoptive father, the girl replied obediently with a nod. Chu Yiqing, seated on a small stool changing her shoes, knocked the dirt from her straw sandals while sarcastically commenting, not a drop of rain. Yet you eat so much. It seems I have not merely adopted a daughter, but have invited a living bodhisattva into my home. Look at that filthy mouth of yours. Song Lan shot a fierce glare at the woman. Humph, Chu Yiqing huffed, a filthy mouth, is it? From now on, whoever kisses you shall be the beast. Song Lan remained silent. The sun in March was surprisingly scorching in the shade of the Tsang family's backyard. Song Shui maintained a split-legged stance while practicing her vocal exercises. Ever since I followed the great king on campaigns, enduring the wind and frost year after year, I can only lament the merciless Qin that brings suffering to the people. The song abruptly halted as the childish voice of Tsang Yu floated from the front yard. Song Shui furrowed her brow in concern. Ha ha ha, stop licking. Eat quickly, eat more. My mother is so stingy, she won't even spare leftover food. Look at how thin you two have become. Song Shui felt a wave of dread wash over her and rushed to the front yard. What she encountered left her dizzy with shock, nearly fainting on the spot. Song Yu had fed all 3 steaming baskets of buns, prepared by Chu Yiqing that morning, to the 2 large dogs of the Tsang household. The sky had fallen for the Tsang family. As it was time to prepare dinner, Chu Yiqing returned home earlier than Song Lan. Upon seeing the scattered remnants of buns at the kitchen door, followed by the wide-open door itself, Chu Yiqing froze momentarily before shrieking, "Little wretch, come here at once to face your doom." Chapter 68. The red earth as night fell, the Milky Way spanned the heavens. There was no dinner for the Tsang family in the master bedroom. Thunderous words flew between Song Lan and Chu Yiqing as they exchanged heated curses, the furious woman clawing at the man's face. Leaving bloody trails in the west wing, the little brat, listening to the fierce argument of his parents, squatted on the ground, hands pressed tightly against his ears, his little face as pale as paper. It was not until the moon rose above the willows that the couple gradually quieted. In the east wing, the girl lay in her bed, feeling a searing pain in her backside, tears soaking her pillow. Suddenly, the door creaked open a crack. The girl lifted her gaze to see the little brat's face, adorned with a sycophantic grin. "Why aren't you sleeping so late? What do you want in my room?" she asked, wiping her tears. Hee, the little brat grinned widely, brandishing a gleaming kitchen knife. "What are you going to do?" The girl gasped in fright. "Don't be scared. I'm not here to kill you." The little brat approached, blinking his round eyes as he surveyed the girl. "Why didn't you tell mother that I was the one who wasted those buns?" Song Shui let out a long sigh of relief. Adoptive mother hits really hard. You know that as well as I do. I'm 2 years older than you, tougher, and can take a beating. He glanced at the bloodstains on the girl's pants. The little brat gave her a thumbs up. "You are the most loyal person Song Yu, have ever met. I've made up my mind. I want to be sworn siblings with you." Song Shui looked utterly bewildered. Before she could react, the little brat dashed out of the east wing. He soon returned, carrying a large white bowl with the knife in one hand. He made a swift cut across his left index finger. "Ouch, that really hurt." He squeezed 10 drops of blood into the bowl and offered the knife to the girl. Song Shui was at a loss. "Who taught you this?" The little brat beamed with pride. "These are the ancient secrets of the old village chief. It's knowledge I stole after trading 2 pounds of cured meat." The old village chief said knowledge is priceless. "And I'm the only one in the village who knows it." Song Shui was speechless, but still pricked her finger, allowing a few drops of blood to fall into the bowl. The little brat carefully knelt on both knees, holding the large white bowl, his expression serious as if he were an adult. "Heaven above, from this day forth, at this very moment, I, Song Yu, and Song Shui shall be siblings. We shall entrust our lives to one another, rescuing each other from fortune and misfortune, supporting one another through trials and tribulations. This oath shall be witnessed by the sun and moon, the earth and heaven, and all deities and demons. Should either of us betray this vow, may we meet a dreadful end." and may all be complicit in our punishment." With his little head tilted back, he drained most of the bowl's contents in one go. Then he handed the bowl to Zhang Shui with a serious expression. "Now it's your turn." Zhang Shui mumbled softly, so childish, but she took the bowl and recited, "Heaven above, from this day forth. At this very moment, I, Zhang Shui, and Zhang Yu shall be siblings. We shall entrust our lives to one another." She finished the remaining drops of blood, and the little brat grinned, showing his milk teeth, and sweetly called out, "Sister." Then he thumped his little fist against his chest, declaring, "Sister, from today on, I shall be your guardian spirit. I will protect you very well. I will not allow anyone to bully you. Of course, except for my mother," he added. Zhang Shui remarked, "It seems that only your mother enjoys bullying me." In the second year of Fuling, during the scorching summer, in the backyard of the Zhang family, Zhang Yu's high-pitched voice echoed, "Ever since I followed the great king on campaigns, enduring the wind and frost year after year." Zhang Shui's voice rang in harmony. "I have challenged several generals in the Han camp. No matter how brave, one cannot guard against being ambushed from all sides. Good." In the shade of the trees, Zhang Lan and Chu Yiqing clapped their hands in applause. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Zhang Lan stuffed a heavy pouch of coins into the girl's hands. "Shui, this time I will be away with your adoptive mother for a short period of 10 days to half a month. Or at most 2 to 3 months. I assure you I will return by the autumn harvest. Keep an eye on Yu'er. He can be quite the troublemaker. Feel free to spend this money. When you have leisure, take him to town for a nice meal. Remember, do not buy clothes, jewelry, or cosmetics. There are too many unscrupulous merchants in town. Wait for your adoptive father to return and bring you some." The girl nodded obediently. In the master bedroom, Chu Yiqing was also advising the little brat, "Yu'er, remember, the Danjiao is the red flower, and the Jingjiao is the green leaf. Your father and mother lack your talent. At most, they can barely maintain the Zhang family theater troupe. You are destined to become a remarkable talent in the pear garden of the future, destined to rival the esteemed ancestors of the Zhang family as a renowned dance performer. As the old adage wisely states, to change fields is akin to scaling mountains. Yet within our realm of opera, even a shift in roles can feel like traversing great distances. And why, dear child? After your mother's departure, regardless of how that little vixen may coerce or entice you, do not teach her the singing techniques of the Dan role." The young rascal, puzzled, inquired, "But why, mother? Sister's talent is clearly superior to mine." The woman, with a weighty tone, replied, "My foolish son, the sun does not see the moon, nor does the king see his subjects. That little wildling's heart is not set on the Jing role. She is wholly intent on becoming a Dan performer. Since you are aware that her talent surpasses yours, keep your wits about you. Do not trail behind her daily, lamenting her superiority. Do you understand?" The woman's voice pierced the air. All right, I understand." The young imp displayed a look of disdain. As the dawn broke, the sky glimmered with a pale light, a gentle breeze caressed the face. Zhang Lan squatted by the courtyard gate, exhaling clouds of smoke, while several nephews hoisted the opera trunk onto a cart. Inside the west wing, Chu Yiqing gazed upon her son sprawled across the wooden bed, her heart heavy with reluctance. He was merely 4 years old. The time she had held him in her arms paled in comparison to the hours spent with the maid. The number of times she had nursed him could be counted on 2 hands. The woman carefully tucked the blanket around her son, gently wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. It's the doorway. Zhang Shui remained silent. "Remember, the eggs in the basket are for you, You are not to steal them." Suddenly, the woman turned, fixing her gaze intently on the girl. "What are you?" The girl, without hesitation, replied, "I am a boy, not a delicate flower." The woman's expression softened, etching this phrase into her heart, embedding it deeply within her very being. As the sun climbed high in the sky, the old village chief, Wang Haoyang, and his son, Wang Yi, donned straw hats and squatted at the edge of their field, anxiously observing the wilting corn seedlings. This summer has been unbearably hot. The sun beat down on them like a pot of fire being poured over their skin, causing waves of searing pain. Wang Yi picked up a clod of earth. With a mere flick of his wrist, he transformed it into dust, resembling sand. "Father, it's over. This year, We are destined for a harvestless plight. Wang Haoyang puffed on his dry tobacco, his face resembling the bark of an ancient tree. The deep creases of his skin twisted for a moment before he inquired, "Is there still water in the Chui River?" Wang Yi shook his head. "Only some muddy remnants remain. The heavens refuse to weep, and what can mere mortals do?" Wang Haoyang struck the sun-baked earth with his tobacco pipe, sending sparks flying. "What of the well water?" Wang Yi replied with irritation. "The water level decreases daily, sinking rapidly. It barely suffices for the village's daily needs. Alas," Wang Haoyang sighed deeply, "how shall we manage the grain tax this year?" Wang Yi furrowed his brow in dismay. "Father, people can hardly survive. What of the grain tax?" "What nonsense!" Suddenly, a slender figure carrying a small wooden bucket came into view. Wang Haoyang remarked, "That seems to be the adopted daughter of the Tsang family." They stared in awe at the girl, her back bent beneath the weight of the yoke. Wang Yi suddenly slapped his thigh. "Right, father, doesn't he the Tsang family have a private well?" Gazing at the frail silhouette slowly retreating, Wang Haoyang squinted his murky eyes under the shade of the trees. The ancient well at the village head draws from an underground river's tributary, while the Tsang family's private well taps into the main stream. "It seems the main water flow is quite forceful," Wang Haoyang chuckled. "But father, Tsang Lan and Chui Qing have gone to perform today. Who knows when the opera troupe will return? Our corn seedlings won't last long." Wang Yi spoke solemnly. "What if, while the two heads of the family are away, I secretly steal water tonight to irrigate the seedlings?" "Absolutely not." Wang Haoyang firmly refused. "Though we may be poor, we shall never resort to thievery. If we need water, we shall take it openly. When that girl comes by, you should speak kindly to her. With my 60 years of keen observation, I can tell that she has a gentle and kind heart. She will certainly not refuse." Footsteps approached from a distance. The Wang father and son turned to see a small child from the Tsang family strolling towards them, hands clasped behind her back, her cherubic face radiating innocent delight. "Oh, isn't this you? Why aren't you helping your sister with the seedlings?" Wang Haoyang's face broke into a tender smile. "Why you? You're already 4 years old and still in open crotch pants? Aren't you ashamed? Come here, let uncle take a look at your little bones and see if they're growing properly." Wang Yi grinned widely. The little imp approached the Wang father and son, suddenly widening her watery eyes, pointing at Wang Haoyang's chest in alarm. "Grandpa Wang, there's a worm crawling inside." The old man hastily looked down and opened his garment, and the next moment, the adorable little imp burst into a mischievous grin, her right hand shooting forward from behind her back, tossing something into the old man's collar. The chilling sensation, coupled with the sinister patterns of movement, revealed it to be a writhing cauliflower snake. Wang Laotu, startled, simply rolled his eyes back and collapsed to the ground.